In this world, the Melvinger family was the #1 magic family on the continent, and our main character, Arik, hails from this very family. 30 years ago, when the war with the demon race took place, the Melvinger family led humanity to victory. However, most of the family's key members had also perished in the war, and when Elric was just 8 years old, his father, still suffering from the war, and his mother, a magic teacher, both passed away. The only remaining direct descendants of the Melvinger family were Arik and his sister, and the vassal families who once swore loyalty to the Melvingers betrayed them. Arik vowed to become the greatest mage and restore his family's honor, but fate had other plans. Arik, the direct descendant of the first great clan leader, could not even open his first magic circuit due to a rare condition called magic stagnation. Because of this, he could not use magic, and his dream of restoring the Melvinger family's honor faded as he became a laughingstock. For years, Arik exhausted himself trying to cure his magical blockage, but he was at a dead end, until fate intervened. Arik's prayers were answered when one day, he encountered a dragon. That was his only chance to restore his ruined family. You will free me from this accursed seal, my new vessel. Come, become one with me, and together we shall rule this world. Those were the words the black dragon spoke to Arik. Then, that overwhelming black power gradually consumed his body. At first, the sensation was unbearable, and if Arik had known it was a test from the demon lord, he never would have sought out that dragon. But as the last remaining son of the Melvinger family, how could Arik allow himself to be consumed by this? Across from him, the masked man sensed it too. He did not know where Elric's mysterious power came from, but there was no denying it was immense. And then, as Elric emerged from the curtain of dark energy, the Demon King felt a threat akin to the ancient demon war. I hope these words reach our descendants in the future. Here, as agreed, the first Demon King would be consumed. Elric's voice echoed, but it seemed not to belong to him. And then, with a snap of his fingers, the tables turned. Arik, once consumed, became the consumer. The Demon King, who had reveled in finding a vessel, was now pathetically weak, screaming helplessly as Elric's power consumed him, and with that snap, all was calm. Then, a dark blue tattoo appeared on Elric's arm, a dragon. Even so, Elric did not seem to fully grasp the situation he was in. He does not even know where he is or what he is doing anymore. Then, in his daze, Elric suddenly encounters a figure. Though faceless, the figure felt strangely familiar. Then, the ethereal man's voice echoed. We are the first scholars to pursue the pinnacle of magic. This voice only confused Elric further, as he felt like he would heard it before. But in his confusion, he could not place the voice. Yet, as others vied for greater power, the voice continued. Corrupted by the demons, they brought misfortune to the world, and we have decided to correct this, and to atone for our past, we have created an opportunity in this world. One that can purge the gulls at their very roots. What slowly drifts before his eyes seems to replay the Kwai War from years ago, and the mysterious voice affirms that their mission is to eradicate the Kwai. However, the fiends will never truly disappear. They will always return. He added that they must be continuously eliminated, time and time again. Until then, the order cannot be disbanded. This fierce battle unfolds before Eric's very eyes. Though the entities before him did not touch or harm him, it all felt too real, so real that Eric did not realize he was lost in fragments of memory. Seeing a threat about to befall the man with the mysterious voice, he did not hesitate to rush forward. Look out! Elric shouted, reaching out to grab the man's hand, but he grasped only air. Then, the illusion vanished. The kneeling king was gone, and so was the mysterious man and his voice. Elric was back in reality. What had just happened could only be described as a dream. Elric now lies in a soft bed, in a sun-drenched room perfect for recovery. Beside him sits someone with familiar red hair. Who else could it be but Sin? Sin, Elric calls out. What? The other replies curtly. Are you crying? Me? Crying? Never, Sin stubbornly retorted. But his shoulders trembled, and his voice wavered, leading Elric to believe he was indeed crying. Sin silently cursed Elric for waking up at the worst possible moment, catching him in such an embarrassing state. It is okay, you can cry. Now that I think about it, you cried in the cave too. Elric wanted to comfort him, but he only poked at Sin's sore spot. But as Sin turned, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, Elric squeaked out an apology. With the scolding complete, Sin ordered Elric to get up and out of bed. He thought he was about to get a beating, but Sin only wanted to confirm one thing. Elric had grown taller after leaving the dragon's cave. He used to be half a head shorter than Sin. But now, after some unknown event, they are the same height, something Elric never anticipated. Looking in the mirror, he was in disbelief. Elric never imagined his body would change after leaving the dragon's lair. Once he calmed down a bit, Sin asked, What happened? Tell me what happened. And what about the dragon? Well, I will tell you first when the time is right, I promise. Elric said, scratching his neck, wanting to confide, but knowing he could not yet reveal the truth to Sin. Sin stared at Elric for a long time, then sighed deeply. Although the ambiguity bothered him, Sin trusted his friend and guessed he had some idea or plan, so Sin patted him on the shoulder in encouragement, though Elric keeping secret still stung his pride. Don't be angry, Ice. Eric codec Sin like a child, then smoothly changed the subject, asking about Sansel and the state of that place. Sin peeled an egg and said his family would take over the place. Eric felt it was for the best. At least it fell into Sin's family's hands instead of others. He thought the Narister family would be busy excavating the dragon's cave after taking it over. But Sin casually said that they were just guarding the gate to prevent anyone from entering. Because it belongs to you, the one who found it, and they can't just let anyone do as they please. Sin added, with unwavering conviction, that what he said was true. By law, the dragon's lair belongs to the one who finds it. But usually, the great academies can take precedence by requesting excavation rights. Of course, once this dragon's lair is discovered, the Magic Tower and Academy will be desperate to get their hands on it. Eric knows this, which makes him even more grateful to his best friend. He knew the Narister family wanted permission to excavate that cave, but Sin still did this for him. What a great friend. What is so funny? Stop laughing, you psycho. Sin was getting the chills from Eric's sinister grin. Thanks. Hee. But setting aside Sin's help, a name suddenly popped into his head. Right, there is also that fake old geezer Barracks. How could he forget the bastard who dared to plot against him when exploring the dragon's cave? Thinking of Barracks, wicked smile crept across Eric's face, sending shivers down Sin's spine. What crazy scheme is he plotting now? Every time you smile like that, something's about to go down. Sin thought with a grimace. Sin, I need a favor. Eric's sudden request, coupled with his expression, only heightened Sin's unease. Little did they know, Eric's request was simple, announced that he was severely injured. Though Sin did not understand his friend's intentions, he agreed to the request, and so, the Royal Magic Hospital became Eric's sanctuary, where he lay in a coma from grievous wounds sustained in the dragon's lair, or so Barracks was told when he and his men arrived, before being promptly turned away by the hospital's physicians. You are telling me to turn back after I came all this way? What about the excavation rights? Are you just going to leave the cave as is? Barracks' followers began to murmur. Soon, the questions came in thick and fast, demanding why the Narister family was blocking the hospital entrance. But no amount of questioning could get them inside. From the third floor, Eric watched the old fools below and sneered. Please rest well, Cardenas, the Narister family spokesman, said as he cleared away lunch. After he left, Eric breathed a sigh of relief, finally alone enough to speak to the other being present, one no one else could see. Hey, can you stop staring? How long are you going to stare? Mephisto, facing Eric, was a gleeful visage. Mephistopheles, the great demon king he would absorbed in that cave. Having lost both the vessel he painstakingly found and his freedom, how could he not be upset? Show some respect to the great king before you. Why do not you? Annoyed, Mephistopheles retorts he is the great demon king, whose full name is Mephistopheles, who once shook the world with danger and chaos. But now, he is just a spirit trailing after Eric, forced to endure his contempt without resistance. And just as he suspected, he was not imagining things. What happened in the dragon's cave was real, as evidenced by the dragon heart beating in his chest, a source of absolute power from an ancient dragon. The dragon should have died after being pierced by the demon king's red spear. Yet now a dragon's heart beats within Eric's chest. Eric is not sure if it belongs to that dragon, as something feels different, and his hazy memories only go as far as the demon king trying to possess him. That is why Eric wants to extract information from this Mephistopheles. In ancient times, when gods ruled the world, there was a deity symbolizing darkness, and he had 4 attendants. They were Finis, the Annihilator; Insinite, the Mad One; Pornography, the Lewd; and finally, Asteridian El Peccatum, the source of all sin, the origin of the Demon King, the most supreme and powerful of all legendary demon kings. I told you not to call me Mephisto. This name was bestowed upon me by the great demon god. Mephistopheles was furious, but his anger clearly had no effect on Eric, as he was now just a noisy, harmless spirit. Are all demon kings this dense? I have told you so many times, but you still do not understand. Are you going deaf from old age? Eric yawned, then climbed into bed. Mephistopheles was livid. 1,000 years he waited, only to be robbed of his mana by a mere mortal, with no hope of resurrection. He once brought the entire world to its knees, and that is why Mephistopheles exists. Then, he encountered a formidable foe, the Dragon King of Evil. He stood in the way of Mephistopheles' conquest, and in their final battle, they were both buried together. And so, 1,000 years passed, as Mephistopheles waited and waited, finally meeting Eric, a vessel worthy of freeing him from his seal. In exploring the dragon's cave, Eric brilliantly passed all the tests he set. Tests that Eric thought were from the dragon. Just as Mephistopheles was about to seize control of Eric's body and soul, a tremendous power within him suddenly erupted, shattering all of Mephistopheles' plans. Now, he is reduced to a sliver of demonic energy. His very presence pathetic, yet Mephistopheles is consumed by curiosity, unable to fathom the immense power Eric possesses. Power so terrifying it could consume him. Most importantly, Eric has absolutely no respect for a legendary demon king like him, making Mephistopheles' life even more difficult, as he values his reputation above all else. Though the demon lord keeps nagging him, Eric pays no mind, Still pondering the mysterious voice he heard before waking, voice had hoped its message would reach a descendant someday, and Eric now suspects it belonged to his grandfather. Here, according to the Covenant, the first Demon King will be devoured. This phrase suddenly popped into Eric's head, startling him awake. So, that means you absorb the Demon King's power. Then, is the Melvinger family heirloom a tool to devour Demon Kings? In other words, it is a tool to devour demons. And if that is the case, it could consume demons other than Mephistopheles. If he could absorb one demon, he could absorb 2, 3, or even more. Eric turned to Mephistopheles with a sinister grin. If his hunch is right, then demons will soon become his mana. And Mephistopheles, though unable to read his mind, is chilled to the bone by that smile. And so, Eric slipped away, ignoring Mephistopheles' incessant questions about why he was there. Before figuring out how to use the pendant's power, he needed to verify something, so Eric sat down and began circulating the mana within his body. It was miraculous. Even with his eyes closed, he could clearly sense everything around him like a ladybug flapping its wings, or the feel of a gentle breeze. To test his suspicions, Eric could see and feel everything, so he instinctively reached out and used combustion magic. A crimson flame erupts before him, and fist of flesh pales, for it is dragon magic. But how could a normal person wield dragon magic, even with the Melvinger bloodline? This was too much. As for Eric, he stood silently before the flame for a long time, before finally tilting his head back and letting out a few dry laughs. The emotions are indescribable. Eric can finally wield magic, the magical impediment that has plagued him for years. The insults calling him a disgrace to the Melvinger family. All those who betrayed the family and abandoned him. It is time to settle the score. Below, reporters snapped photos as flashes filled the air, relentlessly questioning Eric Melvinger's alleged coma. What about the Dragon Ascension right of first refusal? Cause cautiously needs to answer. The official announcement will be made at the Magic Tower, so please confirm the report. As the press conference concluded, he quickly departed, returning to his workplace, his body still trembling, his voice choked with unease. Master, please do not make me do things like this, Xin says, rubbing his temples and sighing. You are here, you did well, Calf. He complains, saying it is nothing, but Eric's scandals almost killed me. Cass worries, but if your fraud is exposed, the Magic Tower and the royal family won't support you. Can you bear the consequences? Sin offers him a handkerchief. Hesitating, well. He continues, Eric said he has already thought everything through, so I will trust him. You are covered in sweat. Wipe it off. Eric's excited flashes in Sin's mind. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. He seethes, cursing inwardly. Eric, you bastard. Do you even know how much I can take? As he wiped the sweat from his brow, he asked, where did Eric go? Sun replied vaguely, I do not know. He wandered off somewhere. He recalled the note Eric had left. Son, I am going out for a bit. What are friends for? I am counting on you. He wondered where Eric could have gone with such a frail body. Suddenly, he noticed a letter among the documents. Kak slowly approached Sin, his voice trembling as he stammered. Young master. Something's happened. Meanwhile, a figure appeared at the door, and Sin's voice echoed. What is going on? His eyes locked onto the fiery red seal on the letter. He hesitated, unable to speak, but then the door burst open with a powerful kick, and she roared. My brother, what scheme are you plotting without telling me? Brother, how are you here? The woman spoke coldly. Why are you so surprised? Standing before them was the Firebird Witch, Tasha Nerester, who mocked, is it so strange for a sister to visit her brother? The Magic Tower, the royal family, and the League of Graves all produced great geniuses of the century in the same generation, the triumvirate who would lead the empire, known as the New Trinity. Tasha Anicaps, did not you show him my letter? He stammered, blaming his recent forgetfulness. Well, she, QXN, the youngest Grand Mage in history, was one of those three prodigies. He frowned, his voice a bit annoyed. Then why are you here? She calmly replied. I heard your friend was sick, and as someone with magical qualifications, I could not just stand by. Eric is not in his room. Is he somewhere else? Sin's anxiety grows. This could be bad. If she goes into the sick room, things could get very messy. He thought to himself that his sister was too nosy, and that he had to get rid of her before she found out. Eric is currently unavailable to meet anyone. Taxa gives him a cold stare, saying, so that is how it is? Sin trembles as she is told not to bother the doctor and to go home. She suddenly grabs his hand. Brother, Ixia asks, annoyed, are you ordering her around? He was shocked, thinking, Dragon's Lair, I forgot this witch is a dragon fanatic. She coldly questioned. No one's taken it yet. Right, terrified and drenched in sweat. He stammered. That, Eric decided it. She frowned, her eyes full of threat as she stared at the person before her, and magic instantly flared up, illuminating the entire room. Tasha coldly states that he leaves her no choice, as her hand tightens around his struggling arm. Then, she gently released his arm, leaving him frozen in place, and with a wave, she left. telling him to have his friend contact her when he was ready. Takesa continued, threatening that if he did not contact her first, he would better prepare to get beaten up. Little brother. Images of his sister flashed through his mind, jolting Sin awake, as he desperately thought. Do something. Eric. The faint call of Master startled Eric. He looked terrible. She is gone, has not she? He cried out in a panic. Meanwhile, back in town, news spread like wildfire. The heir to a prestigious magic family was unconscious. He praised Sin, saying he was handling everything well in his stead. Just then, a figure in the newspaper caught Eric's eye. Well, who is this? His eyes fixed on the newspaper in his hand. Our headmaster is quite photogenic. Eric muttered, keep smiling while you can. Headmaster. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Raven reads the news and congratulates the headmaster, bowing obsequiously. Now you can do as you please, only to be cut off with, don't be so hasty. He chuckled softly, the election has not even started yet. Raven thought, I have been too hasty. I can't possibly understand your desire to protect the academy and its students. Headmaster. Sycophantic words dripped like honey. Amusing din. I told you, I am not headmaster yet. Then, he inquired, how is student Eric doing? He immediately replied, I heard he is barely clinging to life each day, though he could not hide the glee on his face. Din feigned concern. Oh dear. How awful. Raven suggested that if he woke up easily, it would be a big problem, and they should hire some assassins. His face darkened, as gloomy as a stormy night, and the magic around him flared up violently, as if about to burst forth. Din snapped, his eyes blazing with a murderous intent, piercing like blades. Hen trembled, drenched in sweat, his face ashen. I'm sorry. Suddenly, the magic vanished as if it never existed, and Din said gravely, there will be a vacant professor position after the election. His words were full of hidden meaning, leaving Raven stunned and asking, what? Din continued, stating he was just the dean and unaware of what was happening outside the academy. Hen seemed to understand, muttering an ah, and Raven bowed deeply in gratitude, promising not to disappoint. He quietly sips his tea, a deep, calculating gaze hidden behind his calm facade. Meanwhile, the entire town has fallen into darkness, with only slivers of light escaping through windows, creating a gentle yet vivid night scene. In the dark alley, a figure in a black robe lurks in the shadows, slowly pulling back their hood to reveal Eric's face in the dim light. He looked up at the building before him, thinking, let us begin. Eric pondered, his mind's eye able to see the other side of the world. Thoughts raced through his mind. If he could find the hidden space, Eric suddenly raised his hand, channeling the dragon heart's mana into it. In that instant, the blood in his veins ignited, surging intensely. Eric froze, his eyes wide with shock, his mind blank. Eric's body trembled, as if a strange energy had awakened something dormant within him, and in an instant, a surge of magic erupted, launching him skyward, leaving his clothes behind. It shone blindingly, with waves of energy surging violently, showing no signs of stopping. Then, a deafening explosion shook the earth, its aftershock spreading like a tsunami. Excitement courses through him as he marvels at casting spells without complex incantations. Eric breathes a sigh of relief, a good start indeed. Under the bright moonlight illuminating the path ahead, he walked slowly, thinking to himself that he was finally at the starting line. A bright smile bloomed on Eric's face, as if all worries had vanished. Mephi appeared then, dripping with scorn. How pathetic. That is all the magic you can muster, even with my power, a simple jump. Are you using tricks? Seeing him silent, Mephi explodes. How dare you ignore me when I am talking? In my day, humans, demons, even dragons trembled when I spoke. Eric muses that Dragonkind's magic includes something called mind imprint. He slowly raises his left hand, gathering magic as the meaning begins to take shape. Eric's left hand quickly gathers magic, and he speaks. Then, both hands rapidly form a seal, activating the spell. Mephi tenses, watching every move, a sense of unease creeping into his breath. Now, sensing his moment, he cries out and leaps. In that instant, Eric's foot vibrated slightly, and in a flash, he was suspended in mid-air. The sight before him caused him to exclaim in astonishment. Impossible. Eric's challenge echoes as he leaps ferociously into the air, his eyes burning with magical fire. Eric hurtled forward, tearing through the air, glancing down in shock as he exclaimed, "Heave!" Then, Eric began to freefall, shouting in alarm, "It is too high." But inside, he was filled with excitement, thinking, wonderful, simple but extremely effective. Then, Eric activated his magic and shot off again. Okay. One more time. Murphy followed close behind, his heart pounding. He frowned, a thought forming in his mind. An ordinary kid who had just learned magic was already using mind control and dual casting. Murphy recalled the beast of the underworld, the Mobinger family. He thought to himself, even the most formidable Mobingers might not compare to this guy. Murphy stared intently, a thought flashing through his mind. No. They must. Long is beginning to realize, there is only one person, a familiar face with an arrogant smile, eyes that challenge everything before him. Murphy recoiled, realizing he should not have thought that way, and plotted to seize that body and crush this dangerous seed before he grew any stronger. Murphy's face darkens, his mind racing. Is there any way? Eric, lost in thought, remains unaware of the killing intent radiating from him. He paused, lost in thought. The mind imprint was amazing, but it was still difficult to utilize on his own. He needed a teacher who could keep his secret. But in this academy run by lunatics, no one was qualified to teach him. Soon after, Eric descended. Landing softly, he could not stop thinking he needed someone at least on par with a hexagram. But there was no way they would take him as a disciple. Eric sighed, thinking, if only he were still alive. He shook his head. No, not even my stepfather. Lost in his own story, Mephi trampled the seedlings, each with its own set of legs. But seeing him, Eric had an idea. Without hesitation, he called out, "Hey, Mephi." Eric proposed that he teach him magic, thinking that Mephi was the perfect teacher. But Mephi was shocked. He immediately turned around, feigning indifference. But upon hearing Eric's call, a smug smile crept across Mephi's lips. Scheming, he feigns disinterest, asking what is in it for him. Eric retorts that he will create a new vessel for him using alchemy. Mephi scoffed, questioning if a mere human could create a vessel for him. But Eric countered, asking to be made strong enough to do so, conditions still not to his liking. Not enough. He chuckled, asking what Mephi could do if he did not become stronger. Eric raises his hand, suggesting a different condition, but Mephi refuses. He continued, "Why would I enlighten you? I might consider it if you became one of my kind." Seeing Eric's silence, Mephi glanced at him, probing. He gloats, reveling in Elric's distress, satisfied that he is finally getting his due. A scheme begins to form in his mind. Though he is too weak to consume him now, he could secretly use dark magic during their training. Mephi thought to himself that Ulrich would grow stronger, but his soul would be corrupted by dark magic. And then he would devour him. He licked his lips, his eyes full of satisfaction, thinking, now, kneel and beg me to take you as my disciple. Know your place and become my vessel, you pathetic fool. Oh! Screw this, Ulrich suddenly roared. Get lost. Mephi's face paled, his muscles twitching as shock filled his eyes, stunned and speechless. He stammered. What? Elric retorted. There is a limit to what you can ask for. You know, enraged. Elric spat, his voice full of resentment. Do you still not understand what situation you are in? Mephi's eyes widened as he stammered. How? A playful chuckle echoes, infuriating Mephi to no end. The deadbeat. Immediately after, he angrily lunges toward Ulrich. Without hesitation, he simply said, Shut up. In an instant, his mouth was sealed shut. Ulrich reases in his unexpected success, while Mephi fumes and curses. His mouth sealed shut, only gibberish escaped his lips, and he quickly covered his ears, saying mockingly, Oh, you are being too loud. Those curses were, there is no way I can be subdued with just mind control. Next, Ulrich cast the spell for acute action, and in moments, a tiny Mephi with pink bunny ears and adorable pouty lips appeared. This transformation leaves Ulrich speechless, the blood draining from his face. Finally, unable to bear it, he bends over and vomits. My eyes. Oh God. After vomiting, Ulrich looked up at Mephi, who was still acting cute, and blamed himself. Why did he ask him to do something so awful? He felt like he would throw up again if he looked any longer, trying to suppress the churning in his stomach. He hands Mephi a notebook, thinking, Stay calm, I do not want to see that again. If you change your mind, write down all the explanations about mind magic in here, and I will undo it after I have read it all, and screamed internally, thinking this was enough to make him compromise. Him, a being who endured 1,000 years of imprisonment. Ulrich, of course, was not a patient man. He stretches and mutters, wondering if he should use this time to train. That night, Ulrich continues practicing with a fireball in his hand. Despite Mephi being forced into adorable actions against Han's inner screams, I would forgive you, if you just admitted you were wrong. The next day, Mephi was furious when Ulrich ignored him completely. Han thought, should not he be begging me to teach him new magic right now? The next day, Ulrich grew more skilled with fire magic, and Mephi began vying for attention, leaving Han confused. And the day after that, after days of being ignored, Mephi wondered if he should just pretend to give in and teach him. His mind screamed no, he could not lose. But his body betrayed him. Writing, the basic principles of mind seal magic are. Seeing Han finally give in, Ulrich smiled with satisfaction, while Mephi fumed, wondering if he had to go that far. Han was fuming inside, his pride wounded. No, he was the demon king Mephistopheles. He would never hand it over to a human. However, his body did not seem to listen, and Mephi found himself trying to please Ulrich. What was this? Why was he acting like his puppet? Ulrich takes the book, noting that the fundamentals of the mind control spell are ancient knowledge he could not find in any book. He reads it over, then praises it, saying, Good. Very good. Shouldn't you be happy you are helping me? Keeping his promise, Ulrich snaps his fingers, ending the adorable act and returning control of his body to Mephi, but then he requests, And this information here, he points to a section of the book. Could you write it in a bit more detail? Maybe I will let you speak. Are not you a little bored of not being able to talk? Mephi seethed with rage, cursing Elric in his mind, but when he received the additional details, he was far from pleased, asking, "What is this? Didn't you know to write more than before?" Seeing Eric's smug face, Mephi sputtered in fury, but only he understood what he wanted to say. Who made that decision? Eric ignored his resistance, tempting him, "So, you can write many times a day, adding a little each time, and I will lift the gag for 3 days. How about it? Deal." Mephi is now at Auric's mercy, forced to endure his complaints about his terrible handwriting and demands to write everything at once, perhaps even teaching him some secret techniques. As Mephi writes, he plots. Just you wait. The hidden magic within these notes will tear apart the body and soul of that arrogant fool. After studying and learning magic from Mephi, Eric has already achieved some success, starting with this gleaming block of ice. He has only learned the basics. The icy chill emanates from the ice in a forest where snow should not exist, yet with so little power, he has created an iceberg many times his size. Mephi can't believe it, but the cold around him is sobering. This is impossible. How could there be no sign of the talent activating? He distinctly remembers putting it in there. Suddenly, Eric turns around. What is with that expression? Mephisto, your face says you were planning something sinister with my body. Or not you. But nothing happened. So you are disappointed. Mephi turns away, hiding his unease. I do not know what you are talking about. Elric says. You think I am stupid enough to just learn whatever you give me without looking it over, facing Mephi's shocked face. Elric chuckles. Well, thanks anyway. I have reached a new level because of you. Mephi sweats bullets, a sense of dread washing over him. Does he know? Damn it all. Eric pores over the notebook, eager to grow stronger, unwilling to stop, at which point Mephi cries out, Are you even listening? Human. Finding him too noisy, he threatens to snap his fingers, saying he will silence him again, but Mephi quickly says there is nothing more. Eric is quite surprised by this. Mephi says that besides his mind magic, there is nothing else he can teach him. Silence falls, and birds take flight. Elric pondered. That true heart incantation. Does he mean the highest level of mind magic, beyond even the divine voice, not just a mind spell? Mephi scoffed. You could not possibly comprehend it at your current level. You would be consumed by hellfire. Seeing his attitude, Eric scratched his head, pondering he was not lying. What now? Mephi suddenly said. Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. That has been the fate of the Mobinger family until now. Words that stunned Eric. As magic can only be perfected on the battlefield, childhood memories flooded his mind. His father taught him that it was the motto of the Mobinger family, who would continuously protect the continent from the Kwai. His father taught Auric about the honor of the Mobinger family on the war-torn territories of the conflict with the demons, though he said nothing. Elric's father, gravely wounded from the war's aftermath, surely remembered the days he fought as a mage alongside his own father. He was wounded after the war, his body weakening day by day. As a child, Eric naively said, Father, when I go to the battlefield, will I be able to use super cool magic like Grandpa, the great mage Elric? He hesitated, but his wife, Elric's mother, cut him off, placing a hand on his shoulder, causing him to tremble. She looked at her young son and smiled, saying, I have told you. What do you need to do to become a powerful mage? Young Eric eagerly replied, Learn, pleasing his mother. That is right. Learn. You can't just have a ridiculous facade of powerful magic like your father. And I tell you that your grandfather became the greatest mage before he became the strongest man on the continent. Seeing his wife's coldness, Elric's father gently reminded her, My dear, I am still the head of this family, are not I? Elric's mother said, raising her voice, My dear husband, stop filling their heads with nonsense. Honestly, men from the Mobinger house never listen. Seizing the chance, his father whispered, Magic should only be perfected on the battlefield. But just as Eric thought he would finally receive some useful advice, his father vanished. His mother was too quick, ushering him away while assigning Eric a task. Ensure you read the summary of research on the relationship between the ancient magic circle system and the new era language system by the end of the day. Understood, Heezy. And Eric. Your stepson. Heezy coldly drags Eric away, ignoring his cries of protest. Mom, no. I want to play with Dad today. Sis, my arm's gonna break. Let me go. Damn it. The father tries to intervene, saying, My dear, studying is good, but they are still just children. With a sigh, his mother said it was because he spoiled the boy too much. Like father, like son. As the sun set, facing the powerful family, he could only sigh helplessly. My dear, a stormy night descends, dark clouds obscuring the moon, as heart-wrenching cries echo from the mansion. Father, mother, his illness worsened. And mother, who cared for him day and night, suddenly collapsed. Father spent his last breaths beside her. and together, they passed peacefully. On his deathbed, his father weakly said,
I'm sorry.
"You have always shone brighter than anyone in this world. It is all my fault." His mother gently reassured him. "Don't say that. Ever since I met you and had our children, there has not been a day I have not been happy, hand in hand." He whispered, "Thank you for raising our children so well. You truly are a wonderful mother." She then looked for her daughter, Haiji. "Are you there?" Haiji answered, "Yes." Her mother instructed, "Take care of your little brother."
I'm sorry.
"And thank you." Haiji trembled at these words, unable to hold back her tears. The father looked at his young son, Eric, and said,
I'm sorry.
"Your magic deficiency is my fault." Eric's face was now covered in tears, and he sobbed, "Father, I am so scared. Why are you leaving like this? What will my sister and I do without you?" Suddenly, his father's gaunt hand touched his face, wiping away his tears. He whispered, "Looking back on my life, I was far happier being your father than I ever was as a mage fighting on the battlefield. You do not need to become a mage. I only hope you will live happily with those around you." As he finished speaking, the hand on Eric's face fell limp, and tears streamed down his face like a river, seeing his parents' hands still clasped together. Eric whispered, "Father," but there was no reply. He startled, his tears ceasing, replaced by a heart-wrenching cry. "Father," ending the painful memory. Back in the sun-drenched primeval forest, Eric silently spoke to his departed father. "But little did you know, Father, you were wrong to tell me not to become a mage. Without strength, I will be abandoned in this reality. That is why I must become stronger, so no one can turn their back on me again." He muttered that magic can only be perfected on the battlefield, and Eric agreed, realizing that what he needed most now was combat experience. He pondered where to go, wondering if he should head to the Blood Demon Ridge, filled with ghost-like monsters, but that place was too dangerous. So, the Goblin Cave is too crowded. Where to go? Suddenly, Eric remembers his father's words. "Listen, there are secret chambers scattered throughout the 6 palaces where our ancestors once lived. He has found the right place, yes, that is it." He then summoned his demonic companion. "Let us go." Mephisto, arms crossed, asked, "Where to?" Eric replied, "We are going to the snowman's territory." His eyes flashed green. The snow elf highlands. Warm sunlight bathed the forest as a gentle breeze rustled through the trees, and a cool, clear stream hidden in the woods. Eric bathed, thinking that his identity being revealed could be a problem, so he must change his appearance. Without hesitation, Eric uses his magic to send the spring water flying, then commands it to fall upon his head. Once his hair is soaked, Eric commands it to be cut. Water transforms into a sharp blade, swiftly cutting away his shaggy hair. Eric's magic control has become even more refined. The spring water moved like the hands of a skilled barber, quickly trimming his shaggy hair. In moments, his long hair was neatly cut, but he muttered that a haircut alone would not hide his identity, and he began to transform. Eric transformed into a charming, brown-haired young man with a trendy haircut, the only unchanged feature being his emerald eyes. Looking at his new appearance, he smiled with satisfaction, thinking it looked good. Eric arrives at the city at the foot of the snowy mountain, where he is told at the guide branch that a team is about to depart, and he is in luck. The guide explains that no one comes to the snow highlands anymore, so it is surprising that so many people suddenly want to go there, adding that his team is over there. Eric follows his hand, and as the door creaks open, the guide says, "Here they come." Perfect timing. Leading the group was a cheerful boy bundled in winter clothes, who remarked that they seemed to have a new member. Eric glanced indifferently at the team he would be joining. The group is quite large, including 4 herbalists, 3 armed demon hunters, and 5 others concealing their energy, faces completely hidden. The boy is likely the captain, always radiating positive energy. "So allow me to reintroduce myself. Our group has a tradition of naming people based on their birth dates. My name is Manhwa, which means Monday morning. You might wonder what good that does you. Well, today is Monday morning, or Tuesday in common parlance, so as long as you stick close, you won't be in danger. As a spirit, no one can see Mephi, but he is affected by everyone around him. Complaining, that bastard talks too much. One day I will tear that mouth apart." Eric ignores the complaints and asks, Yes. Manhwa, can I buy a communication crystal?" And the herbalist muttered, "What for? Our village does not have fail." Someone suggested, "You could use pigeons or send a letter." Suddenly, Manhwa spoke up, "I just remembered a hilarious story about pigeons and letters." Someone interrupted, "Too bad. Let us go." Undaunted, Manhwa said, "Too bad. I will tell you on the way. Let us go." Eric worried, "She will be upset if you do not contact her soon. Things are getting more complicated, but you told Sin, and he will handle it." On the way into the Snowfolk Highlands, Manhwa told the story of the carrier pigeon. And then, the pigeon suddenly dove headfirst down a chimney, but before he could realize it, that information, the chimney must belong to the thief who stole money from the lover's neighbor of the eldest Jialing's grandmother. Along the way, Mephi looks around, saying, This place feels familiar. This is where the snow folk live. Eric asked curiously if he knew about the snow folk and had been here before. He replied arrogantly that of course he did, as they were scum who did not submit to him. Hearing this, Eric was shocked. The snow folk are fiends. Mephi roared in dissatisfaction. Don't put me on the same level as that trash. Eric silently pondered. He thought they were just monsters. But who knew they were connected to the demon realm? Truly astonishing. Mephi walked ahead, not turning back, yet their former king was indeed effective. He must have received the blessing of a demon lord. Though his fate was not so fortunate, Eric had a bellyful of questions. The snow folk once had a ruler in the past. He faintly heard Mephi say that his grave might still be around here, and upon hearing that, he asked, "A grave? Do you know where it is?" He shook his head, admitting defeat. Even if it were here, it would be desecrated. Eric glanced at Mephi, suspecting that if the snow folk were once gods, their tombs would surely be connected to his family's secret chamber. When he was young, he would lie on his father, listening to old stories. The vault was a refuge for their ancestors, built to protect the family's legacy. Eric, when you grow up and become the chieftain, go to the first Snow Clan Highland, confirm all the family's heritage there and pay respects to the ancestors. Holding the pendant in his hand, Eric pondered what the family's legacy might be, and whether he could learn more about this magical pendant if he went there. Up ahead, Minho's mouth was still running. Where did he get the energy to talk all day? According to the legends passed down through the tribe, the first snow woman was abandoned by her husband. Abandoned on this plateau, the woman perished, but after seeking revenge, she encountered Zuki Anna, who appeared out of nowhere, and that is how the story began. Minho's youthful voice chirped in Mephi's ear, driving him mad. He covered his ears and questioned Eric, who could not use magic to shut the kid up. My ears are bleeding, and Eric does not care. Just endure it, he says. What kind of ghost even bleeds? He remains vigilant, thinking about the snow woman the boy keeps mentioning. Why have not they appeared yet? Just then, ahead of them, Manhwa turned to the group, cheerfully announcing that the road ahead would be rough, and they should eat something before continuing. And so, the group stopped to rest, building a fire. The group split up and sat together, while Eric sat alone, as someone approached the three demon hunters. Eric overheard him asking the demon hunters for some fire, and could not help but squint, trying to get a better look at the mysterious, cloaked figure. The mana radiating from him is quite strong, Eric notes, on par with a noble knight. After getting the fire, the man returns to his group. With the borrowed flame, their fire crackled to life, radiating warmth as Eric observed them. They did not seem to be targeting him. Could they be on some kind of secret mission? Attention is drawn to one figure in a striking blue turban, clearly the leader, though he does not appear to be. As he pondered, the figure reached up and removed their headscarf, revealing a face that startled Eric. The demon hunter stared in disbelief. It was Isabel, beautiful and refined noble lady. Thank you. We will treasure it. Eric is stunned. A woman. The hunter scoffed. Why hide such a pretty face? The young woman faces another lewd grin. He says, I never thought I would be so lucky to have such a wonderful experience here. Before they could finish their words, a figure swiftly drew a sword, its point aimed at the bearded hunter's full mouth. The figure moved like the wind, and the hunter barely had time to react. His smile froze as he saw the tip of the blade before him. The swordsman coldly declared that he had offended a noble lady with his words, and would pay with his life, as Isabel shouted for him to lower his weapon. Observing from the sidelines, Murphy could barely contain his laughter, and even Eric felt sorry for the hunter daring to flirt with a noble. Was his head empty? Suddenly, something flickered behind the snow-covered trees, causing them both to turn. Eric senses something terrible approaching, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. Utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Chen protested, but my lady, these bastards. Isabel was displeased with Chen's defiance, and repeated, lower your sword. Chen glanced back at her, a hint of reluctance in his eyes, but ultimately sheathed his sword. Just then, Eric suddenly jumps up and shouts, everyone, run. Chen turns to him, confused. The hunter who had just escaped death hesitated, but it was too late, his body riddled with holes. Seeing this, Chen instinctively lowered himself, raising his sword to defend. Immediately, his sword successfully blocked the unexpected ranged attacks, and Manhwa and her group watched in terror. The hunter who was shot moments ago has fallen, and his surviving comrades are frozen in terror. Deflecting a ranged attack, he trembled from the force. Immediately ordering, protect the lady, the knights rose together, surrounding Isabel, each shaking with fear, unsure of what had just attacked them. Eric recalls a similar situation, reminding him of the nest. A whirlwind arrives, signaling an ambush. As if on cue, barrage of arrows and spears flew toward them, prompting Eric to exclaim, there are so many. The sound of arrows whizzing through the air echoed as they aimed straight for him. Arrows and spears flew closer, and there was nowhere for Eric to hide. He reached out and cast a spell. Block, a shield of hexagonal shapes, like a honeycomb, appears before Eric, stopping the thick volley of arrows. He is safe, but he turns to check on the others. Isabel's group had 4 knights to fend off the arrows, but Minho's group was not so lucky. They were just guides and herb gatherers, with no self-defense skills. All they could do was scream for help as their comrades fell, but no one came to their defense, only blood splattering from the fallen. Seeing this, Eric frowned, while Murphy acted as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Just then, muffled explosions echoed from behind the pine trees on the mountain's ridge. As a spirit body, Murphy remained unharmed. Sneering, "Those fools from the Bloodshot tribe." Eric quickly used his special eyes to scout the enemy numbers. Spots of light appeared behind the trees, and he would heard snowfolk traveled in packs of 10, but the number of lights was far more than 10. Approaching rapidly, they charged, suddenly appearing before the group. Eric was horrified. There were just too many. Chen quickly commanded, "Wipe them out." These snowmen are large and excel in close combat, and their superior numbers are enough to overwhelm the group. Chen struggles to evade the snowmen's attacks, as Murphy excitedly notes that their first fight is proving difficult. Eric called out to Murphy, but he did not listen and continued to dance around. One could feel the fear as the time to fight drew near. Annoyed by the humans, Eric silences him completely with a simple spell. The almighty Demon King was silenced, as Chen declared this was no time for idle chatter. Eric observes Chen, guessing the Demon Lord is somewhat unconscious, and can't help but admire their astonishing power. His eyes gleam, finding a perfect opportunity to strike back, and he swung his sword, the blade of phantom as it sliced through the snowman, a rain of blood falling. Eric marveled. So this is how a dark knight maximizes their aura. He turned away, wanting to admire it more. But now was not the time. A surprise attack from the snowmen is a problem, but they are not the only ones. In the distance, Eric spots more glimmers. Another wave of snowmen is waiting to ambush us, and a wrong decision now could endanger everyone. However, the story would change if he struck them first. He crouched, then leaped, the powerful force shattering the ground beneath him. As he leaped, Eric shed his usual brooding demeanor, discarding the transformation, and immediately cast another spell. Armament. With that, wings sprouted from Eric's back, and he flew off, leaving his group to handle the battlefield. It seems using memory to record some enhancements has proven effective. From above, he could easily see another fierce horde of snowmen moving toward their resting place. When suddenly, one noticed something falling from the sky. Eric dove toward the snow monster, a sliver of doubt in his mind, unsure if his attack would even work, but he pressed on, a powerful kick aimed at its head. Eric landed squarely on its head, crushing its skull and ending its life, his sudden appearance sowing chaos among the remaining snowmen. But Eric remained unfazed, knowing he could at least slow them down. Before the snowman could react, he unleashed another explosive attack. With a muffled boom, an earth-shattering explosion erupts, blowing away the nearby snowmen. Then, Eric lands on the ground, his sharp eyes scanning the remaining snowmen. As they approached, he chanted an incantation, igniting them in flames that erupted from the ground, incinerating the snowmen before him, the crackling explosions ringing in his ears. Instantly, the air froze, and sharp shards of ice formed, multiplying as if alive. Finally, those shards transformed into sharp ice swords raining down from the sky at Eric's command. Before the surviving snowmen could react, they faced another attack as Eric lowered his hand, controlling the ice swords to pierce through them. The dull thud of impact echoed as countless ice swords flew, piercing the snowmen. Eric danced like a phantom, and wherever he went, a hapless snowman fell. The sharp ice swords pierced through the snowmen's bodies, leaving them utterly destroyed. As Eric's feet touched the ground again, only 2 snowmen remained, trembling like leaves, and he exhaled. "Only 2 left, huh." Seeing them inching backward, Eric turns his head. "Where do you think you are going?" He smirks, subtly wiggling his fingers, binding them. After defeating countless snowmen, Eric knelt in the snow, panting. "Not bad, I must say." He bound one of the snowmen to interrogate him, forgetting he would just silenced it, infuriating the creature, who could only gurgle its presence. He chuckled, snapping his fingers to release the silencing spell. "Still here, let us talk." Freed from the spell, Mephi unleashed a torrent of curses, but Eric would not let him finish. Eric warned him to watch his mouth, and Mephi reluctantly swallowed his anger. Eric nonchalantly orders Mephi to translate quickly, as they do not have time. Mephi is confused, but Eric points to the glowing snowman, promising to spare it if it reveals the location of its tribe. So, Mephi communicated with the snow creature, then said, "It wants you to shine your light on it." Eric replied, amused, as if I would believe that. Mephi, looking serious, advised him to negotiate through dialogue rather than threats. Eric snapped his fingers, released the light on the snowman, and said, "There, I have let it go. Now tell me." Next, Mephi continued the conversation in the language of the snow folk, and the two whispered back and forth for a long time, as if plotting something. Afterward, they both turned to Eric, their eyes filled with ill intent, saying, "Nona, Mephi has bad intentions. Translate his words, and we will have a one-sided conversation like this. Now, we will pretend to cooperate with this jerk." "Okay." Eric sensed something was off and called out, "As Nona!" The snowman reneges, roaring and lunging to attack, But with a flick of his finger, Eric blasts a chunk of ice into its head. His finger hovered in the air. A complete reflex. Eric breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding disaster. He glared at Mephi and the snowman, both looking guilty, as Eric smiled innocently, laced with a warning. So, let us talk again. In the snowy mountains, the sun begins to rise, heralding a new day, as the voices of the snowman and Mephi echo through the forest. Finally, the snowman departs, his upper body thoroughly blinded. Eric followed and scolded Mephi, saying that gullible snowman would die for him. He turned to thank the snowmen for showing him the way. Mephi outwardly shows affection, but inwardly curses them, wishing them all dead. The snowy wind blows, and Eric shivers, placing a hand on his chest. Inside, his heart pounded, a dragon's heart containing the magic of dragons and demons, from which he could only unleash 3% of its power. If he were to unleash all of that strange magic, his body would not be able to handle it and would explode. Meanwhile, the snowman sent ahead by the family had arrived at a snow village with a massive gate. Eric knew that fighting as he had been was too dangerous at his current level, and though he clenched his fist, he could not back down. With grand ambition, Eric bravely steps forward, for how can a family be built if he gives up so easily? He glanced back, and gazing at the clear blue sky, wondered if the noble lady was safe. Elsewhere, blood splattered everywhere. Chen breathes heavily after a long, tiring battle. He and his comrades have just defeated a group of snowmen and are now resting. Isabel rushed over. Frantic. Chen, did you see someone here just now? Chen wiped the blood from his face, secretly thinking the boy was either dead or in hiding, but turning to Isabel, he smiled, saying, perhaps he escaped safely. The girl frowned slightly, gazing into the distance, lost in thought, oblivious to Chen's adoring gaze. Isabel's violet eyes reflected worry and unease. She remembers the young man's green eyes, hoping he is safe. Meanwhile, Eric has entered the Snow Tribe's village and is being blocked. He hesitated, but clearly stated his request. Don't look at me so bloodthirstily. I want to see the chieftain. Whether the Snow people understood or not, they did not attack, but their unfriendly gazes remained. Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind. Get out of the way. The Snow people obeyed, creating a path as heavy footsteps echoed, and a large shadow approached. Eric looked up. Swallowing hard, trying to remain calm, he said, I have some questions. The chieftain grunts, neither answering nor attacking, as Eric's hand inside his robe remains ready to strike a fatal blow. It would have been better if it had not come to this. But if talking did not work, it was the quickest way to take down the chief. In the tense moment, he heard the Snow Clan chief speak. Eyes green. He looked at Eric and asked his name. What is your name? His sudden kindness caught Eric off guard, and he replied hesitantly. After hearing his name, the scarred and fierce snowfolk chieftain was silent for a moment, then said, Follow me, leaving Eric to wonder at this sudden show of goodwill. A moment later, the Snow Tribe leader led Eric forward, with the Snow Tribe guards following far behind. And as they walked, he began to speak. Our tribe has a legend, Eric asked curiously. What legend? He revealed that long ago, a great king ruled this mountain, a statement that shocked Eric. He immediately turned to look at Mephi, who nodded slightly, unfazed by his reaction. The Snow Tribe leader continued, saying the king declared only one person worthy of being called his friend, one with eyes that shone blue, and whose name was Moping. Eric was stunned, wondering if his family's ancestors were friends with the Snow Tribe's king. The Snow Tribe leader continued, saying their leaders have continued to manage their home according to the king's wishes. Eric squinted, asking where the house was, and the Snow Tribe leader paused, looking in one direction, saying it was there. The two arrived at a precipice overlooking an unfathomable abyss, and the Snow Tribe leader gestured for Eric to look down. He looked down, wondering, is there a house beneath this cliff? The abyss was dark, but he could make out a small structure and saying, there really was a house down there. Suddenly, Eric sensed something, a cold gust of wind rising from the chasm below, and he was startled by the increasing airflow. The Snow Tribe chief explains that they descend once a year when the winds are weak, but no one has ever returned. Matthew hovers nearby, mocking their lack of progress, while Eric remains silent. He silently gazed down below, as Matthew scoffed, wondering how, since no one had ever been skilled enough. Eric murmured, as if to himself, yes, it truly is a gamble on my skills at this moment, but if I just stand here, I won't be able to move forward. He took a few steps forward, adding, besides, it seems the ancestors want to see their descendants' skills. The Snow Tribe leader was puzzled. What are you planning to do? Eric takes the plunge, leaping into the abyss with a smile. I have no choice but to oblige them. Watching Eric fall, Matthew shouts, this madman. He just jumped. The biting wind whips at Eric's face, wiping the smile away. Damn, it is stronger than he thought. Eric began to angle his feet downward, adjusting his fall just one more step. He gritted his teeth, focusing. Almost there, gazing at the house below, he thought to himself, let us go down, with lightning speed. The house rapidly approached, but before he could faceplant, the skywalk spell activated, and Eric nimbly zigzagged downward to reduce his falling speed. Finally, he landed on the snowy ground, the impact sending a cloud of thick snow billowing up a cool landing in a dreamy, snow-dusted field. But immediately after, his cool image shatters as he falls backward into the snow, lamenting that he thought he was a goner. A moment later, Eric sits up, questioning himself. I did it. Right, I am awesome. Right, you acknowledge that. Right, I acknowledge it. Mephi is speechless. Of course, Eric stood, gazing at the house before him, ordinary, almost like a leaf-covered shack. He stepped forward, reaching for the door. However, a magic circle appears, preventing anyone from trespassing on the house. Eric is surprised. It seems to be locked with ancient magic. He suggests trying to input mana incantations. And Mephi, after thinking, offers a suggestion. Dreamy bee. Eric raises his hand, uses mana, and recites countless incantations. After many failed attempts, he started brainstorming if mana did not work. What was similar to a key? Suddenly, an idea flashed through Eric's mind. Could it be? He takes the 4-petal flower pendant and nervously brings it to the door, and as it nears the magic circle, the barrier begins to spin. A flash of light, and the pendant nearly absorbs the barrier protecting the house. The door suddenly opens, a chime rings out, and Eric exclaims, "It really is deceiving." Entering the seemingly small house, he was overwhelmed by the treasure trove of books his ancestors had left behind, and began selecting a few to read. Just seeing the titles, Eric's eyes widened. Girls. He excitedly ran around the library, much to Murphy's annoyance, searching for the fundamental principles of magical theory. There is even magic of fairies and beasts, and dark magic too. Are all kinds of books here. Murphy looks around, assessing. It seems this is the residence of the Eastern Head. Hearing this, Eric popped his head out and asked, "Eastern dwarves?" Murphy was rendered speechless by his ignorance. Little did he know, Eric was thinking to himself, that person and the Snow King know our ancestors, and it seems there is a hidden story there. Suddenly, Eric's eyes fell upon a book. Huh. This book. He took it out and looked at the cover, The History of Mobinger. Driven by curiosity, he opened the book and read, "Our Jamin's mission is to destroy demons." An image flashes in his mind, identical to what Eric saw in his dream. He dismisses the dream and continues reading. But the book is blackened, making some parts difficult to read. What is this? This part is, there must be certain conditions. Jamin's heaven-sent mission. He might be able to do it. As Eric reads these words, the letters leap from the book. Devouring demons and devils alike, if they can be properly digested, will a new harmony of the demonic path emerge. Silently, powerfully, energy erupts from the book, originating from the words themselves. Eric's eyes glow green as specific phrases swirl in his mind. Eat demons. Swallow demons. Drink demons. Then, a cracking sound echoes as the pendant shows signs of shattering, but instead of breaking, it transforms, becoming as radiant as a precious jewel. Eat. Devour. Drink demons. The black gem in the pendant acted like a projector, emitting flashes of light, and countless images flickered before Eric, along with information he would read in books. If so, all demons will be contained within him, and a new magician will emerge, the first demon-devouring descendant to solve the arrangement and pass the test of the demonic path. From here, it all truly begins. Eric loses consciousness, and when he awakens, he finds himself lying in a vibrant green meadow. He stared, searching for a sense of familiarity. Wondering where he was, Eric shot up, startled by a voice from behind, seemingly addressing him as a descendant from a distant future, destined to receive their arrangement. A man stood behind Eric, hands clasped, the wind blowing through his blonde hair. As Eric turned to look, the man smiled faintly, gold-rimmed glasses perched on his face, a goatee completing his look. Eric hesitated, then cautiously asked, "Who are you?" The man placed a hand on his chest, introducing himself as Ottohan Mobinger. He solemnly declared that he was the guide and inspector of descendants, the very one who would lead them. Ottohan Mobinger was the man who established the Mobinger family's demonic system centuries ago. For generations, only a few ancestors could manifest their names, and he was one of them. Otto smiled gently. "It seems you know me." Eric hesitated. "Could it be that you are the hidden hand?" Otto was taken aback. "None of my descendants know of this alias." "Where did you hear it?" Eric looked around, but Mephisto was nowhere to be seen. Still, he answered honestly, "That is what the Demon King Mephisto said." "Where did that guy go?" Otto was surprised. "Mephisto is the Demon King of Original Sin." Eric nodded. "Oh, yeah, just a dumb demon." Otto chuckled, patting Eric's shoulder. "So, the first demon you devoured was Mephistopheles." He was immensely pleased. "A truly gifted descendant has arrived. Should I increase the difficulty of the trials?" Meanwhile, Mephistopheles was still in the library, twitching his ears and complaining about someone daring to curse him, vowing to sever their limbs. Back with Eric, he politely asked what his arrangements were and what guidance he would receive. He ruffled his hair, saying he was curious about many things. He smiled kindly, saying he could record things comfortably and leave the rest for later. Wondering why he was in such a hurry to know such complicated things, Eric nodded shyly, his politeness only endearing him further to Otto, who asked, "Why so bashful?" He held out his hand. Gathering magic, a white circle resembling a wheel appears, and Otto says they have prepared something similar to the magic wheel. He begins using magic and explains that once they start spinning, they can't be stopped. Therefore, I can't just give it to anyone, no matter how long it takes. I must thoroughly examine my descendants, he said. Since you have passed my test, from here on out, it will be your choice. Otto presented the magic wheel to Eric, offering him 2 choices. Stop it, or let it spin. And then, to Eric's surprise, the wheel was in his hands. He does not know what Jamin's plan is, and if he steps out of line, his life could vanish. Eric clenches his fist, crushing the magic wheel. Knowing this is his last chance to escape, Otto thought he would chosen to stop, and though saddened, politely said he respected the choice. But Eric declared he would rebuild Jamin. Otto is taken aback as Eric declares he will carry on the legacy of their ancestors and become a great mage, leaving his name etched in this land. Eric recalls the statues honoring their forefathers, his eyes gleaming with determination. He reveals the magic wheel in his hand, a dream he has long held. He sets the wheel in motion, letting it roll freely forward. Each impact of the wheel brings a deafening boom and a blinding light. Leaving Otto deeply moved, he claps Eric on the shoulder, excitedly praising him. Well done. What audacity. Only our descendants could do this. Eric protests. Ouch. That hurts. On the green meadow, the wind rustles. Otto speaks. My bad. So, with a wave of his hand, the warm spring meadow transformed into a frigid, snow-covered mountain. As the icy wind howled, Eric spun around, wondering where he was. The weather shifts drastically, and the biting wind sends shivers down Eric's spine. Where is this? Yet Otto seems unaffected by the cold. He shares that this is the location of the first assignment test. Teeth chattering, breath clouding, Eric gathers his thoughts so he is going to take the test here. Eric suddenly felt excited, smile spreading across his face. If that is the case, he might become much stronger than he is now. Otto smiled as well. Still smiling, that is a good attitude for someone about to take the test. He points into the distance, telling Eric to look there, but Eric does not understand. Otto instructs him to look further, to look deeper. Eric obeyed, peering into the distance. Gradually, he saw a shadowy figure, a glint of horns in the far darkness. The silhouette sharpens, revealing a creature with 2 sharp horns and white fur stained with blood. Eric asks, "What is that?" Otto explains that the Snow Mountain King was the first and last to unite the snow tribes, ruling the mountain with the ambition to bring the banished snow people back to the demon race. But in the end, he was consumed by that very ambition, abandoned as a ravenous demon. Eric pales as Otto reveals that this Snow Mountain King is the second demon he must devour. Turned to Otto, whose shoes pointed in that direction, and asked if he had to face it. Otto corrected him, saying he had to devour it, and wondered if Eric was afraid. Now, you must devour demons and seize their very essence. The stigma. Eric hears a new term. Stigma. What is it? Otto explains that primal, dark emotions like fear, depression, and rage emitted by a creature are beings born from the essence of thought. Dark thoughts, linked together to form the demon race. Thus, each demon possesses its own dark thoughts, which define its nature, class, and symbol. The heart, where these dark thoughts reside, is called the mark of the original sin. Mephistopheles is now visible. The mark of a demon appears on Eric's hand, and he realizes it is the Demon King's stigma. As Eric examines Mephisto's stick, Otto's words echo in his mind. From now on, he will hunt demons and seize their stigmas. He pats Eric on the shoulder, explaining that if he devours a demon, its power will be his words that fuel Eric's determination. He looks at the distant Snow King, wondering how strong he will become if he gains the power of such a formidable monster. Eric gulps, deciding to try it out first, and begins to cast a mana spell. Flying up, Otto's instructions echo in his ears. Remember this? Eric activates his combat skill, unleashing his armament. Otto reminds him it is not about defeating it. Eric flies toward the Snow King. Fist ready. Otto's words echo in his mind. It is about devouring it. Eric is annoyed. What does he mean by devour? Deep within the black fog, a shadow stirs, and the Snow King speaks. Uttering, "This magic, Mephisto gave it to me." It recalls Mephi's face, a hint of anticipation in its voice. Prove yourself. Otto, on the other hand, frowned as Eric paused, hearing a voice in the distance as he charged forward. Marshal. Ours? Eric's sharp eyes caught sight of something ahead, causing him to pause and evade a barrage of attacks, followed by a loud shout, "Tear them apart." A muffled sound echoes as a foot appears in the stark white snow. Emerging from the black mist, the foot steps forward, freezing the snow beneath. A legion of masked, antlered warriors, armed with sharp spears and grim steel shields, appeared, blocking Eric's path. The King's Guard. Dozens of them appear, Far different from the snowmen he has faced before, especially their leader. With his current abilities, can Eric even win? If he only uses the Mark of Original Sin with the Demon King's power, Eric is confident he can catch the Snow Mountain King, but sweat drips down his face as he realizes, damn it. If he does not know how to use it, it is just scribbling nonsense. Giving Eric no time to think, the warrior roared and charged. But he wondered if using his Demon King powers would be considered cheating on this first test. The Mark of Original Sin glows, coalescing into a ball of lightning. Then explodes. Eric points at the warriors charging toward him. And boom, a deafening blast erupts. The explosion was blinding, heat radiating outwards. But the result Eric hoped for never came. As he stared in disbelief at the spear tips halted before him, the battle's outcome was shockingly swift. These incredibly fast warriors had already evaded the blast and were upon him in an instant. Eric faltered for a moment, then swung his right hand from left to right, and his left hand from above downward, erecting and thrusting. Instantly, countless sharp ice pillars rose, blocking Eric's path and hindering the warriors. Some warriors could not even dodge in time and were dealt with on the spot, as Eric coldly ignored the blood splattering around him. But soon, the warriors broke through his ice wall. Eric coldly stated, I heard you were once part of the demon clan, but were abandoned. So I am sure you know that when you are weak, you will be discarded. The warriors were enraged by his words, grinding their teeth in fury. As he steeled himself, knowing he had to become stronger, the warriors closed in, and if he could just get stronger. This kind of challenge. Eric held out his hand, as if preparing to cast a spell. He was determined to overcome this challenge, even if he had to do it 100 times over. With a single thought, Eric summoned a massive fireball, its heat engulfing the snowy mountain. The fireball explodes, engulfing the screen in light, incinerating everything it touches. Then, in the next moment, a beam of light deflects the fire spirit of the fireball, and the snow warrior leaps through the flames, swinging his weapon at Eric. The force of the blow was so great, he coughed up blood, suffering internal injuries. And with a muffled explosion, the snow where Eric stood erupted. His body was thrown back, a gash across his stomach, blood gushing out. Eric glanced at the warrior who had just attacked him, cursing inwardly as his body fell heavily onto the snow. Eric struggled to his feet, coughing heavily as he watched the warrior emerge from the mist. Knowing that at this rate, he would surely lose, he gritted his teeth, his breath turning into a swirling cloud of dark energy around him. No! He could not fall at the first hurdle. Eric braced himself against the ground, struggling to rise as the dark aura intensified. Even though his body could not take it, he braced himself as the surging energy intensified, instantly shattering the snow around him. Eric does not hesitate to confront the powerful warrior before him, gritting his teeth and resolving to draw upon even more power. The warrior blinked, silent, leaving his thoughts unknown. Suddenly, he swung his sword, and Eric swiftly ducked to evade the blow. At the same time, his eyes widened as he began to chant the spell. From the heart of the dragon, a beam of light flashed like a comet's tail in the dark night. Eric moved at the speed of sound, and in an instant, he pierced through the warrior, blossoming, crackling. Then, with a soft thud, the warrior's body exploded. Exerting himself has left Eric exhausted, and he gasped for breath as dark energy billows from his body like smoke. Exhausted, Eric collapses to the ground as the black mist hovers behind him. He squints, smiles, and sighs in relief, then senses something different. His eyes widen, and he marvels, is this for real? He stared at the black mist like ink on a painting, lamenting that the first trial was far too harsh. The black mist began to gather, and Eric sensed something was wrong. Damn it. His heart was about to explode. And the soldiers were starting to form again. What was he going to do? But no soldiers materialized. Only the black mist swirled around him. Eric was confused, and reached out to stop it. But in response, a wisp of dark blue mist gently landed on his hand. Eric stared in disbelief at his right arm. It was a seal. The black mist continued to pour into his body. Eric assessed the new seal. Though more open than the seal of the ancestral sin, a new seal had definitely been created. He was not sure what was happening, but the dragon heart's energy, which was about to explode, had stabilized. Just then, Odo spoke, revealing that is why those guys call their seals by their true names. Therefore, if you want to use their power, you must know their true name. Eric wondered how he could find out, as they certainly would not just tell him their names. Odo did not share a clever way to ask for their names. He simply said, do not worry. When the time is right, you will naturally feel it. But right now, Eric is facing a newly formed group of warriors. He closed his eyes, feeling the newly acquired energy, and with a wave, Eric created a circle of snow-white energy. The snowman's true name was Malice. A frigid snowflake leaves his hand. Though he can't explain why, the blizzard around him intensifies, and Eric knows only one thing. He squinted, reminding himself the way to use the seal. He faced a trial in a frigid, snowy mountain range, with a group of warriors charging toward him. And what are their true names? The wind howls relentlessly. He muttered that the bamboo spirit would be cold and ruthless, as a white-blue energy of snow spread in all directions, scattering the approaching warriors. But they quickly reformed in the freezing wind. This time, they are more careful, using shields for cover as they prepare to advance. But it is no use. They are about to be caught in a cataclysmic snowstorm, standing on the snowflake ice. Ulrich gasped for breath, exhausted from using so much energy. Yet he still managed to smile, as the snowflake beneath him acted as a protective barrier. Any creature that dares approach is shattered by ice and snow, leaving him to wonder if this is the power of the seal. To test it further, he amplifies the snowflake beneath his feet, unleashing a torrent of icy power that obliterates even more warriors. Countless warriors fall, and Ulrich's breathing grows heavy as he surveys the last warrior standing on the battlefield. Only one remains, but without warning, without a sign, Ulrich suddenly coughs up blood and collapses. What? Before losing consciousness, only one question echoed in his mind. Why? A deafening scream pierced the vast space as Ulrich clutched his neck, gasping for air. Drenched in sweat, he was back in the library of his ancestral home. Books scattered everywhere. What had just happened? Mephi appeared, praising him. Looks like you have overcome quite the challenge. Ulrich, still dazed, sat up and called out, Mephi. Mephi continued, I had hoped the mission would activate since you fell asleep when your pendant glowed, but it seems it was not that easy. Hearing this, Ulrich was stunned to quest, so he had not really died. He touched the tattoo on his hand. He must have passed out after absorbing all that mana, having been too quick to trust the seal. Recalling what happened, Ulrich mused that its power was far greater than he would imagined. If the incomplete seal of evil was this strong, how mighty was the seal of original sin, and how was he supposed to use them? Suddenly, Mephi speaks up, drawing his attention, suggesting it might be the seal of evil. He frowns and crosses his arms, musing that the wise comrade seems to have devised a rather strange plot. Ulrich asks sincerely how to use the seal of evil, but Mephi retorts, guessing that he already knows his true name. He scoffed, You think I would tell you? Mephi still harbors deep resentment towards you. No matter how much you humiliate me, you will never get anything from me. Ulrich scratched his head. I was just asking. No need to be so uptight. Mephi ignored him, turning away. Ulrich thought to himself that he knew he would say that. After all, seals are the most important thing to demons. If Mephisto allowed him to use the seal of original sin, it would mean his most prized possession had been stolen. Unfortunate. But he would not touch it now, not dwelling on it. Ulrich pulled down his sleeve to cover the seal on his hand. After all, the seal of original sin was a demon king's seal. You can't even control the power of the Snow King yet, so there is no way you could control the power of a demon king. Ulrich changed his tone, cheerfully asking, Mephisto, you know the Snow King, right? Mephisto seemed annoyed, asking why Ulrich brought it up, to which Ulrich replied that they were at Han Merbinger's tomb, and he had to catch him. Mephisto, thinking he misheard, questioned if Ulrich was ordering him, a being acknowledged by Mephisto, to catch Han Merbinger. Ulrich pressed him, asking point blank if he knew a way, his gaze making Mephisto squirm. Mephisto tried to evade, but Ulrich would not let it go. Moving closer, trying to persuade him, saying he was not even a demon anymore, and asking him to at least tell him that much. Mephisto explodes, demanding what Ulrich is saying, revealing the secrets of the seal, including their clan's weaknesses and secrets. Before he can finish, Ulrich offers a deal, 3 days of no cat duties. Mephisto scoffed. Did he think he could break his pride so easily? Ulrich upped the ante, holding up 5 fingers 5 days. Mephisto gritted his teeth, enraged that Ulrich continued to underestimate him. But Ulrich gave up, so Mephisto changed his tune, saying that despite the disrespect, he would offer a gift out of the goodness of his heart. Ulrich scoffed, amused that 5 days off from cat duty had flustered Mephisto, who coughed to cover his embarrassment. Then, he turned serious, saying, Listen closely. With the seal you currently possess, forget about completing the mission. You won't even get close to the Snow Mountain King. Ulrich surmises Mephisto's intent, who then smirks, flashing his purely whites, saying it is not hopeless. Later, back on the frigid Snow Mountain, Ulrich complains about the unbearable cold, which is why he never returned. Seeing the Snow Mountain King in the black mist, he leaps again, but it seems he must use Mephisto's hint. Without hesitation, Ulrich charges forward, battling the Snow Mountain King's warriors, as seals are divided into common, enhanced, precious, unique, and mythical based on rarity, and achievement levels can lead to varying power levels even within the same rank. Thanks to his previous experience, he quickly dodges the warrior's attacks. The seal of evil is precious, certainly not ordinary, but Ulrich's achievement level is only 1 star. The warriors attack relentlessly, showing some of the power of their creator. On the other hand, the Snow Mountain King's seal has cultivated 10 stars, so Ulrich must raise his achievement level to 10 stars, or upgrade his rank to unique. He smiles, his fighting spirit ignited, even though his achievement level is only 1 star, so he did not hesitate to defeat them all, devour them all, turning his defeated foes into his own power. He does not know how long has passed, but the snow falls heavier, and a pair of feet treads through the white snow temple. Ulrich braves the cold, his lips numb. Finally, we meet Snow Mountain King, gazing at the powerful being before him. He laments, no matter how many warriors he defeats, his achievement level is stuck at 2 stars. In other words, Ulrich must face the Snow Mountain King to level up. He was stunned to discover that it was not a shadow, but the demon's full power. What kind of entity was he in life to be this strong? Ulrich asks Otto if he is supposed to defeat that thing, and Otto gives him a thumbs up, saying he won't die, but he is still afraid. Is he really our esteemed ancestor, or an enemy we can't share the same sky with? Regardless, he must complete the challenge as snow howls across the White Highlands. Ulrich steels himself, deciding to give it a try. It will be difficult, but if he perseveres, he is sure he can win. Moments later, in the library, Murphy was startled to see Ulrich awake, his face blank for a few seconds before he collapsed onto the floor. Laughing derisively, Ulrich laments that even with all the seals, working himself to the bone, he is doomed to fail. How can he possibly win? Murphy, seeing his despair, smugly advises him to give up the mission. Ignoring him, Ulrich continued to mutter, "Even so, if I could obtain the seal of that entity." He sat up abruptly, staring intently at Murphy, who shuddered in fear, thinking, "That bastard's at it again." Suddenly, Ulrich asked, "By the way, this might be out of the blue, but the Snow Mountain King is a woman, right?" Murphy was startled, not getting an answer. Ulrich continued to stare at Murphy, unable to meet his gaze. His face was pale and apprehensive. Murphy was silent for a long time. Noticing Ulrich's unusual gaze, he glanced over. Seeing Ulrich's knowing gaze, Murphy felt a chill run down his spine. Wondering why he was being looked at like that. What was with that look? Ulrich chuckled inwardly, realizing there was something between the Snow Mountain King and Mephisto, something he would slowly uncover. Holding the transformed transmission stone, he prioritized his mission, to devour the Snow Mountain King. Placing the stone between his hands, he restarted the trial. He did not know how, but as the stone glowed, Ulrich would figure it out by beating her to a pulp. Entering the challenge space, Ulrich dashed forward and screamed, only to be instantly overwhelmed by freezing frost. His body froze instantly, looking like a beautiful sculpture, but no one would call it art in this situation. This time, Ulrich froze to death. Countless deaths followed, each more gruesome than the last. Cleaved in two, bisected, disemboweled, limbs severed. All he could think was, "It hurts, my head is about to explode." But Ulrich would not give up, stubbornly seeking a breakthrough, even as the freezing frost enveloped him. After countless attempts, he finally repelled the Snow Mountain King's attack. Gradually, he drew closer, little by little, till Ulrich finally saw her face. The Snow Mountain Queen roared ferociously, losing all reason as she lunged toward him. Ulrich did not falter. He could see it now, the Snow Mountain Queen's method of wielding the wicked seal. Though one who had just obtained a seal could hardly overcome one who had mastered it. The Snow Mountain King roared, scattering all the dark river energy from the black mist, as Ulrich reached forward, determined to overcome. His hand opposed the Snow Mountain King's habits, actions, methods, theories. A small hand against a large one, spiritual energy overflowing, shockwaves scattering outward. Slowly, watermarks appear on Ulrich's hand. Even if he has to take everything from her, with a soft crack, the ice magic explodes, sending both of them flying backward. Otto watches from the cliff above, remarking that it would be no surprise if his foundation crumbled if he continued to wither away like this. Otto keenly notices something unusual in Ulrich's face, but he is smiling. As the blinding explosion occurs, Ulrich finds an opening. He is more than just naturally talented. He possesses an indomitable will and an insatiable desire for self-improvement. Yes! That child. Ulrich turns and severs the Snow Mountain King's arm, prompting Otto to remark that he is the kind of person who would never appear, even in their family. The Snow Mountain King's severed arm flies away, black energy spilling out in place of blood. But as her entire being is demonic energy, the hand quickly dissolves. Ulrich seizes the chance to absorb it, leaving even Otto impressed, calling him a madman, as Ulrich laughs triumphantly, now a 3-star. However, his celebration was premature, as her weapon was already upon him. Ulrich quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding losing a leg. He struggled to defend himself, but she would not even give him a moment to breathe. The Snow Mountain King changed her stance, gripping the weapon's handle and thrusting the ice-encased point toward Ulrich. He was utterly astonished, raising his arms to form a defensive barrier, but the Snow Mountain King's direct attack was far too powerful for a simple barrier to withstand. With a crash, it shattered. Ulrich endures her relentless assault, gritting his teeth, cursing as this is limit. Mere theft is not enough. As she brings her weapon down, he realizes that to defeat the Snow Mountain King, he must understand her. Ulrich exhales, dismissing his previous thought. No. He must. He lunges forward, ignoring the demonic energy surging toward him, concluding that he must become her. Dark energy surged through Ulrich's body, activating the demonic seal on his hand. And suddenly, everything went black. Had he died again? Opening his eyes again, he saw Mephisto floating in the blood-red sky. Proving himself to him, Ulrich stared blankly at that punchable face, 1,000 questions swirling in his mind. Mephisto. Why is Mephisto here? Han, seeing the Snow Mountain King kneeling, challenged him, declaring that he must prove himself worthy to join their race. A strange feeling arose within Eric as he realized that, at this moment, he was the Snow Mountain King. In a respectful, kneeling position, he noticed she also had a demonic seal on her hand. Suddenly, the seal on Snow Mountain King's hand glowed, and Eric lost consciousness again. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a strange face wearing a bone mask, along with a long white beard. As the image became clearer, he saw his own tiny hands with pure white fur, and Eric screamed inwardly. Wondering what was happening, he heard the man say that the gods had bestowed upon them a seer, holding the Snow Mountain King in his arms. He declared, "Our queen, the leader of the highlands." With that, the Snow Mountain King was lifted high, her tiny body waving its arms adorably. Standing on the high cliff, the old man proclaimed that this mountain would be theirs, and countless people below cheered in support. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoes beside Eric. "I was born to rule the Snow Mountain." He realizes this is the Snow Mountain Queen's past. She recounts, however, the first to unite the tribes in Snow Mountain's history, could not be satisfied with just Snow Mountain. Clearly, the Snow Mountain King was an ambitious woman, driven to reclaim the glory of the Snow Tribe. Before her people, the Snow Mountain King declared, "Hear me, for we were once part of the all-powerful demon race. Once again, we shall reclaim our rightful place." Beyond Snow Mountain, she and her Snow Tribe forced countless humans to kneel before them, leaving slaughter and destruction in their wake, and in the end, they became part of the demon race once more, and she sought to become a demon king. However, her clan failed. Even the Snow Mountain King had to kneel before one being the Gull King. Mephistopheles. To the Gulls, Mephi is the supreme being, worthy of all admiration, and he is arrogant and unpredictable simply because he has the right to be. The Snow Mountain King realized the wall of the almighty Imp King was too high, and she could only taste bitter defeat. Yet, she never stopped, doing everything to polish her true name and strengthen her seal. And so, the Snow Mountain King took her first step, just a bit more, and she could have earned Mephistopheles' recognition. But her memories shifted to a tall fortress, and a familiar, warm voice to Eric. Vang Len. Long, the Snow Mountain King had faced great mages and warriors of mankind, but she was stopped by an even greater wall. Whatever she had faced before, in the Snow Mountain King's memory of conquest and fear, she once ordered her people to fire all their energy. But as she spoke, the one standing right behind her exploded into a spray of blood, and unexpected death for the Snow Tribe warrior, one that no one saw coming. This death throws the ranks into disarray, and cries of despair echo. What? A human warrior charged, sword flashing, and with a single strike, felled a Snow Clan warrior. A damp explosion followed, obliterating not one, but countless Snow Clan warriors. Cries of his people echoed in the Snow Mountain King's ears. "Save me. I do not want to die." The warriors trembled before their powerful foe. The figure before them was an insurmountable mountain, forcing them to bow their heads, wanting to live. But no, a giant hand slammed down, turning everything to dust. The surviving warriors writhed in primal fear. But then, another axe bearing the Snow Clan's crest rose high, igniting hope in their hearts. The mighty Snow Mountain Queen gripped her axe. Striding forward, she roared, "Calm yourselves. We are the proud demon tribe. There is nothing we can't accomplish. Let our enemies know true terror." But her words were met with the sounds of weapons piercing flesh, and the spraying of blood. The Snow Mountain King was stunned, her face smeared with blood, the desperate cries of her warriors echoing in her ears as they were nearly wiped out. She stood alone, the Snow Mountain Queen, her face smeared with the blood of her people, and the one who had struck the blow was Otto Han Mobinger. The Snow Mountain King and her Snow Tribe had lost their war against humanity, led by Up, and were driven back to Snow Mountain. She was unwilling to accept defeat, and screamed incessantly, "Why? Why?" Otto expressed his deep regret for the Snow Mountain King, despite her cries of resentment. "You humans have everything you want already. Do you mean to say you won't allow us to have anything?" Tears streamed down the Snow Mountain King's resolute face as she wept for her people's fate and her thwarted ambition, the seal on her hand glowing brightly. The Snow Mountain King returns to her demonic energy form. And Eric, leaving the memory, faces her. His face shows empathy. He sees his own image in her, the burden of one's duty. Eric is like a lost boy, carefully taking each step despite his despair, and so is the Snow Mountain King, lost in her own ambition. Despite her suffering, Eric remembers his difficult childhood, as does the Snow Mountain King, reliving countless hardships. He reached out with a small hand, seeking to reclaim his clan's glory. Two kindred spirits found solace in each other, united by a grand mission. After that day, Otto Han stayed in Snow Mountain to watch over the Snow Mountain King, and after countless battles, they gradually came to respect each other and spend a long time together. But even so, the Snow Mountain King could not let go of his obsession. "We must reclaim our former glory." Unable to fully escape her ambitions, she became a monster, and Otto had to stop her, despite their long-standing friendship, and the Snow Mountain King died by his hand. Finally, her memories truly ended, and Eric slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, he hears the woman's voice, a descendant from the distant future. No doubt, Snow Mountain King speaks. Saying Han had said as much, clutching her severed arm, she smiled faintly. To destroy part of my mana and sever my arm. It seems he was not exaggerating. Eric, pointing to her stump, stammered, I apologize for your arm. A statement that startled her. The Snow Mountain Queen laughs, then winces in pain from the sudden movement, saying, even though I became like this because I could not give up my ambition, I am still a king and a warrior who leads a race. The Snow Mountain King said coldly, I need no pity from my enemies. This jolted Eric, who had never intended to pity her. Snow Mountain King continued, saying it was time to end this drawn-out battle, so she could apologize to her people and honor their sacrifices. Eric clenched his trembling fist as he heard her self-reproach, wondering why she had been so greedy to join the demon race. Demonic energy swirls around the Snow Mountain King. All she ever wanted was to be happy with the people she loved. The energy surges violently, and Eric sweats profusely as she is finally consumed by the demon's power. He is conflicted. What is he supposed to do? Watch her be consumed by demonic energy, but Eric quickly composes himself. No, get a grip. His opponent is the Snow Mountain King. The Queen unified the Great Snow Mountain and became the Snow Tribe's greatest warrior. But now she is his enemy. Even in her frenzied state, Eric reaches out, using mana. To not fight her with all his strength would be disrespectful. Mana surged from him as the berserk Snow Mountain King charged he would show her. Eric mirrored her actions, charging forward to meet the legacy she had forged. Eric's mana surged like a tide, bearing the distinct blue of ice and snow, while the Snow Mountain King's mana, corrupted by demonic energy, was blood red. The two energies intertwined like a classic toothpaste commercial of fire and ice. As the Snow Mountain King's black-red energy axe came crashing down once more, Eric conjures an identical axe, but is imbued with a cool blue energy. With a resounding crash, the two weapons collide. Eric grits his teeth, accepting the powerful aftershock. Becoming her, the battle between the two erupts fiercely, blue and red light exploding. Blows swirling, Eric and the Snow Mountain King clash dramatically. Neither yielding, it is safe to say they are both giving it their all, fighting harder and harder, and Eric can't help but think how strange it all is as the Snow Mountain King stumps her foot and spins. Eric mirrored her movements, realizing this was a fight for survival, copying the Snow Mountain King's every stance. Fighting fire with fire, Eric gritted his teeth and attacked, his eyes shining, wondering why he was enjoying this so much. While she, unyielding, attacked relentlessly, almost without reason. Deafening explosions echoed, sending debris flying everywhere, and the aftershocks shattered the surrounding mountains. Falling rocks are described like the first snow of the season. Except if you get hit, you are likely to be reincarnated. But for those two, a few rocks are nothing. As Eric can feel when trying to become the Snow Mountain King, the days of happiness she had with Otto, two equally matched opponents, giving and taking, striking and being struck. As the Snow Mountain King swung her axe, Eric met it with his own. As he used the rocks to propel himself into the air, she mirrored his actions. It could be said they fought tirelessly, exchanging blows until they were utterly exhausted. After numerous clashes, energy explodes, and one foot recoils to the left. Similarly, on the opposite side, a foot recoils to the right. The shockwave forces them both back, and they take a defensive stance. Eric, exhausted, grits his teeth, trying to stay focused before the fight's end. The Snow Mountain King was no better, gritting her teeth against the violent energy within. Both of them pushed to their limits, so this final strike would decide it, and they both leaped into the air once more. They aimed to settle things with the very techniques that have brought countless races to their knees. The Snow Mountain King's secret art, channeling energy into her hand, transforming it into a spear. Eric swiftly mimics her, also transforming his hand into a spear. And then, boom, the two hand spears collide, one large and one warped. The shattering ice field lives up to its name, as everything within its reach is pulverized into snow, and the shockwave expands far and wide. Moments later, as the dust settles, two figures remain standing. One figure stood tall, the Snow Mountain Queen, and the other, short Eric. In this land of ice and snow, the battle had reached its end, with a gaping hole in the Snow Mountain Queen's body, and Eric as the victor. He paused for a moment, staring at her, unable to believe he had won. As the Snow Mountain King's body cracked like a damaged ice sculpture, her body gradually dissolved into demonic energy, and she laughed a laugh of liberation. The Snow Mountain King looked at Eric, stammered a few last words, and finally, he seemed to understand what she meant, his face slightly trembling, as he bowed his head, biting his lip, trying to hide his complex emotions. But unexpectedly, the Snow Mountain King said, "Thank you." For the first time, he saw tears of joy on her cold face. The snowy mountain was no longer cold as warm golden rays shone down, and the Snow Mountain King's body lost control, collapsing to the ground. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, giving way to warm sunlight that illuminated her face, highlighting the blissful smile of liberation. The frigid ice and snow melt away as the Snow Mountain King peacefully departs on a sunny day before Erich, her energy-formed body beginning to dissipate. In an instant, the Snow Mountain King was gone, transformed into an aura that enveloped Erich. In the end, she became a Snow Mountain seal on Erich's hand, and where the Snow Mountain King disappeared. A small, vibrant branch sprouted. Before long, it bloomed, swaying in the warm sunlight, pristine white flowers, representing vibrant life, a new beginning, a new journey. Erich whispered, "Rest in peace," as his first task came to an end. Odo appeared, applauding and praising him. "You actually devoured the Snow Mountain King. Amazing." Erich turned to him, sighing with a hint of reproach. "This first test seems to have been too difficult from the start." Odo, without remorse, laughs, declaring their family is invincible. If he could not overcome this, he could not call himself a Mobinger. Erich thought to himself, speechless. This is why people call the Mobingers arrogant. Odo continued, but he was indeed amazed. Even with talent, I would expect it to take 1 to 3 years. But a kid who has only studied magic for a month defeats the Snow Mountain King. Erich corrected him dryly. 1 month. Odo assumed he meant the time it took to defeat the Snow Mountain King, and nodded. Yes. 1 month. Erich shook his head, holding up 2 fingers. No, I have only been learning magic for a month, maybe 1 or 2. Odo chuckled. Ha! What a terrible joke. But seeing Erich's serious face, he paused. Really? The boy nodded honestly. He continued, "This is not some self-aggrandizing joke, is it?" Erich shook his head solemnly. The more Odo looked at him, the more he liked him. Laughing, "Ha, I knew I had a good eye for talent." Erich was skeptical. He quoted, "Oh, you just said," and I quote, "even if I have talent just now." Seeing his successor show him no respect, Odo resorts to his ultimate move, embracing Erich and patting him hard on the back. "You rascal." "Huh?" Naturally, Erich has to beg for mercy. "It hurts. It hurts. Your beard. Your beard." After the playful banter, the two sat down to talk, and Odo asked how she was in her final moments. Erich honestly shared that she had smiled. Hearing this news brings Odo a sense of relief, a genuine happiness. Now that it is time to part, Erich bows politely, thanking him for everything. Odo nods, wishing him a safe journey home. As Erich awkwardly admits he likely won't be able to visit often, Odo was not accusatory, understanding that the position of family head was an incredibly busy one. Then, Erich turned to leave, saying his goodbyes, but after a few steps, he turned back to Odo's surprise, asking innocently, "How did I even get out here?" Odo laughs, saying he has been out countless times and does not remember. Before Erich can react, a ball of light punches him in the face. He then awoke in the real world, cursing his ancestors. He cradled his face, rolling around on the floor, lamenting his handsome face. Mephi laughs, "Haha, looks like that crazy Odo guy killed someone." Hearing this, Erich gets even more furious. Who kills someone without saying a word? Mephi asked with feigned concern if he had devoured the Snow Mountain King yet. Erich pulled up his sleeve to show off the seal. "Just now, seeing this." Mephi boasts, taking credit for everything, while Erich sarcastically agrees, calling him the greatest demon king. He thinks to himself that this guy really likes to turn things upside down. Mephi smiles, but inwardly, he is a little panicked by Erich's progress. Not even close. "I only told him a few things, and he has already surpassed genius. He truly is a monster." After the flattery, he asks, "I am also curious about this. Didn't you have a special relationship with the Snow Mountain Queen? Why did not you let her become a demon?" Mephi sweats bullets. Erich is all ears, and when asked why he peeked into the Snow Mountain King's memories, Mephi stammers that he is a demon king, and she is just a mediocre demon. He recalls the old memories and recounts, "At the time, I was just a little bored, and I heard someone in Tai at Sun Vong say they would definitely become a demon. So I came to see what kind of person it was. Well, she was a bit lacking to become a demon, but her ambition and skills were commendable. Anyway, I told her to come find me again when she got stronger. And then I left her there." Erich asked if that was it, if he never saw her again. Faye, startled, shouted, "Why would I ever see her again?" But the truth is, he secretly went to the Snowy Mountain and saw the Snow Mountain King having a good time with Otto, so our Demon King had to leave in silence, not wanting to be a third wheel. How considerate. It is heartbreaking. He even smiled and wished her well, and even now, he can't help but blush when he remembers it. Erich's mind races, and he slaps his hand, exclaiming, I get it. Mephi asks, "Knife, you look like a spoiled brat bullying a lovesick mouse, you know, the way snot-nosed kids pick on the girl they like." Faye, enraged, roared, "A snot-nosed kid with a crush." Erich simply scoffed, "That is why you are still single after all these years." Mephi was furious, but all he could do was rant and rave. "You bastard. How dare you mock me?" Erich pressed his advantage, and the taunting grew fiercer. Mephi is a lonely dog, Mephi was driven mad. Roaring, die. In that trial space, Otto's fist still smoldered, the same fist that sent Erich flying out of the arena. He chuckled, saying, "He is quite the interesting junior." The spring breeze rustles, scattering a few green leaves. He suddenly feels a little sad. Muttering, "Do you think so too?" Otto closes his eyes, as if searching for his long-gone friend, and mutters, "Aren't you angry with me?" A memory tinged with sorrow surfaces in Otto's mind, a trembling hand cradling a lifeless snow baby, a voice also trembling. "No!" The Snow Mountain King knelt on the ground, her body stained with the blood of her people, and she lamented, "With my own hands." She could not accept the heartbreaking truth that her ambition had doomed her tribe to this. It was then that Odo appeared, softly calling out, "Snow Mountain King," but she had already descended into madness, her eyes fixed on him with a chilling gaze. But mostly, she hated herself, and Xushan Wang cried out in anguish. Looking up to the heavens, finally, she reached out to him, tears streaming down her face, begging, "Otto, please," before being consumed by the energy of the Kui. She pleaded, "Please, kill me," and the Snow Mountain King saw Odo's lips move as he said, "I'm sorry." He did not kill her, but instead, used magic to seal her away. As Odo completed the seal, the Snow Mountain King was destined to become a trial for the descendants of the Dreamy Plains family. But Odo could not rejoice, for he had lost a friend forever. Back in the present, he opens his eyes, whispering a soft thank you, standing in the spring sunlight. Odo says, "Leave your regrets and responsibilities to that child, and rest in peace." Tears stream down his face as he bids farewell, hoping to meet again in the next life, and gazes at the sky, wishing for a better future. Back in the library-like house filled with books left by his ancestors, Mephi asks Eric what he is looking for, but he does not stop searching, saying he needs to find something. Mayfei did not understand what was he looking for that made him tear through the entire library. Suddenly, something glowed inside Eric's coat, and he reached in to pull it out. Mayfei gasped in surprise. "Wait, is not that—" He pulled out a small blue egg. Mayfei wondered, "An ice crystal." Eric recalls Otto's words, "Take the ice crystal and find the god." Camellia. He was astonished. "What did you say?" "Give it to Camellia." "You mean the camellia?" He replies, "Yes. That person will become your new guide." Eric scratched his head, wondering if this was a quest, to which Otto affirmed with a nod. He had the ice crystal in his hand, shaped like an egg, and warily asked how long he had to complete this mission. "At this rate, I will become a hunchbacked old man." Otto solemnly replies, "Until you reach the level of our predecessors." Eric was stunned, stammering, "Our predecessors?" Otto reassured him, "You must have many questions, but they will always be willing to answer them within a certain time. The predecessors completed their tasks and left much behind in this land. We have prepared many trials to guide you to him, so all you need to do is diligently follow that path." Eric tucked the egg into his coat pocket, saying he just wanted to make sure he had it with him, while Otto apologized for placing such a burden on him. He entrusts his hope, "But only you, Eric Mobinger, Lord of Mobinger, can walk this path, so go," he urges. "Step inside and complete the winter." Back in reality, Eric examines the ice crystal and summarizes for Murphy. "Basically, I have been told to bring this ice crystal to the god Camellia." He barely suppresses a laugh. "The god Camellia. I guess he is trying to create winter." Obviously, Eric was clueless, so he inquired, "Winter? Do you know what it means?" He nodded sarcastically. "Of course, those damned Four Seasons people." He furrowed his brow with hatred. "They have haunted demon lords like me." Intrigued, Eric rises and requests more details. Murphy turns away, asking why he should tell the story. Eric holds up 4 fingers, offering 4 days off. Murphy eyes him suspiciously, wondering what he could possibly accomplish with just 4 days. Eric relented. "Fine. Can you at least lift the gag order? That is all I am offering." Achieving his goal, Murphy grins with satisfaction. "Good. Listen carefully." He begins to explain. 4 subordinates helped our predecessor lay the foundation for Mobinger. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Because their personalities and characteristics matched each season, we demons often call them the 4 seasons. One of them, Otto Han, corresponds to winter. Murphy says, and the fact that someone stayed behind to guide such missions means he is trying to pass on his power. Hearing this, Eric could not help but think that if this mission is completed, he might receive missions from the other 4 seasons as well. Obtaining the power of the 4 seasons means he could gain the same power as an ancestor, one they would support. If Eric could continue to devour powerful seals like the Seal of Cruelty, or even stronger, he muses, he might very well rebuild his family. Eric wondered, just how important is this fallbang fruit to Comedia that he needs it so badly? Murphy paused, then replied, "The fallbang fruit is the core of winter, formed only in the deepest parts of snow mountains, forever covered in snow. In other words, it is a divine egg. Since camellias are winter flowers, there is no better place for the fallbang fruit." Eric, now curious, asks where he can meet the god Comedia. Murphy replied that it is likely in the Flower Temple, somewhere to the south, a name that surprised Eric, as he would only heard of it in legends. It truly exists. Murphy nods, confirming that the loudmouth likely rules the temple. Hearing this, Eric takes the matter seriously, now certain after reviewing the Royal Library's records. But is not he being too friendly? What scheme is he plotting this time? He subtly senses a surge of power around Murphy. His soul form must be growing stronger, but he was not hiding anything. Instead gloating, thinking, it seems he has noticed my power has returned a little. However, even if you notice my power, there is nothing you can do. You will have no choice but to complete quests to grow stronger. And then, finally, he could obtain a great demon king capable of plunging the world into misery. Mephisto saw Eric's body trembling, and he thought, what a pained face, you should be afraid. Of course you should be afraid. Mephisto was ecstatic, begrudgingly accepting that he had to leave a dream dweller to grow stronger. His recovery took priority. But then he noticed something strange about Eric. Mephisto saw the delighted smile on his face and inwardly screamed, this bastard is smiling again. Little did he know, he was now the delicious prey in Eric's eyes. Eric calculated that he could even absorb Mephisto's power. After all, to let him recover and escape, he needed to become stronger. Eric's abnormality terrifies Mephisto. What is wrong with that bastard? Has he gone from scared to insane? Eric's increasingly inhuman smile sends chills down the spine of a demon king like Mephisto, who reassures himself that Eric is losing it, and he should just stop thinking. Eric composes himself, wondering if they should return once everything is done. Without much thought, they decide to leave. Gazing up at the small cave far above, with his newfound power, Eric could easily fly up the cliff face. After gently stepping onto the high cliff, he complimented himself, remembering how difficult it was to return here just a month ago. But now it is a piece of cake. Mephi grumbles, someone's gotten way too cocky. They did not stop, rushing like the wind, blowing away the snow on the road. Now that we have a guide, should we head straight to the Red Eye tribe? Eric smiled expectantly, eager to return to the Snow tribe, whether it was from fighting alongside them for so long, or from swallowing the Demon King's seal. He wanted to see them. But upon returning, Eric's eyes widened in disbelief. The Snow tribe was devastated, the white snow stained with dried crimson blood. What? The snowmen's corpses were strewn across the ground. What happened here? Some of the victims were brutally tortured, impaled by spears. Murphy observed, it seems they were killed slowly when they could have been killed instantly, so they must have been used for entertainment. Nanlung concludes that he does not know who the culprit is, but they have a far more cruel nature than most demons. Eric, gazing at the bloody devastation before him, says he feels a little uncomfortable. He trudged forward, telling himself that snow folk were monsters who could die at any time, but he would never treat them like toys. Eric bit his lip, suppressing the strange emotions rising within him. This discomfort must be because of the task of swallowing the Snow Mountain King. He exhaled, trying to reassure himself. Stay calm, he was not the Snow Mountain King. He had no right to feel sorry for the snow people. With that thought, the pupils in his eyes suddenly contracted. Before him were corpses planted upside down, their heads buried in the frozen snow. Eric approached a small snowdrift nearby, digging with his bare hands despite the biting cold. Eric gritted his teeth, a single drop falling, unclear if it was sweat or a tear, as he unearthed a small fur hat from the snow. Eric could not help but scream in agonizing disbelief as it spread through his heart, frantically digging through the snow, desperate to know who lay beneath. Finally, little Manhwa emerged from the cold white snow. Lifeless, having passed away with tears still in his eyes. Memories of Manhwa flooded Eric's mind. Looks like we have a new member. The cheerful, lovable boy is gone, and the road ahead will be harder, so let us eat something before we set off. Eric's face darkened, and he remained silent, the air around him growing colder, even causing Murphy to frown. He sees the victims buried headfirst in the snow, his eyes growing colder. This is what that bastard did, is not it? Murphy confirms. Yes, the demon of hatred within Eric is awakened, and he whispers darkly, are not they just making things more difficult for us? The scene shifts to a snow-covered forest, where John grips his sword, silently bringing up the rear, while Isabel presses onward. She runs, her breath coming in ragged gasps, forming fleeting clouds of vapor in the frigid air. She hurried across the thick, white snow, but the slippery surface caused Isabel to lose her footing and fall. Seeing her sudden fall, he rushed over, asking anxiously, my lady, are you all right? Isabel is gently helped up, and she reassures him, I'm fine. Do not worry about me. Isabel orders, we do not know when the assassins will return, so focus on finding that cemetery. Jen worriedly says, but you should rest now. Isabel's eyes harden with resolve. She was a child of the Blue Lion, and she refused to be a burden to anyone again. He desperately wanted to stop her. My lady. Isabel clutched the map tightly, thinking, the assassins behind her had already caused too many deaths, and she could not let their sacrifices be in vain. So, Isabel, Jen, and Ed continued onward, her eyes fixed on the map. Doubt crept in. It had been a month searching for the cemetery. And yet, Isabel could not help but feel helpless, furrowing her brow as she wondered, where in the world was it? Her eyes welled up as she gazed at the sky. At this point, Isabel was nearly at a standstill, and she could only cry out in despair from the bottom of her heart. A cynical voice suddenly rang out. The only daughter of the Blue Lion, and she can't even swing a sword properly. Cut to a grand castle looming under a dark, moonlit sky. The Blue Lion clan, the pride of the Lion family. The servants within whisper about Isabel's strength, noting that lions only follow the strong, so their mistress, as she approached, the others whispered, "Hey, do you want her to hear us?" Isabel overheard everything, but instead of arguing, she silently walked away. Knowing her shortcomings, Isabel tirelessly practiced every day, owning her swordsmanship from dawn till dusk. Despite Isabel's determination and effort, nothing changed, and the sword slipped from her grasp, plunging into the earth. Why? Gasping for breath, she wondered why she possessed no talent at all. Isabel slumped against her sword, the mocking voices echoing in her ears, each word a knife twisting in her heart. The Blue Lion's only daughter can't even swing a sword properly. The Kuyo family's future is bleak, and it is their misfortune to have such a child. The family's darling is just a girl, and she is only treated well because she is the Blue Lion's daughter. What can we expect from a woman? Lions only follow the strong. At least try. A scentless flower calling herself the Lion's daughter. Just as Isabel despaired, a familiar voice called out from behind her. Isabel, surprised, she turned to see her father, the Blue Lion, Herman Kuyo, who sat with her under the moonlight, lamenting that he had burdened her. But Isabel insisted she simply was not good enough. He smiled gently. "Daughter, you do not need to follow my path and become the Blue Lion." Herman comforted her softly. "You may not be gifted, but you are still a proud member of the family." Isabel started to reply. "But father," he suddenly laughed, then patted his arm, saying, "And I am still as strong as an ox. Feel these hard muscles." She chuckled, replying, "That is your armor, Dad." Still, Isabel was saddened. "I'm sorry, Dad. But Herman smiled gently, radiating fatherly concern as he reassured her. "Don't worry about it, Blue Lion Herman Kuyo." Isabel's eyes welled up as she looked at Herman, silently listening his words. "As always, I will continue to pursue my dream of becoming the continent's greatest swordsman." Though tears streamed down her face, Isabel unexpectedly smiled, a rare and precious sight. Ironically, not long after, Herman suddenly fell gravely ill, Isabel's worried voice echoing through the corridor. "Why won't you wake up?" Isabel gently grasped his weak hand. After examining Herman, the doctor reported that he showed symptoms similar to mana exhaustion, explaining that his health had deteriorated from recklessly using too much mana. "If we do not treat him soon, his muscles will atrophy. The problem could be solved if we could restore his life force, but that is nearly impossible for humans, as he has lost too much." Voice lowered, saying that at this point, the gods would have no choice but to rely on some magic to help, if there was any. At that moment, all thoughts in Isabel's mind vanished. She knew only one thing. She had to save her father. Since ordinary items are useless in treating her father, she will risk her life to obtain advanced magical tools held by the Magic Tower or Academy, though even those proved useless. Despite her risking everything to find a cure for Herman, Isabel despaired, realizing she could not find anything to cure her father. But one day, while resting with Chen and Ed at a tavern, she overheard a conversation between two men. "If it is a royal graveyard, it is bound to be filled with treasure and magical artifacts beyond our wildest dreams. If we get our hands on one, we will be rich. Should we try to get it?" Isabel listened intently, nodding to Ed and Chen, when one of the men suddenly boomed, "Moron, you want to be eaten by snow monsters for some legendary item." After receiving her signal, the two understood immediately, and the man continued to advise the other, "Don't waste your life, just keep drinking." Isabel then pressed the two men for information, and after much effort to locate the cemetery, she learned of its existence and where to find it. But her plan had been leaked to her uncle. Chaos erupts. Screams fill the air. "Run. Miss, save me. My uncle, Pao Kyo, who has been waiting to seize the Blue Lion throne, sent assassins to kill me, the rightful heir." Back in the present, Isabel warily relies on the map to search for the cemetery, wondering how Pao could be so cruel. Chen suddenly shouts, "Milady, run." She replies in confusion, "What is wrong?" Before Isabel could process what was happening, Ed suddenly appeared, grabbed her hand, and forcefully pulled her back, keeping her close. Then, a slow voice rang out, startling Isabel, "We have been searching everywhere for you." Chen quickly drew his sword, his eyes instantly alert, as the man calmly stated, "We were wondering where you had been hiding, but here you are." With a single glance, Chen recognizes him, the sixth Azure, a knight secretly dispatched by the Kuo family. Hanan smirks, "Since you are still members of the Kuo family, I will at least grant you a swift departure." He slowly inquired, "If you are here, then surely the young lady is nearby." Chen, enraged, shouted at him to draw his attention. "Foolish. Hanan, you will pay for Isaac's death with your own life." He silently hoped, "My lady, run and do not look back." Witnessing this, Isabel lost her composure and tried to rush forward, but Eric stopped her, saying they could not stop them. Isabel stubbornly replied that she had to go, or Chen would die. He loudly explains that Chen is risking his life to buy them time to escape, and asks if she wants a sacrifice to be in vain. Unwilling, she grits her teeth, but then Chen suddenly screams, his desperate cry echoing through the forest. "My lady!" Isabel whirls around, then freezes, her eyes widening as she sees Chen Hanan triumphantly stomping on Chen's body, taunting her that her loyal servant is about to die. "So, you are just gonna leave him here?" Chen mustered his last strength to mock Hanan. "You fool, the young lady is long gone." Without a word, Hanan ran his sword straight through Chen. Hanan smirks, feigning disappointment, suggesting Isabel abandoned her loyal knight. And now, to lure her out, he threatens to behead Chen. Just as the sword was about to strike Chen, Isabel could not hold back her scream. Stop. She could not bear to see anyone else sacrifice their life for her, so she chose to reveal herself. Though terrified and tearful, Isabel stood firm. "Are you after me? Then kill me and let Chen go." Hanan replied, "I'm sorry, but I won't." Isabel gasped. "What?" The man explained that they had decided to kill everyone involved or who had witnessed the event, causing Isabel to choke up, unable to believe it. He then struck a psychological blow, blaming her, saying that if she had not run away, everyone could have survived and been happy with their families. He slowly uttered 4 words. "It is all her fault." Regrettable, Isabel's face darkens as his venomous words shatter her mind, and she blames herself for the innocent lives lost because of her. Hanan seizes the chance and swings his sword, determined to end it all, but a voice suddenly rings out. "I understand." Hanan cries out in surprise. "Who is there?" A dark branch sways gently in the frigid, snowy wind, and the voice echoes once more. "Move." In that instant, a foot unexpectedly appears, lightly touching the branch. Hanan grits his teeth, trembling with rage at the interruption, as Eric casually replies from the branch, "Just a passing devil." Enraged, Hanan curses, while the story rewinds to Eric, who received a mission to perfect winter after his first task was complete. As he prepared to leave the snowy mountain for his mission, a bloody scene unfolded. He learned of the snow people. Manhwa was among the victims, both human and otherwise. All had been brutally murdered. Meanwhile, Isabel, seeking the Snow Mountain King to cure her father's illness, was being pursued by a group of assassins, the Blue Wolves, that is Hanan and his gang, sent by her uncle. And it is a dangerous moment. Hanan scoffs at Eric. "Who the hell are you? Satan spawn, sticking your nose in my business. Are you a devil worshipper? If you had not come this way, you might have lived." Then, Eric suddenly sprang, launching himself from the branch. He leaped with incredible speed, catching them off guard. By the time they recovered, Eric was upon them, landing right in front of Hanan, who exclaimed in shock, "Magic!" Hanan quickly retreats to keep his distance. Enraged, wondering who this freak is, Eric asks if everyone is alright, startling F and Isabel, who blankly replies that they are. But Isabel worriedly asks if he is okay, but Eric slips and falls in front of everyone, forcing himself to answer that he is fine. Hanan's men whisper amongst themselves, wondering if that is how mages usually land, or if he just fell, and why he is not getting up. How embarrassing. Helpless, he laments that without his snowshoes, he could have impressed them. Isabel stares at Eric's back. A memory surfacing is not that the missing person. She vowed to herself that she could not let him fight alone, and Isabel screamed a warning. "Run, you can't win." Hanan then chimed in, reminding her, "My lady, did not I tell you that we would not leave any witnesses?" He glared at Eric, then ordered his men to eliminate the demonic monk. Receiving the order, they all charged towards him like arrows, and Isabel screamed in terror. "No," Eric muttered. "Yes." Misplaced kindness. He glared at them, his eyes burning with hatred. "You wretches are a waste." Eric immediately unleashed his first technique, the tidal current, roaring as he directed his power toward them. Hanan's men, oblivious to the power they faced, charged at Eric, only to be consumed by a burst of light in mere moments. Then, Eric clenched his fist and decisively punched the insect hive, the cracking sound signaling their defeat. It barely managed to stand, and the sight before him made him exclaim in shock. "Girls!" Even Hanan could not believe his eyes. "What the hell?" he frantically shouted. "What are you doing? Kill him now. Do not give him a chance to attack." The remaining subordinates charged, only to meet their end. Eric, swift as lightning, appeared before them in a flash. Sneering, "Who allowed that?" Eric's eyes blazed as he glared at them, his gaze sharp enough to devour them whole. Raising his hand to the sky, he roared the name of his next technique. Penetrate. Countless swords materialize, each one aimed directly at Hanan's subordinates, piercing their bodies. They screamed in agony, begging for it to stop. And one, terrified by Eric's power, turned and ran, desperately crying for help. But even so, he could not escape the same tragic fate as the others. Eric alone could easily wipe out all of Hanan's men. Hanan grew fearful of his immense power. "Just who are you?" "You know who we are, right?" Eric simply responded with a scornful smile. "I do not care who you are. Why did not you kneel before me first? Hanan grits his teeth, trembling with rage, and declares he will kill Eric. Isabel hid behind a large tree, her eyes wide with curiosity about Eric's identity. Who was that man? He defeated the blue wolves so easily. No, that is not the issue right now. From her vantage point, Isabel carefully assesses him, certain he is a powerful mage, but too dangerous to approach. Hanan, now a madman, swung his sword wildly, screaming that he would at least kill Eric, who was surprised by Hanan's speed. As tensions rose, Isabel suddenly shouted a warning to keep their distance, while Eric quickly cast another spell, enhancing his weapon. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Hanan was immediately knocked back, and Eric successfully kept his distance. Hanan was about to swing his sword for another attack. Foreseeing his intent, Eric acted first, encasing Hanan in ice as massive glaciers rose from the ground. Hanan laughed, saying, "You really think you can stop me with magic like that?" He charged into the rising ice, shattering it with each swing of his sword. Just as Hanan thought he had Eric within reach, the boy calmly charged forward, his face devoid of emotion. As Hanan's blade neared, Eric cried out, "Ice pillar." A massive ice pillar instantly appeared, absorbing Hanan's attack and reflecting it back at him. Hanan wondered why it did not shatter, but Eric simply smiled, asking if he knew what was more important, then gestured to his own head, signaling that it was about to be buried. Hearing this, Hanan was instantly terrified. "What, you son of a..." Then, the ice in front of him suddenly flew up, striking a fatal blow to his head. The fierce battle has finally come to an end, and as Eric predicted, Hanan's head is buried deep underground. With the battle over, he stood silently for a moment in the snowy forest, as had marveled at how quickly he would defeated the Azure Eradication Squad. Isabel agreed, never imagining such a mage existed on the hill. She quietly watched him from behind a tree, surprised he did not seem her age. But Isabel was incredibly curious about Eric. How could he be so strong at such a young age? He could stand shoulder to shoulder with Tasho Neresta, one of the new 3 constellations, so why does not she know who he is? He is truly a mysterious person. Eric remained there, calmly taking a deep breath, then gently lifting his face to the sky. In the vast, snowy forest, only his heartfelt sigh could be heard. Eric remembered those who had fallen, not just Manhwa, but the other beasts as well. He slowly opened his eyes, silently wishing them peace. Fee, annoyed, interrupted, "Hey, they keep staring at you. Why do not you say something? They are staring so much my neck hurts." "Hello," Mephi began for Eric, who remained silent, unsure of what to say, having appeared so suddenly without introduction. Isabel, Chen, and held their breath, awaiting his words. Eric forces a smile, remarking that it has been quite a while. Chen grips his sword, wary of this stranger. Even if he did help them, don't let your guard down so easily. Even without ulterior motives, he is just as dangerous as they are. Just as Chen was about to act, Isabel suddenly knelt, shocking him. As a princess, Isabel kneels before Eric, expressing her gratitude with a deep bow. "Thank you, our savior," Chen says in surprise, whilst wonders why their master is kneeling. Confused, Eric waved his hands, saying it was not necessary. But Isabel did not care. She called out, "Chen." They immediately obeyed, kneeling and expressing in unison, "Thank you, our savior." This only made him more awkward, as Eric hastily explained that anyone would have done the same. Begging her to rise, she boldly approached Eric and made a request that sounded rather forward. "May I ask a favor of my savior?" Pale with fear, Eric stammered. "Where must I go?" Isabel took his hand earnestly. "No, I want to entrust something to you." He stuttered. "My hand." In contrast to her resolute attitude, Eric was a little embarrassed, his face turning as red as a ripe tomato, and Eric wondered. This is, as the still night descended, the bright moonlight shone on the steep mountain peaks. The clatter of the carriage wheels echoed softly through the silent forest as Eric sat inside, facing Ed and Isabel, his hand propping up his chin in thought. Mephi sighed, reminding him repeatedly, "I can see you smirking. Cover it up if you are going to." Eric immediately raised his hands to cover half his face. Feeling a surge of joy just as he would hoped, Eric gazed at the gold coin in his hand, realizing he would been given something incredibly valuable a few minutes earlier. Before boarding the carriage, Eric was surprised to find Isabel slipping a gold coin into his hand. "This is gold." He examines it for a moment, and not just any gold, but blue lion gold. Eric asked curiously, "Is she perhaps a lady of the Quio family?" Isabel nodded, confirming the unfortunate truth, and Eric finally understood why she was so beautiful. From the moment she was born, she was known as the flower without fragrance. Isabel Quio. Even her breathtaking beauty could not stop the crown prince from abandoning her, all because she was a flower without fragrance, born without any talent. From a young age, Isabel was accustomed to swallowing bitter words of ridicule. If the flesh and blood of a lion lacked fangs and sharp teeth, then they deserved such an end. Eric felt a pang of sympathy for her fate. He had heard she lived alone in her territory after the engagement fell apart. Isabel's face was covered in small scars, and she could only bow her head in silence, awaiting his response. To dispel the awkwardness, Eric quickly introduced himself. "My name is Eric," he added, It is an honor to meet the Blue Lion's only daughter. She stammered. Why would it be an honor to meet someone like me? He smiles warmly, gently comforting Isabel, telling her she should be proud of herself, and that her perseverance is nothing to be ashamed of for the Blue Lion name. It was the first time Isabel had been praised, and she shyly replied, Thank you. He smoothly brought up her request. Oh right. You mentioned a commission, did not you? Isabel nodded. Yes. I do not have anything right now, but she firmly makes a request. Could you escort us back to the capital? Chen cries out in alarm. My lady, we have not found the place yet. Isabel turns and explains, Chen, I do not want to lose you because of my greed. First, I must speak with my uncle, he says, helpless against her resolve. Eric, curious, asks, Uncle. He glances at Hannon, lost in thought. These knights must be part of the Well family. Could there be secrets within their family? Eric frowned, suddenly recalling something he had heard. The Blue Lion was suffering from a difficult-to-cure illness. She is searching for a cure. I forgot, Sun told me before. Just then, a bold thought suddenly popped into his head. Wait, could not I make the Blue Lion owe me a favor? In his mind, Eric envisioned a bright future, a scene of himself and Herman shaking hands, surrounded by praise. If the Mobinger family is rebuilt and indebted to the Blue Lion, if the Mobinger family is rebuilt and contracted with the Blue Lion, if Mobinger cures the Blue Lion's illness, Mobinger and the Blue Lion will smile and shake hands. Their families bound together, what a wonderful sight that would be, he thought. Eric smirked, a smile spreading across his face as he congratulated himself on his intelligence and composure. Isabel, assuming his silence meant refusal, offered another proposition, admitting they could not possibly secure his help. Then I will give you twice what I offered, as a reward for completing the mission. Eric did not answer, just stared at the gold coin in his hand, and Isabel asked worriedly, I guess that is a no. Right, she moved to withdraw her request. Embarrassed. But then, smirk unexpectedly crept across his face. Confusing Isabel, he clasped her hand and readily agreed to Isabel's request. I will escort you safely. My lady. Back in reality, Eric was with Isabel, Jen, and Ed in a carriage returning to Kindle. Murphy asked curiously, There is a pile of treasure in Cinna's nest, so why do you need money? Eric replied telepathically, I have got it all planned out. And besides, he bit his lip, inwardly scolding, Don't talk like that if you have never been hungry or cold. He silently stared at him. As Murphy wore a puzzled look, Eric glared, patiently explaining that he needed money for basic human necessities like food and shelter. You think you understand hardship? Murphy retorts, This is a human problem. Eric's face lights up with interest, and he covers his mouth, impressed. But this telepathy is pretty convenient. With just a little energy, I can talk to anyone I want. Murphy scoffs, saying he only taught me because he can't stand being around humans who are always whining, unable to resist. Eric teased him, I know why you hate being silenced now. Murphy, enraged, retorted, How dare you? He changed the subject. Forget it. Are you just going to sit there silently the whole way? I am more annoying than you think. What am I supposed to do? I am so bored. Throughout the journey, Isabel kept a close eye on him, wondering if his silence was due to her request. Isabel bit her lip, letting Eric do as he pleased. But now she needed his help. She thought to herself, if he sends even stronger assassins, there is no way the three of us can get past them. Cut to the massive Isabel family castle standing grandly in the dark night as Bao sits leisurely on his throne. Listening to his subordinates report, he exclaimed in disbelief, Squad 6 has been wiped out. The intelligence officer trembled, bowing his head in apology. I'm sorry. Bao slowly approaches him, coldly drawing his sword, saying that if he apologizes, Bao, in a fit of rage, retorts that he should not have done anything that required an apology in the first place. Bao swung his sword, decapitating the kneeling subordinate, and as others cleaned up the mess, he turned and asked, Where do you think Isabel will go? He carefully analyzes, because her tracks leaving the snowy mountain have been confirmed. Based on his observations, he speculates that she is most likely returning to the capital. Bao wonders if Isabel is returning to the capital to negotiate, to which he smirks and replies that it is possible. With disdain, he scoffed, A mere child. How dare such a talentless girl attempt to negotiate with me? Bao wrote Ho's name as he brandished his sword. He sheathed his sword and sternly threatened Hein, saying he only had one chance. The sound of hooves faded into the distance until it disappeared completely. Deep within the forest, Isabel awakens, and he immediately informs her, We have arrived at the center. My lady. Isabel, refreshed from a good sleep, stretched and said they would arrive after 2 days of constant travel. Murphy clutched his back in pain, and Eric was surprised by a ghost-like figure. He chuckled, mocking him, Don't you know the proper posture to relax your nerves? Why are you upside down? Before Eric could finish, the scene before him caught his attention. Curious, he asks, What are those, inside the castle? He commands, "Assemble the Azure Eradication Squad 2. His subordinate asks. Confused, why? He hastily explains that it is unnecessary to mobilize the strongest team for such a trivial matter. As the lady's return to the capital signifies surrender, before he can finish, Huan mercilessly decapitates him, declaring that a hunting dog must act according to its station. He anticipates Isabel's route. She will have to pass through Le Center to get anywhere from the snowy mountains. Huan commands, "Level that place." Eric's face suddenly pales as he stares ahead in horror. Eric's eyes were immediately drawn to the blue uniforms, emblazoned with the head of a lion. Huan's men turned to face him, their eyes burning with a zealous obedience. They were ready to die for their master. Isabel is not surprised, having foreseen the journey would not be easy with the Lord ruling this land, but not to this extent. Her worried subordinate asks if they should turn back, but she firmly refuses. Just as their carriage catches the eye of one of the guards, he patted a few men beside him and pointed towards the carriage. Isabel carefully explained, "We are attracting their attention. Doing that will only make them more suspicious." She suggested, "Let us abandon the carriage. Escape secretly, and find another place." Eric suddenly interrupted. "No need." Isabel was shocked. "Auntie, what are you saying? Disguise ourselves as young masters." Immediately, Chen steered the carriage past the guards with ease. Without being questioned, he remained strangely calm, as Chen quickly drove the carriage away, with a fearful Isabel inside. In mere minutes, all four of them had safely escaped the deadly encirclement. Chen guided the horses through a large tunnel, and as they emerged, a bustling neighborhood appeared before them, where Eric was the first to step out of the carriage. Isabel wondered what magic he had used, and Eric calmly explained it was just a simple illusion spell to alter their appearance. It is nothing more than a type of hypnosis that can be broken with a slight jolt. So they need to be careful. He clearly resented Eric's talent, while Isabel once again bowed her head in gratitude, saying, "Thanks to you, Rick, we have safely entered the city. I am truly grateful from the bottom of my heart." Before leaving, he carefully instructed her, "Stay here for the night. I will return after taking care of some things." Isabel agrees, wishing him a safe return. As Murphy wonders why Eric used illusion magic when he could have simply killed them all, he calmly replies that he does not want to fight without knowing anything about the enemy, and he needs to save mana for emergencies. Murphy glances around, bluntly saying, "What does he think oaths and soul contracts are for, if not for his laziness?" Murphy suddenly remembers that Eric needs to get to the academy quickly. Right? Eric nods, but he needs to figure something out first. Eric's lips curl into a smile as he asks Murphy if he remembers something from the past. He laid out his plan. "I need to know Dean's situation to prepare for his elimination." Murphy shrugged. "I do not know who that is, but how unlucky to be targeted by someone like you." He is suddenly drawn to a group of children playing ahead. Murphy notices something odd about them. "I have a question. I sensed something like mana from that night. What was it?" Eric immediately understood Murphy's point. "I guess spirit chains had not appeared in your time." Murphy was confused. Spirit chains. His master did not understand, so Eric gave Murphy a brief explanation. Simply put, mana is a blessing for mages, but over time, even martial artists developed methods to use mana on their bodies. Eric went into more detail to help him understand, explaining that if a mage casts spells by creating magic circles in their heart, a martial artist strengthens their body by accumulating spirit chains around their dantian. Furthermore, he provided additional information, similar to the ranking of mages: 6 circles for master mage, 7 for grand mage, and 8 for sage. Martial artists are divided into 1 chain for novice, 2 for elementary, 3 for expert, 4 for master, and 5 for grandmaster. To put it simply, Lady Isabel's knight is around the novice level. Murphy pressed on, asking if there were only 5 levels. Eric nodded, saying that was usually the case, but there was an exception: one person who could wield more than 5 chains. He then curiously asked who it was. Seeing Murphy's curiosity, he simply smiled. Eric did not hesitate and replied, "The Golden Lion. He is recognized as the strongest on the continent." He seemed unconvinced by the answer, a mere arrogant blue by human standards. Eric countered immediately, "No, this is different. He can fight my grandfather, one of the strongest in Mobinger's history." To a standstill, Murphy quietly acknowledged, and as the two continued their journey, he suddenly stopped and announced, "We are here." Overjoyed, Murphy revealed a sinister grin. "I look forward to meeting him." Eric sighed. That old man is being stubborn again. Then, reminding himself, "Never mind him. What is more important is," Eric cheerfully asked, "Can I buy all the newspapers from the past month?" He thought to himself, "I need to find out what happened while I was gone." Another magnificent castle appears under the blazing sun. As Dean's impatient voice echoes, "It is not settled yet." Raven kneels on one knee, bowing respectfully. "Forgive me." The Narraster are guarding the hospital like an impenetrable fortress. He angrily retorts, "The Narraster? Ungrateful wretch." Raven cleverly shifted the conversation, praising Dean's discovery of the nest being fostered by the Academy's elite and the press giving him an edge in the headmaster race. Dean sighed, but who knows what will happen if I do not secure the excavation rights. I want a decisive victory. He seemed confident, ready to follow any order. Give me your command. Dean chuckled, already plotting his next move. Switching scenes, Sin sits at his desk, hiding his face in his hands, and asks Kak to put more pressure on the narrators. He calmly reports the current situation, explaining that the transfer of excavation rights from the Academy's higher-ups and the press is facing immense pressure. Moreover, this situation is no different from stabbing the senior professors in the back, and the Academy's higher-ups are furious. Sin sobs, venting all his frustrations on Kak, saying his sister torments him daily, and that damned Elric has not contacted him once. His hands tremble slightly as he touches the papers on his desk, but he steels himself. Then, he suddenly stood up from his chair, gritting his teeth as he vowed to endure until Eric returned. Meanwhile, Eric quickly grasped the situation from a month prior by reading the news. Din is as cunning as ever, and Ixin is facing hell because of me. He unconsciously reveals a contemptuous expression while commenting on Din's actions. The older, the wiser. Din knows how to play the public, does not he? Miffy silently observes Eric. I am getting used to that look. He clenches his fist, then confidently declares, keep praising me. It will only make my entrance more spectacular. Eric paused, lost in thought. Was there anything he could do for Xin? As he pondered how to make amends, a bright light flashed outside the window. In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted from the point where the light had flashed. The sudden, massive impact startled Eric and Miffy, both turning towards the source of the sound. Chaos erupts as screams fill the air. Fire. Get water. People scatter, children cry for their mothers, and desperate pleas for help echo through the streets. Ulrich shot up and threw open the door, the scene before him instantly shocking him. The entire neighborhood was a blazing inferno, everything engulfed in flames. Ulrich cried out in alarm. What the hell is going on? Rewinding to moments before the disaster, Jen asked with hesitant suspicion. Stress. Do you really trust Rick? Isabel replied frankly. He is the one who saved us. He cautiously voiced his thoughts. Even if he is not Powell's subordinate, what if he is an assassin sent by another of the 7 sages to seize Trang Temple? Jen tried to persuade Isabel. I am not sure either, but we should still be careful, she said silently. Thinking, I understand Jen's concern, but ever since the Snow Mountain, he has been overprotective of me. Isabel slowly turned, agreeing with him. Jen, I understand what you are saying. Jen was overjoyed and quickly replied, yes, lady. Then, Isabel sternly commanded, however, do not say such things again. To doubt Rick is to doubt my decision. Her resolute attitude silenced and Jen, leaving them unable to argue. Isabel recalled the moment Eric stood motionless amidst the snowy sky. From her observations, she was certain of one thing. She believed in him, and only the upright could show that. Jen was frustrated. Continuing, I understand, but is not he just a money-grubbing mercenary? Isabel simply smiled, shaking her head in denial. No, he genuinely wants to help us. Chen was surprised. You mean, she analyzed her observations. Even without payment, he still helps us, proving he would not help even if we asked. Ed replied, but his expression changed when he realized we were Quio's people. Isabel explained that he anticipated our family's reputation might suffer, so he deliberately lowered himself. Ed replies, understanding that he is trying to protect the Blue Lion's reputation. Chen nods in agreement. Isabel smiles, about to speak. Chen. So, before she could finish, an earth-shattering explosion erupted outside, engulfing the neighborhood in flames as Simonin remarked with satisfaction. How beautifully they burn. He rolled his eyes, then laughed like a maniac, revealing a magic scroll containing the 4th circle spell, Primal Heat Ray. Beskop sighed warily. You are still laughing at a time like this. Simonin shook the magic scroll in his hand, kiting him. Hey, Beskop, were not you agreeing with my decision just now? Why the sudden seriousness? You know how much I have invested in this, right? Beskop frowned, silently cursing him as he hoped his master's personality would help her overcome any obstacle to assist everyone. Simon excitedly asks what to do next, suggesting they burn more, but Beskop cautions that Team 6 is gone. Hone estimates there are at least 3 or more enemies left, warning that some may be mages, so they need to be careful. Scoffed, replying, come on, even if it was Squad 6, I could burn them all down with my eyes closed. You and Hein worry too much. Simonin smirked, his voice dropping. We have come this far, so I hope they are strong enough for me to play with. Beskop reluctantly agrees, and Simonin orders his men to begin the search for her. Despite the chaos engulfing the neighborhood, they relentlessly pursue Isabel, with orders to kill everyone but the leader's daughter, while others desperately urge her to flee, warning that the blue wolves are after her. Isabel slowly got up, her first words confirming the safety of her 2 knights. Chen. Are you alright? The brutal scene unfolded before her eyes, catching her off guard. Damn it. The screams of desperate citizens echoed in her ears. Fire. It is burning. Help me. Isabel looked up, stunned. People outside cried out, My shop, run. Everyone panicked, and in this desperate situation, all they could do was scream. Innocent people died tragically in the fire, and Isabel trembled, wondering, why? Well, is this the truth you wanted? As she stood there, paralyzed, Chen's sudden shout startled her. Mistress. Watch out. A small explosion erupted beside her, and caught off guard. Isabel was immediately blown backward. Luckily, she reacted in time, landing safely on the ground. Chen, pinned by boulders, desperately begged her to run. Isabel, consumed by rage, clenched her fists, her body overflowing with helplessness as she gripped the sword on the ground. The desire for power surged within her. She wanted to take the lead and save everyone. But she slowly rose in utter helplessness. Realizing she did not have the strength or talent to stop them, Isabel bit her lip until it bled, refusing to run, refusing to live such a humiliating life. Eric's image flashed in her mind, and Isabel recalled his encouraging words. Fueled by intense desire, she wants to be like him. Isabel suddenly declares with a powerful voice, I am a member of the Imperial Guardian family. She decisively brandished her sword, declaring that even if it meant death. Isabel's eyes hardened as she roared, I will fight to the very end. As Isabel finished speaking, another violent explosion erupted ahead, causing her to shut her eyes in fear and tremble. Silence falls, and Isabel cautiously opens one eye. The raging sea of fire has been instantly frozen into vast sheets of ice. What? She gasped. Isabel looked around, puzzled. What happened? Like a hero, Eric suddenly appeared, shielding her from harm. An enigmatic power emanated from him, rushing towards the remaining flames. He commands a gust of wind, carrying freezing air through the flames, and in mere moments, the neighborhood is saved from the inferno. The surrounding citizens rejoiced, chanting with elation, the fire is out, we are saved. Isabel, still bewildered, wondered what was happening. Only when she saw Eric's familiar back did her heart finally settle, and tears streamed down Isabel's face. She quietly gazed at his strong shoulders from afar, and sobbed his name. Rick. Eric remained silent, and she thinks to herself, I do not know how long it will take. Isabel still holds onto a glimmer of hope, but if only, she silently voiced her only wish, to one day stand by his side. As Eric darted forward like an arrow released from a bow, he was furious at the Blue Wolves' actions, knights killing innocent civilians. Murphy chuckled softly, watching him silently from behind. The strong are skilled at suppressing their rage, but once unleashed, it is hard to quell. Murphy chose not to interfere with Eric, knowing this all too well, having faced them before. Unlike most who err when they lose their reason, he learned through countless encounters that they are calmer, crueler, and stronger. Murphy slowly warned that they seemed stronger and more numerous than before. Asking if he thought he could win, the innocent citizens turned to Eric, who calmly replied that it would be difficult, as he did not know how long he could maintain his energy. Eric points out his current weakness. Unable to freely use magic like a commoner, the man suggests he run away, but Eric calmly replies that his family has a saying. He then uttered the words passed down through his family, with power comes responsibility. Eric exuded a powerful aura, declaring that the strong must lead in every battle. In summary, Isabel decides to negotiate with her Uncle Powell, and Eric agrees to accompany her at her request. Furthermore, Powell, having lost subordinates to Eric, dispatched the elite Blue Wolf Squad, who, to capture Isabel, turned the city into a sea of fire. Isabel, consumed by rage, draws her sword, ready to face death in battle. But even in this desperate situation, Eric stands firm like a steel pillar amidst the storm. He gazed somberly at the city burning in crimson flames. Suddenly, Eric's eyes flashed, and magic swirled violently around him, like a raging storm about to be unleashed. Gazing at the brilliant golden magic against the dark sky, the foreign hyenas were speechless, and Simonin stammered, the scroll I bought with my hard-earned money was supposed to be a seventh circle spell. Where did a guy like that come from? Did he crawl out of the magic tower? Best cop, what should we do? We can't touch the magic tower, he carefully warned. I know all the wizards in the magic tower, but I do not recognize him. We have to be careful no matter what, he coldly suggested. We just need to kill the young lady and retreat. Simonin licked his lips, his face gleaming with cruelty. What if that mage interferes? Immediately, they charged forward with incredible speed. And hearing their approach, Isabel tensed, her body on high alert. Miss Nen swiftly casts her magic, a light erupting around her, ready to face the enemy's relentless attacks. As Best Cop's voice rings out coldly, telling him to get rid of them. At this moment, Isabel is overcome with worry, her legs feeling weak, but luckily, Eric arrived just in time to help. Surprising Isabel, Eric glanced back, his eyes firm as if to reassure her. Isabel seemed to understand, her face softening with quiet trust. Instantly, the two sped away like lightning, breaking through the encirclement in a flash, leaving the crowd stunned and clamoring. One shouted, they are getting away, and immediately ordered, Formation Team 3. With me. Clutching Isabel, Eric sped away, his mind racing. There were over 40 of them. He had to lure them away from the others. Suddenly, a piercing whistle shattered the air, and countless figures swarmed from all directions, blocking their escape. Eric unleashed his magic, his figure a blur as he darted past. But another pack of star system wolves immediately cut off his escape. Eric quickly hit Isabel and spun around, only to find another group swarming from behind, forcing him to stop as footsteps scuffed against the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. In an instant, he was completely surrounded, with no escape in sight. Then, from behind Eric, an excited voice rang out. Gotcha! Simona casually rested his sword on his shoulder, a smug grin on his face. Hunting a mage for the first time is kinda exciting. He demanded. Where did you hide the young lady? He shrugged. Answering frankly. You think I would tell you? You guys really are stupid. Eric smirked. Of course you would not know, because all you guys know how to do is chase me like a pack of dogs. Simona grits her teeth. You are asking for death. Immediately after, he barks an order. Take his head. Instinctively, he shielded his eyes from the blinding surge of magic, thinking he would already spent too much mana extinguishing the city's fires. Eric frowned. Worried. The dragon team's mana had increased significantly after absorbing the seal, but his body would not hold up like last time if he pushed himself too far. He pondered. Back then, I could restart, but now everything is over if I die even once. Thoughts raced through Eric's mind. They have 4-star named members. I heard they would all come out even for one person. Just like Isabel said, the axe instantly appeared in his hand. Eric dashed forward, calculating his next move first. He would take out their leader, but as his body touched the light emitted by the system eradication team, he sensed something was terribly wrong. Panic set in what was happening. His body was not moving as well as it had against the Snow Mountain King. Murphy scoffed, questioning if he truly defeated the Snow Mountain King, but Eric retorted, certain that his body had moved exactly as he intended back then. In that instant, he realized something was wrong, as the man continued to hurl insults. Then, with lightning speed, a sword hurtled toward him. The attacker's face is hidden by a cloak, leaving only cold eyes visible. Murphy continues. Annoyed. Do you think the tricks on the chessboard will work in reality? Eric snapped, saying if they would not help, then they should leave. He angrily yelled for them all to disappear. Instantly, a massive burst of light erupts, striking the enemy head-on, forcing Simonon to raise his shield in defense, before he launches an attack. Taunting, a mage resorting to close combat. How pathetic. Why did not you use your all-powerful magic? Eric seethed, grinding his teeth, his eyes flashing with a coldness that threatened to tear his opponent apart. He immediately retaliates, launching shards of ice forward, but Simonon scoffs. Is that all you have got, kid? Eric seethed, his heavy breaths like a fuse about to blow, his eyes burning with fiery rage. He pressed his attack, his blade whistling through the air with each movement. He quickly retaliates with his sword. Entertain me a little more. Eric panics, quickly ducking to dodge. A flurry of swords rained down upon him like a tempest as Simonon unleashed a relentless, frenzied assault. Unyielding, he charged forward, ready to fight to the death. In an instant, their magic collided, unleashing an earth-shattering explosion that lit up the sky. He dragged his sword, slowly advancing forward. Through the thick smoke, Simonon searched around, sneering, good riddance to that rat. Before long, the elite blue wolves surrounded Eric, now a rat in a trap. Suddenly, a spark flew into the sky, accompanied by his cold voice. It ends here. That is right, fireworks will light up the sky, blooming like giant flowers against the dark canvas. Simonon spun around, bewildered, muttering, what the hell, fire, seeing his chance. Eric smirked, his spirit energy erupting around him. You are all here now. Huh. Seeing the circle of light appear beneath him, they trembled in fear. A magic circle. He could not believe Eric possessed such terrifying power, and he turned back, shouting, wipe them out. The scene before Simonon's eyes left him stunned, his gaze filled with horror. He muttered, huh, how can a human possess those eyes? Simonon roared in shock, ordering them to kill him before he could activate it. But Eric just smirked, his face hardening with cruel certainty, as if he already knew their fate. Filled with rage, he wipes his sword, determined to stop him, but the magic circle intensifies. Eric roars, you want to kill me? He recalled their conversation while escaping with Isabel. Eric had asked about their fighting style, and she would reply that they always attacked as a group, even if it was just one person. Isabel added that they lived up to their name, like a pack of wolves. Eric glanced at the elite blue wolves, quietly revealing his next plan. He just had to lure them to the square and wipe them all out. Her suggestion surprises him. A trap would be ideal. An idea sparks in Eric's mind, and he mutters, trap her. Seeing Eric silent, Isabel called out worriedly, Eric. After a moment, he spoke seriously. Isabel, I'm sorry, but could I ask you for a favor? Then, the plan unfolded as intended. A spark shot straight into the sky. The cannons roared, and blinding light shattered the silent night. Bloomed like a fiery red flower, illuminating Eric's figure, marking the beginning of an impending storm. His instructions etched in her mind after she evacuated the civilians from the square. Eric continued, Tear this signal magic scroll. His eyes flashed with coldness as he declared, I will kill them all. Magic surged violently, engulfing the space like a storm, and Eric's voice echoed, reaching everyone in the square, in the blink of an eye. Everything froze. The elite blue wolves trapped in place. He clicked his tongue, impressed that the magic circle contained so much mana. Below, Simonon was frozen in thick ice, stammering in disbelief. Eric stood before him, sneering, how could you be so blind as to not see me draw the magic circle? Seeing Eric's commanding hand closing in, Simonon screamed in terror. Get away, Eric's voice boomed. You won't have an easy death. Suddenly, someone rushes in, disrupting his plans, and Bescorp coldly declares that his luck has run out. Eric's eyes locked onto him, his body tensing with alertness as Bescorp's men rushed forward, forming Formation B, or so he thought. He lured us in to wipe us out with magic circles. It takes confidence and calculation to pull that off. Seeing Eric's expression, Bescorp frowned. Surprised, is he smiling? Does he know we are hiding and watching him? He was confused, his eyes darting around. No, there is no way he knew we were here. If he did, he would not have used the magic circle. Bescorp proposed, I will spare your life if you hand over the young lady. Eric plainly replies, is that so? But the problem is, he decisively declares, I do not intend to let you live. Magic erupts, a tempest hurtling towards the tower. Eric's voice chills. You should not have done that. There is no mercy for fallen knights. Bescorp grips his sword, ready to strike, then lunges at Eric with blinding speed, reinforcing his body with aura and maintaining the formation. He quickly countered, attempting to deflect the blade, but his enemy's sword remained sharp. Undeterred, and swung with deadly force, Eric quickly ducks to avoid the blow, wondering if the spell is useless. Bescorp continues to swing his sword, determined to fight to the end. He desperately tries to retaliate, gathering spirit energy at his fingertips to unleash a blast, but it is all useless. Eric panics, realizing even the wind is weaker. He wondered if the sealing incantation weakened all non-ice magic, and if he needed an ice-based seal to use them. Eric despaired. Even if that were the case, would it be easy to obtain a sealing incantation? No, it is incredibly difficult. He muttered, unlike the ice mountain filled with ice energy, he could not unleash its full power in the middle of the city, and it consumed too much mana. At that moment, Eric clasped his hands together, focusing his magic, his thoughts racing. But instantly, it was released, hurtling towards his opponent, who immediately raised his sword, hastily blocking the attack. The magic on the sword quickly weakened, the light fading and then dying out. Suddenly, he clenched his hands together, his eyes gleaming, a surge of joy rising within him. There was a way after all. Quickly, with Eric's cry, he recoiled backward, running, as a stream of magic swiftly flew toward the enemy. Sensing the imminent danger, Bescorp roared in anger, blocking the attacks as his blade clashed against the ice projectiles, creating a series of ear-splitting sounds. Bescorp relentlessly swings his sword, deflecting the incoming ice bullets, but Eric retaliates with a barrage of magical attacks. Unable to dodge in time, Bescorp's hands are immediately covered in blood, his eyes burning with rage. He raises his finger once more, preparing to strike again, as Eric closes his eyes, focusing all his energy. Ready to unleash his power, he and his men rush forward, voices full of anger. Enough games. I do not have time for this, so I will end it here. Bescorp's voice continues. Kill them all. But after a moment, with no sign of his teammates, he turned back in shock. Uttering, Bescorp panicked as he realized his body was freezing over, sweat beading on his face. A mere touch of the ice poison is enough to freeze you solid. Eric, I have never heard of such an enchantment. What is so surprising? He calmly replies. Eric smirked. I just added one curse to my ice magic. Bescorp bitterly replied. The captain of Squad 1 is the dumbest of us all. He should not have sent just us. He gritted his teeth, admitting that he was impressed, but would soon regret messing with them. Bescorp chuckled, saying he would soon die by the captain's hand. The boy coldly asked, is that so? Enraged, Eric unleashes all his mana in a final strike against the mastermind, who is left stunned and speechless at the sight before him. As our hero declares, you won't be alone on your way to hell. Eric's eyes burned with rage. I will send him down to join you soon. Immediately after, a deafening explosion echoed, and in that instant, elsewhere, Simonon's voice rang out. Take this. The man was surprised. What is this? Kneeling on the ground, he confessed that it was a scroll containing a level 6 fire magic circle, and they only escaped because Bescorp held him back. Simonon continued, we, the Blue Wolves, are swordsmen of Lord Quo, the next Blue Lion. We can't just run away with our tails between our legs. We can, he continued, run until your feet are blistered. Set fires, and if that is not enough, burn yourself and run. Simonon's face revealed a cruel expression. The young lady's death is of no consequence. Use your lives to burn this city to ashes. His voice echoed amidst the explosions. We are the Blue Wolves, Lord Pacquiao's trump card. How can we run away with our tails between our legs? Ulrich and Miffy overheard. Run until your feet are raw, light a fire, and if necessary, Use yourselves as kindling. He heard Simonon's voice, gloating that her death did not matter, and they should turn the place to ash, even if it cost them their lives. Miffy chuckled, saying they were up to something crazy again, and he turned back, startled, asking why. Arik quickly focuses his mana, scanning and searching for the remaining members of the Blue Wolves. He suddenly shoots into the sky, kicking up dust, and Arik curses in anger. You bastards. Miffy declared that humans are the only creatures capable of being more depraved than demons. He loudly condemned them, saying that no matter how civilized they pretend to be, their true faces will always be revealed in the end. Arik rushes forward, eyes darting around with worry. Only 3 blue wolves remain, and he can't find them. Worse, they have the magic scroll. He realizes it must be at least a 6-circle spell. Even a small misfire could turn the city to dust. Meanwhile, Simonon grinned, eager to see how they would stop him, as Arik spotted him, his heart sinking and sweat beading on his forehead. Simonon raised the scroll, a look of triumph on his face, declaring it was too late. Suddenly, he sensed an ambush and whirled around. Just then, a figure flashed, suddenly closing in on Simonon. In the next instant, his arm was severed, and blood splattered everywhere. Arik raises an eyebrow. I suspected it on the mountain. But you really are fearless. A moment later, Isabel appears, gripping her sword, daring to steal what I gave to a runaway. Huh, my Agrade Senza's craftsmanship is quite something. That silent manual really delivered. Suddenly, she senses imminent danger and instinctively looks up. Simonon charges at Isabel with a knife, screaming for her to die, but he is instantly frozen solid by her icy attack. Arik scoffs. Senza put in some effort, but you are gonna die anyway, so why bother? What is with that attitude? You only lost an arm. Do not make such a fuss. You were already ugly. Now you are even more hideous. Declares, I am tired of this. Let us end it. He smirks, thinking it is over, but Arik is surprised. Simonon continues. Auntie, have you forgotten about those 2? Going back to the moment before, she was still focusing on her magic. Arik's eyes scanned the square, not missing a single corner. Simonon reveals that while Elric was busy with him, his subordinates had everything prepared. He excitedly proclaims that even though he lost, the Blue Wolves, the Lord's trump card, will never lose. Simonon exclaimed with excitement that their wizards were too careless, and this place would soon become hell, ripe for lamentation. Adding with a grin that he had stopped them. He could not believe what he was hearing. What? Arik asked. You told me to use the magic I am so proud of. It was then that Arik noticed something was wrong. A slight smirk plays on his lips. Everything is going exactly as he predicted. Instantly, Arik unleashes his magic, firing off ice bullets. The remaining men fall, and Arik coldly states, see, even your trump card is gone. His face pales, devoid of blood. Simonon crumbled, muttering that it could not be, that it had to be a joke. Then, he turned to Isabel, begging for mercy, pleading for her to listen, promising to speak well of her to Mir Powell if she spared his life. Seeing her grip the sword, he broke out in a cold sweat. We only meant to scare you and escort you to him. I am the captain of the Blue Wolf's 3rd squad. He will listen to me. He cut off Simonon's excuses with a swift strike, blood splattering everywhere. Don't tarnish the Powell family name any further. Immediately, his head fell to the ground with a thud, his eyes wide open, unable to rest in peace. Isabel slumped to the ground, her voice trembling as she apologized. I'm sorry, I was too hasty. Arik knelt down, asking, it is all right. I was going to hand him over to you anyway. Are you hurt anywhere? Though shivering from the cold, she managed to reply, okay. Arik worried. Her body must be in shock. Just wait a moment. Then, he quickly used his spiritual power to warm her. Isabel softly called, Arik. He immediately responded, I am here. She hesitated. Could you spare a blue wolf? Isabel reflects, never imagining that senators from families who never wanted anything to do with an incompetent person like her, even if they respected her, it was only because she was the daughter of the Blue Lion. As for the Blue Wolves, sometimes they would meet Isabel's eyes, but not often. They would always stare at her with cold eyes, filled only with contempt. Isabel recalls her imprisoned father wondering why he was spared, only to be told it was to send a message. Now, those very Blue Wolves fear her, and Isabel vows to tell her uncle he will never be the Blue Lion. Arik stood silently, staring at her, or rather, they were afraid of him. Isabel was lost in thought, the idea of power and ability echoing in her mind. Isabel clenched her fist, resolving to become stronger, realizing that self-pity would get her nowhere, and that she must shed her weakness to gain power. Suddenly, he asks where she will go now. Isabel smiles. I am going to Cap Noir. My father is planning for the future there. Arik exclaims in surprise. She wants to expand her power. She nods. Yes, I will ask those old acquaintances who owe my father a debt to help. She says, a wise decision. He replies, no one would dare encroach on the Blue Lion's territory. These words inadvertently touched Isabel's secret thoughts. Yes, because the Blue Lion was there. She quietly looked at the person in front of her. But if her father did not wake up, it would indeed be an arduous battle. If Arik helps us, maybe, But the lion must not get involved with the witch. Isabel is silent. And besides, she already owes Eric too much. I do not want to rely on him any further. It is time to say goodbye. Suddenly, he offers a stack of papers, saying, "Take this." She reaches out, asking, "What is it?" "Here," Eric said calmly. "Sorry for the intrusion, but I heard the blue lion's ailment sounds similar to blockage disease. I wonder if this will help." He smiled slyly, saying it is a cure. Isabel's eyes widened as she exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" Then, they both rushed to examine Ad's wounds as he grimaced, trying to bear the pain. "What do you mean?" Stunned, she looks on. "Constriction disease." Eric raises his hand, releasing a warm flow of magic that seeps into Ad's body, healing his wounds. He spoke, "Allow me to introduce myself." Isabel was stunned by the introduction. Eric humbly speak, "My name is Eric Mobinger." His next words shock her, eyes widening. A member of the Mobinger clan. Eric proudly raises his head, revealing his identity as the Star Marquis. Isabel is stunned. The Star, that is the title bestowed upon Idun Mobinger, the Star Cluster Archmage, a title bestowed upon him after his great victory against the demon race, a symbol of his shining bravery on the battlefield. Though a title is just a title, but his name alone is enough to embody a title of glory. Star Marquis Fap Vong. She curiously asks, "You mean the one still in a coma at the Royal Magic Hospital?" "But I heard he was," cutting her off. "He says he can't explain everything, but it is true he once suffered from a blockage disease." "And now?" Isabel stared in shock at the papers in her hand. "Now," Eric continued calmly, "what you are holding is the cure that saved me. The blue lion's condition seems similar to this ailment. Perhaps it can learn something from it. You wanted to avenge your past grievances, did not you? It would be a shame if the lion could not witness it." She was stunned, her heart heavy, and she remained silent. Tears welled up, streaming down her cheeks as Isabel choked out, "How could I ever repay this debt?" Eric gently stroked her head, his eyes full of comfort. "It is okay," he smiled shyly. "Later, I will ask you to repay this kindness again." Sunlight blazed upon them, illuminating a hopeful new beginning as he gazed tenderly at the girl before him, his eyes filled with affection. Tears streamed down her cheeks as Isabel looked at Eric with peace and warmth, then suddenly blurted out, "Then, to repay you in some way, this time I will rely on Rick. No. Eric." Isabel offers to help him become a hero, while chaos erupts in the ruined square as people call for help and make way for the injured. Mefilo wondered if revealing his identity was alright, but Eric remained silent, knowing Pa would stop at nothing to find him. Eric pondered. He would killed so many of his blue wolves. He must be a terrible sore loser. A sense of unease washed over him. Moreover, his magic was so unique. If he turned the academy upside down, his identity would surely be exposed. Sensing Eric's unease, Mephi coldly suggests he prepare for exposure, as it is inevitable. Eric realizes his aid to the Blue Lions could advance the revival of the Dream Binger clan. Mephi retorts, "Not only have you made a huge name for yourself, but you have also secured a solid path for the future. I thought you were just good at magic. But you have really thought this through." A woman approaches, asking softly, "Are you leaving already? Won't you stay longer?" Eric replies politely, "No, I have troubled you all for too long. It is time for me to return to my own life." She expressed her gratitude, saying that if it were not for him eliminating the villains, they might have. Before she could finish, another voice suddenly echoed from behind, startling him. "You have worked so hard. I do not know how to repay you." Eric grimaces, wondering why Chen looks so pale, reiterating that he was only doing his duty. The man quickly introduces himself as Chen, a knight of Kyo, who will never forget this kindness. Eric frowned, annoyed, saying he did not need to do that. But Murphy sighed, thinking he would only do that for his future wife. Eric despaired inwardly, wishing he would stop. Then, he asked what Chen planned to do from now on, and Chen replied that even though the culprit was Paul Quio, it was still the sin of the Quio family. Without hesitation, Chen reveals his intentions, to support these people until the very end, and then join his master. Eric spoke softly, uttering a single word. Responsibility. His next words silenced him, his eyes growing sharp, as if lost in deep thought. The responsibility of a noble. The crowd gathered to see Eric off, voices rising in gratitude. "Thank you, mage." A child, eyes wide with admiration, exclaimed, "When I grow up, I want to be a mage like you." Others waved, calling out, "Visit us again." "Thank you so much." Everyone was moved and grateful, waving goodbye. Murphy scoffed. "Responsibility. My foot. It is just an excuse." Eric slowly walks away, his figure fading into the bright sunlight as he mutters, "Now then, time to meet Dean." Cut to Dean's office at Uzun, where he is livid, shouting, "I told you to get me the excavation rights, even if the Narister family stood in the way. What have you been doing?" Raven stammers an apology, but Dean angrily retorts, "Narister, how dare he stand in my way? I will never let him set foot in this academy again." He roared, "We must secure it at all costs, even if it means buying off the press or bribing superiors." Hearing the order, he departed, the door slamming shut, leaving Dean alone. Utterly frustrated, staring at the newspapers on the table, Dean grits his teeth and hisses. Damn it. Immediately, magic flares up and burns the stack of newspapers, as he mutters that the election for headmaster is only 3 days away. If I do not get the excavation rights now, I am as good as dead. Soon, they turn to ashes, as if they never existed. Dean regained his composure, though his mind was still racing. I did not realize you were there. Could you repeat what you just said? The corner of his lips curled into a bizarre, twisted smile, as the old man glanced away, his eyes full of apprehension. His voice echoed, so you finally want to cooperate. Arik has finally arrived in the capital, where magnificent castles, bustling streets, and brilliant lights abound. But hidden behind that splendor, what awaits him? Not just a glamorous capital, but countless lurking dangers. This moment, Dean coldly asks how he plans to make him headmaster and help him get promoted. The mysterious figure replies that preparations are complete, and he only needs Dean's agreement as he made his final decision to cooperate. He questioned how he could accomplish what even they could not, to which the other retorted that since they did not trust him, there was nothing left to discuss. Dean. The spy's dark eyes lock onto their target. You are not the only candidate for headmaster. Dean quickly clarifies. I trust you. So what do you want? He calmly suggests a simple solution. Support us, the C's Club. They retort, is not that much simpler than what you desire. Headmaster, the old man pondered for a moment, then softly replied, is that all? His figure flickered with uncertainty. Then he exclaimed excitedly, that is more than enough. His eyes turned cold, reflecting a savage glint as he smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, whispers began to spread throughout the capital, and Kim asked softly, have you heard? Chip asks in surprise. Heard what? He quickly adds, you know that tiny city center. I heard the Blue Lion family has been causing a huge mess there recently. Chip raised his eyebrows. Just because of infighting, it is not rare for those lions to use violence openly without regard for us commoners. Kim whispered, you do not know, a lot of people died and houses were burned this time. Chip's eyes widened, that is so cruel. Kim excitedly continued. But then, a mage appeared and wiped out all those bastards. Chip was stunned, another amazing mage. How strange. Eric, sitting between them, was stiff as a board, sweating profusely, and excitedly added, according to the rumors, they say he was quite handsome, and from now on, he will be known as the hero of Lasender. Eric chuckled, I am starving. It has been so long since I have been back in the capital. Why are you talking like that? I told her to bury this, but she made such a fuss. He recalled Isabel's words. Do you want me to make you a hero? He gasped, startled. You mean, her voice echoed, what better way to gain public favor than a hero's tale? Isabel declared that this would definitely help him, and that the fame would be of great use to him later. She flashed a predatory smile, giving a thumbs up as a promise, adding that it would also help her gain a firm foothold to put pressure on her uncle. Pa Kyo. Back in reality, Eric wondered if the young lady was truly helping him, as whispers continued to swirl, leaving him speechless. Even the daughter of the Sand Giant Lion has become a crown princess. Are they dating? What will happen now? I heard the prince still fancies her, a love triangle. Perhaps. Have you all heard about the hero of La Center? I heard he is heading to the capital. I wonder who it is. I heard it is a disgrace to a prestigious mage family. Eric quietly sighed. They are turning a hero's tale into a love story. He quickly gets up and leaves, thinking to himself, she really is incredibly good at seizing opportunities and creating a stage. Whether it is a heroic tale or a love story, it is all good for promoting her name. Eric muttered that he should eat somewhere else. Stretching casually, unaware of the figure watching him intently from behind, Eric thought to himself, if only he had Isabel's talent for reviving the family. He wondered if she had made it to safety. He turned back and called out, wake up, Mephi, let us go somewhere else. Before he could finish, the man lunged at Eric, who felt a rush of dizziness and a pounding heart. He was here. The man threw a powerful punch, but Eric quickly dodged it. Mana flares, shining brilliantly, stunning everyone into silence. What is that? On the other side, a sinister voice asks, what kind of fight broke out? One person exclaimed in surprise, no way. Would Powell really dare to cause trouble in the capital? Then, he shouted, everyone, fall back. In the haze of smoke and dust, the man throws a punch straight at him. Eric ducks, looks up, and his heart sinks. This mana. His eyes narrowed, and he roared, you dodged too. Staring at his opponent's fist, Eric said coldly, long time no see. It seems you are taking things a bit too far. The man roared in anger. Do you know how much hell I have been through because of you? If you had any conscience, you would have come to the capital to reconcile and take at least one punch. He gritted his teeth, his voice full of hatred. Don't you think so, you traitorous bastard? His face contorted with rage. Kill him. That man is the third son of the Narister family, the punisher of Eric's ingratitude. Narister. Suddenly, a voice cries out, oh my, look who it is. My wonderful Lovely friend, he angrily shouts. You are a dead man, someone exclaimed in shock from outside. What was that? Another asked. Reassuringly, just friends greeting each other. They then sat down at a table in the corner, as Exim pleaded. After cleaning up after someone like you, what can I expect from someone whose morals are beyond saving? Mei Fei quickly appears, saying she likes this friend of his, as Eric takes off his shirt. If he is beyond redemption, why does not she buy him a beer? He is off tomorrow, and even with a proper family, he is still sponging off her. He snapped, this is the last time. You jerk. And what is your relationship with the Blue Lion's daughter? He quickly explained. It is nothing like that, and we are not that kind of couple. He waves for the waiter, saying it is on him, because she is not easily fooled. Pointing to the menu, he orders iced tea, Runif beer, caprese pasta, and bacon. All while masking his inner turmoil, the bastard must have sensed his unique mana signature and said nothing. He is waiting for me to confess, is not he? He asks in surprise. Why the long face? It does not suit you at all. Sin chimes in. Too much. Do not do that again, and Han agrees, mocking him. The look on your face is awful. He points to the food, urging, the food's here. Eat it before it gets cold. He boasts, regaining his composure. What do you mean by awful? Don't you know I've been told I am handsome lately? Sin reminds him that he still owes her a punch. Eric asks seriously if he is sure about the play being prepared exactly as he instructed. Worried he might lose everything, Sin swirls his drink, murmuring, do not worry. Only two things matter to me. Sending that Barracks guy who tried to kill me to hell, and the glorious revival of the Mubinger family. He confidently declares, and I will make both happen at the same time. He nods slightly, and I will continue preparing what you asked for then. Suddenly, Sin remembers something, blurting out that the others have also suffered greatly because of it. He frantically looks around, cursing that his witch family must have heard the rumors. Eric asked casually, a witch, is that who she is? Sin replied fearfully, trembling, that is right. After hearing the rumors, that fanatic must be going crazy. Anxiety surges within him. Our plan will fail. Scene change. A vast, imposing house shrouded in darkness, adding to the silence and mystery. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed as Hanabi nervously reported that the promotion order had been transferred to the academy, to Dean Barrett of the Elemental Magic Institute. Iza snapped. How could he let this happen? Prepare yourselves. We are going to the hospital, she turns coldly. And Hanabi, give me a brief report. Yesterday's papers were nothing but criticism of that monster. Now this. He stammers. All the papers are writing this for some reason. Hanabi softly flips through the newspapers. Dean Barrett, who received the promotion order, has regained his wings. The academy head appointment is postponed. The Narister family declares the promotion order. Pressure is predicted to fall on the Hessagram family. Teysa is silent, and though the Hessagram family may pressure us, Father would not let it slide. What about Sin? He stammers. The young master has not given a specific response. She is furious. What? Taxa frowned in annoyance. After hinting about being friends with his friend, now he is silent. Magic quickly flared around Texa's body. I will change our destination a bit. Hanabi fearfully dodged. Wait, she continued. Don't you understand? The promotion order is not from us or the academy. How dare they deceive us? Taxa frowned. Should I go and meet those cunning bastards? The headmaster of Usden Academy. Though it may seem like a simple leadership role at a magic academy, the position holds immense significance and power. The Star Wizard, an honorary position for the descendants of Usden Mojimber today, is the headmaster selection. At that moment, inside the Grand Hall of Usden Academy, a figure stood on the central stage, declaring, "Thank you all for traveling so far for the future of our academy." He offered a grateful, enigmatic smile, stating, "As you know, the discovery of the Jade Dragon's lair is unlikely to happen again, and I, Barracks, was at the heart of this historic event." As he confidently declared, "If you choose me, I will establish a system that allows us to continue discovering such extraordinary things." Meanwhile, someone in the distance scoffed. He already thinks he owns the academy, starting before the other candidates even arrive. That person was none other than Sin, who, with a hint of worry, gritted his teeth and wondered, Eric, can he really handle this alone? Speaking of which, he could not help but recall his conversation with Eric. Barak's approval rating is far ahead. I know you have a detailed plan, but those supporters are bought off, so it won't work on them. As Sin trailed off, Eric smiled mysteriously, saying, "Let them do as they please." As Sin's memory ends, Lazuli approaches Din to congratulate him. Excellent speech. Headmaster, hearing this, he chuckled, "I am not even chosen yet. Why are you already praising me so much? I will follow C's wishes even if you did not act this way, so do not worry." He then quickly dismissed him. The other candidates are speaking. Let us talk later. Lazuli did not linger, saying, "Then I will trust you." As soon as he left, Din revealed his true, arrogant self. muttering, "Yes, I am the one who will become headmaster. Nothing to worry about. I never intended to help you in the first place." His heart filled with contempt and ridicule. "Soon, I will be standing shoulder to shoulder with the master of the hexagram tower. Why would you think I would help a group with no foundation like Cease?" Little did Din know, as he reveled in his own thoughts, Lazuli harbored a dangerous glint in his eyes. Thinking that crushing them would be easy once he became headmaster, the smile on his face grew wider, full of hidden meaning. Back to Sin. As soon as the host spoke, he fell into contemplation. The speeches of the 7 candidates are over, and the election will begin soon, so please be seated. Lost in thought, Sin calls out to Eric, his gaze fixed on the empty seat in the middle row. When suddenly, a voice rings out, and Sin is taken by surprise. Below the stands, a familiar figure strides in with an air of confidence. Seeing her red hair, the heads of the families are stunned. "Sister, what are you doing here?" At that moment, an elder master quickly retorted to Tara, "Don't you know where you are?" "Narister's wife, this is not a madhouse. The voting seats are only for the heads of Hesagraham." Unafraid, she retorted, "Why do you assume I do not know? I know full well. I am here on behalf of the Narister family head, and I believe I am the one who understands what is about to happen best." She then sat in the second seat with an extremely relaxed demeanor. Seeing her expression, Sin's heart skipped a beat, and he panicked, thinking, "She can see me. Impossible. Does she know something?" To avoid further commotion, Raven, the MC, quickly spoke up to calm them down. "Ladies and gentlemen, please listen. I would like to announce the rules of the election before the selection begins. I suggest everyone take their seats and remain silent. You should have all received a magic stone containing information on the candidates, and with the vote among the 7 complete, the results will be announced as soon as everyone has voted." As soon as he finished speaking, Dean muttered with great excitement and anticipation, "I have been waiting for this day. My promise could draw the attention of anyone related to the academy, and even give me a chance to work with the magic tower and the royal family. And not only that, I have already spoken with all the selection representatives, so it is all but decided." With each move from the selection representatives, Dean was certain it was a done deal. After a period of voting, Raven announced, "Now, I will announce the results, excluding the absent Menger family vote. The one with the most votes is," just as Dean, full of anticipation, was about to call my name, and Raven was about to give him the answer he desired, a voice suddenly rang out, stopping them. Suddenly, a mysterious figure in black robes appears, and the entire hall erupts in chaos. They questioned who dared interrupt the sacred selection, but I seemed to know who it was, and exhaled with amusement. Not only she, but even Dean seems to know how to cheer. "Go, Eric." With those words, the named individual revealed his identity. Eric Morbinger, heir to the Morbinger family. As he spoke, Dean broke into a cold sweat as both a light formula engineer and a selection representative. Eric throws off his hood, flashing a handsome smile. "I am here to exercise my small but important right to vote." After his introduction, the hall erupts in chaos. "Eric," other nobles exclaimed in shock, the disgrace of the noble magic family. Confused and bewildered, they asked, "What is going on? Wasn't he in a coma?" And of course, Raven was just as surprised, her voice trembling as she called his name. "Eric." As flashes of light erupted around them, he calmly walked towards Raven. The press frantically snapped photos of Eric, who seemed pleased with the reaction, faint smile gracing his lips, while Dean, who thought victory was assured, broke out in a cold sweat, wondering how this nobody got here. As the nobles struggled to react, the other students loudly protested against intern Eric. "What is going on? How dare a mere trainee interfere with the headmaster selection?" To their words, he slowly retorted, "Do you disregard the laws of the Empire? At this moment, I am not an intern at the academy." As the black robe vanished, Eric, now in elegant attire, declared, "I am an Imperial Duke and selection representative. The empty seat in the middle is Mobinger's. Is Mobinger not allowed to congratulate the new headmaster?" At this point, Dee had no choice but to force a smile and ask Eric, "Well, I am glad Mobinger's health has improved. I wonder why he is acting this way after the selection's conclusion." As he confidently prattled on, Eric cut him off, citing Article 2, Section 2 of the Uzun Academy's selection rules. He looked at Revan, his voice dripping with venom, citing suspicions about the candidate that should have been noticed before the election ended. As Eric spoke, he headed straight for the dean, suggesting the election could be reheld if a majority agreed. Seeing this, the old man's eyes narrowed, his brow furrowing. Eric brushed past Revan, patting him on the shoulder, and declared, "I am Eric Mobinger, the Duke of Starlight." With each word he spoke, the crowd held its breath, tense as the truth about headmaster candidate Barak was revealed. Eric smiled, a dangerous glint in his eyes, and declared him unfit due to suspicions of stealing important documents and plotting to assassinate the Duke of Mobinger. In the hall's hushed atmosphere, Eric calmly replied, "It seems you do not grasp the gravity of the situation. Can you prove I am a criminal?" With composure, the old man retorted, Since you are participating in the election as a representative of a prestigious magic family, we must follow procedure, as you said. With that, he immediately addressed the others. My esteemed election members. He looked towards the council above, hinting as he asked, will you listen to Eric's unsubstantiated words? Head of the Mobinger family. Though he tried to appear calm, inside he was shaken. Eric Mobinger. He seemed to be hiding something. But no matter what he did, the outcome would not change. Seeing the council's silence, he smugly thought, how dare you touch me? I will show you what real politics are. After a long silence, he smugly turned to Eric, taunting, well, I do not think anyone agrees with you. What will you do now? He was met with the young man's calm demeanor. Why are you in such a hurry? It is not too late to decide after you hear me out. Hearing this, the elder chuckled. You insist on spewing such mockery during a sacred election. But before Dean could finish, the elder's voice echoed from elsewhere, freezing him in place. You are saying there is really a dragon's nest there. In Eric's hand, the magic orb plays Dean's recorded voice. This is bad. Eliminate Eric as planned. Keep his magic lineage as a souvenir. At that moment, Dean froze, realizing his words had been exposed. Staring intently at the image on the orb, Dean muttered in astonishment. From that moment on, after playing the recording, Eric began to reveal the truth, which differed from what the public knew. Eric's contributed nothing to Duresters and my great discovery. Instead, he tried to destroy me and steal my family's heirloom. As he spoke, beads of sweat dotted Dean's face, while everyone else, Eric, with a profound and solemn gaze, looked directly at the others and asked if his words were still baseless fabrications. Dean quickly retorted with his trembling voice, claiming he was being framed and would not dare deceive everyone with fraudulent magic. Hearing this, Eric chuckled. Deceive? How could I deceive you, a 7th circle mage? Dean was incredulous. Are you saying I am an 8th circle mage? Meanwhile, the spectators who had been watching the whole time began to murmur amongst themselves. Indeed, how could a simple illusion deceive everyone here? A patient with ceiling disease being in the 8th circle is even more ridiculous. They speculate, hardly believing what they are hearing. So, the director really did try to kill the formula of Starlight. And of course, Dean is now utterly panicked. That crystal ball was what I gave Raven when I ordered him to kill this guy in the heady out. How did he get it? Just as he was bewildered, a hiccup sounded, and he looked at the back of the person who made the sound, cursing. You bastard. At that moment, Raven, trying to control his hiccups, reminded everyone, now, as the council members are having an important discussion, please keep silent. As he finished speaking, Dean cursed inwardly with resentment. Damn you, Raven, how dare you betray me? Rewinding to Eric's celebratory meal, he rests his chin on his hand, revealing, right, we caught a suspicious person wandering around the hospital last night. Raven, Eric is taken aback. Really, that bastard Barracks must have ordered him to do something again. How awful. He gently shook his head, saying, no, it seems he has something to say this time. He said he has something to give you and will wait until you wake up. Receiving this somewhat surprising answer, Eric hesitated slightly. Really, and the reason for Raven's actions was because, back at the academy, a furious voice roared, find a way to get it, even if you have to use the press or bribe the higher-ups. It was Dean, the headmaster, veins bulging as he pointed and ordered, find a way. Dean's fury sent Raven fleeing, but the dean showed no signs of stopping, continuing his tirade. Those bastards keep bothering me, including that scoundrel Raven, utterly useless. Dean's constant insults and mockery fueled Raven's anger, causing him to grit his teeth and tremble until he could no longer bear it, and he stormed away, and that moment helped Elric's plan, as he smiled and waved to someone. Luckily, Raven kept a piece of evidence safe, and while he had enough to destroy Barracks, this would make it easier. The person he waved to was Raven, who startled and waved back, unaware that Elric was questioning his actions. Why did Raven cut the conversation short? Perhaps saving him in the lair was worth it. Not stopping there, he continued to accuse Dean of other crimes. This is not all. According to the law, Dean seized the mining rights without my consent. The more he heard of Dean's crimes, the wider the old man's eyes grew in horror. He was not only accused of plotting to assassinate the Starlight Duke, but also of trying to steal the Mobinger family heirloom and the rights to the dungeon. After listing all of Dean's crimes, Ulrich turned to the council and made his request. I demand not only the dismissal of Headmaster Barracks as a candidate, but also that he be punished for his crimes. Just then, the oldest member of the council voiced his question. Ulrich, I sense mana from you. Are you no longer afflicted with the seal? Hearing this, the others realized the issue and chimed in. I heard you were in a coma, but you seem fine. Someone even asks Tarza, the representative of the Naristor family, if she knows what is going on. She replies with complete nonchalance. I do not know. My brother is associated with the Mobinger family representative, but that is hardly relevant. Is it? Despite the overwhelming evidence, Dean refuses to concede. Desperately arguing, I am certain the crystal ball has been tampered with. I am sure analysis will reveal it. Just as he was floundering, a strange sound drew his attention. Dean looked at the pair before him, confused. Lazuli, why is he standing next to Xin? It was only then that he realized the truth. It was Eric, Sin's accomplice. Back at the diner, Sin expresses his helplessness, saying that Cass is really suffering because of it. He explains by saying he was just playing with Barrett, but Eric quickly retorts, saying he can't be called cunning, and that Sky is not so bad either. As the charade drew to a close, Dean glared at Eric's triumphant smile, resentfully asking if he had planned everything from the start, lamenting that he had been fooled by such a con artist. Immediately afterward, Eric turned to the Electoral Council, startling them, and declared that everything seemed to be settled. He runs a hand through his hair, flashing a disarming smile as he declares, "We can have a re-election now. Anyone want to buy the headmaster position?" Soon after, the new election yields a result, and the newly elected candidate stands on the podium, announcing, "Thank you for entrusting me with the esteemed position of headmaster of Uzun Academy." Meanwhile, in the Mobinger family's seat, Murphy sneered with distaste. "I am speechless. I can't believe you cheated so blatantly. Are you brave or just insane?" Eric replied with a carefree smile, "If not for times like these, how would I get my share? I have to postpone the tour for the academy and my scholarship fund. What do you know?" As he finished speaking, he curiously asked Han, "Are you just gonna leave that human like that? He looks so pathetic." Eric seemed to know who he was talking about and exclaimed, "That bald fraud," and it seems the person being talked about heard his snickers. Because his steps faltered, Eric, seeing Dean's reaction, realized he had gone too far. "I'm sorry. You could hear me. I did not mean for you to hear that. My bad." With an innocent smile, he continued, "You are still a 7th circle mage even with the baldness. You can hear my telepathy. Amazing. I am so impressed." Dean just glared, and Eric continued, "Well, hearing it is probably the best you can do. I get it. You can hear it not because of talent. Huh." Until Eric's taunts became too much. "It gets into your head because there is no hair. Right?" And that pushed Dean over the edge, as he immediately cast a thunderbolt spell down upon him. Witnessing this, the audience panicked and screamed, "What is going on?" "Headmaster Barrett." They frantically yelled and ran. Dean, blinded by hatred, wore a wide, triumphant grin, eager for Eric's demise, but Eric remained unfazed, even smiling faintly at the impending doom. Then, the lightning struck him, creating an earth-shattering explosion, but Eric calmly gazed at it, faint smile gracing his lips. Immediately, he used the mark on his hand to cast a spell, and a magic circle like interlocking ice blocks appeared to block Dean's attack. Blinded by the light, the election attendees were stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief. Seeing the barrier above, they wondered who could block a 5th circle spell, but Dean showed no signs of stopping, chanting another attack. Just then, a snapping sound echoed as a familiar figure shot toward Dean, confronting him head-on. The oldest member of the election council exclaimed in shock that he could block a 6th circle spell, but as others recognized the figure, they cried out, "Wait! That is." They watched in stunned disbelief as Eric landed, the useless sign of the Arthun family. How could a cripple wield magic? Eric looked up at Dean, a hint of amusement in his smile, and began to calculate. He thought the old man would be an easy target, but as a level 7 mage, it will still take some time to deal with him. He mused, watching the man attack, but as Eric's thoughts raced, a pair of hands snapped. "I think you have forgotten where you are, Dean." Immediately, a pillar of fire erupted, striking the ground before Eric and blocking Dean's attack. Looking at the blinding flames, Eric confidently asserts that if this old man continues to be so irritating, someone will surely take him out, and from within those blinding flames, a pair of enormous wings began to emerge. Following those massive wings, Tasha proudly emerges to everyone's astonishment a phoenix, a magical beast. Seeing her, Eric's ranks falter, the youngest level 7 mage capable of summoning a phoenix. As he pondered, Tasha seemed to sense his gaze and glanced his way whether she was involved or not. The battle was about to begin. With that, a resounding voice boomed, declaring that all his actions would be considered acts of terror and punished accordingly. Dean Barracks? Following that announcement, members of the great families and men in black immediately appeared, blocking Eric's stop at once. Seeing their actions, Dean retorts amidst Eric's cries, "Oh!" 6 families and esteemed guests. Raven, seemingly caught off guard, appears slightly astonished. A series of loud noises and shouts erupt, declaring that the master of Dreambinger has been attacked and demanding Barracks' capture. Meanwhile, Murphy looks helplessly at the dark figure on the ground, wondering if he is truly worthy of being called a demon king. What he saw was Eric's battered and wounded body. Truly, one born a demon is sure to become the next demon king. Hearing Murphy's words, he mouthed silently, "Don't you realize?" Eric watches Dean, bound tightly by chains, with satisfaction, declaring this the fate of those who stand in his way. Time passes, and in a bustling town, whispers arise. Have you heard anything about what happened at the US Academy? About the Eric Morbinger incident? The one who is in a coma? What could that illegitimate child of the occult family possibly do? That hushed talk came from a luxurious restaurant filled with gentlemen. No. You fool. Do you even know who Eric Morbinger really is? What are you even saying? Amidst their questions, someone quickly pointed out the key point. I heard he is the one who saved Lysander. Dean Barrett was expelled from the academy, then arrested and accused of murder. And he was constantly interviewed by a group of reporters about this issue. Eric Morbinger, grandson of Usden Morbinger, a mage protecting the Demon King. The image of his ravaged hands emitting a trace of magic flashed in their minds. They simply could not understand how he could cure incurable diseases. Could he have discovered some secret in the Starstream cave? Eric Morbinger is making the Narister family pay for their sins. Elsewhere, Shin loudly reads a newspaper. The Morbinger family is regaining its honor. A hero has emerged, despite being ridiculed by many. But before long, Shin was complaining. Damn it. Why do I have to read this to you? Eric pitifully replied. I am a patient. The place Barrack's hit still hurts, which immediately infuriated Shin. Damn it. You are just a fraud pretending to be a hero. Do not you see my guards suffering? Just like he said, Sin, watching the man stretch comfortably before him, lamented that the reporters should know the truth about this con artist. You only know a few tricks. Yet you have become a legend in people's mouths. Where did you learn all that? Eric carefully gets out of bed and calmly replies. Did you think I was just playing around these past few months? In Lysander, the young lady of the Great Lion family. As he says this, he suddenly pauses, and his face gradually turns red. Suddenly, Eric refuses to talk about it. Frustrating Sin, who asks if he plans on causing any more trouble, without a second thought. Eric replies. Well, Sin, a bit helpless, says, I do not know what you are planning. Upon hearing Eric's next words, Sin's eyes flicker, but Eric continues. My father wants to have dinner with you. Son's father. Winterester is a ninth circle mage, a grand mage of immense power, and the head of the Narister family, which leads the magic tower. Even Eric's grandfather wanted to take him as a disciple. This man is a genius among geniuses, and this place is... What did Eric and Murphy see that left them speechless and trembling? What the heck? What a bastard. Only Sin remains calm. Seemingly unfazed. But what is this? Eric is still stuttering and trembling. I knew you were rich, but if I knew it was this insane, I would have clung to you sooner. Before them stood the Narister family's main residence, and Eric could not help but exclaim, this is not a house, it is a fortress. He pictured himself standing before a gate to another, more magical place. Thinking, so this is the Narister family, with the magic tower the place I need to be. Eric's eyebrows twitched, his eyes full of spirit, ready to smile with delight. He then moved forward, step by step, muttering, beyond one day. And now, as Eric was being escorted into the castle, Jack remembered something and said, Oh, right, your sister is here too. Upon hearing that, he paused, exclaiming, What? Why are you telling me this now? He hands Jack's letter from Higgy to him, saying, Do you know how busy you have made me lately? You should have contacted her sooner. Eric takes the letter, his hands trembling as he opens it and begins to read. My dearest brother, Eric, I heard you are planning to visit the Narister family estate. Don't cause them any trouble until I get there. And prepare yourself, and at the station, a familiar figure has arrived if you run. She carries a massive suitcase, its contents unknown. Meanwhile, back at the Narister estate, Eric reads the final line, his face draining of all color. Realizing he is doomed, he lowered his head in despair, crying out that he was done for. Seeing him like that, Mephi could only sigh. It seems there is a demon lord among the Maringer members that I do not know about, because that person is making the one worse than Satin tremble in fear. Sin, standing nearby, quickly encourages Eric, saying that if he does not cause trouble, she is like an angel. Did you forget she worked herself nearly to death just to get you into the academy? Hearing this secret, Mephi had even more reason to tease him. I knew it. The problem is you. Eric reluctantly replied, Of course I am grateful to her. Extremely grateful, but if you saw her true nature, you would not dare say such things. He paused, noticing someone approaching. But Sin, oblivious to the danger, continued to badmouth her. Your sister is way better than mine. Do you think that old hag was called a witch for nothing? As he continued to complain about his sister, her personality completely changed after she was hailed as a genius. You can't even consider her human anymore. Tasha suddenly closes in with a friendly smile. I believe I said I would give you a beating to remember, did not I? Hearing her voice, Sin's eyes widen in fear. If you wanted to be beaten that badly, you should have just told me. Then, after the sound of something shattering, Tasha takes the lead, and Eric gratefully thanks her for her help during the headmaster election. He then turns to mock Sin. Grow up. Sin retorts, annoyed. I do not want to hear that from you. Unaware of their playful banter, Tasha politely says, It was nothing. You could have handled it yourself. Right. Sin then voices his doubts. But why would a stubborn old woman like you do something like that? Are you perhaps interested in Eric? Before she could finish, Taishi subtly reminded him that his attack was too weak, which he vehemently denied. Are you really going to act like this in front of my friend? She nonchalantly retorted. Oh, dear. Who was it that lied to me first? Just then, Eric saw something that widened his eyes in shock and vanished as Tax's warning echoed. Once we pass through this dimensional gate, we can reach my father's location. There are traps set up, so do not let your guard down and follow us closely. This place is hard to escape, even for a sixth circle mage. It was only then that they realized he was gone. Eric. At that same moment, Eric stood amidst a vast, white space, filled with dread, confused and panicked. He cried out, "What is this, Sin, Ida? Where did you go?" Eric frantically searched for everyone in the encroaching darkness. Where did that weirdo go? He is definitely not enjoying this. As he ran, Eric suddenly realized something. Where am I? Before him, a vast amount of magic formed two rings around a black hole in the center, like an eye. Magic of this caliber. Is the Narister family really this powerful? Every element fills this space. Eric stares intently at the eye's center, assessing its power, some parts strong, others soft, some sharp, and others dense. They may seem like different magical elements with nothing in common, but they converge at one point thanks to the element of wind. After assessing his surroundings, his eyes widen with desire as he tells himself, I do not know where this is, but I feel like if I study it, I can make it mine. Just then, a massive cloud of smoke erupted behind him, and a voice echoed, You are looking at something quite interesting, kid. Eric spun around. Startled, someone's been watching me. The man who appeared from the smoke called out again, asking if he knew what he was looking at, or if he did not know but was still looking. Hearing the man's words, Eric felt as though he had been caught red-handed, thinking to himself that while he was lost, looking at someone's magic without permission was a capital offense. If that guy's controlling this space, he is at least a 7th circle archmage. What should I do? The mysterious man chuckled, seeing his silence. Can't you hear me? I know you reacted. Can't you hear me, kid? But Eric, no longer heeding the old man's words, was trying to reassure himself, saying, Objectively speaking, this is the fault of the Narister sisters for not giving me clear directions, so I have no reason to be questioned. I will just pretend I do not know anything and escape this maze. But the man seemed to see through his intentions, exclaiming, Are you planning to ignore me and run? I can hear the gears turning in your head. Hearing this, Eric did not hesitate and immediately cast his magic concealment. Augustine, the pursuer, was both astonished and angered by this action. He admired the boy's intelligence, musing that he could not see inside the maze, and that the boy had used his own fog to hide. Augustine muses, lamenting that Eden died too soon, but it seems he left behind a rather interesting child. Having escaped Augustine's pursuit, Eric continues to wander through the undefined space, thinking he would have deciphered it if not for that elder. But unfortunately, he might get caught in a huge lie if he stays here any longer. And just as he says that, a sudden tremor occurs. The one responsible is Augustine, who has been watching him all along, creating a whirlwind that sends Eric flying. Things are just getting interesting. And he was going to leave because he coveted what was not his. He has to pay the price. Meanwhile, outside the Narister estate entrance, Sin anxiously urges, What do we do now? We have to tell father. Before he could finish, a voice echoed, announcing that the treasure vault had been opened. It was none other than the head of the Narister family, Will Narister, who appeared furious as he demanded, What happened here? Seeing him, Sin started to call out to his father, but quickly corrected himself. Father, no, Lord. But Will ignored him and continued his questioning. Didn't you guide him properly? Sun hurriedly tried to explain. He disappeared before we even crossed the entrance. Upon hearing this, Will frowned. He disappeared before even entering the sacred hall. He then gazed at the mysterious magic circle before him and declared, It seems the old geezer has meddled in this. Hearing this, Sin is surprised and confused, wondering why his great-grandfather Will sighs in exasperation, muttering that his condition must have worsened again. Seeing this, Sin gathers his courage and quickly suggests that they can't just stand there and watch, as he is a guest of the Narister family in the name of Lord Mobinger. Before Sin could finish, Tasha cut in, praising him. You are so cute. Taken aback by the unexpected compliment, he froze up, and Tasha smirked. And yet, he has made my brother a man indifferent even to his own family. This worried, but her eyes and words carry a hint of danger, a love formula for this generation. Now she's even more curious. Seeing Tasha's expression, Shin feels a chill. Who is this person she is so worried about? Surprisingly, not only her, but even Hai says the same thing. He is curious too. His words cause my brow to furrow, my eyes to narrow with a cold glare. While Sin, unnerved, broke out in a cold sweat as he listened to every word about the new Lord of Mobun. As Hai spoke, Ulrich struggled within that dimension. Just how skilled was this prestigious mage family? on par with the magic tower. Immediately after the loud explosion, Ulrich's thoughts raced to Mephi, Otto, and that old man. He rubbed his palms together, creating sparks, and cursed under his breath, "Damn old men." Then, Barrier quickly went up to block the snowstorm. As he grumbled, "They are all crazy." With his defenses in place, Ulrich surveyed the scene, reassuring himself to stay calm and assess the situation. The mana here is not just one element, but the Nerister family's specialty is wind. In other words, he is just using wind to shape other elements, a hot wind carrying fire to turn moisture into steam, and a gentle breeze bringing it all together to create fog, and as the cold wind carries the ice attribute, freezing the fog, a strong wind weaves in, preventing its movement. But after a moment of analysis, he still has not found a way. If that old man is strong enough to control the wind to that extent, creating a storm would be nothing to him. He even shaped this rocky mountain with wind. But that did not diminish Eric's resolve. Even if he did not intentionally hurt me, since he provoked me first, I have to decipher what I could not complete before. Eric also sensed it at the mana center, but aside from ice magic, all his other magic was weak. Eric would use Augustine's method to transform the flow of mana and wind in this place with his own mana and ice magic, and if he goes further to rearrange the mana flow connecting spirit speed and the seal to reduce mana waste. Thinking this, he involuntarily recalls the movements from his battle with Hanun, and then, he gathered mana into one hand, unleashing a massive torrent of magic like a volcanic eruption. Just as he planned, wouldn't that allow him to use other attributes with his ice magic? The flashback ends, and Eric returns to reality, standing firm against the blizzard. Then, he began to unleash his magic, and a light suddenly appeared before him as Eric slowly reached forward, the wind whipping at his back. Then, a blue light like a flame ignited, and from the arm bearing Elric's mark, a great surge of ice power was unleashed. Not only that arm, but his other arm also released power. Together, the streams of power from both arms formed a figure 8, like the infinity symbol. The light from Eric's magic illuminates the entire area, dispelling the hazy black smoke. Then, a mark identical to the one on Eric's hand descends from the sky. As Augustine cries out in anticipation, the final phase, the darkness fades, a radiant light and a proud figure emerge. Ulrich has returned to the real world. Much to the Nerister siblings' astonishment, they stammered in unison, calling his name in disbelief. Ulrich, it seemed impossible a sixth circle mage would need at least 24 hours to escape. I needed 4 hours and 52 minutes, but you only needed 46. Murphy said, his face betraying a hint of fear, in stark contrast to the other's astonishment. Not only that, his cruel ceiling level has risen to 5 stars. His eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "That is a high-level magic that impresses even me." But he not only deciphered it, but stole it and developed it this far. Seeing them like that, Ulrich sadly laments, "What is wrong with everyone? Why does not anyone ask if I am okay after nearly dying?" Just then, someone steps up to praise me. "How wonderful." Overjoyed, Kwai exclaims that he should have attended the new headmaster election, as he would only heard a few days prior that Eric's mana stagnation had been cured, but he has already completed a 6th circle. Hearing this, Sin exclaims in surprise, "A 6th circle? Really? Ulrich?" While I, on the other hand, lament, "My record has been broken by my younger brother." After a moment of contemplation, he approaches Kwai, shaking his hand and greeting him. "Apologies for the late introduction. I am the head of the Mobinger family." Ulrich Mobinger. He happily returned the greeting. "I am Kwai Nerister, head of the Nerister family. Please forgive what you have just experienced. I apologize for the misfortune you have encountered." Hearing this, Ulrich politely replied that there was no need to apologize, as it was a good experience for him. Hearing this, Kwai gratefully expressed his thanks for Ulrich's understanding, and welcomed him to the Nerister family estate. Though it was a bit of a mess, seeing the warm welcome and hearing the urging voice, he smiled faintly. "Let us go. Ulrich, my mother and sister are waiting." But then, he suddenly lowered his head and muttered, "Family." But that expression was not disappointment or sadness. It was emotion welling up in Ulrich's eyes, and he happily replied, "Yes, I am coming." Meanwhile, back at the Quio family estate, Isabel stared in astonishment at the man in the bed. Exclaiming, "Father," she rushed to him, embracing him and weeping with joy. Her father embraced Isabel, smiling gently and comforting her. "A mature lady like you is acting like a child. How were you able to wake me? The doctors could not cure my illness." Isabel wiped away her tears and replied, "Lord Ulrich helped me. If it were not for him." Hearing the name she mentioned, Herman exclaimed in surprise. Ulrich. After Isabel recounts everything, Herman laughs with delight, impressed by the prestigious magic family. She agrees with him, adding that the Mobinger family has always been a light shining in the darkness. But then, she cried out in alarm, asking where he was going and insisting he rest. Herman, adjusting his attire, calmly replied that he could not prioritize his health at a time like this. "If such talent exists, I must find him, even if it means searching the ends of the continent." He donned his majestic armor, for in this decaying world, there is a child so righteous. Herman's smile shone like the sun as he declared, "Isn't that all the more reason for me to go?" In an instant, The scene shifts to a high vantage point, where someone sits gazing at a corpse before them. Afterward, he spoke to Hyan, who was kneeling on the ground, about the blue lamella's slaughter and Ezebel's escape. He leaned on the lion head carved armrest, saying he was healed, and the blue lamella returned to life and exploded before my eyes. So, it was all caused by that mage. Huan quickly added that he must have cast a spell on his body, to which the mysterious figure questioned. What about him? He hastily replied, causing Paul to smirk. That day, he was playing with the Blue Eagle, and it seems he was trying to contact Ulrich Mobinger, who is currently staying with the Nerester family. Receiving Huan's answer, Paul chuckled. The Blue Eagle. He won't attack the tower right away, but he will try to get in touch with his sworn brother first, and that mysterious man is none other than Paul, who sneers mockingly, saying the mage must have grown weak. He immediately orders his subordinate, Ian, you and that damned Mobinger must not meet. Kill him the moment he leaves the Nerester residence. Paul's eyes sharpened, piercing Huan as he warned. Don't forget the only reason I have not killed you is because of your little trick. With that veiled reminder, Huan clenched his fist, the mark on his palm glowing with magical power, and replied, I will remember. Meanwhile, Eric stood before a magnificent fortress, the sun blazing down on its walls and towers, highlighting its power and grandeur. Behind Eric, Mephi shuffled along, his steps heavy and unfamiliar, muttering under his breath, that damned human. Mephi roared, is he even human? Hearing this, Eric grew worried, asking telepathically, what do you mean? Is he a demon spawn? Mephi shook his head. No. He wondered, but if he is just a normal person and not a dream bringer, how could he reach that level? Mephi continues, saying it has nothing to do with a non-human creature. Eric sighs in relief, muttering, you scared me there. Did you think humans just sat around for the thousands of years you were sealed away? Eric begins to list the other power players. The Lords of the Magic Tower, the Lions of the Great Lion Family, the Royal Intelligence Bureau, the Revolutionary Army, the Beastmen, the Opposition Alliance. There are so many. So, do you see why they say this era is full of monsters? He wondered if he was saying that there were many people as strong as, or even stronger than, the Golden Lion, who was supposed to be the strongest in the continent. Mephi laughed with pleasure, saying it seemed there was even more reason for the great Mephi to awaken in this era. At that moment, mana slowly emanated from him, the wild life where countless beasts devoured each other to become king. Then, that power erupted fiercely, and Mephi spoke of the chaos and suffocation from them. His voice echoed, speaking of the joy of defeating all and walking in victory. Mephi would. Soon, they stood before a room as he continued to ramble. I must push you as much as possible to regain my strength as soon as possible so that, seeing that Ulrich did not pay any attention, Mephi was annoyed. Hey, I am talking to you. Stepping inside, he saw his mother and two younger siblings waiting for him. Suddenly, his sister pointed at him, yelling, Mom. He dropped his food because he was staring at Ulrich. The boy roared back, What? Stupid. How dare you call me stupid in front of Ulrich? He frowned, annoyed. Can you two be quiet? His mother smiled gently, reminding them, why are you two being so loud in front of the hero? Ulrich, didn't I tell you that good children are quiet during meals? The little girl obediently replied, Yes, Mommy, I will be good. And the little boy chimed in, Me too, I will be good too. The scene before him reminds him of his childhood. Hee, stop copying me. His sister whines, Do you want to get scolded? Ulrich? She asks, before tattling, Mom, this idiot keeps trying to hit me. His mother gently chides, Didn't I tell you not to argue at the table? Ulrich's father interjects, Kids will be kids, dear. He continued, I will be the first one I teach magic to when I become a great mage. Little sister, his father warned. Ulrich, today you must read 100 thoughts a mage must have. Ulrich protested, No, today I am playing with Dad. Heidi, today, I will leave Ulrich with you too. Ulrich fell into silent contemplation, his eyes filled with deep sadness. When Sin's mother's voice suddenly pulled him back to reality, Is the food not to your liking? Ulrich startled. What? No, it is delicious. I am just a little dizzy from how delicious it is, she said with concern. I am glad you like it. I was worried we were not being hospitable enough because you seemed so sad. He quickly shoveled a large helping of noodles into his mouth, his eyes sparkling with joy. Of course not. It is so nice to have dinner with others. As the meal concludes, they move to another room for conversation, where steaming tea fills the air with a complex aroma. Kwai speaks. I hear you are transferring the rights to explore the lair to us. Eric nods slightly. Yes. I oaks in a great debt. He took a sip of tea, his mind awash with thoughts, as Ulrich's piercing gaze remained fixed on the man before him. Finally, Kwai voiced the question that had been weighing on his heart. Do you hate me? Hearing those words, he exclaimed in surprise, full of regret. Sin frowned, silent, taking a sip of tea to hide his embarrassment. Ulrich knew that the fall of Mobinger, a family with a 1,000-year history and countless military victories, could not have happened overnight. The truth was etched in his mind: the oppression of the royal family, the political manipulation of the 6 hexagram families, and the betrayal of those they trusted. The downfall occurred under the guise of politics, and if he were asked if he hated them, he would not know. Ulrich answered plainly, "No, everyone has their own circumstances." He knew the Nearester family had not contributed to his family's downfall. They simply could not help for political reasons. I could blame them for standing by, but would I have been brave enough to act in their place? Mephi scoffs. Why would one Mobinger be wary of a mere Nearester? 1,000 years ago, the 6 hexagram families were nothing more than flies buzzing around the Mobinger family, and both were heads of families, so they were of equal rank. Ulrich whispers, "Well, arrogance does not feed me, and it is not his fault. The Mobingers lost their former power long ago." Han is surprised. What reason could a man who lives for power have to go to such lengths? He expresses his true feelings. Even though this is his friend's home, it is also a place for me to overcome, and one day, I must ascertain what kind of people the mages and their family heads are. Then, Will suddenly offered, "Tell me what you want." Those words put Ulrich on guard, his eyes full of caution. Will declares that the Nearester family will fully support the Mobinger family. Shocking Ulrich. He continues, telling him not to worry too much about it, as it is for the right to explore and also his gift to his son's friend. Mephi scoffs, saying Han is also formidable, wanting to use this opportunity to befriend or help the struggling Mobinger family. Ulrich retorts that it is good for him, as his foundation will be stronger if the Nearester family supports him. But I am sure the other members of Hisa Graham and others will try to correct the Nearester family if they support me. He continued, why would he want to help the weak Mobinger family? Even if it might be a loss, I have no idea what he is thinking. Ta hesitates, eyes widening slightly. Master, so, but at that moment, powerful surge of mana erupts from the stranger outside. In the blink of an eye, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, leaving a gaping hole in the foundation. And they looked up, stunned by what lay before them. Golden rays pierced through the hole, illuminating the entire room, and Ulrich was filled with anguish. What kind of madman would do this to the Nearester family home? Soon after, the stranger slowly entered the room, and upon seeing him, Ulrich was horrified, his eyes filled with resentment. Ulrich's mind raced. It could not be. Nguyen Jiang, filled with rage, knew who it was. The man's eyes glowed as he coldly said, "Become my disciple, and the true power of the Nearester family lies within the Council of Elders and those monsters." The explosion drew the attention of those in the fortress, who quickly gathered and saw the figure before them. They cried out in unison, "Elder, this is the head of the family's study. This is disrespectful. Please step back." His voice continued, "And the leader of the Elder Council is the great master who taught all the Nearester family's mages. The old man is Augustine Nearester, and Ulrich calls him Milkman. He is incredibly strong, perhaps even more so than Nien Nearester." Augustine admits his mistake, saying he was too hasty and apologizes to the family head. Suppressing her emotions, she calmly asks what brought him here. He points at Eric, declaring he is here to make that cheeky brat his disciple. Dim Ting explains that he is talking about the person next to him, one of the Empire's 4 formulas. Mobinger. He thinks it will be difficult to make him. Eric interrupts, politely introducing himself as Formula Mobinger. He emphasizes his origins once more. Eric Mobinger. Eric bows, politely greeting him. "Greetings, Master Augustine, head of the Nearester family's Council of Elders." At this moment, Mephi's carefully laid plan seemed about to crumble, as Ahar stammered. And Eric, furrowing his brow, asked in confusion what he was doing. Augustine spoke up, recognizing the elder. "How could I not recognize the great elder of the Nearester family?" Eric explains that his late father often spoke of Augustine before his death, saying that if their family had a pillar like him, it would not have collapsed so easily. Augustine wonders what his father had to do with him, but Eric replies that it is no surprise, as he is quite famous. Augustine sneers, impressed by Eric's sharp tongue, but Eric deflects, suggesting it is why Augustine wants him as a disciple, and politely declines the offer once more. Eric refused, saying a Mobinger could not possibly become a Nearester's disciple, and asked Augustine to withdraw the offer, as he was not thrilled with it. Augustine, enraged, questioned why Eric was not more pliable after receiving his mana, to which Eric replied that he would only learned it while escaping, so please understand. Eric retorts that after taking his magic without permission, and after being the one to cause him trouble, Augustine should just stop. Unable to listen any longer, Augustine angrily snapped, "Silence." Instantly, magic erupted violently at his feet, illuminating the entire room. Augustine roared, demanding Eric obey his elders, but Eric retorted that he talked too much. In that instant, a blinding light shone, making Augustine appear dignified and majestic. The sight astonished him, a starry night. Then, Eric belatedly realized, no, it was too bright to be the night sky. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy came from nowhere, striking Eric in the back of the head. Dazed, he wondered if it was teleportation. But no, Eric muttered that it was just physical movement. a speed no mage could achieve. In a flash, he lost consciousness as the old man swiftly seized Eric, and despite witnessing his capture amidst the hazy magic, Sun remained motionless. Augustine laughs with glee, claiming Eric as his own, and before anyone can react, Eric is whisked away. I grabbed her hand, complaining, "What were you doing? Why did you just stand there while our friend was captured?" Xin explained, "Sister, do not you understand what kind of person Eric is? That jerk is going to be the death of me." She exclaimed in surprise. What? Xin immediately retorts that he is putting on an act, while Mephi sneers, saying he has left her speechless once again. It seems there is another victim to succeed her, and he is certainly brave to choose that monster of an old man as his master. The magic faded away, as if it had never been, and Hen gasped, "No, a trump card." Elsewhere, Eric slowly opened his eyes, the faint light filtering through his eyelids, causing him to frown. A heavy sensation washes over him as Eric blinks. Trying to focus, Augustine's figure looms before him. "You are awake." Eric shot up, creating distance, eyes wide with shock. "What the hell?" Suddenly, sensing something was wrong, he whispered. Eric loses his balance, falling towards the cliff edge. Augustine rushes forward. In the blink of an eye, Augustine grabbed his collar, staring intently and sternly warning him to be careful. Augustine sighs, saying he almost lost his first disciple in 90 years. Eric glances at the deep cliff behind him, thinking that he intended to exploit Augustine to the fullest since he is the Grand Master of the Nerister family. But he is cornering me while I am trying to play hard to get, forcing him to find a reason to make me his disciple. Did I pick the wrong fight? Eric trembled, trying to calm himself, focusing on circulating his mana. But after waiting, nothing happened. He wondered in disbelief why his mana would not move, as if he were back to when he had mana block. Augustine smirks. "Looks like you have noticed. Your senses are quite sharp." Eric retorts angrily. "What have you done to me?" Augustine chuckled. "Patience. I will explain everything on the way down. Tell me, do you see anything below?" Before Eric could answer, he was released. "I see nothing." Augustine, high above, coldly watched as he said, "Go see for yourself." Everything happened too fast for Eric to react. It is then that he realizes he is falling, cursing the old man. In this moment of desperation, Eric tries to stay calm. Magic immediately gathers in his hands, swirling beneath his feet, lifting Eric into the air. Finally, he landed safely. But Eric's story was far from over. A great darkness threatened him, baring its ancient fangs. Earlier, when Eric visited the Nerister family and was enlightened at the Azure Dust boundary, Paul, who lost his chance to become an Azure Lion due to Eric's interference, sent the Blue Wolf squad leader to prevent the awakened Azure Wolf from meeting Eric. Meanwhile, Eric was kidnapped by a crazy old man and fell into a dangerous place with his mana sealed. Augustine callously left him to his fate, and Eric gritted his teeth in fury, cursing the dying old man. Mephi appears instantly, his voice mocking, "Finally met your match." "Have you?" Eric asks in shock. "Mephi, how did you get here?" Hem bluntly replies, "Finding you was child's play for me. Do you realize my importance now?" Eric frantically pleads for help. "Forget that. Save me. If I you die too." Mephi's voice echoes with hidden meaning, wondering what help he can offer, as Eric demands he teach him the Sin Seal to escape. Hence suggests that Eric is fooling himself, as his mana is blocked, but he can still use the mana in the air. Hearing this, Eric focuses, and in an instant, magic gently swirls around his body, absorbing the power. Eric's scream unleashes a violent vortex, and Mephi gloats. Fooled once, can't be fooled again. The power is so immense. It draws in the very earth one by one. The stones hurtled toward him. And then, a cataclysmic explosion shook the heavens. From the thick dust, Eric's battered figure emerges, and a thought crosses his mind. "I almost died from the mana seal. It felt like I was suffocating." Eric pants warily. "Putting that aside, where am I? I know the terrain of the entire continent, but there is nowhere like this. It is similar to the vacuum labyrinth." Suddenly, Augustine's voice echoes. "This is the maze labyrinth. The vacuum labyrinth is just a part of this place." He continues, adding that despite sealing his mana, he is drawing mana from the air to cast spells. Seems he has chosen a rather talented one. Eric roars in frustration, saying he almost died. "And why would he do that? You said you wanted me as a disciple, but I won't teach you anything Nerister related." "But as I said, I cannot teach you the magic of the Nerister family." Eric wonders, "Then what exactly do you intend to teach me?" The old man slowly said, "Even though he was the leader of the Nerister family's council of elders, he was also the headmaster of a school called Grassland." Augustine explained that its magic was only passed down to one person and had nothing to do with Nerister. "I presume you would not object to learning it." Grassland. Why have not I ever seen it in any history books? Unexpectedly, Murphy blurts out a name, startling Eric. Grassland. Hen is silent, unable to believe they are still active. Those bastards are persistent. Surprised, he asks if the others have heard of it, as he never has. Murphy explains they hail from the west, were a thorn in his side, and used martial mana arts instead of magic, piquing Eric's curiosity, and frowned and slowly replied, "It is similar, a martial art that uses the flow of mana as a foundation to strengthen the body." Murphy affirmed, "In short, it teaches you what you need most right now." Grassland specializes in harmonizing various types of magic, making it perfect for integrating the chaotic mana within him, and sarcastically remarks on his luck in finding a master, highlighting the world's unfairness, which fills Eric with joy. "I did not know what to do with all the chaotic mana inside me. But this is a good deal, so that is why the old man sealed my mana." Thoughts raced through his mind. He could not believe he could learn something perfect for him, without being controlled by the Nerester family. There could not be a better opportunity. Eric inquired if he would be taught Grassland's martial magic, to which Augustine replied, surprised that he even knew of it, given the lack of records. His next words put Eric on edge, his eyes full of caution. "Then let us begin. You are in dire wolf territory. They are 3 times bigger and stronger than regular wolves." Augustine cautions that Grassland martial arts are taught through real-world experience, so, he chillingly says, "Survive." In the blink of an eye, countless dire wolves emerge from the mountain crevices. Eric screams in panic, "You crazy old man. You are sealing my mana. What am I supposed to do?" Augustine remains silent. Observing, behind him, a man stood silently, asking if this test was fair. Given the recruit had only studied magic for half a year, Augustine confirmed his arrival, stating the boy was inexperienced, but not unskilled, and thanked him for the dire wolves. He voiced his concern. A major problem would arise if they tasted human flesh. Seeing the blood smeared across Eric's face, the man worried. Was not his disciple in trouble? He cautiously warned that the boy would die. But Augustine, confident in Eric's potential, simply said, "Just watch." Magic gathered in Eric's palm, and a faint light began to spread as he unleashed a thunderous punch, shattering the dire wolf's fangs and sending blood flying. Augustine smugly declares, "Didn't I tell you?" his voice brimming with excitement. He is different. Augustine's eyes gleam with pride. He believes Eric can pass his test and fulfill Grassland's 1,000-year-old wish, but his voice suddenly drops, as he acknowledges Eric is still weak. Continued, "Agility. You will step forward as the developer of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army, even the Empire's detective agency, can't uncover all their identities. Their actions are aligned with the Magic Tower Masters and the guilds, and they exist only to free the continent from the Empire's tyranny, the most notorious terrorist group, led by the former leader of the revolution." He nods in agreement, saying he will do it because it is the Beast King's request. He hesitates, but the Beast King is excited to have a new disciple. "That man is Agility 10s, he asks hesitantly. "Are you okay with losing him?" Augustine's voice echoes in the dark cave. "This place is the territory of dire wolves, 3 times larger and stronger than regular wolves." After a pause, he continued, "You know the martial magic of the Grassland is built on real combat experience, right? Then, hunt down all the dire wolves living here." As he gasped for breath, Murphy calmly spoke. "Last time, you only took one down because of meh. But this time will be tough, especially in your current state, though not friendly." He warned that they would be more wary after seeing their kind killed, so luck was no longer an option. Hearing this, Eric thought to himself, Murphy is right, he can only absorb ambient energy once or twice. How can he possibly kill these things barehanded? If only he had the weapon he used on the snow mountain. If he had known, Eric would have trained his physique more. Wait, train his physique. Suddenly, he remembered that is right. The strength enhancement technique, study of physical augmentation based on numerous factors. The strength enhancement technique Eric was looking for was physical training. It seems he has found a way to win, so Eric just needs to imitate it. Right. The physical technique passed down by the Tiger King's descendants, the body strengthening art. It is a fighting technique that hardens the body like steel, multiplies strength, and teaches how to fight using those abilities. The Tiger King once said the body is a miniature version of the world created by God. Just as water flows naturally, the body transforms based on breath and thought, unlocking countless subconscious possibilities. Among those subconsciousnesses, one is chosen by instinct, and the transformed body will act on intuition. Having completed the strengthening technique, Eric tells himself he expects nothing, and simply accepts this world. Instinct and intuition, a combat skill born from the fusion of the two. With that in mind, Eric intently observed the dire wolf before him, devoid of any plan or reason. Eric knew this choice was right, and in the next moment, he unleashed the decisive blow, the tiger person's fighting skill. This terrifying sight left Murphy frozen. Moments later, he spoke, intently watching Eric, "This insane bastard." While Murphy pondered, Eric's terrifying strike lunged toward the dire wolf. Then, Murphy wondered why a human would fight like a monster. Enraged, the dire wolves began to attack Eric. Just as he focused his mind, Murphy realized, "Wait, but," he muttered in disbelief, "how could he do that?" As Murphy finished speaking, the remaining dire wolf was completely annihilated by Eric, gasping for breath after the bloody battle. Augustine drawled, "Just as my disciple expected, you took down 2. Perhaps I should raise the stakes, but seeing you struggle, I will give you a hint. You will find moss growing on the shady side of the cliff. Before he could finish, Murphy interrupted. The old man's here too. He must be thrilled to see you like this. Hearing that, Eric angrily retorted, don't lump me in with that old geezer. Having rested, Eric calmly moves forward, ready to continue the fight. Damn it. He wants me to hunt all the wolves, does not he? With unwavering confidence, Eric issues a challenge to see who will prevail, and in a flash, he darts through the dark cave like lightning. The dire wolves quickly engage in battle, and Eric's fight against them stretches on for 10 long days. Suddenly, he recalled the question he would asked Murphy. Was this a flower containing magical energy? And Murphy's past answer resurfaced. Yeah. I do not know why it is here. Eric admired softly. So beautiful. Red moss. Huh. Hearing this, Murphy slowly explained that it was a plant from the demon realm, a revival herb, as he wondered if it contained mana and if eating it would restore his energy. He hesitated, saying it has no effect on humans other than some medicinal properties. But he was not sure about me, the one who possesses the seal. No. Perhaps it could help me increase the seal's resistance. I bet that old man did not bring me here for nothing. But why is it here? Could this place be connected to that demon? Eric wondered, holding the mana-infused flower. What a rare opportunity. But he still resented the old man for putting him in danger. Though thanks to him, Eric had increased his resistance to the seal, and his energy had recovered a lot after wiping out the dire wolves. Eric, who also practiced body strengthening, continued onward. Despite the toll it had taken, Eric muttered that this farce was finally over, and seeing the last dire wolf, he curiously asked Han if it was the last one. Suddenly, a curious voice echoed from its back, and in the next instant, Eric saw something, a human. A foot. As Eric's gaze was drawn elsewhere, Jilly T.Quote's voice echoed, saying he would surprise her once again. I heard you were the strongest in us Den Academy, but I did not expect you to be this pathetic. With that, he jumped powerfully from the dire wolf's back, landing before Eric. Despite Eric's confusion, Jilly T. declared, I have decided, if you can defeat that dire wolf, I will take you as my disciple. From above, Augustine's angry voice echoed. Damn you. He had appeared as boisterously as ever. Augustine roars in anger, asking how he could steal the boy after all the effort he went through to find him. Eric, surprised by the familiar figure, calls out, Master. Next second, Jilly T. retorted, those are my lines. Do you know how hard I worked? Only for my dire wolves to be slaughtered because of you. I will have to find wolf pups all the way in the southern lands, feed them revival herbs for 5 years. And then, this scene makes Murphy's face twitch. Am I really that hideous? Eric, speechless, replies, I can't say you are not. Immediately, he stopped their bickering, saying, excuse me, should not you ask for my opinion? Before Eric could finish, Jilly T eagerly jumps in. Sorry, I saw great potential and got a little ahead of myself. Surely you know who I am from the announcements. Would not you like to become this Beast King's disciple? Hearing this, Eric refuses without hesitation. Surprising him, he calmly explains that although his master is a bit eccentric, he is already Augustine's disciple. Eric's kindness is met with disbelief from Murphy, who wonders what has gotten into him, while Augustine is moved beyond words, ignoring their reactions. Eric continued, so I can't become. Cutting him off, Eric declares he will teach Murphy Shadow Incantation, a technique that allows him to control magical beasts at will, and it is what will allow me to take the title of Beast King. You saw me control the Silver Tiger and Dire Wolf, did not you? Hearing this, Eric changed his tune faster than flipping a pancake. Accepting a single master was nothing more than an empty social convention. I humbly accept your teachings, if you will have me happier. The Dream Binger race is truly straightforward. I am very pleased, though this give and take is making Augustine seethe. Damn. That bastard, already too familiar with Eric, the mage sighed in resignation. I knew it. He does not know the meaning of respect. Poor guy. Eric grinned, eager to learn. So, please teach me about shadows. But before he could finish, Jilly responded softly. No. He humorously offered a challenge. Didn't I already tell you? I will take you as my disciple if you can defeat this dire wolf. Masterful mana control is essential for those with shadow eyes. Martial magic effectively utilizes mana flow to amplify the abilities of an image user, and it seems you are replenishing your mana by consuming revival herbs. But this is the final test. If you can defeat this beast using only martial mana. While Jilly T rambles on, Eric unleashes a decisive blow. In an instant, the dire wolf beside him was struck, sent flying by a simple, direct punch. Augustine was proud, Jilly T was shocked, and Memphis simply scoffed. Having foreseen this outcome, immediately, Eric calmly asked if he was finished, and despite his shock, Augustine hesitantly replied that he was. After a moment, Augustine slowly approached him, and Eric spoke. The one who revels in my suffering has finally arrived. Eric asked seriously if he was satisfied now. Watching Augustine intently, he did not answer, remaining silent for a long moment. Then Augustine softly praised, Well done. It seems I finally can. Suddenly, he stopped and focused his power around Eric, as the sky brightened, and Augustine continued, teaching him about the hatred of the Night Chronicles. Next, they left the cave and walked a path lined with resurrection herbs. Eric's determined feet carried him forward. Arriving at another cave, he wondered where they were, and Augustine revealed it to be the Temple of the Nightshade Chronicle. This revelation surprises Eric, who realizes he sensed something strange, a dark, chilling mana, the energy of a demon. Murphy also noticed the strange demonic aura, which shocked Eric, a demonic domain. Isn't that something only a demon king can create? He then says sternly, no wonder resurrection grass, which only grows in demon territory, appeared here. This energy, is this his domain? But as far as I know, he mainly occupies the east. As Murphy spoke, Augustine interjected, do you sense it? Before Eric could answer, he affirmed, I am certain a descendant of the Mubinger clan. Those who hunt the fallen can feel it. He does not deny it, but curiously asks Han, yes, but why is the Night Watch Temple a gold domain? Augustine calmly explains, you may know, but the Night Watch stretches from the far east, right through here. As he listened, Eric thought to himself, Eastern architecture, is not that the language of the East? Noticing his confusion, Augustine continued, the founder of the Shadow Chronicle was originally an alchemist searching for herbs in the East. One day, he lost his wife and daughter to a certain demon king, and eventually chased the fiend all the way west for revenge. Because the demon king was so powerful, the founder changed his plans, combining Eastern and Western magical knowledge, even indiscriminately merging the power of demons to become stronger. Eric then cautiously inquired, are you saying the founder's hatred has continued to this day? The old man replied, indeed, it has been almost 1,000 years. Hearing this, he surmises that since he was accepted as a disciple, the revenge is not yet complete, but Augustine calmly denies it, saying no, the revenge is over. This answer shocks Eric. It is over. Who could have done it? As he slowly leads the way, the old man replies matter-of-factly, is not it obvious? After a pause, Eric's eyes widened in terror at the sight before him. Stopping before a dark area, Augustine calmly finished his sentence. It was me. Mephi, standing behind him, remarks that while his origins may be humble, he is still quite strong, and it is unbelievable that he was captured. This oddball must be incredibly skilled. These words plunged Eric into thought. If even Mephi could not recognize the Demon King, just how powerful was he? And Master, who defeated him? How strong are you? It seems Augustine sensed his question, replying that this was not something he should boast about to his disciple. There were too many possibilities in that battle to determine a clear victor. So, like our founder, I have created a new objective. I will decide the victor of that battle through a disciple who will one day take my place. Amidst Eric's shock, Augustine calmly reveals that his disciple will decide the victor. Will he be stronger, or will the old man's teachings prevail? Eric asked curiously, you mean I have to fight that thing? Augustine calmly replied, yes. I want you to fight its seal, because you can take the monster's seal, even as a human. His bluntness put Eric on high alert. How could he? Without hesitation, Augustine reassured him, I know what you are worried about. Do not fret. Why would a master reveal his disciple's secrets? Still, Eric eyed him warily, and even Mephi pondered the situation. Seeing this, Augustine slowly unwraps the bandages on his left arm, saying, well, a master and disciple must have faith in each other. Take a look. This action immediately causes Agility to panic and scream, no, no. That thing. Augustine calmly stated that every mage has a secret art they can't reveal, and so does he, as he tossed his robe aside. In the blink of an eye, Augustine's strange arm is fully revealed. He introduces it as an arm of a dark elf. Unlike those who dwell in the forest of light, they live in the dark underground and are followers of demons. Considered demons themselves, they were wiped out by the Empire. As Eric stood dumbfounded, Augustine slowly explained that implanting body parts from other creatures was forbidden dark magic, especially when it came to demons. He then put his coat back on, adding that no one but Jilly T, not even the Naresto family head, knew this secret, and now they both knew each other's weaknesses. Are you satisfied now? I discovered your secret while searching you when you were unconscious, for the sake of teaching you. But if you do not like it, I apologize. But now that I know you can absorb and activate demon seals, I can't let you leave because of this hatred. Like a true gentleman, Augustine calmly gives Eric the choice, saying it is just the greed of an old man. So from now on, do as you please. Jilly T and Silver Tiger turned to stare at him expectantly, while Mephi also awaited Elika's answer with curiosity. Meanwhile, Elric pondered. Greed. Yes, perhaps it was just the old man's desire to reclaim something lost, but was greed a sin, or simply a goal? Just like him, his master has his own goals. How could Eric refuse someone pursuing a goal? As soon as he finished speaking, he strode forward with determination, and Eric solemnly clasped his hands. Without hesitation, he bowed and declared, Ulrich Mobinger, head of the Mobinger family, greet you. Augustine Narister, Hair to the wilderness, as your disciple. With this choice, Eric's face is filled with relief, and Augustine responds with satisfaction. Thanking his disciple, he then curiously asks if he simply needs to absorb the Demon King's seal, and what its name is. After a moment of thought, the old man replies that he is not sure, as it takes on a new name each time it appears on its journey from the west coast to the empire. But we call it. Augustine glances at Du and says, the mad beast, Du. Eric calmly repeats the name and prepares to act. The mad beast. The sight before Augustine brought tears to his eyes. But he was ready. Here we go, he thought. He told himself that even as a demon king recognized by Mephisto, he would absorb the seal of such a creature if he could. Auric hesitated. He would, but the next moment, Auric asked, Mephi, how do I absorb the seal? Mephi exclaimed in surprise. After all that, you do not know how? That is different from your confidence earlier. He anxiously replied. How could I refuse him when he asked? You said a half-demon gets stronger by stealing seals from each other. So how does that work? He grows enraged at Auric's unwarranted soft-heartedness, asking if he has ever learned table manners. Stealing seals is like eating to us. How am I supposed to teach you that? Alarm bells ring in Auric's mind. The magic is not reacting at all. The brutal seal happened naturally because... Suddenly, an idea strikes him. Could it be? Without hesitation, Auric immediately uses his technique. Absorption. The moment he does, strange light flashes in Ju's eyes. Next, the patterns on its body glowed brightly, shaking the entire temple. Augustine and Gility's moods were completely opposite, but they both watched the scene before them intently, with unwavering confidence. Auric muses that his experiment of connecting Elric's seal and spirit magic worked just as he thought it would. As soon as he utters those words, the scenery around him shifts. It worked. It seems the dark magic has brought Auric to a strange forest, a world of the mind. Will he have to pass a test and be recognized? Like with Snow Mountain, Auric scanned his surroundings with suspicion. Something was off. A swamp should have insects or birds. But there was nothing. It could not just be because this was a mindscape. The silence was as if everything had been devoured. Moments later, Auric noticed a few things: the sound of wind, the rustling of the swamp, and an unsettling stillness in the air. Could it be that Elric has brought Auric to a strange forest, a world of the mind, a place where something unnaturally bleak looms, an elusive predator lurks? Before he can think further, his attention is drawn to something strange. The movements of the trees around Auric became erratic, and despite his constant forward motion, the sense of danger would not dissipate. Something was moving. But was it in the forest, or in the sky? No. Though he knew something was lurking, Auric could not find any evidence of it. He could not sense it anywhere. As expected, Ju suddenly appeared behind him, saying there was an interesting human here. Previously, Auric became the disciple of Augustine and Gility after passing their test, tasked with absorbing the Demon King Ju after learning the dark magic of the night folk. But now, the Demon King's sharp fangs are aimed at Auric's neck. Auric faced, thinking to himself that its shadows and fangs were blurred by the sunlight through the leaves. The rest was endless darkness. He resolved to fight, just as he had defeated the Snow Mountain King. Suddenly, Ju speaks, displaying an unusual patience. Auric is surprised, wondering if that is the only strange thing about him, as Ju whispers, "Something is wrong with you," he continued, "an ordinary human with a seal, and is not that the seal of Mephistopheles?" Auric gritted his teeth, realizing he could feel the hunger in Ju's voice, like a predator who'd misspoken. And Ju senses another seal, a heart of humanity that can use spirit speech. To him, "I am just prey." Elric strategizes, ready to strike, but Ju interrupts, saying he would not care about a normal human. Suddenly, a barrier stops Elric, revealing sharp teeth as Ju appears, radiating malice. He opens his mouth wide and roars, "You seem worthy." Ju speaks, telling the Mobinger child to keep craving, to keep yearning, filling his greed and ambition. He wondered, his body unable to move. Ju approached, saying, "If you do that, you will meet me again, back in reality." Auric shuddered slightly, raising the arm with the tattoo. Mephi wondered, "Is it over?" Augustine hesitated. "I think so." Mephi looks at him and says that crazy bastard actually gave up his real name. Meanwhile, Auric stares intently at the tattoo, wondering if the seal is really this easy to obtain. Mephi explains that Zula had no other choice, having maintained the seal for so long that he was at his limit, paralyzing Elric to revert to his original form and giving him a much weaker seal than the original. He said I would meet him again if I continued to crave power. Does that mean I need to upgrade this seal back to its original form? Auric asks. He has a new family now. Mephi, can you tell me his real name as a gift? He replies that he won't reveal the name of a wretch who stooped so low to survive. Augustine suddenly speaks up. Zula's true name is the evil god. He continues, saying that his rank must have dropped after losing to him, so it might be quite fierce. Mephi exclaims that this man is crazy. No one asked him to interfere, and he even knows the value of the true name. He must be possessed. Rick thought to himself that he was going to ask his master if Mephi would not talk, but why did he look back himself? Augustine spoke again. Ferocity, he explains, the seal of ferocity. Augustine continues. The original Zul was a demon called a gull. They are demons at the bottom of the food chain, constantly fearful of death, yet eternally greedy due to their insatiable hunger. That is why, he explains, you can sense danger like a gull when you obtain Zul's seal, and quickly identify your enemy's strengths and weaknesses to counter them. With tears in his eyes, Augustine spoke of the awakening of the sixth sense through mana circulation, something martial arts magic always sought to emulate. He paused, feeling his heart pounding and all his senses tingling. Augustine emphasizes that he calls it the Gull sense, and that the millennial history has finally achieved Zul's seal and the Gull sense. Now, all that is left is to upgrade this seal and fight Zul. The importance and use of this seal are details you can't find in any book. I can only imagine the struggles of the ancient Nean ancestors and my master to obtain this knowledge. The knowledge and dreams of the Nean lineage for 1,000 years have all been for this one goal. Eric unleashes his power, his voice booming, as his shadow and Zul's intertwine. He envelopes Eric's body, and Eric realizes it is his turn to bear this burden. Suddenly, in the distance, fierce movements, whizzing sounds, and small sparks of fire erupted. Eric turned and asked, Master, did you say the Gull's senses are when the heart pounds and the senses tingle? He wondered why it was suddenly activated. Then Sin appeared, calling his name. Eric, he asked in astonishment. Son, how did you get here? Sun replied that it did not matter. There was a great deception. Speaking warily, Eric asks, Huh. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, Hanabi says, Lady Tasha, you must come and see this. Tasha asks what is going on, and if the transmutation formula is complete. As her body trembles anxiously, Tasha orders them to stop her, saying she will go see for herself. While elsewhere, Hiji heads to see Eric with a suitcase. She softly asks if her younger brother, Eric Merbinger, is present. Eric and Shin rush away like the wind, soaring past the rocky cliffs. Eric says he should have tried to stop Tasha, but questions how he could stop such a witch, and why Shin is blaming him for his own mistake. He muttered that the situation was terrible, and her belligerence was breaking out because of him. They continued to fly, thinking of Tasha and hoping nothing would happen. Meanwhile, Tasha glides through the wind, pondering the Duke's sister, who sacrificed her life for him. In other words, the sister, lacking her brother's magical talent, suffered from mana blockage, making it difficult to cultivate talent in a fallen family. Tasha muses, was the Duke's shining light truly afraid of his sister? It could not be just because she was his sister. What kind of person was she? Meanwhile, Higgy approaches, carrying a glass, and says with a gentle smile, Excuse me, is my little brother, Eric Merbinger, here? The guard replied that the Duke of Starry Light was indeed present, but another chimed in, saying she could not enter without an invitation. Higgy hesitated, asking why, and if they could call for the third young master, as he would surely vouch for her presence. Guards refused, adding that they had been instructed not to let her in by the hostess. Surprised, she asked why Xin's sister would do that, when Tasha suddenly appeared, saying it was a pleasure to meet her. Higgy turns to look, and Tasha confidently introduces herself as Tasha Narister, daughter of the Narister family. Higgy bows and replies, My name is Higgy Merbinger. I have heard much about you from Elric and your brother. She continued, I heard you were a charming and powerful person, like a blazing flame. It seems those rumors were quite accurate. It is an honor to meet you. Tasha was slightly surprised but still politely replied, Thank you. Higgy speaks softly, then suddenly questions Tasha, But may I ask why you have stopped me? I can't think of any reason for you to do so. She continues, Blonde hair and blue eyes are characteristics of the Merbinger family, but you could be in disguise. Furthermore, if you truly are the Starlight Formula's sister, there are still procedures to follow. Higgy asks, So in this case, what do you want me to do to prove it? Tasha insists that if she truly is the sister of the Starlight Formula, then she is also a member of a magical family, and she will only believe her if she defeats her in a magical duel. Higgy spoke, but she can't do anything to prove it, so I will only believe you if you defeat me in a magic duel. Higgy raised an eyebrow, replying, Unfortunately, I can't use magic. Hearing this, she laughed and said, Then, Higgy countered, What about your spirit energy? You will get hurt. She warned. Tasha arrogantly replies that she has been wondering about that, snapping her fingers as she says it is simple. An explosion erupts, and Tasha states that this is the procedure to verify her identity. As the two of them fly off, Tasha smirking. Meanwhile, Higgy, wielding a massive hammer, asks if she is sure she can withstand such a thing, then asks if she ever played tag as a child. The hammer's impact sends debris flying towards Tasha, but she easily incinerates it with magic. She replies that it has been a while since she last played, but she and Shin used to play together a lot as children. Tasha uses magic and calls out its name. She hurled fireballs at Higgy, declaring, I never lost track of it. Then, she reached out and flung the hammer with all her might. The hammer hurtled towards Tasha with terrifying force, As Higgy declared she always caught Ulick, Tasha leans back to dodge the hammer, her eyes fixed on Higgy, who flickers in the light. Tasha muses. It is surprising enough that a member of the magic family is a martial artist, but to wield a 100 kilograms hammer so effortlessly without mana. She eyed the hammer, realizing it belonged to the Binger family. The mark on the handle revealed the truth. Harkon, the Starbeam Duchess's sister, is a member of the most powerful mercenary group. The hammer strikes, creating a massive explosion. Higgy asks with a smile if the score is now 1-0, but Tasha confidently replies that she won't hold back this time. Suddenly, a magical wind is summoned, and a voice declares, "Repel." Tasha asks in surprise what is going on, but Higgy calmly replies that things are just getting better. Suddenly, she grabs Eric by the neck, shocking everyone, as Eric struggles to say, "You look as good as ever, sister." He hesitated, noting that she and Tasha seemed to be having a good time together, wondering if he was intruding, and if that would be a problem when they received the repair bill. "Now, calm down and let me go." Higgy's voice wavered, and Eric's neck twisted slightly, a cracking sound echoing. Higgy's eyes widened as she suggested they give it a moment, while Tasha frowned, focusing intently as she held the paper. Deep in thought, Tasha asks if it is the one, but the paper reads that Higgy can't confirm. Hanabi hesitantly replies, "I'm sorry. According to my intelligence sources, the information is very tightly guarded." She clasps her hands together and says, "Well, that is exactly what I expected. After all, the Black Tower is the most powerful underground mercenary organization, and their enemies are as numerous as the missions they have completed, so I am sure their identities are tiered." She narrowed her eyes and continued, "Very well. I will seize this opportunity to become a friend of her age. What if the young lady of the Mobinger family is a member of the Black Tower?" She smiles, thinking that this is reason enough to have a close relationship with the Mobinger family, just for the Gideon Star formula. So, Narister certainly has nothing left to lose. Seems we made the right move. Cut to Heezy leaping and saying all right, as she swings her hammer, while Tasha comments that they are still playing cat and mouse, and Eric pleads for them to talk. Heezy coldly replies, "You seem to be enjoying the fame, and now you can use magic, huh?" She continues, "And you have learned to resist, too." Heezy slams her hammer down where Eric was standing, and he leaps away, exclaiming that she needs to be serious. Eric thinks to himself that he would be dead if not for Britta. He thought, "She has been like this since she was a kid. She would break my legs every time I lied, so I would not do it again." Mayfi remarked, "I have never seen anyone struggle like this." She lives up to the Mobinger name, and then said that he thought he could sense a rather different aura from a member of the Mobinger family. As Eric was startled and glanced to the side, Heezy leaps into the air, hammer poised, as Mayfi remarks that this is the first time she has seen something so interesting. Asking if Eric can evade this blow, Eric casts a spell and shouts, "Block." Heezy slams her hammer down, but luckily, the defensive barrier protects him. Her power forces Eric to grit his teeth as he defends. "Are you serious?" Sweating profusely, he asks how she could expect him to dodge an attack like that. Eric closes his eyes to brace himself, then opens them to look. Heezy, hammer raised, stood motionless before him, as Eric uttered, "Sizz." Heezy began, "When I heard you had made some basic achievements, I felt a little relieved." She continues, "I know you have had a hard time with mana stagnation, but you still tried your best, so I wanted to support you as much as I could." She goes on, "But now, you throw yourself into uncontrollable danger, lose consciousness for days, and then disappear for months without a word of where you are going." Heezy asks him, "When was the last time you contacted me?" "Half a year. I lost contact with you for half a year. Do you know how worried I was?" Eric reflects that she always overprotected him, scolding him for everything he did, saying it was dangerous, and that she was always there for him. He continues, he did not like that overprotection, but he understood why she acted that way. Eric thinks to himself that after their parents passed, she had to take care of a troublemaker like him, remembering how Heezy had to grow up far too soon. Then Eric remarked on her somewhat excessive personality, before turning serious, saying, "I have found our family's mission both when I lost consciousness in the dragon's cave, and when I disappeared after waking up, it was all for the family mission." Eric confesses that sometimes he wonders if there is any point in reviving their fallen family. It is already collapsed, and he questions the meaning of his efforts. He declared resolutely, "But after experiencing so much, a thought crossed my mind. This world could be engulfed in disaster at any moment." Eric continued, "So hiding as a Mubinger is disrespectful to my mother, father, and the ancestors who fought for our lives." He declares, "I will head north, to the mission our ancestors left behind. Whatever that mission may be, or however dangerous the path, I will pursue it." As he spoke, images of the past flashed through his mind like their forefathers, until his family, this world, and everywhere he set foot, shone brightly. Eric said seriously, "Like the stars," and Heezy fell silent at his words, then smiled, tears gently falling. Heezy warns Eric that if he leaves in silence again, she will break his legs, to which he stammers, confused, asking if she is touched by his words.
Yeah.
Eric, you have grown up. I won't interfere anymore. Isn't that what I should be saying? Mephi said. Embarrassed. She should have hit him a few more times for me, though she continued. Thankfully, she still has a way to escape my control. You managed to say something worthwhile this time. But how can I trust you after everything you have done? I am looking forward to the day I can clear my name. But putting that aside, humans are truly moved by the smallest things. Meanwhile, under the moonlit night sky, in a desolate wasteland, Axel gazes at a small, red-winged vial, which emits tiny sparks. Axel muttered about the resurrection of the Lord named Azazel, as the eagle's wings spread wide, revealing every intricate feather in a display of majestic beauty. Amidst the vast sky, only the powerful flapping of the eagle's wings echoed. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months later, Ulrich had undergone rigorous training on the high mountain for Ford. The eagle suddenly beats its wings, targeting him directly before diving in. Elric's eyes are obscured by a white G-bank, yet he continues his work. A blinding light suddenly pierced through, shining directly on the G-bank, covering Eric's eyes. Then, he swiftly reached out to catch the eagle's powerful dive. Agility suddenly appears, surprised, and exclaims that Ulrich is a fast learner, praising him for mastering the shadow eye so quickly. As he spoke, a figure appeared behind Agility, moving with incredible speed. It was Augustine, testing Ulrich with a sudden attack. Ulrich, now far more powerful, blocks Augustine's attack with a single hand, impressing the old master, who remarks that he seems ready to awaken the predator's senses. Augustine assesses him carefully, noting that he has learned everything he can hear, and from this point on, real combat will help him awaken faster. Ulrich sighs, rubs his head, and plops to the ground, asking if it is finally over, and if they will never meet again. Augustine retorts that it feels like just yesterday Ulrich was begging to be his disciple. Kadit, a little annoyed with his attitude, says he is quite the handful. Ulrich straightens up, kneels on one knee, and expresses his gratitude. Have you already forgotten using training as an excuse to torment me? Anyway, I learned a lot from you. Thank you, masters. Ulrich chuckled, teasing them before he left. Gifts? Don't ever see you again. Then, Ulrich's voice dropped, and he lingered for a moment, trying to memorize Augustine and Git's faces. Ulrich offered a few parting words before leaving, telling them to take care. Once he was gone, Git asked Augustine if it made him nostalgic for their days of roaming with Seth. Augustine slowly replied that every day is filled with joy while he is still energetic, and now he is spending his remaining days clinging to this place. He laughed. Good grief, we are not as old as him. Gadit nodded in agreement. That is right, we are just middle-aged compared to him. Augustine lamented. Putting that aside, how could he abandon such wonderful teachers? He figured, to the north alone. Huh. The old man chuckled. That brat needs a lesson in manners. Tassar, holding the documents Eric gave her, exclaimed in surprise, You are entrusting the excavation to me. Thank you. Thank you so much, Eric replied plainly. I am leaving it to you. He wondered why she was being so polite all of a sudden, and then informed her of the arrangements he would made. I have arranged a carriage to take you to the north. It is waiting at the entrance. She was still engrossed in the document in her hands. It details an agreement between the Fire Burdrus and Mobinger families, Eric Mobinger of the Mobinger family, and Tassar Nerester of Fire Burdrus regarding the excavation of the Diamond Vein Lair. Seeing Tassar's lack of attention, Eric raises his voice, reminding her to be careful as he has arranged for her studies at the academy. He thought to himself, I gave it to her because she is known to love the lineage. Tassar was so engrossed, she stared intently at the words on the paper, muttering to herself, Finally, I get to touch real lineage items. All good stuff. He was surprised that Tassar's expression exceeded his expectations, but he did not think she would be this happy. Eric silently stared at her, thinking to himself, at least our relationship with the Nerester family is growing stronger, so maybe everyone benefits. Come to think of it, someone still owes me. Eric suddenly remembered Isabel's promise that she would contact him after arriving at her destination. Could she have forgotten her debt? He quickly put it aside, deciding to get in the carriage first. Meanwhile, Herman slowly sheathed his sword, erupting in anger. That bastard Paw really did a number on me. Herman coldly eyed the faces of Paw's men. No matter how weak I am, he scoffed, he can't possibly think this is enough to kill me. Just then, Isabel's voice cut through the air as she analyzed the situation. He is likely growing impatient, weakened from the loss of too much blue blood. As she approached Herman, she continued, and he knows he will be in danger if you join forces with the Merbingers. Hearing his daughter's voice, Herman turned to see Isabel approaching with 3 others, as Vex excitedly ruffled her hair, praising her intelligence. She is right, brother. Vex wondered, why did not we just end this charade and go kill Paw? Isabel blushed. I told you not to treat me like a child anymore. Gray agreed, that is right, the 3 of us will go together. Herman chuckled, a hint of scolding in his voice. I told you, the Quell's problems are mine to solve. You 3 just need to protect Isabel. Herman's face darkened, and with deep-seated hatred. He declared that he would personally confront this Duke Powell. Herman then decided how to deal with Powell, before the scene shifts to Axel, who stops and demands to know why Powell has not been appointed as a forest master yet. Hyun calmly replied that there was a minor issue, reassuring Axel that the plan was still on track. He impatiently demands that Powell be appointed a forest master, Blue Wolf Squad 1 captain, Hyun, as it is not yet time to deal with the Mobinger family. Hyun's expression darkens, but Axel continues, saying that as soon as he becomes a forest tiger, both his body and power will be seized. He furrowed his brow, Hyun glaring at Axel, who was single-mindedly focused on achieving his goals to contribute to Lord Azazel Ambet's grand scheme. Suddenly, a loud noise startled a flock of birds, sending them scattering into the air, and he impatiently replied, "I told you not to worry." Cut to a classic carriage slowly pulling up to a clearing not far from the bustling city, when Eric's desperate voice suddenly cries out, "No, it can't be, I was supposed to travel north in secret." He sighed, rubbing his temples. "I appreciate the grand carriage, but I do not need a driver." A voice corrected him. "My name is not Driver, it is Car." Eric was about to continue his complaints, but after a moment's thought, he changed the subject. A trip with friends was not so bad. Sin, however, was reluctant, saying he was only going because his father asked him to, and to make matters worse, Eric's sister, Heezy, was also on board, causing him to sigh in dismay. "Sis, should not you be resting at home?" She smiled teasingly. "Don't you want your sister to come along?" Eric quickly explained. "No, I do. I am overjoyed to be with you." What makes his head ache even more is the presence of Augustine and Agility Master. "Should not you old folks be resting somewhere?" The old man clicked his tongue and scolded. "Tech, you are not allowing old people to go out and play." Augustine took a deep breath and said, "I should teach you some manners while we are out here getting some fresh air." Agility crossed his legs, and then he accused Eric of hurting their feelings by leaving them behind. Eric chuckled helplessly. "Whoa, this is great. 7 people, the perfect number for an expedition." He looked up, about to speak. "Did I sign up for a family vacation?" But Augustine cut him off, cheerfully saying, "Come to think of it, I have not introduced myself. I am Augustine. Eric is master." Higgy happily introduced herself as well. Higgy introduced herself, thanking them for taking care of her brother, who apparently needed a cute animal to help him out. Eric observed him, tall and pensive, then his gaze shifted to Higgy, who was happily playing with the white tiger and 2-headed eagle. Eric then turns to see Master Agility laughing and chatting happily, as well as Augustine smiling at him. Eric suddenly froze. Realizing something, he was taken aback by the scene before him, his eyes widening with delight. Eric watched the horse-drawn carriage slowly roll along under the setting sun. Then he suddenly pulled out a glittering green stone, a happy smile gracing his lips. Eric clutches the stone, feeling a warmth spread through his heart. Perhaps, a family like this would not be so bad after all. Meanwhile, Hai leisurely sits in his chair, slowly stirring a steaming cup of tea. After a sip, he sets the cup down and asks a question. He turned to the butler at his side, inquiring, "Have they all gone north?" The butler bowed, replying, "Yes, sir," then cautiously asked, "Is there good news for the clan?" From the window, Hai quietly looks out, remarking how interesting it is to see that ridiculous group. Higgy smiled charmingly, gently reminding Eric to mind his manners in front of his elders, holding Sin up as an example of a true gentleman. With arms crossed, Eric sarcastically scoffs at the idea of being a role model. Infuriating Higgy, politely asks if anyone would mind if she disciplines her unruly brother. Augustine immediately replied, "No, leave them to it." JT laughed, agreeing, "Indeed, discipline is best handled within the family." She gently bowed her head, expressing her gratitude for their understanding. Eric had no idea the danger he was about to face. Really, at his age, he still had to learn discipline. No sooner had he spoken than Higgy slammed her hand on his chair, a sinister smile spreading across her face as she glared at Eric, ready to devour him whole. "Let us take a walk." Eric. Higgy angrily tightens her grip on her great hammer, her imposing aura frightening Eric. "Higgy, if it is just a walk, could you leave that scary thing behind?" he asks, eyes fixed on the hammer. He gave him no chance to regret it, immediately pinching his arm and dragging him away as he cried out in pain. "Higgy, let me go." Maffey watched the whole thing, smirking to himself. "Never thought I would see the day Eric got dragged away." Maffey clutched his stomach, laughing with glee, as the others focused on controlling the carriage, their movements decisive. They had only gone a short distance when he suddenly noticed something ahead, ordering them to stop the carriage immediately. After the carriage stops, Eric, confused, asks what is going on, as the village chief, Zay, and Ryu block the path, each armed with a sharp knife. He roared, "You dare set foot in our territory." The village chief, along with Zay and Ryu, shouted in unison, demanding they hand over the knives. Silence fell as Eric and the others stared at them, puzzled. Seeing their expressions, the village chief grew suspicious. With an innocent look, Eric stared at the village chief, who, provoked, roared. You bastard. Do you want blood? Eric immediately got out of the car, sighing to himself, what a pain. A large hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Eric, Git said confidently. Leave it to me, seizing the moment. He thought this was his chance to prove his worth to Eric. Git emerged with his white tiger, and the village chief, Kadit, and Ryu recoiled in fear, shouting, a tiger, Kadit, brimming with confidence, declared, Eric, watch closely, for I shall show you why they call me the Beast King. Eric raised his hand, muttering an incantation to summon his power ice. A massive block of ice suddenly descends, throwing the village chief, Kadit, and Ryu backward. The three of them, pale with fear, can only sit dumbfounded on the ground. Git was a little upset, saying softly, Eric, I could have handled them. Why did you interfere? Eric saw through Git's intentions and scolded him. You were going to turn this place into a sea of blood. After a quick assessment, Eric concludes that they are definitely not bandits, just starving vagrants from a nearby village. Village chief immediately dropped to his knees before him, followed by Git and Ryo, begging for their lives, saying they had families at home, pleading for mercy. Eric spoke slowly. If we happen to be helpless good people with no power to resist, he glared at them, then asked, would you still be begging like this? The village chief glanced at Ryo, and Eric waited silently for their answer. Without hesitation, the chief slammed his head to the ground in apology. Magister, you are right, Ryo and Ray cried out, worried. Chief, he kowtowed so hard his forehead bled, the village chief begging Eric to forgive the two men, saying they were only there because he forced them, and to punish him alone. Ryo quickly protested, asking why he would say that he was only doing it for the village, with Ray agreeing that it was not his fault. Then Ryo and Ray confessed as well, begging to be punished alongside the village chief, but Eric cut them off, saying he would see if their words rang true. Clear blue sky appears, white clouds drifting lazily, under the scorching sun. Eric, Heezy, Sin, Augustine, and Agility follow the village chief back to his home. The village elder explained that drought and famine had made life incredibly difficult for them these past few years, and they figured starving would just turn them into ghouls anyway. Murin quietly observes, suddenly sensing something. This energy. He recounts the villagers' hardships over the years. It took us 5 days on horseback just to reach another village, and we could not leave to find work because our livestock would starve. The village chief broke down in tears, blaming himself for everything. Augustine stroked his beard, saying it is unfortunate the country's laws do not reach this place. Eric, even if these people are guilty, let us forgive them. They only did it for good reason. Eric paused. Then the elder mentioned that caring for the people is the duty of nobles. He agreed, saying it was not entirely their fault. Hearing this, the village chief immediately bowed his head in gratitude, while Melfi buzzed around Eric's head, making him dizzy. The village chief grabbed Eric's hand, promising they would never pillage again. Eric smiled, reassuring him it was all right, before snapping at the annoying fairy, demanding it stop fluttering around. He carefully explained that, though faint, he could sense a demonic aura, to Eric's surprise. Hearing this, he immediately became alert, using all his senses to perceive it. He furrows his brow, focusing on the air around him. After a long moment, Eric considers the barren landscape. Indeed, before them lay only a vast, empty plot of land, barren of even a single blade of grass. Augustine wondered. Master, I sense nothing. Is there something here? Eric was confused. This was the place. But Mamie interrupted him, saying he was sure he buried it somewhere around here. He demanded that since he helped, Eric had to give him the magic potion as soon as he found it. Eric is annoyed that he fell into Mayam's trap. I knew it. Fire user, he raises his hand, creating an energy source. First, I have to dig. Everyone stand back, he shouts. Through. Eric frowns, his expression suddenly serious. In an instant, a massive block of ice falls from above, the impact utterly destroying the ground below. The village chief gapes in astonishment, praising. Good heavens, he dug such a huge hole in an instant. Then, Eric decisively takes a leap, jumping straight into the newly dug hole below. Eric landed safely, his aura now tinged with a cool edge, and looked down in surprise at a box beneath his feet. Augustine followed, quickly climbing down to Eric, asking what he would found. Eric nodded, confirming a box buried deep underground. As Eric opened the box, a strange purple aura escaped, and Mephi curiously approached as the aura continued to pour out uncontrollably. Augustine gasped. Devil's energy. Once the box was empty, a statue of a winged goat man was revealed, sitting upright inside. He wondered how it could be here. As legends say, the 4 demon kings are descendants of the demon god and rulers of the demon world. These descendants are Mephistopheles, Original Sin, Satan, Apocalypse, Lilith, Revolution, and the Tyrant, who commands the largest demon army among the demon kings, the demon of madness. Azazel. Back in the past, Azazel craved the human world, and during his invasion, He destroyed not just one, but 12 villages. Eric picked up the statue, questioning if it was a symbol created by Azazel's followers, to which Mephistopheles explained it was specifically made for human sacrifice. After answering, he finally noticed something was off. Wait, how do you know about Azazel? He explains, I read about it in a book in the auto shop's storage. Eric glances at him warily, wondering if the sacrifices in those villages were all to summon Azazel. As Mephistopheles turns to survey the village's condition, he then concluded that it seemed the most logical assumption. Eric could not help but wonder what the demons were hiding in the human world, and what they were plotting. Mephistopheles demanded that Eric absorb the magic and transfer it to him, as promised, but Augustine immediately stopped him, warning that discovering the traces of demons destroyed 30 years ago was dangerous. He suggested they give it to the Magic Council members, but Eric scoffed. Disagreeing, Eric then agreed with Augustine, which shocked Mephistopheles, who asked if he had forgotten his promise. He sighed, explaining, he said he would give it to the Magic Council, but if I absorb this demonic energy, what am I supposed to tell them? He was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Eric tempted Mephi. If you tell me how to use Mephi's seal, maybe I will try, he angrily retorted. No way. Augustine took the box, and the old man ordered, send this to the Magic Council immediately. Mephi panicked, pleading, don't you have any other requests? Anything but telling you how to use the seal. Eric pressed Augustine, asking him to hurry, as a strange voice echoed, commenting on how delicious it looked. Suddenly, a strange, dark blue aura emerged from Eric's arm, swiftly darting towards the box held by Sen and Augustine. The mysterious aura opened its massive maw, swallowing the box whole, and after devouring it, the dark energy coalesced, reforming into Ju. Realizing he has been robbed, Mephi panics, crying, no! My magic! Augustine, confused, demands, disciple, what is going on? Ju once again turned into black streams of air, returning to Eric's arm. He scratched his head, replying, looks like this thing tricked me. The proof I have been searching for has disappeared. Mephi's rage erupted. You bastard, how dare you steal what belongs to me? Ignoring him, Eric quickly explained that it seemed the village would not turn into a desert just because of one nest, and to be safe, they should find something else. Cut to a crude stone wall within a cavern, illuminated by a faint light, deepening the oppressive atmosphere. Candles flicker on the ground, their small flames barely piercing the darkness. Damien leads his followers, preparing to perform a dark ritual before the colossal high priest statue. Kneeling reverently and bowing his head, he suddenly noticed something was amiss during the ritual. When his followers saw Damien stop, they asked what was wrong, and he calmly replied that some heretics dared to disrupt the summoning ritual. Damien's followers were enraged, shouting, what heretic dares to do this? Damien's face darkened as he looked up at the statue. Then, as if possessed, Damien cried out, Great priest, we will deal with these heretics. Please, do not direct your anger towards us. Damien and his followers vowed in unison, we will surely carry out your grand design upon this continent. We will bring about your rebirth. He turns and gives an order to a follower. Relay my orders to Giordani before heading north. Damien emanates a chilling aura, saying, meet Kaza and perform the summoning ritual. Cut to evening. Ulrich's group rests after a long day near the river. Ulrich looks troubled, wondering why no one has noticed the demon's actions. The nearby villagers rejoiced at the rising river, oblivious to the danger. They can finally plant crops. The water level is rising rapidly. He pitied the innocent people, for the demons had already taken so many innocent lives. Augustine approached him, gently patting his shoulder in comfort, explaining that because they had provided evidence to the Magic Council, they would investigate soon, and that everything that had happened would be blamed on the lords of this region. Augustine looked into the distance and spoke his mind, saying he wanted to behead the bastards who had set all of this up, but it seemed to be beyond their reach. Eric pondered silently. His master was right with the council's intervention. Those bastards would act quickly. The first thing to do was find the source of the contamination in this area. His eyes now filled with resolve, Eric vowed to crush those responsible. Eric's group met with the villagers to say goodbye, reminding the elder to take good care of everyone now that the drought was over. As Eric turned to leave, the village elder suddenly called out, wait. He shyly asked if he could at least have the mage's name, and Eric proudly proclaimed, Eric Mobinger. The villagers were astonished, whispering, Formula Star, the hero of Maxine. Just as we expected. Hearing the name, the village elder smiled contentedly. Mobinger, the stars of the Empire shine once more. Meanwhile, the carriage resumes its journey with Sign, Eric, Higgy, Augustine, and Agility sitting quietly inside. As the carriage rolled along, Kaz suddenly called out, Eric, I think you should come outside for a bit. Eric immediately poked his head out and asked, what is it this time? Kaz hesitated. Well, before them appeared a group of masked figures. Kaz quickly introduced them as members of the Imperial Inspection Council. Soon, the group approached Eric with arms crossed, Ba Chan arrogantly questioned. Are you Eric Mobinger? He responded with a sharp glare, thinking to himself, look at this insolence. These people belong to the Imperial Intelligence Agency, working for the Emperor and the royal family. Everyone knows they are monsters in human skin, using any means necessary from kidnapping to murder to complete their missions. Their combat abilities rival those of the Magic Tower and the Liang family. But even they could not track the demon's movements. Before he could analyze anything or send a report, they would already traveled a great distance to find him. He sighed, inwardly annoyed. But then, Eric smirked, thinking to himself, even if they have the Emperor backing them, starting the story like this is a bit too polite. His face lit up with indifference, and he spoke loudly and disdainfully. There, he paused, his eyes widening in surprise, repeating the words as if to confirm them. Seeing the contempt, the agent's face flushed with anger. How dare you speak to us like that? He radiated arrogance, declaring they were agents of the Imperial Intelligence Agency, and a commoner should show them proper respect. Eric feigned shock, while Madame Chan seed, demanding to know what he had just said. At that moment, his spirit energy erupted, displaying its power as Eric mocked. Even if you are from that great intelligence agency, you are only as strong as a single noble. His power erupts, shaking the very earth, and he cries out, shocked. What is this? Since when do officials dare to disrespect a duke? Soon, his spirit energy surged, coalescing into a colossal beast. Ba Chan, terrified, quickly knelt, her mind reeling. How could he do such a thing? His eyes widened in disbelief, wondering if his power rivaled that of a mage. Soon after, the magic dissipated, the sky cleared, and Madame Chan glanced back, hearing footsteps approach. The Crown Prince subtly winked, and Bai Chan seemed to understand, immediately nodding in response. He quickly removed his mask, saying, we apologize, Your Highness. Then, Madame Chan bowed. Please forgive our disrespectful behavior. Seeing this, the enchantress praised him. You always know how to teach people manners. To which he replied sternly, I only did it because if I had ignored it, they would have taken me for a fool and taken advantage of me later. Baring their fangs at me, Eric continues, warning that any further mistakes will be reported directly to the Academy's Noble Council. Though outwardly compliant, she seethed with rage, thinking, just a duke in name only, yet he dares to act superior to me. Lucky you little bastard. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, chilling him to the bone. Someone dares to disrespect my disciple. Augustine steps forward, a towering figure, his voice like ice, saying that if it were him, their head would already be rolling on the ground. He broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, White Knight. Augustine Narister. A wave of astonishment washed over her. He was the disciple of the Magic Tower's strongest mage. Unbelievable. He gritted his teeth, thinking that the entire intelligence agency needed replacing upon his return. Long streaks of sunlight stretched across the land as the two sat down to talk. She spoke first. Allow me to reintroduce myself. He replied, I am the head of the 4th Intelligence Division. Ulrich's eyes locked onto the woman before him, a thought flashing through his mind. The 4th Intelligence Division. They have sided with the Crown Prince in this succession war. He waves his hand dismissively, saying it is a waste of time to talk around the issue. So just get to the point. He inwardly curses the brat, but forces a smile to hide his anger, saying it has been a while. We secretly tracked the demons' corpses, and recently found a group of unknown demons. Ulrich tilted his head, casually asking, Oh, the Rigori. Right. She was stunned. How did you know about that? He narrowed his eyes, his attitude turning cold. Have you forgotten which family I come from? He lowered his head, hesitant yet guarded, seemingly in disbelief. Ulrich smirked, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he heard those words. The demon's natural enemy. Ba Chan questions where the other 8 totems are, as Ulrich reveals he has them, infuriating the agent. He retorts, I have permission from the administration, and even the intelligence agency knows. He fumes. Then allow me to ask you one last question. She wonders how he knew the exact location of the totems. Ulrich frowns and sighs. Didn't I tell you, I am from the Dream Whisperer family? Honestly, he stammered. Then sighed. Didn't I tell you, I am from the Dreaming family? Honestly, he was furious. That answer was far too vague. He scoffed, so, you want me to reveal family secrets to the intelligence agency? The old man was speechless, veins popping on his face, frustrated that this nobody kept using the family's name as an excuse. Eric waves his hand, saying he has answered enough, and they should stop here. Unable to push further, he suppresses his anger, clenching his fists, and thanks him for his cooperation. Immediately afterward, she turned and left, as he quietly watched her disappear. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. I must say, you have got guts, daring to defy the all-powerful intelligence agency. He sighs, rubbing his temples. Good grief, these sisters are exactly alike. Haiji warns, Eric, the intelligence service is relentless. Once they latch on, they never let go. Can't you just leave things as they are? He immediately replies that no, won't do. Eric continues, saying he is not the type to let things end so easily. Hearing this, Sin was alarmed, wondering what kind of deception Eric was planning this time. Eric continued, I am not the type to let someone be hostile towards me without a good reason. A glint flashed in his eyes. He would not let it end so easily. Before long, night fell, and the full moon hung high, casting a pale light over the silent space. In a desolate forest, the night wind rustled through the leaves, like whispers from the darkness. Bo-chan knelt before a man, saying, I am a disgrace.
Wait, I'm sorry.
He spoke softly. Raise your head. Dakavubich, the man exclaimed. The Tiger clan are not human. He reveals himself. This man is none other than the Crown Prince. And lurking nearby, Bat watches, missing not a single word or gesture. Suddenly, its eyes gleam. The Bat is the spy he planted. This is the big fish. Prince Zenon is before me. I am the one you were meant to meet. 2. Was blinded by my own arrogance and underestimated my enemy. I am the one who acted recklessly. Continued, saying that he had caused people to suffer humiliation because of his incompetence. But the Han Emperor interrupted, begging him not to speak that way. The Crown Prince raises his hand, stopping him. However, everything that has happened so far has been personal matters, he decisively stated. Our priority is to eliminate the remaining hidden demons. The Crown Prince stared intently. So, you are saying Viscount Garrett is one of Grigori's underlings? Han carefully reported. Yes. We have confirmed it. They are all demons, and everything related to the artifacts is connected to them. To gain the upper hand in the battle for the throne, we must succeed in defeating the demons. This time there is no room for error. Bo-chan bowed his head, answering respectfully, Yes, Your Highness. Then, Han slowly watched the Crown Prince's back as he walked towards the carriage. Bei-chan pondered. He could not forget his former fiancée, Lady Isabel. He had no choice but to choose politics over his love for her in order to seize the throne. In his heart, Han pondered the reason the prince had hidden his identity and decided to reveal it now. Perhaps he wanted to see for himself what kind of man Eric Mobinger, the one who saved Lady Isabel, truly was. Thoughts swirled in Bei-chan's mind, perhaps to offer him some solace. But now they have given him a reason to do what he has always wanted, to completely eradicate the demons. Filled with hope, Han believed their leader was the sun, guiding the empire to greatness. But Eric's arrogant smile enraged Bei-chan, and Han began to plot their next move. We must avoid further entanglement with Eric Mobinger. This trouble cannot continue. In other words, we must eliminate Eric Mobinger completely. Lost in thought, Han remains unaware of his offspring observing him from afar. Bei-chan then gathers his subordinates. Intelligence Division of Hongjiang. Listen up. This is the Devil's Territory, where the Trangok Devils infest the land. Han commands his troops to search every corner and destroy them all. Meanwhile, in the Garrett territory, bombs and bullets explode relentlessly, lighting up the sky. Eric and his comrades watched from above, his cold gaze sweeping across the scene below, and he called out, Looks like they have started. It is time for us to move. Immediately, Eric took a running start and jumped. The group followed closely behind like arrows cutting through the wind. As Eric thought to himself that sending someone to scout the intelligence agency was the right choice, allowing him to gather more information than expected. He thought to himself that while learning the prince was hiding within the intelligence agency was interesting, discovering the demon's base was the most valuable intel. He stared intently at the wall before him, thinking, I will seize this opportunity. Eric calculated that while the remnants of the demons and the intelligence agency were closing in on each other, he would take the nest and run. He quickly grabbed his mask, thinking, my teachers will clear a path for us. They will disguise themselves as intelligence agents and head inside. Let us go hunting. Fee. Explosions rocked the area. Buildings crumbled, and smoke filled the sky as the manhunt began. It was only a matter of time before the Intelligence Bureau attacked, so Eric urged them to infiltrate the mansion as quickly as possible. Suddenly, figure darts past, startling them both into turning around. Sin nods slightly, his eyes serious. Understanding, without another word, they continued forward, determined to breach the wall with magic and press on. Sharp ice arrows materialize in an instant. Eric unleashes them with a flick of his wrist, each one whistling through the air as he cries out. A deafening explosion lights up the sky, and before long, a hole is blasted through the wall, sending debris flying. Seeing this, a guard cries out in shock. What? The wall's been breached. The man beside him stammers in fear. Has the intelligence unit reached this far? Eric leaned back, gathering momentum for another attack. Sin. Watch closely. The merciless ice arrows pierced the nearby soldiers, and blood splattered. They exchanged a look, a silent agreement passing between them. In an instant, they transformed, tearing through their rigid armor. Immediately, a hulking demon appeared, its fur bristling, its massive wings spread wide with power. Its eyes glowed, flashing with coldness. This was reality. Eric recalled the earlier instructions his teachers would protect the good people here. The demon lunged at him, screaming, Die. Human, the reminder echoed in Eric's mind. Unleash your full power without hesitation, and unleash the immense spiritual energy known as Wind Peach. Instantly, a demon's wings are torn apart, slicing through others, cleaving them in two. More demons arrive, having caught the scent of intruders. There, stop those humans. Heezy quickly gathers her strength and leaps into action, determined to crush any demon that crosses her path. One by one, demons fell before Heezy's might, a sight that horrified her comrades, their eyes wide with shock. And with the bloodied hammer on her shoulder, she confidently offered, "Eric, leave this place to me and the others." Heezy, head held high, firmly declares, "Go, now." Obeying, Eric rushes away at her urging. Stop him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the demons struggle to carry the high priest statue into the underground museum, prompting Alad to angrily shout, "Careful with that." He thought to himself that even the intelligence agency would struggle to find this place, as Alad leaned confidently against the wall, pleased with himself. While they are busy searching, we will move the artifacts out through a secret passage. Suddenly, shards of ice emerge from the earth, and water stains begin to spread above. Dust and debris rain down, swirling with each tremor. As Alad looked up, his face filled with alarm. Suddenly, a rock struck its face, and Eric forcefully shoved the shard into Alad's face. Fresh red blood gushed out as it met a gruesome, unblinking end. He arrogantly proclaims, "See, Mephi, I am not so bad, am I?" The other two demons tremble, wondering how he found this place. Magic quickly flared around him, and Eric exclaimed with excitement, "Looks like we have stumbled upon a feast." Outside, raging flames and thick black smoke engulfed everything, threatening to devour all life in an instant. The man slammed his hand on the table in fury. "What did you just say?" he roared. "The Royal Intelligence Agency found the underground museum," his subordinate anxiously suggested. "My lord, I think we need to get out of here quickly," the man said. "Only my closest confidants knew of this place." "How did they find it?" He was, in fact, Viscount Garrett. He stood frozen, eyes wide with terror, muttering, "Impossible, a spy in my ranks." Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupts, sending debris flying, demolishing the walls. A terrified subordinate of Garrett faints on the cold ground, hand still covering his face, as if to shield himself from the lingering horror. Just then, Bachan slowly entered, saying he would been curious about who Viscount Garrett was. His eyes locked onto the man before him, cold and piercing. "So, it is you." At that moment, Dian slowly shed his disguise, revealing his true identity. As Bachan coldly called out, "Kaja," Henryak drew his sword, steel flashing in the dim light. "You bastard. You always escaped, but we have finally caught you." Clutching his wound, Gay spat out furiously. "Bachan, you not only planted spies in my faction, but you also stole my treasure. Who is the real bastard here?" Bachan asked in surprise. "Treasure? What are you talking about?" Kajar roared. "Don't play dumb." Just then, Gay's claws extended like living blades, magic coiling around his fingertips, emitting a dark and dangerous light. Hen gripped his sword tightly, magic swirling around him, ready to unleash at any moment. "From now on, I will punish the traitor, Gada. In the name of the Emperor." Quickly, he charged forward like a whirlwind, and Bachan met him head-on with all his might. The two clashed like enraged beasts, and in an instant, their magic collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion that distorted the very space around them. Meanwhile, on the other side, the shockwave spread like a fiery storm, leaving Haiji and Shin stunned, their bodies tense, eyes wide as they watched the smoke billow. He wondered if Eric was up to his tricks again. As she hesitated, Eric's voice suddenly rang out from behind, "Haiji." Without hesitation, he shot towards them like an arrow. He shouts, eyes ablaze, declaring it is time for action. Shin is shocked to see Haiji suddenly smiling, wondering how she can smile at a time like this. Without hesitation, she spun her axe, each rotation creating a terrifying shriek, as if tearing the very air itself, then whirled and hurled the weapon. It soared through the air with incredible force, crushing pillars that seemed unshakable. In an instant, the demons scattered in a frenzy, screaming as they fled. "The mansion is collapsing. We need to run." Eric and his comrades immediately turned and dashed towards their professor, running relentlessly through collapsing corridors, ignoring the smoke, dust, and explosions behind them. They soon arrived, and he exclaimed with relief, "Professor." Augustine chuckled, amused. "I never thought a student would ask me to do this." Gate shrugs. "I do not know who said it was fun to play with intelligence while pretending to be a hero." Then, they both quickly climb into the carriage, and before the wheels roll, he turns to ask, "Eric, all the residents have been evacuated. What do we do now?" He gripped the carriage door, asking what else there was to do. Eric's eyes narrowed, declaring it was time to leave. At that moment, Bochan surveyed the destruction before him. His eyes narrowed. He frowned, thinking angrily, "You madman, Kata. I never thought you would drag everyone down with you." Bochan muttered bitterly, never expecting him to have accomplices outside the territory. The rat. Suddenly, a flustered subordinate rushed in to report, Deputy Commander, we have found the museum mentioned. Thoughts raced through his mind. The collapse of the fortress has scattered everything. His mission is to find traces of the nobles and report back to the prince. Bei-chan schemed. This could help him seize the throne, and then I could become the head of intelligence. He pondered. And if I could find the false traces Eric left behind related to this event. Bei-chan's eyes flashed with cold intent. He could end the Mopinga family here. But as he was lost in thought, a subordinate suddenly ran up, shouting urgently, "Vice Commander, please come here." Bei-chan whips around. What is it? The man points ahead, stammering. The vault. The treasure is gone, he snapped. Damn it. Did that bastard Klee clean this place out? His subordinate stammered. I am not sure. Recalling Cass's determined face, Bei-chan raised an eyebrow, a strange feeling stirring within him. Impossible. Cassa did not know about the ambush. He only discovered the spy when I arrived. Wait a minute. Bei-chan gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. It was clear. There was a demon spy in the intelligence agency. At that moment, Eric sat leisurely, laughing gleefully. Augustine asked what is so funny, and Eric smugly replies, eyes gleaming with delight, that he can only imagine the look on the faces of the Intelligence Bureau when they see the museum empty. He laughs, praising Augustine, saying the Intelligence Bureau messed with the wrong person. A true student of his. Eric glanced sideways at Murphy, his guide, and sighed helplessly. I kept my promise and let you absorb the magic, so why is a Kui King so petty? Murphy gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his voice a mix of anger and restraint. Wouldn't it have been better if you had told me how much stronger you would become after absorbing the Kui power? Clutching the mana, Eric's eyes gleamed as he exclaimed, how much is even here? He rejoiced, humorously collecting mana from the demons. Furious, he threatens Eric, saying if he does not keep his word, there will be no more contracts in the future. Eric sighs, saying he knows. Soon after, he casts a spell, tossing the magical energy into the air. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a surge of magic erupted. In an instant, all the mana was absorbed amidst Eric's cry. Absorb. Mephisto was overjoyed, tears welling up, as he gnashed his teeth. Finally, this magic, whether it is Azazel's or not, is delicious. But suddenly, he realized something was wrong, and supporting himself with his elbow, he roared furiously. What? Why are you taking it back? He retorted. What do you mean? This is not the first time we have made a deal. There has to be give and take. Eric set a condition, initiate the seal of original sin, and hand it over. Only then will I give you more magic. Hearing this, Mephisto's face darkened, and he stammered. Hesitating, a surge of anger made him tremble, but he suppressed it. Standing silently, his eyes intently analyzing and calculating which option would benefit him most, Mephisto curses in frustration, but Eric retorts that it is just a fair exchange. To use the seal, one must prove their ability, and to prove their ability, one must understand the seal. He furrowed his brow, realizing that to understand original sin, he needed a lower-grade seal of the same type. But Mepha did not know of any lower-grade demons. There was no other way. He had to figure out how to use it himself. Suddenly, Eric sensed a hostile presence approaching. He glanced out the window, his eyes sharpening with alertness. He slowly trudged forward, searching everywhere for the stolen treasure, following the magical trail. Cautiously advancing, noticing the gathering spiritual energy growing denser, he knew at once the treasure was close. Kaza roared, I see you. Thief. In a flash, he streaks through the forest like lightning, leaves swirling in his wake. Kaza grits his teeth, eyes burning with rage. Those intelligence bastards. Then, he leaped forward, his heart filled with determination. He would never give up so easily. Kaza muttered, the totem they stole has a scent that only I can detect. Thoughts raced through his mind. Once he absorbed the totem and strengthened the seal, Kaza vowed he would tear them to pieces. Meanwhile, Augustine senses Kaza's presence, and worriedly says, a demon who can walk in sunlight. He seems angry at someone. Kizi immediately stands up, saying she will go check, but Augustine stops her, telling her to sit down, that there is nothing for her to do. She frowned, confused. I'm sorry. What do you mean? The old man calmly replied. Isn't it best that the one who sent the invitation is the one to go? Eric stared intently at the high priest's statue in his hand, his eyes flashing with intent. Yes, Kizi. You are the one who called him here. I think there is still much to exploit from him. Kizi whips around, startled. Don't tell me you are after the seal. He calmly replies, it would be rude to refuse such a treat, would not it? Kaja watched silently, inwardly sneering. A royal carriage without any guards. Could they really think they could fool him with this? He scoffed, thinking he would reclaim the totem. When suddenly, Eric's voice echoed from behind, saying he was worried he would not come. But he actually did. He clutches the statue, his eyes mocking. You are here for this, are not you? Kaga tenses, wary. Who are you? He replies calmly. Me. Without hesitation, Eric removes his mask, smirking as he says mockingly, it is me. Seeing the item in Eric's hand, The man realizes with shock, that cheap mask. Kaja recoils in shock, whispering, "It can't be." He seethes, teeth clenched, spitting out a hateful "you." Fueled by rage, Kaja's inner demon is instantly unleashed. Burning with fury, Kaja lunges at him, screaming, "I will tear you to pieces." Mephilion appears, reminding him, "Are you sure you will be okay provoking him like that? Even with one arm, he is still a demon with a pretty powerful seal." Soon, he was upon Eric, roaring in fury, "Die." Eric leaned back to dodge, thinking, "Perfect. I have been wanting to know how much stronger I have become since I left." Eric swiftly leaps back to evade the next strike, "And I have decided on a few things I need to do." Eric swiftly casts his magic, filled with determination, vowing to eradicate the demons. At that moment, the tattoo on his arm blazes, magical currents flowing like rivers across his skin. With a cry, Eric summoned massive, radiant golden shards of ice. A flick of his wrist sent them hurtling towards his foe. Kaza frowned, recognizing the danger rushing toward him, as demonic energy surged in his hand. Forming sharp claws, Kaza shattered the incoming ice shards, arrogantly declaring that such magic could not touch him. Before adding words that darkened Eric's face, "How dare a mage let him get so close?" Kaza throws a powerful punch. Grinning, "You are finished, you wretch." Eric quickly retaliates, blocking the attack. The two streams of energy collide, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Magic blazing, and the ground rumbling, he is blasted backward, clawing at the ground to stop himself, and exclaims in disbelief, "How can a mage be this strong?" In the thick dust cloud, he stood motionless, staring at his hand. Seeing the viscous poison on his hand, Eric realized this could be very dangerous when fighting him. He holds a dark power, poison that seeps into every pore. Eric quickly casts a spell to block it, thinking, "So this is his sealing power. I will freeze it to stop the poison from spreading, but it is only a temporary fix. I have to be careful not to get more poison on me." He scoffs, thinking, he is stopping the poison by freezing his hand. What a joke. Then, he unleashed his magic throughout his body, the tattoo on his arm glowing brightly. Muttering, "If that is how it is," his eyes burned red, wide with challenge. "How will you handle this?" He flapped his wings, wondering how I would freeze a poisonous wind. With lightning speed, streams of poison erupted, swirling around me, leaving no escape. Eric realized with growing fear that the poison was seeping into his body. This was not something he could freeze to contain. But then, a determined glint flashed in his eyes. He could still do something to break Kaza's attack. Eric spreads his arms wide, unleashing a flurry of spells. Freeze, reverse, eradicate, determined to turn the toxic winds back on his foe. In an instant, the magic reverses, hurtling toward the enemy. Kaza blocks the attack with incredible speed, sneering, "How foolish. Did you think my own magic could affect me?" Suddenly, he is startled, eyes wide with shock. What? The enemy before him had vanished completely, and Kaza was stunned, wondering where he would gone. But little did he know, Ulrich had already appeared silently behind him. It was only a moment later that Kaza realized, but it was too late. Elric roared, "Bind." In an instant, his entire body was bound by strong chains, rendering him immobile. Kaza, pale and panicked, cried out in desperation. Without hesitation, Ulrich unleashed his magic, a look of amusement on his face, knowing that an easy victory would be no fun at all. Rick thought to himself, "It has been a while since I have used this move." In the blink of an eye, a secret technique of the Snow Mountain King was unleashed, filled with astonishing power. The pain was unbearable, his body trembled, and his knees buckled. Kaza gasped, his eyes wide with terror. How could a human wield the power of the Snow Mountain King? He gripped the man's head, a cold glint in his eyes, staring him down. Ulrich spoke coldly, "You do not need to know anything." Immediately, he unleashed his absorption technique, drawing all of Kaza's magic into himself, leaving Kaza drained and lifeless on the ground. Ulrich remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on the motionless body on the ground. Secretly relieved, Mephi frowned, his heart stirred. Exterminate the demons. How dare he say that in front of him? He grinned, meaning that even if we fly, there is no choice but to work together. We will still become enemies we have to fight in the future. Mephi thought, "This is great. That is what I think too." Ulrich put one hand in his pocket, the other clenched into a fist, his sharp eyes fixed on the corpse on the ground. When suddenly, something stirred within him, his brow furrowed, and his vision blurred. Ulrich clutches his chest, collapsing to the ground, as black liquid spills from his mouth. Augustine and Higgy rush over, calling out his name, as he grits his teeth, feeling the poison coursing through his body. Higgy supports Ulrich's arm as Augustine channels power into his back, asking if he is alright. Ulrich, eyes closed, replies that he feels better. After a moment, Ulrich wipes the grime from his face, wondering if demons have always been this strong. Augustine withdraws his hand, reassuring him, "Yes, of course you will." He recalls the demon's face and surmises. If he had been at his best, a strong wind blows past them, And Augustine, with his hands clasped behind his back, concludes that Eric would have lost. But Eric, sitting cross-legged on the ground, confidently retorts, "No, I think I still would have won." Augustine's eyes widened as he thought to himself, the boy has boundless confidence. Well, I guess he will find a way to beat his opponent, no matter the odds. The old man's lips pursed beneath his beard. However, Augustine reminds him, "Didn't I tell you not to let arrogance consume you? You need to change." Ulrich pouts, asking, "But Augustine, why are you making that face?" Augustine's face lit up with excitement as he praised his disciple endlessly. Night fell, and the sky turned a deep black, illuminated only by the radiant full moon. Beneath the surface, ruin and desolation reigned as one uniformed soldier asked his superior what they were meant to find. "I have no idea. Why did they tell us to look for traces of a third party here? We have been searching all day and have not found anything." If this were not an order, before he could finish, a hand pierced through his stomach from behind. Lucifer's eyes gleam red as he retracts his bloody hand, and the uniformed man collapses. Lucifer asks the stunned comrade, "Hey, what happened here?" The teammate reacted, his feet slowly moving. "Who is there?" he shouted, threatening. "Show yourself." But before he could finish, a hand reached out and violently gripped his face. Lucifer lifted his comrade into the air, his feet dangling as he struggled and screamed. The markings on Lucifer's hand glowed as he said, annoyed, "That voice is grating. I will find out myself." A shrill cry echoes through the space as Lucifer completely assimilates his comrade, his body cracking and dissolving into countless particles of black dust. All the black dust is absorbed by the mark on Lucifer's hand. As he closes his eyes, looks up to the sky, and declares, "Kaza has failed." Lucifer sees an image of an injured Kaza clutching his arm, followed by two men breaking into a room. A third party, neither intelligence nor his own kind, has joined the fray. Another scene flashes in his mind, the crown prince's retreating figure. Lucifer smirks, an unexpected reward indeed. Opening his eyes, now burning crimson with fury, he realized the prince himself was involved. Plaza dominated by a colossal statue. Bei Chan knelt, his intelligence comrades prostrate behind him. Having knelt for an unknown time, the crown prince finally spoke, signaling everyone to rise. With his hands clasped behind his back, he sternly reminded them to remember the wounds they had suffered this day for the rest of their lives, and to reflect upon themselves. Badly injured, Bei Chan kowtows, vowing to remember this. The crown prince asks what he intends to do now that the conquest plan, years in the making, has completely fallen apart. Without looking up, Ba Chan revealed what he knew. "According to my reports, the Grigori have more followers than just the Gurat descendants. Fortunately, our agents sent to other branches have been able to gather intel on their main camp." Hearing this, the crown prince concludes that the plan for this place has not completely failed. As the crown prince turned to leave, he ordered Ba Chan to clean up this mess and head to the rendezvous point. But then, sensing something amiss, he stopped dead in his tracks. Chaos erupts as screams fill the air in ambush. Demons. Ba Chan reacts instantly, drawing his sword and commanding his forces to form ranks. The intelligence team coordinates, splitting up to eliminate the flying demons. Bei Chan stands before the crown prince, scowling. "Fools, protect the prince." Understanding his intent, the intelligence members rushed to protect his highness, but a dark purple energy swept past them with incredible speed. Seeing this, Ba Chan was startled. Thinking, too fast, he repositioned himself, using his blade to block the dark purple aura from striking the crown prince. Lucifer, face to face with Bei Chan, praised him. "Unbelievable, a human anomaly." But Chan swung his sword. "You half-demon, how dare you?" But Lucifer leaped onto a giant insect to dodge the blow. Lucifer smirked, as if he would found his target, pointing a finger and declaring, "He is the crown prince." Hearing his words, the surrounding demons exchanged silent glances before swarming forward, chanting, "The crown prince. He is the crown prince." Bei Chan raises his sword, vowing to stop him and protect his highness. Two intelligence members obey, quickly escorting the prince away, urging him to follow. Ba Chan recites an oath, power surging within him. "Arthur, Ba Chan, will execute any foe who dares harm his highness." Lucifer manifested mouths with long, lolling tongues and sharp teeth on either side of him, clenching his fist as he said, "He looks tasty. Shall we begin?" The two attacked each other without hesitation, Lucifer like a gaping maw ready to devour Ba Chan whole. A massive explosion erupts as the violet and gold powers collide. Below, demons swarm as the intelligence members fight them off. The demons targeted the prince, whispering amongst themselves, "We will get the seal if we bring the prince's head to the envoy." Right. I wonder if we would get more seals if we brought the envoy some other parts of him too. Bei Chan furiously charged towards a demon. "How dare you lowlife disrespect the future ruler of our empire." Many slashes were unleashed, blood splattering everywhere, accompanied by a roaring voice. "Your Highness, I will pave the way for you." A demon suddenly appeared, yelling at the intelligence agent beside the prince to hand him over. Claws extended, screaming that the seal was his as he attacked. The prince, stunned, could only gape, frozen in the face of the present danger as a voice boomed from afar. Who dare stand in the messenger's way? As he spoke, countless beams of power rained down upon the winged demons. The immense energy struck them, coalescing into the image of a lion's head. It is the same symbol emblazoned on the Lion Brigade's flag. Lucifer, holding an arm, licks his lips, savoring the moment. A member of the prince's intelligence team recognizes the approaching army as the Lam Su. Herman leads the charge on horseback, with Isabel by his side. As someone cries out, "The Lam Su are here!" Herman tilted his head, ordering his troops to annihilate the enemy. Without hesitation, Lucifer's soldiers charged, felling winged demons with a single strike. The prince stood silently, while his intelligence members cheered. "We are saved." His eyes were fixed on Isabel, her name echoing in his mind. Time passed, and the sky cleared, revealing twinkling stars. The Lampus army and the Crown Prince's intelligence unit stood facing each other. As a report echoed, "We were able to eliminate most of the demons with the Lampus's help." Ba-chan, his clothes stained with blood, bowed deeply to the prince, saying they could not defeat the demon leader. The prince closed his eyes and nodded to the man before him. Thanking him, Herman bowed, explaining, "I am glad you are safe. Your Highness, I will escort you back to the palace, but since you have the intelligence team with you, I will take my leave here." The prince replied with concern, "You must be busy. Carry on then." Herman bowed again. "Thank you for your understanding." As Herman looked up, the prince suddenly asked, "But may I ask where you are going?" Without hesitation, he glanced at Isabel and replied, "I am searching for Arik Mobinger." The prince turned his gaze to her. "I understand." Isabel bowed her head, her face flushed slightly, and a gentle smile graced her lips. The prince calmly turned and left, simply saying, "Very well. Farewell." But in his mind, he muttered the name he had just heard. Arik Mobinger, that name again. Meanwhile, a carriage travels through a snowy forest in the dead of winter. As Arik curiously peeks out the window, the carriage halted before a massive fortress gate, and Arik observed the wall. Thinking it was even grander than he would heard, he mentally breaks it down. The flower must be somewhere behind this wall. The soldiers guarding the gate loudly demand they stop. He tells the soldiers ahead that they must be border guards, and they want to cross the border, but the head soldier refuses. Apologizing, Arik, sitting in the carriage, tensely listened to the declaration that they might not be able to pass. He stepped out and asked the head soldier what had happened on the other side of the wall. Lead soldier explained that monsters outside the wall had been causing chaos lately, and unexplainable phenomena were occurring, putting the guards in a state of emergency. Arik, noticing the dark streaks above, thought to himself, "I knew that energy beyond the wall was suspicious." He smirked, thinking, "Even so, I do not intend to give up now." Arik signals the driver to hand over the travel permits, and the driver replies that he understands. Quickly reaching inside his vest to search for something, he held a scroll in his hand, slowly approaching the head soldier. Without a word, he handed him the scroll, saying, "Here." The head soldier unrolls the paper and reads it, his face filling with doubt as he wonders, "What is this?" Upon seeing the contents, he is startled. Silently exclaiming, "The Nerester and Mobinger families." He rolled the paper back up and respectfully returned it, saying, "I apologize. I was not aware you were from such important families. Normally, people can't pass through, even with a pass, but I will make an exception for you since you are from the Nerester and Mobinger families." The soldier added, "In return, please flee to the highest shelter possible if anything goes wrong." Arik asked, "If I hide there, will someone come to save me?" The soldier uttered a single word, "No." His face hardened as he continued, "That way, it will be easier for us to find your body." Arik frowned, unnerved by the soldier's answer. As a massive sandworm opened its maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, it swung its head, targeting Arik on the ground below, then snapped its jaws shut and charged at him with incredible speed. As the sandworm closed in, jaws agape, Arik raised his hand, the mark on his arm glowing blue. He leaped into the air, and a sharp spike of ice pierced the sandworm's neck, followed by a deafening shriek. He gritted his teeth, annoyed, saying, "These sandworms just keep coming." Another sandworm appeared behind Arik, opening its mouth full of sharp fangs to attack. Sensing its movement, he glances back, dodging mid-air as he thinks, compared to the fight with the Kui, he feels like he can't fully utilize what he has gained. He reached out, thinking that if he acquired more imprints in the future, his mana would be a limiting factor, preventing him from using them to their full potential. Arik shouted, "Hey!" And before he could finish, countless ice blocks flew and impaled the sandworm. The sandworm roared, then collapsed lifelessly as massive cracks appeared in the ground above. Arik landed beside it, silently setting a goal, to create a unique magic, something entirely new. He looked up, concluding that only then would he be strong enough that no one could look down on him again. Behind Arik, someone approached and asked, "Are you finished?" Sir, Sin and the others had been waiting for who knows how long. He tightened his coat and grumbled, Even with mana protecting me, it is still freezing, and I am almost out of mana. Eric turned to the scene before him, pondering. This place should have been as hot as a desert, yet it is freezing with strong winds. I wonder if this is one of the anomalies they mentioned. He recalled the information he knew. This place was called the Black Snowfield, a name that was merely an analogy, as the land was poisoned and blackened, resembling a field of black snow. Eric gazes at the corpse of a sandworm on the ground. This place is teeming with monsters, and even the Empire gave up on claiming it. This is a forbidden zone where even archmages of the 8th circle or higher are not necessarily safe. Suddenly, an arm wraps around him. Sin, curious, asks, "Hey, Eric, is the flower shrine really a place abandoned by the gods?" He asked suspiciously. In the fairy tales, the flower shrine is a peaceful garden where the god of flowers lived happily with humans. But does this look like a flower garden to you? Eric shook off Augustine's arm and stated firmly, "The flower shrine exists. I can confirm its existence based on my ancestors' records in the royal family." Augustine, intrigued, asked further, "So, you know its exact location? I doubt you can find it with just the information in those records." Eric reveals his plan, to seek out the beast men guarding the flower shrine. Augustine warns him that beast men harbor a deep-seated hatred for humans. Questioning his safety, Eric confidently assures them that they will be fine, that he has a plan. Augustine strokes his beard, intrigued, saying he does not know what Eric is planning, but he is eager to find out. The old man reached out, puzzled. "But how do you plan to find beast men in a place this vast?" Eric replied, "That is what I am still trying to figure out." Haiji chimed, "Do you have a map or anything? We can't just tear up this entire snowfield." Eric responded to her, "No, we have nothing, if only we had a compass." Mephi, hovering in the air, seemed to notice something. He flew closer to Eric and whispered, "Hey, the ice stone is glowing." He reached into his jacket, searching for the ice stone he would kept in his pocket. Eric held the glowing stone in his hand, wondering, why is it suddenly glowing? Suddenly, the ice stone soars into the sky, startling everyone. Xin gasps. "What?" A blinding light erupts from the floating stone, shining directly onto Eric. His eyes widened as he realized the ice stone's light was opening a path for them. Eric smiled at everyone around him. "I think we have found our way." In the night sky, a full moon casts its light upon the darkness, surrounded by twinkling stars. Within the forest, a breeze rustles through the leaves. On a forest trail, a carriage with guiding lights slowly advances as Eric, holding the ice stone, glances at it and orders, "Cut." "Stop." A voice replies, "Yes, Master Eric." Sin wondered what was going on, and Eric, looking down at the item in his hand, explained that the ice stone had stopped glowing after they entered the forest, so he thought they needed to search the area. Night falls in the forest, where towering trees blot out the light, creating an eerie and ominous atmosphere. But beneath the surface, a warm, golden glow emanates from a cluster of glowworms. Eric leads Heezy, Agility, and Augustine in one direction, as Xin, doubtful, asks, "Are we really going to find anything here?" "I do not see anything." Agility's eyes shone as she said, "I have been searching from above with my spirit beast, but I have not found anything either." Eric stared at the ice stone, no longer glowing as it had before, and clenched it tightly in his palm. Eric closed his eyes, turned in the opposite direction, and said, "Let us head back to the carriage. The ice stone will likely guide us again." A piercing scream echoed through the air, startling him and Agility, who both turned toward the sound. Eric and Sin exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison. Then the three of them, Eric, Sin, and Agility, dashed off with incredible speed. The three of them moved with lightning speed, waving through the trees as they advanced. After an unknown amount of time, Eric widened his eyes and signaled something was there. Eric and Sin took cover behind trees, while nearby, several horned demons surrounded a woman. Eric took a closer look and wondered. A beast woman. Mephi, arms crossed, leaned against a tree and said it was a feline beast woman. As the horned demons on the other side roared with fiery red eyes, they went berserk, charging at Arena, who was prone on the ground. Helpless, she could only close her eyes and scream, "Someone, please help me." Just then, a voice echoed, "Swirl." Irina, still terrified, gritted her teeth, bracing for the end. But after a moment, nothing happened, so she slowly opened her eyes. The horned demons were now frozen solid. From behind the tree, Eric snaps his fingers, and the frozen demons shatter into dust. Eric approached Arena, asking if she was alright, ruffled his hair with one hand and offered the other to her, asking if she was shocked. The succubus sneers, unimpressed by Eric's acting, but Eric pays him no mind. He quietly asked Arena if she was hurt anywhere, offering to heal her, and reached out a hand to help her up as a gesture of goodwill. "Can you stand on your own?" Arena silently looked up, her eyes devoid of goodwill. She violently swatted Eric's hand away, declaring she did not need help from a human. As Arena spoke, two cat-like beastmen appeared in the branches above them, bows drawn. Two of them guarded from above, while below, Eric's group was surrounded by a horde of armed cat people, as Arena threatened through gritted teeth. Foolish human, if you do not surrender after I count to 3, I will deal with all of you. She begins to count, 1, and the cat beastmen in the trees draw their bows. Sin glanced at the beastmen in the tree as Arena's countdown echoed 2. Heezy stared at the back in front of her, wondering, Eric, what are you planning? Smile tugs at his lips as Eric raises his hands, declaring, I surrender. Heezy, Junity, Augustine, Sin, and Mephi each react differently to Eric's words as he stands before them. Hands raised, declaring his surrender. Mephi crosses his arms, musing with interest that he is quite the trickster. The scene shifts back to moments earlier, when Eric's group was still hiding behind the trees. He saw Arena kneeling on the ground, surrounded by horned monsters. Eric smirked. This is clearly a trap. What a cleach. His eyes gleam as he surveys the area, noting the presence of soldiers. Augustine, standing by a tree, asks, Eric, what is the plan? Smirk spreads across Eric's face as he replies, what else can we do? If they want to play, we will play along. An amused expression crosses his face as he says they will lead them right into their lair, back in the present. Within the monster kingdom, a carriage pulls a cage along a winding city street. Arena leads the way, flanked by feline beastmen guarding the carriage, while inside the caged prisoners are bound in iron, save for Augustine, who dozes, and the others, who remain silent. Menfi, arms crossed, calls out to the man below, Hey, do you have to go this far? He asks, unable to understand. Doing this much, Eric smiles and replies, You are so naive. A cunning look crosses his face as he thinks, it takes this much sacrifice to pull off a perfect deception. Menfi can only sigh. I can't believe those dim-witted monsters were fooled by such terrible acting. Suddenly, a large group of beastmen appeared on the road, pointing and shouting insults at their cages, calling them wretched humans. Why did the search party bring humans back? They are definitely up to no good. Let us just deal with them now. Eric glanced out to assess the situation. I knew it, but their anger towards humans is immense. Menfi said, following his gaze, You humans stole their homes and drove them here. So is not this normal? It won't be easy to quell the anger passed down from their ancestors. Eric remained silent. His eyes narrowed as he glanced out of the carriage. After an unknown amount of time, the carriage wheels finally came to a halt. Arena suddenly turned around, introducing herself as Arena, a royal guard of the Andromov kingdom. Arena's warning echoed through the prison. If you value your lives, you would better behave. Arena's threat echoes before the massive fortress. Our great king will interrogate you. Above, white clouds drift lazily across the sky. The doors to the fortress slowly open, and Arena leads Eric's group inside, guiding them down a long corridor as Eric and the others follow, their hands bound by iron chains. Mephi crossed her arms, asking curiously if he had a plan, which is why he entered the enemy's central position. Right. Eric smiled, confirming with him in a way that only the two of them could hear. Of course, the beastmen won't refuse me. A long line of beastmen stood waiting on either side of the path. Eric, passing the officials of the Beast Kingdom, explained to Mephi, Because I possess the power they have craved for centuries, the fighting technique of the Tiger King, the previous Monster King. He purses his lips, uttering 3 words, body-strengthening art. Eric calmly analyzes, the Tiger clan has held the position of king for generations, but now they are all extinct. What if the body-strengthening art, which represents the king's authority, were to appear? Eric excitedly says, Just imagine how much it will be worth. Mephi gives him a calculating look. You really are eager to sell it for a sky-high price, are not you? Before them, Arena knelt reverently, hand over her chest, and announced, Great King of Andromov, I have brought the prisoners. A small figure sat on the chair and replied, Well done. The hand resting on the armrest revealed sharp claws as Valence spoke. Humans, why have you trespassed into our territory? Eric wondered, Is he a tiger man? The boy spoke, revealing sharp, gleaming teeth. If you dare lie. Eric froze, thoughts racing. Impossible. The Monster King, the Tiger King. Valence sits sternly on his throne, threatening that no one will leave here alive. Eric can't believe it. Thinking, he is just a kid, froze, while Higgy beside him broke out in a sweat, struggling to stay silent. Muttering, So cute, he is too adorable. Murphy chuckled, teasing, a young Tiger King. You might not get as much from this as you think. Eric frowned, thinking, a Tiger King with an hair is good, but he is so young. He takes a step forward, calculating in his head might as well try. He can always escape if things go south, without a hint of fear. Eric asks, You are the king, Mouse, displeased by Eric's attitude. Roared, How dare you address our great king like that, you insolent wretch. Eric retorted, Hey, old man, stay out of it. Enraged, Mouse cursed and pointed, demanding Eric be dragged away, but a voice cut through the noise, ordering them to stop. Valence rises, his eyes flashing red, and asks with authority if Mouse intends to disobey him. Eric smirked, glancing at Mouse, as Balance sat back down and asked what he wanted to say. Eric smiled, thinking to himself, I thought he was just a mindless kid, but with tiger blood running through his veins, perhaps he will be easier to persuade than I thought. Then, he looked up, facing the boy directly, and asked, do you know about the strengthening technique? Balance's face froze at the question, and the boy uttered 2 words. Auntie G. Eric raised 2 fingers. If I were to sell it to you, how much would you offer? The officials on either side began to stir, calling it nonsense. How dare such a puny human utter the word strengthening technique? Split his head from his body. Balance quickly interjects, ordering them to calm down. Eric, out of patience, snaps his restraints, declaring the guards too noisy. Immediately, they rush to protect Balance, shouting that the prisoner has broken free and the king must be defended. Behind them, Arena's guards had regrouped, and Eric's group was now surrounded on both sides. The remaining members of Eric's group shattered their shackles, the broken pieces falling to the ground. Augustine rubbed his wrists, asking with concern if Eric needed help, but Eric refused confidently, saying he would handle them himself. A light emanates from his body as he steps forward, declaring he needs to show them his power. What are you doing? Royal guards, take down those vile humans. The guards, upon hearing the order, charged at Eric all at once. Sin sighed helplessly. He was so quiet on the way here. I was suspicious. Haiji called out, Eric, if you dare touch my precious tiger cub, I will kill you. Agility, on the other hand, laughed excitedly. I love watching scenes of chaos like this. A blonde guardian unsheathes his sharp claws and lunges toward him, but Eric stands firm, extending his own hand, fingers slowly curling. He takes a few quick steps, then lunges forward with incredible speed. As the beastman flies toward him from the opposite side, they are about to collide. Eric grits his teeth, swinging his arm, all his strength focused on his sharp fingertips. In the blink of an eye, he passes the guard, unleashing countless strikes. The tiger claws enhancement technique. The pigtail official gaped at the scene, while his companion could not believe that a human knew enhancement. Someone ordered the royal guards to transform, and the 2 guards exchanged a nod. Their human faces morphed into bestial visages, mouths filled with sharp fangs, hands and chests growing large and hairy. Their legs became beastly and bowed, muscles bulging and tearing through their clothes. The guards transform into bipedal beasts, and a voice cries, attack. The beastmen open their maws, looking ferocious. They charged at Eric simultaneously. Launching their attack, one confidently declared his demise, but Eric stood still, his hand clenched into a fist. He spins on the ground, then stumps down with all his might. Eric leaps and spins through the air, striking down the surrounding beastmen with the tiger claw. Beastmen, not even having time to stick out their tongues, were knocked unconscious and sent flying, landing at the feet of a distant guard, who fearfully looked up at the dark shadow looming over him. Behind Eric, a giant black tiger seemed to materialize as he unleashed the tiger hunting stance, his massive paw crushing the guard into the ground. Arena trembled with rage, witnessing her subordinate crushed beneath the tiger's paw. Unable to move, she drew her twin swords, charging forward, questioning his actions. Just as Arena's blade neared Eric's throat, an order rang out, stop. She turned, bewildered, toward the voice. Arena called out, Your Majesty, as she looked at Valance standing before the throne, while Eric pushed the sword away, saying, I believe I have shown you the true extent of my power. He smiled at the boy, asking if he believed him now, but Valance simply stared intently at Eric. Inside the palace hall, chaos reigned as beastmen guards lay defeated. Valance glared, gritting his teeth as he demanded, How do you know about body strengthening? Something even we do not. A surge of blue power fills the room, forcing the beastmen to their knees, as Eric's arm tattoo glows, and he smiles. That is magic. Valance frowned, repeating the word he would just heard. Magic. Eric raised his hand, using his power to draw magic circles in the air, explaining that magic flows through everything and is ever present in this world. It reveals the mysteries of nature, harmonizing all principles within. Valance gazes at the shimmering light before him. So, the enhancement art has always been preserved through magic. Eric smirked, retracting the magic circles with a wave of his hand, then confirmed with the boy, That is right. All the mystical images that Valance had just witnessed vanished as quickly as they appeared. Valance's eyes sparkled as he stared, dumbfounded, at Eric. Meanwhile, Mephi, arms crossed, exposed the ruse. Magic? My foot. It is just a con. Eric smirked. After all, the freak race has some affinity for magic, so if we put on an intriguing and mysterious show, they will take the bait. Look, not just the king, but the others are starting to believe as well. Mephi commented that the fiends were far too naive. Eric glanced at her and chuckled. That is why they are perfect to exploit. It is time to close this deal. Before he could finish, he suddenly bowed deeply to Valance. Catching the boy's attention, Eric closed his eyes, feigning utmost respect as he performed the gesture. The enhancement technique is a secret treasure of the royal family, and even though I obtained it through magic, It's true. Radiant power lies in the hands of its rightful master. Eric stands tall, gesturing emphatically as he declares that they want to use this deal to build a new foundation for the royal family and its people. But before he can finish, a voice cuts him off, saying, "Enough." Finance Minister Norris clenches his fists, stepping forward. "In short, you want to sell us the body enhancement technique at a high price. Is that right?" He then smiled, patted his chest, and admitted, "That is right. What I need is information." Norris was slightly startled by Eric's words. "I want to know the path to the Temple of Flowers." The girl looked at the person next to her, wondering, the Flower Temple, why would a human want to go there? Mouse glanced at him and added, "Besides, right now that place is..." Suddenly, a voice cut him off. "Stop." Norris turned toward the door, declaring that while they understood his desire, they needed to discuss it further, and so he should leave for now. Ordering Irina, captain of the royal guard, to escort them to the mansion outside to rest, she bowed respectfully, answering him, "Yes, my lord." Before leaving with the others, Eric turned to look at Norris, lamenting that the deal was almost successful, if not for that old man. Mephi frowned, his red eyes studying Norris, sensing a dark power surrounding the elder. The light in Norris's eyes was consumed by darkness, replaced by a cunning red glow. Mephi realized he was a demon. "This is our chance to restore the Tiger King's bloodline and bring glory back to our people as before. If we can unite the will of the Tiger King and our people, they will have no choice but to obey." Someone stepped forward, affirming, "They are right," but frankly analyzes the current situation. The strengthening technique is a symbol of unity for the demon race, and its loss has divided many of our people. Many species no longer share a unified will. This is our chance to reclaim it. With it, we will eliminate their reason for not acknowledging a Tiger King, since the strengthening technique was absent back then. Valance, still seated, closed his eyes and nodded in agreement. "All right, if that is what everyone thinks," but Norris interjected, "We can't do that," unable to comprehend, but turned towards him, exclaiming that they could not possibly. But before he could finish, Norris silenced him with a threatening glare, but, unnerved by the look, fell silent. Norris turned to the others. "I understand the vital importance of the enhancement technique to our people and the king." His eyes hardened, and he uttered a single word, "But then..." Norris roared, "Have you forgotten the suffering we monsters endured to survive in this forsaken place?" The other officials began to ponder his words, which echoed in their ears. "Humans use sweet words to lure us, then stabbed us in the back, driving us to this desolate place." Norris addressed Valens, who was seated on the throne. "Your Majesty, if we accept this agreement, we will once again become puppets in the hands of humans, and those days of bitter history will repeat themselves." He concluded that, for all these reasons, they must not join hands with humans, and they must be wary of them. Valens frowned, his face pensive for a long moment, saying nothing at all. In another room, after what seemed like an eternity, Booth desperately tried to persuade him once more. "Your Majesty, we can't miss this opportunity. It is our only chance to regain the enhancement technique." Valens, with his back turned, silently looked up at something before him. Valens gazed at the towering statue. Muttering, "Rebuild the royal family," he suddenly declared, "If we want to fulfill the late king's wish to unite our race, we will need the enhanced body technique." Penn was overjoyed and immediately replied, "Then, we will quickly summon those people here and make a deal." Valens clasped his hands behind his back and turned to face him. "But we can't do that according to Norris's argument, because I think he has a good reason to say that humans have deceived us too many times, but he assumed his judgments could be wrong, and in this situation..." Valens frowned, angrily warning him to watch his words. "He has dedicated his life to the kingdom since the time of the previous king, and I do not doubt his judgment. We need to be careful with humans." Realizing his mistake, but bowed deeply, begging forgiveness for his inappropriate words, and ultimately accepting the decision, he turned and left. Valens walked alone through the castle's long corridor, muttering to himself, "Noros, I trust your judgment is sound." Meanwhile, the night sky above turned pitch black, birds soared through the air, and at the Andromov estate, a pair of high-heeled boots slowly echoed through the lavishly carpeted room, as eyes watched from within. Inside, Eric lounged in his chair, propping up his head as he greeted the newcomer. Well, what do we have here? What wind blew you in?" He faced the man directly, addressing him as Finance Minister Noros. He looked down at him and replied, "I am here to make a deal with you." Eric sat up straight, pointed to the chair, and said, "Oh my, so you are a customer? Please, have a seat." He looked at him and cut straight to the chase. "So, you have decided to accept my deal. What price are you willing to pay?" Noros reached out a hand, promising, "I will give you what you want, and I will open the path to the flower temple for you." Eric gives a thumbs up, praising, Excellent. You are very generous. Just as I expected. Noros's face twists into a crazed grin as he repeats his demand. The enhanced physique technique, sell it to me. Having finished talking with Noros, Eric collapsed onto the table. Wearily sighing, I guess no one else is coming, he asked curiously. Do they really think they can seize the throne and unite the tribes just by having the strengthening technique? Why do the Minister of Finance and the other officials all say the same thing? Augustine asked, sitting across from him. I heard the Tiger King lineage fell long ago, and they need the power up to revive their kingdom. But I did not realize the situation was this complicated. So who are you planning to sell it to? Eric raised a finger. Recounting, the Minister of Finance still offered the highest price. Augustine, in disbelief, confirmed, that stubborn old Minister of Finance. Eric unleashed his power, declaring, in this case, right here. The room filled with blinding golden energy as Augustine's question echoed. Too many clients sought the power-up technique, so it has become quite expensive. If it has become so expensive, may I ask what the royal family intends to do with it? And how do you intend to pay me? Valence's eyes widened as Eric addressed him. Your Majesty, the Tiger King, Murphy, standing behind, analyzed the situation. The king's power was waning. If it were me, I would have split those vassals in two. I am not as foolish as they are. Eric stood and approached the boy, saying he would warn him, promising that he would witness very interesting things. Keezy suddenly appeared, placing her hands on Valence's shoulders, questioning him with slight displeasure. Eric, how could you say such things in front of someone who is truly hurting? Eric's face turned serious as he called out to her. Keezy, you are not a child. Do you really think his heart can change the situation? Keezy and Valence were both taken aback by his words. Eric reminds her that even the most beautiful throne will soon be overlooked without solid power behind it. Keezy remembers, silently calling his name. Eric, she remembers back to when they were children, surrounded and bowed to by others, their family, once known as the family of warlocks. The image shifts, showing only the two siblings. Clad in tattered clothes, the two children clung to each other. But as soon as they lost their power, all the gods, nobles, royalty, and even the magic tower abandoned them. Helpless, they could only cry in each other's arms. Now an adult, Eric walks once more to the cheers of the crowd, the hero of Lee Center, the son of the Mobinger family. Look at me. Mobinger. He indifferently glanced at the people surrounding him, and as Eric recalled their faces, he scoffed. Only when I became the hero of Lee Center did those who once scorned me and called me a disgrace completely change their attitude. Looking down at Valence, he concludes that power is what truly runs the world. Eric calls out to the one before him. Your Majesty, you must sharpen your claws. Valence, a bit bewildered, looked up and asked again. My claws. Eric knelt on one knee, hand over his chest, head slightly bowed, closing his eyes in reverence. He said, you must hone them in secret, and in the final moment, use them to seize all that you desire. He opened his eyes. Sincere, I will aid you on this long journey. Valence stood frozen, his eyes now sparkling as he looked at Eric, who thought to himself, look at those angelic eyes. I think he is completely moved. Murphy shakes his head, seeing that Valence is ready to sell his soul. Eric smirks, explaining that he must do this to go further. Murphy, as if reading his mind, remarked, don't think I do not know you are just trying to ignite his fighting spirit. His face turned stern as he declared, even if you help him, only he can resolve the current situation. Who knows if he can be as mighty as those who came before? Valence quietly asks him, do you know anything about Tiger King Yu? Eric is taken aback, asking if Tiger King Yu is the strongest Tiger King who led the Beastmen to their peak. Valence emphasizes that it is all of Tiger King Yu's legacy. The boy affirmed, I am willing to trade everything, even the research we have done to restore the enhancement technique. Eric frowned as Valence added, however, the Flower Temple has been closed by the Eastern General. The boy extends his tiger paw, saying that if he wants to open that door, he will need him, and he will personally lead him there. Valence loudly demands that he hand over the strengthening technique. Eric smiles, taking the boy's hand, and agrees. The boy steadies himself and suggests they sit down to discuss things further. As Valence followed Eric, he wondered if this decision was truly the right one. No, he could not doubt himself now. I am the king. Just like he said, if I sharpen my claws, everything will fall into place. Lost in thought, he trips and falls forward. Oh no. But quickly, Higgy's arms wrapped around Valence, preventing his fall. Valence turned to her, to thank you. I just tripped. Suddenly, Higgy embraces the boy tightly, catching Valence off guard. Who exclaims? Impudence, I may be small, but I am still the king. Higgy gently strokes his hair, comforting him, saying, if you want to cry, then let it all out. She closes her eyes, softly patting Valence. Bottling it up is not good for a child. His eyes widen, stunned by her words. It felt like being embraced by his mother, who would gently stroke his hair and whisper, laugh when you are happy, Cry when you are sad. Valance hears his mother's voice echoing in his ears. It is okay. Valance. Tears streamed down his cheeks, falling onto Higgy's shoulder. Valance's grip on Higgy tightened as the boy finally broke down, his cries echoing through the room. Eric chuckled, noting how the king had gone from regal to childish in an instant. Murphy agreed, adding that he was far too young to bear the weight of the throne. Eric cleared his throat, looking at the person across from him. You said you would take me there yourself, so does that mean you are planning to leave Andromov? Receiving no response, Eric looked at Valance and Higgy playing on the couch and called out, Tiger King. He frowned, slightly annoyed, and asked, Hey, are you listening to me? If my suspicions are correct, we should be leaving now. If we waste any more time here, we won't know what the Minister of Finance and the other departments will do. We have to quickly assemble the Royal Guard and leave this palace. Valance stopped playing around, turning to answer, We do not need the Royal Guard, he explained. Especially Irina, the captain of the Royal Guard and the Minister of Finance's adopted daughter. He made her a guard just to watch me. Eric throws his hands up, frowning as he says, So the Minister of Finance already knows you are here. Valance explains the situation. I left the castle quietly, but they probably know by now. Just then, Sin and Agility burst into the room, urgently announcing, Eric, the beastmen are gathering outside the palace. And there are so many of them. Eric stroked his chin, calculating, so much for leaving quietly. He seemed to realize something, wondering, wait, do we really need to leave in secret? Eric looked at Augustine, then at Agility, and finally at Sin. With Valance and Higgy, he realized they could easily conquer all and walk straight out the front door. A plan was set, and Eric clapped his hands together, smiling as he said, All right, everyone. Suddenly, the room shook, a loud noise echoed, and Valance quickly left Higgy's embrace, jumping to the ground as an emergency signal. The boy ran towards the window. The Wrath tribe has sent their army here. Eric watched Valance run, silently repeating the words he would just heard. Wrath tribe. He recalled that they were the Beastmen tribe, in great conflict with Andromov. A massive explosion erupts in the city below, painting the sky with fire and smoke. Terrible timing, Eric thinks, but Valance spots something outside the window. Two figures are flying towards them. The boy points and announces that the enemy is attacking. Eric raises his hand, activating his power, signaling everyone to prepare for battle. Unexpectedly, a woman's voice calls out his name. Eric. He freezes, looking up to get a better look. Eric then turned and waved his hand, ordering them to stop. Two figures landed on the windowsill at once. Sin and Agility were startled by their arrival, while Herman and Isabel smiled down from the window frame, prompting an incredulous Eric to utter, Isabel. Eric stared in disbelief at the unexpected arrivals, wondering what she was doing here. While Murphy circled Herman, arms crossed and brow furrowed in observation, he pointed at him, curiously asking, Who is this monster? But Eric ignored Murphy's question, bowing respectfully instead. It is an honor to meet you, Saint Herman Quio. Herman returned the gesture with a bow. I am just a simple warrior who was granted the title of Count. You do not need to be so formal. Eric silently looked at her, while Isabel spoke to Herman behind him, telling him to be careful. Once they were both safely out of the window, Eric asked how he knew he was there. Herman chuckled, revealing his motive. He wanted to personally thank their benefactor, who not only saved his daughter but also healed him. Herman said face to face with him, That is why I came to the capital, only to find out you were gone. Eric scratched his head and replied, Oh dear. I should have left a message about where I was going. It seems we missed each other. Herman denied it, saying they should have sent a letter first, but he wanted to surprise Eric, so it was their fault. Then, he turned to look at Hezi, Zility, Augustine, and Sin. Noting he recognized some faces, he exclaimed, I never expected the Lion's Hound to be in a place like this. Hezi frowned, retorting, I am sure I have told you many times that I am not their hound. Eric turns, surprised, asking if he knows his sister, to which Herman is equally surprised, asking if she is his blood relative. He strokes his chin thoughtfully, saying he has a friend with a bit of a temper. He ran into her a few times when meeting that friend, but never knew she was a Melvinger. What a small world. Herman's gaze shifted to another, fixing on Augustine at the end of the line, remarking that it was rare to see the Nerester family's old monster out and about. Augustine retorted, reminding him that he would ask not to be called that. Herman chuckled, wondering what else he should call a monster like him. Augustine and Herman face off, the air thick with tension, as Eric fears a battle is about to erupt. But the scene that followed was nothing like what Eric expected. They were shaking hands. Herman smiled, praising how incredible each member of the group was. He glanced at Agility and Valance, a revolutionary army leader and a freak. Eric turned back to the others, laughing. All right, everyone calm down. Herman, his eyes fixed on Eric, thought to himself, all the more reason to have him. He watched Eric mingle with the others, realizing that those who attract talent will one day soar. Herman glanced at Isabel smiling behind him, thinking that ignoring the prince he hated and coming here was the right choice. Eric turned to Isabel, asking how they had arrived, with her eyes closed. Isabel recounts, "We heard you would overcome the walls, so we followed suit. A mage scouting the forest said they saw you being dragged away, so we came to help." Isabel glanced out the window, explaining that their allies were causing a distraction, and now was their best chance to escape. The kingdom outside was drowning in a sea of deceit. Eric calculated that this was his chance for a clean escape, then observed Valance behind him. Noting that it was not a goblin invasion, he turned back, placed his hand on his chest, and knelt to the ground. Eric looked up at Valance again, asking if his resolve to leave had changed. Valance lowered his head, revealing his thoughts. He wanted to leave, but abandoning the kingdom in crisis would make his subordinates see him as a traitor and throw the city into chaos. Strong hand reaches out and firmly grips the boy's shoulders. Eric smiles confidently, saying, "You do not need to worry about that. I have just come up with a brilliant plan." As the kingdom is engulfed in fiery smoke, leather boots tread on the green grass. Moving forward, Arena leads a group of Royal Guard members toward the estate. A team member stepped forward, asking, "Captain, should not we be defending the city?" Arena calmly replied, "No, the Royal Guard's purpose is to protect the king." She points towards the mansion, declaring that the king is with those vile humans, and once they secure his safety, they will annihilate them. Her eyes filled with loathing as she ground out, "All those humans." Suddenly, a shout rang out, announcing, "They are coming out." Heezy is leading the way with the others. Arena quickly raised her hand to stop the others from acting rashly, furrowing her brow as she demanded, "Where is our king?" "You wretches." Sin scratches his cheek, replying evasively, "Who knows?" Irina, now ablaze with fury, shouts, "Are you trying to provoke us?" She immediately ordered the remaining members of the Royal Guard to transform into their beast forms. Irina's sharp sword pointed directly at Sin's neck, forcing him to step back as she threatened, "I do not know what you are after, but if you do not return our king to us immediately." Before she could finish, a figure appeared on the roof of a tall building, and a voice rang out, "Hold it." Everyone below looked up to see Eric and Valance high above, and Arena cried out, "Your Majesty." Eric smirks at the crowd below, warning that any rash moves will spell doom for their king. "What is that madman doing?" "You wretch, get your filthy hands off our king." Valance tilted his head, asking if Eric was sure this would work, but Eric just kept smiling. He scooped the boy up in one arm, making it clear to everyone that this human with enhanced strength had their king hostage, and that none of them could risk a thing. Then, with a wave, he activated the power of the mark on his arm, summoning the shadow of a black dragon as Eric issued his demand, "If you want to save your king, clear the path for us." Arena trembled with rage, but Noros called out to her, then whispered something into her ear. Moments later, Arena clenched her fist, ordering everyone to clear the path. Immediately, the Royal Guard parted, creating a path for Eric's group. Sin cautiously advanced, eyes scanning the beastmen on either side. Isabel and Herman were also wary of the beastmen glaring at them with hateful eyes, and seeing their group leave, Arena turned and demanded, "We have cleared a path as you requested. Release our king at once." Above, Eric's lips barely parted. He stumps his foot and leaps into the air, carrying Valance as he tells Arena he can't trust her and will release the king only after escaping the city. "If you pursue us, you know what will happen to him." With that, Eric fled into the sky with Valance. Arena and her guard, along with the officials, could only watch as Eric and Valance flew away, helpless to intervene. The city was engulfed in flames, and the cries of the beastmen echoed everywhere. "Help us. We have to put out the fire." Murphy and Eric, with Valance in tow, flew at breakneck speed over the city as Eric asked, "Do you want to go back?" The boy struggles, refusing, "No, I am the one who said I wanted to leave. I have to pave the way to the flower temple for you." Eric tilts his head, "Forget that for now. What I want to know is," his expression turns serious as he asks again, "Do you want to go back or leave?" Valance stares down, the mere thought of the castle now suffocating him. He remembers the faces of his people, his loyal subjects who believed in and supported him. Valance's face darkens. If he abandons them, the entire city will descend into chaos, especially if they are invaded. Suddenly, Mephi, who had been silent, speaks up, saying, "Hey, I do not think you have time for leisurely chats." Hearing this, Eric looked up and asked, "Mephi, what do you see?" A golden light shone in his eyes as he gazed into the distance. Eric stared at the colossal vortex looming before him, asking, "A black sandstorm." Valance's face filled with horror as he uttered, "No, that is the Eastern General." Eric stared at the massive tornado, finally realizing it was the disaster that had destroyed the North. He frowned, thinking, "If I get caught in that, I will be torn to shreds." Mephi calls out, "Hey, Eric, it is not over yet." He warns, "I think there are some troublesome guys riding that tornado." Eric's eyes glowed gold as he scanned the scene. then stopped short. What was that beneath the whirlwind? A massive army advances. Eric recognizes the symbol on their black banners. The Nine-Tailed Clan, also known as the Rage Clan, led by a roaring commander, the Rage Clan. Andromov's transmigrated rivals, led by the Tiger King, a monstrous alliance that turned its back on the Tiger King clan, lost the body enhancement technique, while the Rage Clan craves Andromov's rule. Until now, only minor skirmishes had broken out. They had never launched any large-scale wars. What are the Rage Orcs doing here? Valens asked incredulously. Eric surmises that some traitors within the fortress gave them information about the power body. You are still so naive, even after being stabbed in the back so many times. Valens retorts. Ridiculous. Eric turns to the boy, questioning why they would suddenly invade Andromov and come to the place where he, the possessor of the enhanced physique, resides. Valens almost understands everything, his face paling as he lowers his head, unable to refute anything. Suddenly, Valens' body convulsed violently, leaving him gasping for air as Eric lifted him face to face, sending the boy into a panic. What are you doing? Eric asks. Can you answer my question now? He repeats his question. Will you return to the city, or abandon it and come with me? Valens hesitates. Head bowed, then stammers a single word, as the worried faces of his people flash through his mind. Valens, having made his decision, looked up and declared, I will return to the city and protect my people. Eric smiled, pleased with the answer. I knew you would. Valens confessed again, but I am weak, and I have nothing to offer. I can't ask for more. Suddenly, Eric bumped his head hard against Valens's, who cried out, rubbing his now reddened head. That hurt. Eric, tired of Valens' insecurities, says, Your Majesty, friends do not care about such things. Valens repeats, slightly embarrassed. Friends. Eric lifts him up. You just need to ask. He smiles and continues, asking for help, and Eric assures him that his friends will go to the ends of the earth to help him. He glanced back at the newcomer, and Xin, feeling helpless, could only put a hand on his hip and say, I suppose that is right. Valens placed a hand over his chest, his eyes sparkling as he asked, Could I become your friend? Eric chuckled, telling the boy that being friends was easy. Sin smiled as Eric's voice echoed in their ears, saying he could be his friend as long as he acknowledged his existence. Valens' face lit up as he looked at the two of them. As the Vortex and the Wrath Tribe's army drew near, Eric continued, saying that he could not possibly ignore a friend in need. Right? He smirked, calling out, Ash, and announced a change of plans. The massive forelegs of a beast pound the earth, propelling it forward as the Ma, leader of the Rage Clan soldiers, roars a command to his subordinates. Faster. He leads the charge towards the city gates. Andromov just ahead. Hugo, the beast troop's adjutant, flies alongside, asking, Chief, is the enhanced body technique really an Andromov? Mott retorted, questioning how a mere human could possess the superior strengthening technique. Hugo conceded, Yes, it is hard to believe such a lowly race could possess such a magnificent skill. Mott, pulling on his reins, analyzes that even if the information is wrong, they can't miss the opportunity to invade Andromov, especially given their current losing streak. Right, Hugo immediately agreed. And Mott, his eyes filled with desire, declared that if the information was accurate, they could not allow the Tiger King family, who had lost their divine mandate, to get their hands on the strength art. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a massive army of wrathful beastmen was gathering, and the Blood Wolf King's voice echoed as a clawed hand gripped a chair. 40 years ago, if it were not for that blonde, green-eyed mage, we could have built a great empire on the tiger's corpses. Still, with the body-strengthening technique, I can restore my lost tail and finally return to my coveted nine-tailed form. The Blood Wolf King licked his lips with amusement, saying, No one can stop me. He began to give orders. Soldiers, bring me the strengthening art. A wrathful soldier kneeling on the ground heard the order and nodded. The Blood Wolf King's grand words echoed, promising to rebuild their honor and glory. He vowed, I will protect you. The blessing of the tail is bestowed upon us. A high-ranking officer raised his weapon, shouting, Brothers, advance and take the Tiger King's head. The beastmen's faces turned savage as they roared in unison, for the Blood Wolf King's blessing. The berserker soldiers charged forward, roaring for blood. When suddenly, a glowing blue tiger head descended from above, freezing the ground before them. Suddenly, a massive, towering ice wall rose up before the No Tribe soldiers, and their mounts panicked. Roaring in fear, the soldier was thrown back by a powerful force, landing on the ground. Panting heavily, sensing something, he looked up to carefully observe his surroundings. Seeing his comrades still charging forward, the soldier frantically screamed at them to stop, but his mount ignored him. Baring its fangs, they continued to charge forward, throwing off the beastskin riders. As soldiers are trampled and thrown to the ground, out-of-control mounts reared up, throwing soldiers aside, as hairy hands desperately pulled at the reins. Witnessing the chaos, soldiers lay scattered, asking what just happened. The blue insignia on Auric's arm glows as he remarks, "Oh, quite the turnout." The signature red hair of Sin appeared, along with a reproachful voice. "Why do only we have to fight?" Next, Heezy's black hammer swung through the air as she said, "I am having fun." Sunlight glints off the castle as the three emerge from Enromov's main gate, dust swirling in the air, where two figures await. Herman, arms crossed, glanced at the man beside him and asked if he intended to stay out of it. Observing that the number of enemies was not that great, Augustine stroked his beard, replying that Ulrich had requested their non-interference, and Herman was curious to see what he could do. Ulrich's face held a confident smile as he, Sin, and Heezy approached the icy mountain pass. On the other side of the ice wall, the Rage Tribe soldiers fearfully wondered, "What is going on? Has God abandoned us?" Hugo turned and shouted to his comrades behind him, "Get it together, you fools. God has not abandoned us. This is just human magic." Other Rage Clan soldiers, regaining their spirits, roared, "That is right. I heard the humans in Andromove are using magic. I can't believe they would join forces with the people who trapped us here, the wretched traitors." Hugo points towards Elric's group, declaring, "They are our enemies. We will destroy all humans and take Andromove." Ulrich, behind the ice wall, simply listens to their words. The No soldiers raise their swords in unison, roaring to the heavens, as Mott silently watches Elric from within their ranks. He frowned, thinking to himself, blonde mage with emerald eyes. Mott's mind flashed back to a scene from the past, where he was the only survivor, surrounded by fallen soldiers. Mott recalls the man soaring through the sky, muttering that he will never forget that bastard's appearance 40 years ago. He remembers the man's fierce eyes, the monstrous human who single-handedly annihilated their entire army. Mott studies Ulrich, thinking that he is different from the human from 40 years ago, and wonders if it is a coincidence or if he is toying with them. Ending his train of thought, Mott shouts an order to his subordinate, "Hugo, bring me their heads." He flapped his wings, signaling his subordinates, "Demon Bird Legion, advance. Show those lowly humans the might of the beast." The demon bird's eyes gleamed as it tilted its head back and screeched. A swarm of ravenous devils fills the sky before Eric, commanded by Hugo, who turns their feathers into deadly arrows. With a flap of their wings, the devils unleash a volley of black feathers. Countless feathers shot towards Ulrich, but he remained calm, watching the wind like projectiles approach. Then shouted, "Windstorm!" Powerful tornado enveloping him. The tornado's power draws the ravenous devils in, sending them spiraling. One devil watches in horror as its comrades are struck by the vortex and plummet to the ground. Another demon bird, unable to believe what it was seeing, asked, "What is this?" The demon bird next to it replied, "Is it magic?" Elric praised, "Josian, you are doing great." Josian raised his arm, controlling his power as he replied, "I may not be much compared to you, but I am still the third son of the Narester family." Elric chuckles, explaining that this is why his family is considered the strongest in the magic tower. The sky analyzes it, stating that more importantly, the Narester family's magic element is wind, making birds like them nothing more than Sin's prey. Sin clenches his fist, ready to vent some frustration. He lunges toward the demon birds, asking if they understand the pain of being a side character. Sin unleashes a massive whirlwind upon the demon birds. Overwhelmed, they scream and scatter. Sin frowns, launching forward, not fast enough. Suddenly, a massive hammer appears, striking the centipede. It hurtles forward with incredible speed, slicing across Xin's shoulder, sending him flying backward before exploding. He lowers his head to the ground to see a group of demons standing below. The commander scoffs, saying that such weak attacks are useless against their kind, and the surrounding demons cheer, invigorated, ready to destroy them. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and touched the demon commander's back, followed by two cries, "Oh my!" Hagi had appeared without anyone noticing, and I chuckled. That is the first time I have seen a cow use a hammer. She looks up and asks it to play with her, and the demon commander turns, its eyes flashing red. It grits its teeth, furious that such a lowly human dares to speak to it. Before the demon commander could finish his sentence, a hammer swung down, striking him squarely in the face, sending him flying back with a mouthful of blood. The demon's head slams straight into the rock face, leaving the other demons stunned and sweating at the sight. Meanwhile, Haiji innocently touches her cheek, a smile playing on her lips. "Oops. I missed." Immediately, a horde of ghouls charge. "You human scum. We will avenge our leader." A hammer swung towards Haiji, but she simply tilted her head to dodge it. Without a word, she swung her own hammer, and with a single blow, the demons were utterly crushed. Eric and Murphy watched Haiji deal with the demons in silence. Murphy crossed his arms, a smile creeping across his face as he looked at Eric's pale face. "I know why you are afraid of her now. Can't believe she is cracking skulls and laughing. She has got the makings of a demon king," he muttered, speechless. Elsewhere, a fury warrior gripped his sword, crouching low to strike. Then, the Rage Clan swung their swords, cleaving the rocky mountain, shattering the ice, and attacking. Finally, the rocky mountain crumbled, and Eric, High above, watch the Rage Clan charge toward the city gates. Thinking, perfect timing, I was getting tired of waiting. He splits apart, the markings on his arm glow, and he vows to take them all down. The Rage Clan, mounted on their beasts, charge forward. Chanting, there are only 3 of them, eliminate them all. Eric unleashes his power. Ice swirls, and a freezing storm erupts before them. The Nords struggle to shield themselves from the gale, cursing the sudden blizzard that halts their advance. A Wrath tribe member looks up, eyes widening as they spot a figure soaring through the air. Arm raised, surrounded by countless shards of ice. Eric coldly gazed down, whispering the incantation. Ice dance. And with a flick of his wrist, unleashed a flurry of ice shards upon the earth. The sharp shards of ice pierced through their armor, striking the Wrathkin directly. Eric surveyed the remaining Wrathkin below. Thinking, too many survived, he leaps, landing safely on the ground. Eric smiles at his arm, the colors of the drawing on it are even darker, and says, I will show you the magic I have created. His eyes gleam as he calculates, planning to combine the seals of brutality and ferocity, protecting his body with the magic of the dragon's heart. Eric slams a foot down, pressing a hand to the earth. Then he will freeze everything he touches. He unleashed a flurry of blows, determined to destroy them all. The rhino demons, terrified, began to retreat, raising their magical shields. Eric spins through the air, launching himself toward the distant shields, striking them with a flurry of blows enhanced strength. Tiger charge. Finally, the Rage Clan soldiers' shields are shattered to pieces. Eric smiles, marveling at his own power. A massive foot slams into the earth, and a voice echoes, body enhancement techniques and magic. The dark current behind Eric warns him he is dangerous. His eyes widen as he senses it. Incredible, such spiritual energy. Eric secretly scans Mutt, the man before him, a tier 4, a monster of a master. He smirks, calling him an interesting human. Mutt's sharp gaze pierces forward as he mutters, so, a stranger. He pointed his sword at Eric, saying, you are responsible for this mess. Eric tensed, observing him, trying to stay calm. Thinking, stay calm, he is not an opponent I can easily defeat. The fish I just caught got away, what a shame. Eric smirks, secretly resolving that he can't waste any more time here. An enraged voice boomed, who dares flee from me? Mott appeared in an instant, closing in with murderous intent. Eric stared in disbelief, exclaiming, too fast, not to be outdone. He quickly unleashed his own power. Eric faced Mao head-on, confidently thinking, but there is nothing I can't block. Eric's fist collided with his blade, creating a deafening sound. The clash of their immense power forces Eric back, leaving him breathless and astonished by Mao's incredible speed and strength. If things continue like this, Mao glanced at his chipped sword, a hint of surprise in his eyes. A clear dent marked the sharp blade, and he instantly bristled. Mao stumps the ground, unleashing an immense pressure, and declares, it seems I can't let you leave. Now I am in his territory. Escaping with flight magic will be difficult. He commands his subordinates, Hugo, lead the army to unremove. Mao's eyes turned cold as he declared with deadly seriousness, I will take his head and then give chase. As he spoke, the monsters surged forward, as if provoked by his words. Hugo signals with his wings, and the beast horde surges forward, while Eric struggles to withstand the aftershocks of their onslaught. Observing the chaos around him, he frowned in annoyance. Damn it, that bear made things complicated. Soon, only Mao and he remained, facing each other in a terrifyingly tense atmosphere. Eric muttered to himself, uneasy, even with their numbers dwindling, there are still powerful ones. So, that is why Andromov built the walls and remained vigilant against the Moth clan. He glanced down at him and said, now it is just the 2 of us. Eric began to use magic, telling himself that he had to defeat him quickly by any means necessary. When suddenly, the figure of a powerful blue lion appeared behind him. Eric smirked, a confident glint in his eyes, as Muth, hand trembling on his sword, spoke through seething hatred, determined to avenge the humiliation of 40 years past. I have trained day in and day out. He leaps toward him, a powerful aura emanating from his body. Muth roared, vowing to tear Eric apart even if he was not the one he sought. But Eric simply smiled, telling him he needed another decade of training. Rage consumed Muth's reason as he angrily questioned, how dare you mock me? The sword strikes, producing a metallic clang and blinding sparks. As he stares in disbelief at what just happened, facing Muth, Herman deflects his attack with a sword. As Muth asks suspiciously, who are you? He calmly reveals himself. Herman Quio, also known as the Azure Lion of the Empire. Herman calls out, leave this to me. Keep moving. Eric quickly used magic to turn around and rush away, gratefully shouting, thank you, sir. Muth suspiciously eyed the man before him, asking, a lion? He scoffs, unleashing a contemptuous strike. You think a mere lion can stand against a bear like me? Herman calmly unleashes his power, meeting the attack head-on. Then let us see. Eric and Miffy were speeding away when a massive explosion behind them shocked him. Eric tried to stay positive, reminding himself that even weakened, the blue lion would not fall so easily to a bear. He wondered if Higgy and Sen were alright. Meanwhile, Sun battles the flying monsters, and Higgy effortlessly deals with those on the ground. Eric watches them fight from above, relieved, thinking they truly are a perfect fighting pair. The battle below was chaotic, and Eric, observing intently, calculated his next move, but they could not stop the scattered beastmen. That is why he wanted to gather them in one place for easier handling. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. 3 knights appeared out of nowhere, charging towards the monsters with overwhelming force, causing Eric to exclaim in surprise. The 3 powerhouses easily took down their opponents, and he realized their identities, the Azure Lion Knights, known for their exemplary conduct. Then, Vex suddenly burst into a spirited laugh. He unleashed a series of fatal blows upon the monsters, Vex now resembling a god of death. Watching this, Eric questioned his existence. Thinking, is that right? He laughed again, looking up at Eric and saying, leave it to us. Grandson-in-law, Gray, stepping on a monster, cheerfully waved at Eric, assuring him that not even an ant would get through. Son-in-law, this excessive enthusiasm sent shivers down his spine, and Eric rubbed his arms, wondering if he would heard something strange. He looked up, thinking seriously, now that the Azure Lion Knights have joined the battle, he just needs to deal with the rest. Unbeknownst to him, the monster army had gradually approached the city walls, and Eric was shocked to see how far they had come. The city faces imminent danger, yet the walls are eerily silent, with no apparent preparations for battle. He wondered what they were doing inside Aramov. There were not even any guards. Inside the city, the leaders were in a heated discussion, and Chust urged them, now is not the time. We must devise a plan immediately. Connie retorts, questioning if they can stop the Rage Clan by simply talking to them. Bush angrily asks if she suggests they do nothing. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, Mao steps forward, proposing surrender. Bush exclaimed in disbelief, Minister of Finance, what are you saying? Mouse retorted, what else can we do? If you have a better idea, speak up. He firmly rebuts their suggestion, insisting they risk their lives to defend the city. Connie speaks up, agreeing with him, as Mouse calmly states that others agree as well. I feel the same. I do not want to die like this. Exactly. Bush could not believe it. You are all insane, he shouted. Noros, silent until now, had been listening to the others argue. Look at you, endangering all of our people. Do you really think they will leave us in peace? The wolf mark on his neck glows with a mysterious power as the group continues to question each other. Bush retorted that surrendering would make them all food for their enemies, but a deep voice cut through the discussion, demanding they stop. He calmly stepped forward, saying, I have heard all your opinions. Noros approached Mouse, offering his thoughts, and the Minister of Finance is right. Hearing this, Bush was stunned into silence, eyes wide with disbelief, as Noros gravely commanded, those who agree, step forward. He stammered in disbelief and rage. Prime Minister, what in the world are you doing? Norris's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He summoned forth his Dark Legion. Bush, terrified, gasped. Prime Minister Noros. Finally, he exploded with rage, tears streaming down his face as he screamed, do you truly wish to abandon your kingdom and its people? Norris's eyes turned a dangerous crimson. Everyone is against him now. Noros coldly commands, kill the traitor. Outside the castle, the monster horde continues its relentless advance, their commander shouting, Andromovy is within sight. One of their commanders ordered them to keep moving, and a low rumble echoed as a massive wall rose up before them, blocking their path. The monsters cried out in alarm, warning their comrades behind them, stop, stop. As Erich landed, a powerful tremor shook the ground, and a shockwave easily blasted away a group of monsters. An Orcish spirit mage watched in terror. Erich, radiating confidence like a god of destruction, smirked, saying, I am a little disappointed I did not get to play with that bear enough. How about I have some fun with you guys? A wolf beastman wondered. How is that human here? The creature beside him gasped. Don't tell me he defeated the commander. Barasan calmly reassured the monsters. Don't be afraid. There is no way the commander would lose to him. He points his sword forward, sneering, saying he is just a coward running from the commander. Barasan, the monster battalion commander, words that fuel the monster's confidence. Barasan commanded, kill him. We will tear him apart and attack the city. Erich unleashed his magic, his hand transforming into the paw of a white tiger. With a grim look, he says, body enhancement technique. Suddenly, a white tiger appears, charging towards the monsters, who stammer in fear. Tiger King. From afar, Erich observes their expressions with glee, remarking that the aura of the Tiger King from earlier has already frightened them. Miffy, hovering behind him, adds that it is only natural, as the Tiger King is a powerful figure to the Beastmen. He wondered how Erich planned to deal with the Beastmen, to which Erich confidently replied that perfected body enhancement was ideal for handling crowds like this. Immediately, a barrage of ice arrows rained down, catching the monsters off guard. They were defenseless, easily defeated by a single move. Ice burst. As the dust settles, the situation seems to favor Erich, who calmly states that all it takes is one wide-range attack. Erich advances, but the monsters, intimidated by his aura, instinctively retreat. He enhances his muscles and charges forward, declaring that direct combat is still the best. Back with Muth, the battle rages on, and it seems he is losing ground as Herman pushes him back, clenched his fist humbly, saying, "I do not know if it is because I just recovered from a serious illness, but my body is not moving as accurately as I would like." Seeing Herman's calm demeanor, Muth, as if provoked, gritted his teeth and questioned, "Are you trying to deceive me?" Facing his suspicion, Herman calmly replies, "No, I was truly ill with a terrible disease, one born from my pursuit of the next level in martial arts." Muth silently listens as Herman explains that his son-in-law saved his life and enlightened him. He states seriously that he will show Muth the results of his newfound understanding, his momentum unwavering. He declares a warrior of the mighty tribe never backs down from a fight. The tension between them escalates, the air thick with anticipation. The two powerhouses clash, as Herman warns him to beware the lion's claws, but Muth scoffs, asking if claws like his could possibly harm him. The two clash once more, a lion and a bear, neither ordinary, their attacks so powerful. The very ground cracks, the battle leaves a smoky haze, and Muth coughs up blood and pain. Bathed in the sunset, he fell before Herman's blade, who praised, "A magnificent battle." Muth acknowledged Herman's strength truly. Humans were formidable, and with his head held high, he regretfully apologized, "Blood Wolf King, I failed to complete my mission." Muth then pulls out a flare, whispering, "I hope your plan succeeds, my lord." Seeing this, Herman rushes forward, annoyed, and curses. He landed a fatal blow, but Muth activated the signal flare just before his defeat. A flash of light soared into the sky, erupting into a dazzling firework display. Herman looked up at the sky regretfully, blaming himself for being too late to stop it. At the city gates, the monsters and Elric also saw his signal flare. He shielded his eyes from the bright light, wondering what the signal meant, as the monsters cried out in shock, "The commander has fallen. He has given his final order." Instantly, their state shifts. The monsters, eyes burning red, turn toward the fortress. A horde, injected with a berserker's rage, charges forward, screaming, "We offer our lives for the Blood Wolf King, for the Blood Wolf King." The scene made Elric recoil in fear, exclaiming, "What the hell?" They lost their minds, desperately rushing forward, screaming, "For the Blood Wolf King." He continued his wide-range magic attacks, piercing through them, but it seemed ineffective. As for every monster that fell, another surged forward. The rhinos relentlessly rammed their horns into the massive wall created by Eric, and large cracks quickly appeared. Moments later, it shattered completely, and Barrison commanded the Legion to advance, ordering the vanguard to press forward and clear a path for the main force. The massive city walls face imminent danger, as he boldly declares the destruction of all of Amramov. "We must overthrow the Tiger King family, destroy the city, plunder everything within, and kill all who resist." Barrison surged forward, thinking, even if it meant waiting for the signal from within, he smugly believes the advantage is his, as Amramov's government has decided to follow the will of the slave race even with the human mage in the way. The battle's outcome is already decided. Suddenly, a strange object appeared on the city walls, and the monsters rejoiced. There, the flag has been raised on the wall, a sign of victory. Barrison sensed something amiss and skidded to a halt, spotting rows of spears lining the walls, and muttered, "Wait, what is that?" Barrison, terrified, repeats to himself, "It can't be, it can't be." The monsters around him, seeing clearly, mutter, "What is that? Don't tell me." From above, Noros declared, "All cowards have been executed." He calmly continued, "Warriors of the Tiger King, heroes of Andromov." The soldiers knocked their arrows, ready for battle, and Noros commanded, "Let no traitor from the slave race defile this place." Then, a storm of arrows was unleashed. Barrison looks up at the sky, swearing in anger. Damn it. The arrows rained down like the end of the monsters' invasion. The arrow storm did not stop, but only intensified, as a voice called out to Eric, "Rain shield." Valance steps forward, questioning, "What is going on? Why is the minister helping us?" Eric calmly replies with a knowing smile, That. I made a deal with him." In Andromov's second fortress, shrouded in a dreary mist where sunlight struggles to pierce the clouds, a voice pleads, "Please, sell me the body enhancement technique." Eric Melvinger, in a bind, thinks to himself, even he is saying that, truly, no one can be trusted. Nora speaks up, asking Eric to step outside with him for a moment, as there is something he wants to show him. Eric senses a power emanating from behind him, turning to notice a dark figure and glowing eyes. From the shadows, Valance emerged, his eyes sharp, and agreed. Eric and Nora stood in the room, gazing at the massive stone statue before them. Sunlight streams through the windows, illuminating the statue with a majestic aura. As he asked, "What is this statue?" Norris gazed reverently at the statue, stammering, "There are many spirit spheres in the Andropomorph estate. please. Then, Norris turned to him, pleading sincerely, protect our king from them. He bowed deeply, begging. Eric asked Meph, confused, why he is suddenly saying this, when he looked like he wanted to betray the king just now. He appears, sighs, and shrugs, saying he does not know. He continued to plead, saying he would pay any price, handing over all the wealth he had ever earned, along with the secrets of the divine embodiment technique. Eric was taken aback. Even secret techniques. Norris, with a hint of desperation, reveals that while incomplete, they lost half their head and the latter half. Hearing this, Eric clenches his fist, seizing the opportunity to perfect his incomplete technique. Eric eyed Norris warily, asking, why trust me? I am human, the species you despise most. He sighed, gathering his breath before answering. Do you know, Norris tells Eric that he looks just like his grandfather. Surprising him, as he walks, he adds, even with the blonde hair and blue eyes. He approached the statue and gently touched it, saying, when we saw your eyes, we called them jade eyes. Then, he pressed on the statue, activating a secret switch, and the entire building began to shake. A mysterious door opens, and the one with those eyes will bring light and hope to the world. A blinding light shines on Eric, obscuring the space behind the statue. Eric slowly opened his eyes wide in astonishment. The door revealed a large portrait of someone who looked exactly like him, with the same eyes as his grandfather. Eric froze, sensing a connection. Norris approached, speaking of the man who once wore the same necklace and came to the Colosseum. Eric picks up the necklace, gazes at it, and listens to Norris. He was alone and helped us unconditionally. They continue to stare, captivated by the mysterious beauty. Without your uncle, the Tiger King might not exist in this world. When we asked him why he did it, do you know what he said? Eric asked, curious. Norris smiled, replying happily, because we are friends. When we asked him why we were friends, he said the Meubinger family had always been friends with the Beastmen. It seems you knew this. Eric said, trying to remember, I saw it in the family records. But, Norris interjects, yes, that was 300 years ago, and we were surprised he considered us his friends. He also once said, Norris recalls the past as a voice shouts, all troops, retreat, immediately retreat from Andromove. Iden, Melvinger, and Norris stood on the wall, helplessly watching an army of tens of thousands approach. He lowered his head and said somberly, I'm sorry. Norris opened his eyes in surprise at the sight. He looked at Iden's face, a deep sadness and regret slowly tearing him apart, a moment I will never forget. Returning to reality, he revealed his feelings to Eric. So when someone like him comes here, how could I not recognize it? When I realized the problems the Meubinger family faced, when I knew it was too late to help you, Norris said regretfully, I am sorry I was not there with you in those difficult times. Eric placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, smiling as he said, I know the Beastmen are facing difficulties too. I understand what you are saying. Feeling his sincerity, the man was deeply grateful. Thanking him, Norris clenched his fist, knowing he should not ask for more help. With gritted teeth, Norris makes a heartfelt plea, Hear of the Merbingers. Please, help us once more. Then, as Arena, Valens, and Eric emerge from the castle gates, Eric declares, I will protect the king amidst the leaders driving the traitors from the castle. Norris stood with his arms crossed, a multitude of spears piercing the heads of beastmen behind him, his defiance a result of what had transpired. Valens wept. From afar, Sin leads the joyous army running toward the three, announcing that the beastmen's army has been pushed back. Eric crosses his arms in delight, while Valens, between laughter and tears, says that this is good news. Eric smiles. Let us end this war. Shall we? The scene shifts to the battlefield, where two werewolves barely survive an explosion and are completely overwhelmed, forcing them to order a retreat. Two figures stand atop a mountain of beastmen corpses. Eric, who fought alongside him, asks, Minister, you are quite strong, are not you? He confidently replies that he may be old, but his claws are still sharp. As Arena, holding Valens, leaps towards them, calling out to the minister. Eric and Norris bowed respectfully as Valens approached, Norris maintaining decorum as he addressed him. Your Majesty, Valens nodded solemnly. The boy then walks past the two men and steps forward. Standing before the castle gates and looking out at the people, Valens raises his hand, his face majestic, and shouts, We have won. The warriors and citizens cheered in unison, raising their hands in elation. Valens then looked at Eric, who approached him. Valens reached out his hand, saying happily, I want to thank you. They shook hands, a rare and beautiful sight not as king and subject, but as friends. And that night at the royal castle, the retainers gathered before the king, as Norris knelt and spoke to Valens, who was on the verge of tears, saying, Minister, please forgive me for not trusting you. Norris comforted him, saying it was all right, and apologized for not informing him of the situation, then took Valens' small hand, saying he had become a great king. Norris reassured the boy and addressed his loyal subjects. saying, "You have connected with wonderful people. You are now free to do anything without me." He released the boy's hand and declared, "Who have been disloyal will resign as minister." Immediately, Valens stopped him, grabbing his hand. "No, I still need you." Valens firmly takes his hand, urging him to stay and help him, as Noros secretly wishes to remain by his side for a long time. He recalled the old days, standing behind the Tiger King, watching the cheering crowds. He thought happily, to see Andromov prosper again and for you to regain the glory of the Tiger King's house. Noros would do anything, even sacrifice his life, but by then, he would no longer exist in this world. His body was already at its limit. The stigma of erosion is slowly taking his life, and it is best to keep it a secret from His Majesty. But suddenly, Eric speaks up, revealing everything, shocking him. Why did he choose to join hands with demons? Valens looked at him, confused. The formula of starlight. What are you talking about? Demons. Ulrich continued, making the boy anxious and confused. The minister's body will soon be possessed by demons. He bluntly states that this is why he can't stay by the king's side for long, and the reason he knows is because Murphy can sense that he is a demon. Ulrich asks in disbelief if the minister is a demon, and he nods, explaining that, more precisely, he is a demon with a ring wrapped around his heart. Murphy sensed Ranos's black sclerums and pupils radiating dark power. The assimilation between the ring and his heart was significant, meaning he would soon become a demon. Ulrich's accuracy silences him, and Eric presses on, asking how he met those demons. With no way to deny it, he confessed and recounted the events. After the previous Tiger King passed away, I no longer saw hope for Andromov. Ranos, desperate to salvage the situation, clenched his fist, saying, I needed power, at least enough to do something. Anything, to save Andromov at any cost. It was then that he stumbled upon the demon tree. Ulrich and Murphy were shocked to hear that name, the demon tree. Isn't that the tree that creates demons? From what we know, our family destroyed almost all of them. Ranos turns back, sadly saying it seems their family did not check the one in the black snowfield. Ulrich asks in fear if he ate the fruit of the demon tree. He recalls his own plight, bleeding from his eyes and nose, enduring excruciating pain. Yes, he consumed all of its fruit to gain all of its power. Norris's soul shattered, and after consuming it all, I gained the demon's full, terrifying power. But something inside me is devouring my life force and growing stronger. He transforms into a demonic form, manipulated beyond control, and soon his mind will be consumed, turning him into a true demon. So, I plan to leave and die, because if I die, the damn demon inside me will die too. Valens painfully refuses to accept this. Minister, how can you say that? He has no choice, Your Majesty. That is the only feasible way. Eric speaks. If there is a way to heal him. Eric, brimming with confidence, asks what Noros will do, while a weakened Valens tearfully begs for his rescue. Eric, are you truly capable? I will grant you anything. Just please, heal him. Noros, believing himself beyond saving, warns Eric against a futile effort, fearing it could worsen their predicament. His confidence stemmed from Meph's aide Mephi. Are you sure about this? He confidently replies. Of course, if you can delicately control magic to sever the connection of all souls, with a massive amount of magic to repel the demonic energy within his body. He glances at Noros and Valens, thinking, I could do it with enough time, but his body won't hold out. There is only one way. He turns to Augustine. Master, may I ask you for a favor? Augustine smiles, realizing, I told you that you could ask anything of me. Is that time now? Eric bows respectfully, replying, yes, it is a treatment only you can perform. Master. Augustine smiles, asking what he must do. Noros wonders if it is truly possible, as this healing method would be incredibly difficult for most mages, but Eric assures him not to worry. Augustine slowly steps forward, radiating a brilliant white aura, as vast as a galaxy of stars. Eric confidently remarks that even his grandfather could not compare to his master now. Noros' eyes widened in shock as Augustine sighed, and Eric stated his request. If his master could sever the link between the soul and the heart, he would take care of the rest. Understanding, Augustine cautioned him. I know what you are planning, but be careful. Eric silently nodded, gazing at his master. He shouts. A light engulfs the room. The button of darkness is chosen. All right, let us begin. Powerful light radiates outwards, pushing everyone back. Suddenly, Noros is transported to another dimension, a space filled with power. He cries out in astonishment. This is White Knight. The sheer amount of power terrifies him. This is truly the power of just one person. Sensing something, Noros' eyes widened in shock as Augustine's massive form reached out to him. Massive hand crushes him, dragging him away as Augustine pulls the demonic soul from Noros' body, a snarling wolf demon resisting with all its might. It angrily gnashed its sharp fangs. I was about to take over his body. How dare you interfere? Eric seized the opportunity, gathering spirit energy in his hand and grabbing the wolf demon by the neck, gradually absorbing it. God, this demon talks too much. Just be absorbed. The demon was absorbed into his hand by the blue spirit energy, leaving only black dust behind. Eric mused, A double win. He could replenish his demonic energy and have Ramuth owe him a favor. His face lights up with glee as Du chuckles. It has been so long since I have tasted such delicious demonic energy. Eric smiles contentedly, guiding him. Eat your fill, but remember to leave the seal. Having eaten its fill, Ramuth fades away. Thanking Eric for the meal, a black mark appears on Eric's hand. Radiating energy. Ramuth's seal has finally evolved. From vicious to cruel. Suddenly, Alec senses something terrifying, and he is instantly transported to a vast crimson space. Eric gazes upon a demon wielding a sword, standing atop a mountain of skulls beneath a blood moon, a truly tragic sight. Leaving him in stunned disbelief, Mepha stood high above the demon army, declaring that all mysteries and absurdities originated from him. Mephistopheles, the original sin. Eric floated in midair, watching Mephi's back, and wondered, are we in Mephi's memories? He frowned, puzzled. I was just absorbing demonic energy as usual. So how did this happen? Below, a horde of monsters charged toward Mephi, their cries filled with rage at the figure above. At that moment, a pair of feet lightly lifted off the ground as Mephi, weapon in hand, unleashed a terrifying power. Sweeping over the monsters, a chilling voice echoes, "Arrogant fools." Then, he surges with power toward the monsters below. Mephi descends like a meteor, creating a cataclysmic explosion that obliterates everything, leaving the weaker monsters utterly annihilated. Not stopping there, Mephi raises his sword and charges forward, unleashing a powerful strike upon the flying monsters. Mephi unleashed a furious assault, roaring, "You think that is enough to kill me?" Eric watched from above as Mephi went berserk, hacking and slashing at the monsters. He watched it all, thinking with a sense of unease. He would always seen him as an evil spirit to be used, and had forgotten, this was Mephi's true power. Eric watches as Mephi's blade cleaves through a monster skull, the greatest and most noble of demon kings. Suddenly, he touches his chest, confused. Somehow, he can feel Mephi's emotions. Lo, Mephi laughs maniacally, standing amidst the monster corpses, and Eric recalls his words. This is not what he wants. Mephi's smile fades as Eric realizes he acts this way because it is his destiny from birth. He watches Mephi roar, a terrifying sound that evokes the feeling of punishing everything. It is his nature, as essential as breathing. That is why he is the only known demon king of original sin. At that moment, mighty wings spread, and a pair of dangerous, bloodshot eyes appeared. The soul of a dragon appears behind Mephi, a testament to his terrifying nature, as Eric calmly states that this is Mephi's true form. Suddenly, a terrifying pair of eyes appeared behind him, asking what he was looking at, and with that cryptic question, Eric startled awake, back to reality with the mark on his hand glowing. Having escaped the memory, he was back in the castle's grand hall. And Augustine, noticing Eric's heavy breathing, inquired about his well-being. "Eric, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Hearing this, the others anxiously ask, but Eric waves them off. "It is nothing, Ivan." He sighed, looking at Norris on the ground, realizing that not much time had passed in the real world. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washes over him. Mephi can see his memories. Just as he can see Mephi's, Eric recalls the bewildering scene, wondering how this could be happening. He stared at the mark on his hand, wondering if the demon he would separated from the minister had been absorbed into this magical seal. Then, suddenly, he was pulled into Mephi's memory seal, and Mephi's voice echoed, "What else could it be? Your soul is now linked to mine." Eric glances suspiciously at the demon beside him, wondering if he can hear his thoughts. Even unspoken, he calmly and frankly replies, "I am shocked by it too. I can't believe that even in spirit form, a connection could be formed between me and a human." Eric frowned slightly, asking suspiciously, "Do you know what is happening?" Hearing his question, Mephi irritably brushed him off, unable to resist snapping, "I am not omnipotent. You know, that seal you absorbed. I could only guess it was because that seal was of a lower rank than mine." Eric, hearing this, glanced down in surprise. He pondered the images and asked, "A seal lower than yours? No wonder it looked like a wolf, but why did not you recognize it sooner?" Hearing the foolish question, Mephi retorted, "Didn't I tell you? I was born at the top of the hierarchy. Why would I care about lower beings?" Instantly, Eric retorts with a mocking smile. "Or is it just that no one wants to play with you?" Enraged by the smile, Mephi seethes, "I would rather play with Aya." Eric chuckles, then asks, "So, what did you see in my memories?" Anything embarrassing. Contrary to his expectations, Mephi sulked and looked away, refusing to answer. A moment later, Noros was moved to the bedroom, a werewolf's hand gently clasping the human's slender one. Noros smiles weakly, expressing his gratitude to Eric. Thank you so much." He gently pats Noros' hand, replying, "You need to focus on taking care of yourself so you can get better soon." Noros nods weakly, understanding that he must rest so he can see the king grow. Eric smiles, then turns to Valence and Arena, declaring it is time for his reward. Unexpectedly, Mephi reappears to needle him, saying that someone so kind is also greedy for money. Eric replies frankly, surprised, "I have always been this way." Then, he openly expressed his disgust, saying, And please, do not read other people's minds like some pervert. Seeing his dismissive gesture, Mephi retorted angrily, as if I wanted to listen. Suddenly, a box is presented to Eric, who receives it with surprise as Valance explains that it contains the treasure map, the previous Tiger King's mission, and research on body strengthening techniques. As promised, he took the box, exclaiming in surprise, this belonged to the previous Tiger King. Eric quickly opened the box and peered inside. Valance instructs him to look beneath the cloth, a request Eric echoes. Eric's face immediately shifted to stunned disbelief as he stammered. Wait, is not this a rare herb from the eastern continent? Why would you give me something so precious? Valance slowly explains that in Beastmen legends, there is a detail that mentions when the world falls into crisis and faces the risk of destruction, the Hero King, who has learned the body strengthening technique, will lead everyone. When the harsh winter arrives and freezes everything, even the hearts of men, he will appear and dispel that cold winter, and warm spring will once again come to this land. Concluding his tale, Valance confidently affirms to Eric, I believe you are the Hero King spoken of in legend. He clutched his shirt, muttering about winter, when a sound rang out, go. An image of a rusty car flashed in his mind, reminding him, complete the winter. He realized then, the winter in the prophecy was not a coincidence. Then Eric remembers U.S. Dunn's sorrowful face from that time. I am sorry for being so late. He was certain then that his grandfather went there, because it was part of the family's plan. Back in reality, Valance smiled mysteriously and declared that he was the one worthy of receiving the royal family's elixir. Eric nods his thanks to the boy, and the boy offers to lead them to the Temple of Harmony. Meanwhile, in a dark fortress, a trembling bird knelt on the ground. Hugo grovelled, begging, my lord, Blood Wolf King, I will not fail again. Suddenly, Hugo's eyes widened in pain as he cried out. Something invisible tightened around his neck, and the Blood Wolf King's terrifying voice echoed. Because you have failed. With that, he slams his hand on the table, adding coldly, I will reclaim my tail. As soon as he finishes speaking, Hugo is instantly decapitated. A second later, the Blood Wolf King's tail was restored, and he scoffed at the mere dreamers. He then asked the approaching figure where they had gone. The newcomer, a deer-headed man, respectfully replied, the Temple of Ho. Hearing this, the Blood Wolf King lowered his hand and slowly repeated, the Temple of Ho, the path my successor took. Immediately, he ordered the hyena-headed man to burn them alive. The great Blood Wolf King looked down upon them with immense power, commanding them to be burned along with the temple. On the black snowfield, the moon is obscured by shadows, and below, a brightly lit carriage travels along a mountain path. Inside, the carriage is furnished like a palace, and many people are gathered. Valance held out his tiger paw, demanding a handshake, but the white tiger ignored him, igniting his fury. How dare it disobey the Tiger King? Valance and the white tiger engage in a chase around the room, prompting the seated man to chuckle. Ha ha ha, before his gaze shifts elsewhere, looking at Eric, Herman, and Isabel whispering together. He wonders, what did they say to each other? Meanwhile, Herman rests his sword on his hip and smiles. Then, he reached out and asked the person standing opposite him if he planned to learn swordsmanship in the future, a question that surprised Eric. Without hesitation, Herman showered him with praise, saying he could quickly learn and even improve upon any martial art. Without exaggeration, you are once-in-a-lifetime genius. Eric did not answer, instead resting his chin in his hand, head bowed in thought. Herman continued to persuade him, saying swordsmanship would be essential against those with enhanced bodies, and he could teach him a few things. But suddenly, a voice interrupted, telling him not to be so hasty. Augustine, hands clasped behind his back, flew in through the window, radiating immense power. Zay, Ray, and the others were startled, grabbing their weapons and preparing for action. Wondering what was happening, Agility glared at them and boomed, you would best stay put. Suddenly, beetles flew in and landed on their necks. The beetle's body swells, emitting a red light. As Agility continues, one wrong move, his golden eyes flash with threat, your head will explode. Agility crossed his arms, but Augustine, beside him, wondered if they should have acted, saying the blizzard outside was perfect for assassination. Valance sat on the chair, his tail bristling, clutching Hygie tightly in fear, while Isabel fidgeted anxiously. Herman, standing before her, reached out, reminding her to remain calm. As there were children present, neither Gildy nor Augustine responded, but they gradually withdrew their power. Finally, the beetles on the group's skin and gray flew away. Gay squints, rubbing the spot where the beetle landed, as Herman presses a hand to his chest, bowing sincerely to Augustine, saying he does not want to steal his disciple. He explained that because Gray fights with a style unlike typical mages, he thought learning some martial arts would make him stronger. Augustine scoffed, but unleashed a powerful aura, asking if Herman thought he would not see through his deception. Herman retorted, I have heard old men tend to worry too much. Are you afraid I will steal your student? Outside, the coachman slowly guided the carriages forward, when suddenly, One tilted violently as a massive power erupted from within. Herman and Augustine soar into the air, standing side by side as Augustine reaches out, declaring, "You little brat, I will teach you some manners." Behind him, a giant hand appears, aimed directly at his opponent. Herman, still calm, closes his eyes and raises his sword, thinking it is too much. He snaps his eyes open, concluding that the man is a stubborn old fool, as a blinding light erupts in the vast, inky space. Herman slashes through the air, cleaving Augustine's giant hand in two. While below, Jade faces off against Gray's group atop his white tiger. Caught in another's conflict, he stroked the white tiger's head, casually waving his hand. The Eagle Squad. Huh. Perhaps I should teach you a lesson. As the two members of Gray's group attacked simultaneously, "You should know, monster hunting is our profession." Stopped the carriage to the side, while a fierce battle raged in the distance. Murphy crossed his arms, curious. "I do not understand why they are fighting over people." Eric runs his hand through his hair, lamenting that his talent is just too great. And sometimes, being this good is exhausting. Murphy, overhearing him, can only grit his teeth in silence. He then asks if he is eavesdropping on them, to which Eric retorts that it would be rude to just read people's minds. "Is that so?" "You heard Augustine. Eric is my student now. Do not think you can take him from me." Murphy sighs. "Are you just going to let them fight? Those stubborn old men are starting to get nasty." Just then, Herman's voice cut through, remarking how even at the end of his life, Augustine remained greedy and selfish. A shout echoed as an oppressive force emanated from somewhere, freezing the bickering group in their tracks. Eric announces to everyone present to calm down. He will learn swordsmanship. Above, in the dark sky, clouds shimmer with a golden light. Back in the carriage, Eric and Murphy sat on one bench, with Gility and Augustine opposite them, and Herman standing nearby with his arms crossed. Augustine protested loudly, refusing to accept it, saying, "Why? We still have so much to teach you." Gility, sitting beside him, raised her fist and added, "That is right, I still have moves stronger than Image Eye." Eric bowed his head in response, "Because I want to become even stronger." He bowed his head, hands clenched into fists. "I have realized that without a martial arts foundation, I can't get stronger no matter how much I train my body. Demons are strong, so if I learn swordsmanship, I will increase my chances of winning against them." "Right." Gility and Augustine calmed down, listening as Eric continued. "Learning swordsmanship does not mean I will abandon magic. I will just use it to support my magic." Eric patted his chest, declaring sincerely that he would not learn swordsmanship without their approval. As he was their disciple, Gility and Augustine remained silent, nodding and exchanging a knowing glance. Augustine spoke first, seeing no reason to refuse, since Eric was the Melvinger clan's patriarch before becoming their student. Gility added that the sword techniques were not bad at all, and Eric smiled, thanking them both. Augustine then turned to Herman, who was standing nearby, and gently instructed him to take good care of Eric. Herman smiled, assuring him that he would devote himself to Eric, but inwardly gloated. "I win, old man." Augustine gritted his teeth, retorting silently, "I will let you win this one time only." Eric, his eyes shadowed, calculated that this was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity to have the Blue Lion, one of the continent's strongest swordsmen, as his master. He secretly resolved to make the most of this opportunity. Time seemed to blur as Eric finally collapsed, kneeling on the ground, vomiting into a bucket. His face was pale and drained, and he thought to himself, "I feel like I just died and came back to life." Herman, with his wooden sword resting on his shoulder, approached with a smile, saying, "I did not expect your stamina to be so weak." Eric looked up, wiped the dirt from his lips, and asked, "Is there anyone normal who can swing a sword 10,000 times a day without using mana?" Herman chuckled and replied matter-of-factly, "That is what every child in my family does as soon as they can walk." Murphy crossed his arms and declared, "Eric, I have made my decision." But Eric, grinding his teeth, paid him no mind, his whole body trembling. Murphy closed his eyes, spread his arms, and muttered to himself about the day he would appear and unify this land. "Will treat the lumberjack team with great kindness. I will have them seated to the right of my throne." Suddenly, a shout rings out, "Dance." And instantly, Murphy's clothes transform into ballad attire. His body spun uncontrollably, driving him mad with curses. "Stop this," Eric laughed triumphantly. "Serves you right for being insolent." Meanwhile, the carriage wheels, which had been running non-stop, finally came to a halt, and the attendant opened the door to report, "Lord Eric, we have arrived." Eric stepped decisively from the carriage, thinking, "Finally, the Temple of Harmony," but his feet suddenly froze in place. Eric's face contorted in disbelief, his eyes wide as he uttered, "What is this?" He gazed upon the dilapidated gate and crumbling pillars, wondering, "This is Harmony Palace." Valance looked up at the man beside him and explained that it was temporarily sealed due to the number of generals present. He added that he had informed them of their arrival, so the gate would open soon. Murphy crossed his arms and nodded. "They mentioned the Harmony Palace, and I wondered if it was the place I was thinking of. So it is still here." Eric glanced over, asking what he meant. Murphy, gazing at the gate ahead, explained that it was a place born for the apocalypse, a kind of warp gate. He smiled and continued. Humans, dragons, and bachelors alike feared the army of the great demigod, who planned to rebuild here after the world's destruction. Murphy gestured, adding that the Melvinger family had stopped them, but Eric was silent. Staring at the ground, he clutched the necklace on his chest, muttering to himself about dragons, graduates, and the great god. A chaotic image of monsters flashed through his mind, and Eric wondered if the apocalypse Murphy mentioned was connected to what he had seen. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and rubble fell around him. Eric snapped out of his thoughts, his eyes wide with confusion. The space around them shook more violently, and Valens pointed, shouting, Eric, look, the gate is opening. Eric stood beside Murphy, staring blankly at the colorful streams of light emanating from the gate, as Murphy grinned, thinking to himself that a very familiar face must be inside. The gate ahead emitted a shimmering golden light, illuminating the area, and a dark figure emerged, slowly approaching Eric and Valens. Her booted feet echoed on the stone floor as the woman, hands clasped and eyes closed, introduced herself as the nail in charge of the Flower Palace. My name is Junia Choka, she said, opening her eyes. You may call me Warden. The wind is cold outside. Please come in. Eric bowed respectfully in response, and Valens, observing his actions, mirrored the gesture. Then Eric's feet began to move forward. Eric, Valens, and Murphy lead the others through the black gate, into a vibrant meadow bathed in sunlight, with colorful flowers stretching to the distant mountains. In the meadow stood a magnificent, ancient temple. Junia Koch explained that when winter arrived, the flower temple would rest. She led Eric's group toward the temple, explaining that they usually did not receive visitors during this season. But because of the Tiger King's urgent request, who has always helped us, you are an exception. Junia Choka added, please follow my instructions, and be mindful of your actions, as the gods are now hibernating. Suddenly, a voice caught Eric's attention, and as he turned, he heard, humans. Dafour was ecstatic, flapping her wings. So many people. It has been 40 years since I have seen them. I am so excited. Eric watches her, lost in thought. A fairy. Juniaka introduces her to everyone. This is Dafour, the daffodil goddess. Eric thinks, not just a fairy, but a goddess. Dafour flew to Heezy, praising her beauty, then called Augustine a monster, who retorted that she, an ancient being, was calling him fake. Dafour then flew to Isabel, cheering her on with a smile. Unrequited love, you have to work hard. So pretty, the sweetest scent. Isabel's face flushed pink, so shy that steam seemed to rise from her head. Thank you. Eric turned his gaze to Dafour, silently judging. What a noisy deity. Dafour flutters over to Eric, pinching her nose and wrinkling her face in disgust. Her whole body trembles as she points. So scary. Dark energy. So much miasma. Eric turns to look in the direction she is pointing. Meanwhile, Mephi crossed his arms, teasing. Oh, who is this? So ugly. Must be a pumpkin flower. No. Jasmine. Eric was stunned, wondering, she can see Mephi. Dafour angrily stumps her feet at Mephi. I am a daffodil. I am ugly. That lady even complimented my beauty. Mephi shakes his head mockingly. You really think she meant it? Are you even a god? Eric watches Mephi and Dafour argue, marveling that she can see Mephi, while Homung wonders what the daffodil god is doing. Giddy and Augustine noticed Dafour's movements, wondering what was there, while Eric despaired, knowing they would soon discover Mephi. Luckily, Hunachaka gave them a reason, saying Dafour was just joking around because she does not have many friends, which Augustine lamented with sympathy. Heavens. How awful. Humor also believed it, saying she understood why she was lonely, while Giddy just silently shook her head, and Eric breathed a sigh of relief. Dafour rejects her words, loudly denying, I am not lonely. You meanie. Hunachaka ignores her and asks Eric, why have you come to our temple? Eric does not answer, but instead pulls at his robes. Reaching inside for something, he retrieved a glowing ice crystal ball, saying he wanted to return it to the flower god. Finally, Hunachoko led Eric into a circular corridor, its stone pillars lined with countless water stains. Looking old and damaged, observing the surroundings, Eric spoke in a hushed tone meant only for Murphy, saying the temple must have suffered greatly from the winter general. He would imagined it to be a paradise from a fairy tale. Murphy was equally perplexed, as this place was supposed to be a bulwark against the demigod's attacks. I can't believe that ice demon reduced this place to such a state, Eric said. Why has he been so stubborn lately? Murphy narrowed his eyes, speculating, like that beastman said, maybe he has just changed his personality, or perhaps it is related to your family's arrangements. A glint of red flashed in his eyes as he looked at Eric, hinting, don't you think things are a little too coincidental? Eric was startled by Murphy's analysis. Everything seemed prepared, just waiting for him to appear in the north to begin. Eric wondered if this was part of the arrangement his ancestor mentioned. At the same time, Unachoka, who was walking in front, stopped in front of a room and pushed open the large door. announcing, "We are here." Inside was a grand hall, where tiny tables and chairs were arranged in a circle, and 5 fairies of different colors sat waiting. The yellow fairy asked first, "Who are you?" And the pink fairy followed. "Why have you come here?" The purple fairy crossed her arms, asking suspiciously what he wanted with the camellia goddess, while the orange fairy chimed in, asking why he wanted to give her the ice crystal. Eric scanned the fairies in the room, wondering where the camellia goddess was, then placed a hand over his heart, closed his eyes, and solemnly introduced himself. "I am Eric Melvinger." The orange fairy flew before him. "Melvinger. Blonde hair. Blue eyes." The pink fairy quickly changed her attitude, becoming friendly. "We are friends, for 40 years. Iden." Eric stammered. "My grandfather came here." The pink fairy smiled. "Yes, he visited this place." The orange fairy explained that Iden was their friend, and the purple fairy flew around him, asking why he had come. Eric raised the ice crystal ball in his hand, saying he was there because his ancestor had to give it to her, asking where the camellia goddess was. Suddenly, all 5 fairies fell silent, their faces clouded with sorrow, then led Eric to a glass room lined with countless stone boxes. After what seemed like an eternity, Eric stopped, as if he had seen something. He stood before a stone box with the name Comedia engraved on its lid. Fairy spoke. "She has withered." Eric stared intently at the box on the ground, wondering if it was due to the winter general. As soon as he spoke, voices echoed in his ears, telling of winters that stretched on for too long, of springs that never came, leaving everyone withered, of all the winter flora hibernating, and of how little time they had left. He crouches down next to the stone box, gently placing his hands on the lid. Eric's hands begin to tremble as he thinks, "If I do not give the ice orb to the camellia goddess, then coming here will have been pointless." His eyes shadowed. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "Then I won't be able to rebuild my family." Mephi sneered from behind. "I did not expect these gods to wither because of that winter," he exclaimed. "How pitiful." The orange fairy pointed, annoyed. "Demon King, Indy," and the purple fairy added, "We only allowed you in here because you are our friend's friend, not because we wanted to see you." Waving her hand dismissively, the fairy said he was just the past, while Mephi gnashed her teeth, asking who they were to judge her. The orange fairy puffed out her chest, indignant, and the purple fairy spoke plainly. Indignation was useless, but Eric suddenly realized something. Wait, they withered because of the uprising order. He opened the stone box, muttering that they withered, not died. Inside the stone box, Eric saw a dark brown orb. The seed was real. He carefully placed the ice crystal orb next to the dark brown seed, hoping it would work. Eric reached into the stone box, his eyes gleaming as he chanted, "Genesis." A surge of power flowed from the ice crystal into the dark seed. The seed glows, absorbing all the power of the ice crystal, and a blinding light fills the space, leaving the fairies in stunned silence. The seed absorbed the power, and cracks appeared on its surface. From within, a shimmering green shoot emerged. Next, a surge of red energy erupts from the branch, sending everyone reeling back in shock as a girl with flowing hair appears before Elric and the fairies. Her dress resembled layers of soft, pink petals, and she spoke. "You have arrived." Behind her, butterfly wings fluttered in the air. Just as promised, Camellia calls out the name of the person sitting on the ground. "Melbinger." Ulrich cuts to the chase, telling Camellia, "I am Elric Merbinger, grandson of Yidden Merbinger. May I ask what promise exists between you and my grandfather?" Upon hearing the question, Camellia fell into deep thought. But before she could answer, someone cried out, "Camellia!" And from out of nowhere, a swarm of spirits appeared, exclaiming, "Camellia, it has been so long. We have missed you so much. Have you been sleeping well?" Hearing that, Camellia seemed to suppress something as her body trembled slightly, and she said in a low voice, "Hey, listen up." Camellia crossed her arms, raised an eyebrow in annoyance, and said, "Everyone, be quiet. I am having an important conversation, so please be silent. Why are you all so noisy all the time?" Seeing this, the cheerful spirits immediately fell silent, and the atmosphere instantly became heavy. After observing Camellia for a moment, Eric thought to himself, "The goddess Camellia is a little different from what I have heard. She is much more mature." Mephi crossed his arms, a knowing smirk on his face, and said, "Where'd all that arrogance go?" Camellia turned to face him, raising an eyebrow with a faint smile. "So much time has passed, and yet your ugly mug is still the same. The only thing worth praising about you is your true primal body, and now that is gone, you are just a ghost." Hearing her words, Mephi raised an eyebrow and snapped angrily, "I am a king." Camellia retorted, "King? My ass." She sighed, glanced contemptuously at Mephi, and said, "You do not even have a throne. Who recognizes you as king?" Seeing Mephi's anger and helplessness, Camellia revealed a smug look, smiled, and turned to Eric, praising him. You said your name was Eric, right? A beautiful name." Eric bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you." But Camellia, puzzled, asked, "How did you awaken me?" Eric, still bowing, replied, I sensed the aura hidden within the cold air where your seed slept. Eric recalled the seed that had emitted a brilliant light and continued. So, I thought I could awaken you if I absorbed that cold energy through the seal and the eternal ice crystal, and as you can see, it worked. Camellia crossed her arms, her gaze fixed on Eric, and after a moment of silent assessment, she said, "You are as clever as you look." Hearing this, Eric bowed politely and said, "Thank you." As his words faded, Camelia's sweet voice echoed in his ear. "You?" She paused, then looked at Eric with alluring eyes and asked, "Have you ever thought about marrying me?" Upon hearing this, Eric froze, his face contorting in disbelief as he stared at Camellia. Seeing this, Murphy sighed. "There she goes again, flirting with anyone who is even remotely attractive." Camellia immediately retorted, "Your meddling attitude is as irritating as ever. I have nothing to say to an ugly demon king, so be gone." Then, Camellia turned to Eric, smiling sweetly, and asked, "What do you think? This is an honor you won't receive twice." Hearing that, Eric broke into a cold sweat, forcing a smile as he thought to himself, "Stay calm." After a long moment of thought, Eric bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you for your offer, Your Grace, but I cannot marry so carelessly. As the representative of a family in need of restoration, I have much to do. I am deeply sorry." Camellia smiled wistfully, lamenting, "Oh, what a pity, it has been so long since I have felt this way." She turned and ascended, adding, "Enough talk. You want to know about my promise with Adam Merbinger?" "Yes." Eric immediately replied, "Yes." Camellia lowered her head slightly, a stern look briefly crossing her beautiful face. "He said his grandson would come here someday." She paused, "To take away the winter that has plunged this place into darkness, and bring spring with him." Strangely, as Camellia spoke, Eric seemed to see his grandfather's image and hear his words, startling him into silence. Eric instinctively clutched his necklace, wondering, "Grandfather, how did you know?" Suddenly, Camelia's voice cut through his thoughts. "Eric Merbinger, grandson of Adam Merbinger, can you take away this endless winter and bring the spring we long for?" she asked, turning to look at him with affection, clutching the ice shard. Eric replied, "I do not know if I can take away the winter." Mephi, deeply disturbed, turned away, as Eric's steady voice continued, "But my grandfather told me to give this to you," and said. He kept his gaze firmly on Camellia, held out the icebreaker, and declared, "I am here to erase the winter." Camellia looked at the icebreaker in his hand and sighed. The icebreaker, this must be that complicated man's doing. However, this has connected everything together. With that, she ascends higher, slowly raising her hand and declaring, "From now on, go to this place." As she spoke, Camellia brought her hand to her lips and gently blew, sending a flurry of petals into the air, which startled Eric as they approached suddenly. His necklace glowed, and Camelia's voice echoed once more, "Learn to take winter away." As Camelia's words faded, Eric found himself lying in a field of lush flowers under a warm, radiant sun, exclaiming in surprise, "It has been so long since I have felt like this." Eric sat up and gazed around, realizing, this is the Temple of Flowers. He gazes at the colorful meadow and says, "This is exactly as I imagined." After looking around, he wonders, where's the temple? Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blows through, scattering leaves everywhere, and Eric instinctively closes his eyes and shields himself. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, astonished by the space before him, and blurted out, realizing he was sitting between winter and spring. He wondered, what is going on here? Suddenly, a deep male voice behind Eric shattered his questions, declaring this is the Black Snowfield. He turned to see a tall, unfamiliar yet familiar figure, who continued, "This is where your strength will be tested for the second event." That voice, that figure. Eric seemed to recognize the man before him, a glint in his eyes. Could it be? Otto slowly turned, a gentle smile on his face, and said, "Yes, it has been a long time." Eric rushed to his side, replying, "Yes." As Otto stood there, gazing at him with a loving smile, "You have grown so much since we last met." He then glanced at the tattoo on Eric's hand, saying, "It seems the seal and the storm have found their place." Eric smiled excitedly, asking Odo why he was here. With a gentle smile, Odo replied that he would continue to follow and nag him after he resolved the winter crisis. Hearing this, Eric froze, clutching his head as he muttered that the painful memories had returned. After their brief reunion, Odo shifted his gaze and said, "All right, we do not have much time, so let me explain. Look over there." He elaborated, "This place was once full of blessings, a land where all life was born. But when that thing appeared, death fell upon this land." Hearing this, Eric raised an eyebrow and said, "Winter General," to which Otto replied, "That is right. It is what is left behind after the fallen god passed through this land, remnants of the past and lingering curses." Otto then turned to Eric, looking at him, "So, my here, from now on, I will teach you how to devour the Eastern General. Can I really devour such a massive disaster? But if he could devour it, he could gain immense power. After a moment's thought, Eric grinned with excitement. Under Otto's watchful eyes, he did not care and continued to think, I could become much stronger than I am now. Eric raised his hand and asked, I just need to put the Eastern General into the Berserker seal like before. Right, Otto replied calmly. That is right. Hearing this, Eric's eyes grew serious as he thought, since this is the second time, my opponent will definitely be much stronger than the Snow Mountain King. But he steeled himself and declared, I am ready. Do I have to fight like I did with the Snow Mountain King? Before he could wait, Otto placed a small seed in Eric's hand, saying, Here. Take this. Eric looked at the seed in his hand. Wondering, camellia seed, he raised an eyebrow and asked, What am I supposed to do with this? Otto smiled and explained, Grow it into a tree in 100 days. When it blooms, the test is over. Hearing this, Eric paused, surprised, and thought to himself, I have to plant a tree. Otto adjusted his glasses and asked, What is wrong? Is it too difficult? Eric looked at the tiny seed in his hand, perplexed, and spoke candidly. First, planting the seed in this desolate land. But I do not understand how this relates to dealing with the winter's eagle disaster. After a moment, Otto smiles fondly and says, You will understand in time. Hearing this, Eric sighs, raising a hand to his forehead. More nonsense. Then, an idea sparked in his mind. Could he pressure him to explain more clearly? What was he supposed to do with so little information? Suddenly, Otto's voice cut through his thoughts. Don't worry. With that, he snapped his fingers, and a complex magical gate appeared before him. Otto announced, I will assign you the perfect guide. As the light faded, an annoyed voice echoed, Could you please stop bothering me? Eric's eyes widened in surprise at the sight before him. As a gentle breeze stirred, petals danced in the air, and from within this floral gust, a beautiful girl emerged. Camellia spoke with annoyance. I have told you repeatedly not to wake me. Eric was stunned by her appearance and blurted out, Goddess Camellia. Camellia looked at them both, puzzled, then unconsciously touched her finger to her lips, her eyes full of curiosity. She countered, asking how he knew her. Handsome boy. Though she does not seem tall, it feels like looking up at a giant tree that could easily cover the sky. So, this is a true god. After a moment of thought, she gestured towards Eric, introducing him as her successor. Camellia, smoothing her hair, replied, It is a shame you are a dreamer, but I will overlook it because you are handsome. Then she winked at Eric and said with a smile, Do you want to marry me? He was speechless, thinking, but her personality is still the same. As if realizing something, Camelia's eyes widened as she exclaimed, Oh heavens, Eric the Marringer, you rejected my proposal once before, did not you? At this moment, Eric froze, wondering if she was connected to the Camellia god from the outside. But Camellia relented, saying it was fine, but was he sure he could raise a camellia? Which was very difficult. Eric looked at her and resolutely replied that he would try his best. Camellia clarified that she would only offer advice, and the planting was entirely up to him. Eric looked at the seed in his hand and nodded, agreeing to the terms. Otto then approached him, a small stone in his hand, saying, My here. He placed it in Eric's hand and said in a low voice, This is a communicator that will allow you to know the true condition of the tree. With that, he conjured a magical orb in his hand, saying that Eric would gradually discover its other uses. Then, he cast a spell, wishing him success. After a while, Eric walked and listened to Camelia's explanation. The curse of the demon god too, also known as the Frozen Land. The first time was 400 years ago. You must obtain the materials and items I tell you about and use them. Eric's expression turned worried as he wondered if this era's environment was better than the outside world. He turned to Camellia and asked what he should do first. She immediately replied that he needed to find soil to plant the seed, a place good for germination. Eric pursed his lips, wondering if purifying the land would be faster than searching the snowy fields. Suddenly, Camellia spoke up, drawing his attention. This is a mindscape, so the environment here is just like the frost domain outside. As Camellia spoke, she paused, as if sensing something approaching. Eric immediately turned to look, and a giant monster flew toward him. A swarm of winged monsters descends as Camellia calmly warns, You must also be wary of monsters. As she speaks, the creatures are instantly reduced to ashes. Instantly, they shatter into pieces. All thanks to Eric. He absorbs the monsters with a tattoo on his arm, a smirk playing on his lips. I did not expect a monster buffet here. After observing for a long while, she praised him, saying he was very capable, truly befitting a mercenary. Then, pointing into the distance, she asked if he thought he could find that land in this vast field. Amelia's words brought Eric back to their main objective. As he thought to himself, any open terrain with small trees must have a water source nearby, a place I can easily defend from monsters. Suddenly struck by a thought, Eric turned to Camellia and asked, If we are 400 years in the past, Andromove would be around here, right? Hearing this, Camellia chuckled. Are you thinking about Andrew move? I think they would have finished building the city by now. This terrain is so different from what you know. How do you plan to find Andrew move? Hearing that, Eric smiled confidently. It was not that difficult. With that, he took a running start and leaped into the air. From above, Eric explained that canyons and high hills do not usually change much in just 400 years. Then, flying in one direction, he said that if he used such a place as a center, he could roughly guess where it was. After a moment, they stood before a desolate field, and Eric exclaimed, "Here it is, I have found it." Camellia crossed her arms, praising, "It seems you paid attention to Andrew Move's surroundings and memorized them. A clever choice, worthy of a rainbringer." With a wave of his hand, Eric unleashed his magic, declaring, "All right, let us get ready." Camellia, overwhelmed by the surge of power, instinctively shielded her eyes from its otherworldly glow. After a while, Eric excitedly exclaimed that it was enough to plant a tree. Right beside him, Camellia adjusted her voice in astonishment, saying she did not think it was just enough. Before a vast expanse of land surrounded by towering, sharp ice barriers, Camellia surveyed Eric's work and remarked, "The soil quality is quite good, and most monsters won't approach this place." Then, Eric took off running. Camellia followed his hurried footsteps, lost in thought. I know he is a mercenary, but for a human to use dragon tongue so perfectly, she watched Eric with a hungry look, wondering, what should I do with him? While Camellia was lost in thought, Eric jumped out of the ice barrier, and the stone given to him by Otto suddenly glowed brightly, calling out, "Camellia." After Camellia arrived, he smiled triumphantly, reached into his pocket, and pulled out the stone, saying, "Judging by the stone's reaction, I think I have succeeded." But as Eric looked at the stone, he froze. Glowing gold letters appeared, reading, "Mission failed, returning to day 0. Immediately, Eric and Camellia were back where they started. Eric sighs, "We are starting over again." Camellia adds, "This is because of that perverted old man." Otto is not it. Eric puts his hands on his hips, thinking, "Throughout the first test, I always returned to the beginning whenever I died. This time, they restart upon failing the mission," and Camellia retorts, "I guess you forgot something." Eric asks, "Do you know why?" Camellia coldly replies, "Because this is the Frost Wastelands. There are countless reasons why planting would fail here." And with that, Camellia waves her hand. A spatial portal opens, and Camellia turns to Eric, announcing, "Also, I think I have given you enough guidance. I will take a nap while observing the outside world." Seeing this, he hastily asked, "Where are you going?" Camellia reassured him gently, saying she was going somewhere safe, and to focus on the mission until she returned. But as she finished, Eric pleaded for a few more hints before she left. Before he could finish, Camellia and the portal vanished, and Eric dejectedly realized he would have to figure out the reason for his failure on his own. He rested his head on his arm, lost in thought on the ground. After a moment, he suddenly sat up, thinking, "What did I miss? I can't waste any more time. I need to focus." With that thought, he cast a spell, creating brilliant golden lights on the rocky ground. When suddenly, something emitting a strange light lay still beneath the rocks. Eric wondered, "What is under the ground?" Eric closed his eyes, searching through the flow of magic, sensing something was there. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shook violently, and the scene before him filled him with horror. Damn it. From beneath Eric's feet, a colossal monster suddenly bursts forth, and he leaps aside, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Eric thinks in astonishment, "A death worm, a monster that takes at least 3 6-circle mages to defeat. I am not sure I can kill it." He immediately unleashed his magic, a barrage of icy arrows piercing the air. Eric was filled with worry. It seemed he could not complete this mission. Not from what he remembered. Instantly, under his control, they hurtled towards the monster if he wanted to kill it. He had to pierce its tough scales first, but the sharp shards of ice seemed useless against it, and Eric felt deeply uneasy. Its scales were too hard. He frowned, anger rising within him. If magic could not hurt it, Eric's mind raced. He would have to resort to body enhancement techniques. Suddenly, the death worm's mouth contracted, emitting a terrifying sound, and Eric froze, his entire body tensing with extreme alertness. Before he could react, streams of viscous green poison spewed toward Eric, who quickly erected a magical barrier, declaring, "Poisonous spit." His eyes widened as he watched the ice wall melt away, corroded and riddled with holes. He was horrified, unable to believe that the poison was strong enough to penetrate his magical barrier. Eric pondered that if he approached carelessly, he would surely be consumed by its poison. Finding its opponent too tough, the monster turned tail and ran, prompting him to shout, "You can't escape." He immediately gave chase, calculating that if it escaped, he would miss his mission deadline. The death worm sped away, its massive body tearing up the ground. Suddenly, it thrashes its tail, slamming it into the ground, instantly shattering the earth and sending rocks flying. Then, the death worm raises its head slightly to observe, and Eric immediately realizes its intention. "So you were trying to lure me in?" Eric swiftly leaped onto the monster's tail, mocking it. You are more cunning than the other monsters. Suddenly, Eric paused. His eyes widening, it seemed he was about to meet someone. Waves of deadly poison spew forth, engulfing the space before him. He sprints away, barely escaping the danger, and curses in frustration. Damn it. This poison is unbearable. The poison relentlessly pursued Eric, closing in fast, but he leaned back, narrowly dodging the deadly stream. Eric stared at the death worm's razor-sharp teeth, thinking, if he did not kill it soon, he would have to start the missions all over again. He had to risk it. His eyes turned cold as he gathered all his strength, unleashing his full power. Remembering the combat skills he would learn from his master, Eric quickly threw a punch at the monster, a single thought echoing in his mind: concentrate all his power into one point. Thoughts raced through his mind. He could maximize the power of the blow and potentially kill it. The white tiger strike was unleashed. The death worm's tough scales shattered, scattering across the ground, as Eric desperately erected barriers to stem the encroaching poison. Unfortunately, some of the poison still clung to him. Eric thought to himself that if he had not used all his mana in that last attack, he would have been killed by the poison. He collapsed to the ground, exhausted, gasping for breath, thinking that if he encountered another one, he would be done for. Eric thinks to himself, I did it, huh. Just then, the system displays a message. You have met the necessary requirements. The first restriction has been lifted. He mutters in surprise. Restriction? What restriction? Suddenly, the scale in his hand glowed, and Eric's eyes widened. The light poured into the tattoo on his arm, making it blaze as if burned, and he wondered what was happening. Moments later, the magical energy vanished, and Eric sat in silence, lost in thought. He raised his arm, gazing at the newly revealed mark, wondering how he had obtained the fourth mark so quickly. Could I use it to break the ice of the frozen land, like I did with the Snow Mountain King? Eric scratched his head and sighed. But how? I do not even know its real name. He recalled Mephi's contemptuous expression, his heart sinking, his face paling. If Mephi knew about this, Eric waved his hand dismissively, muttering that if he just followed the arrangements, he would probably find out soon enough. He raises his hand, eyes full of determination, finally clearing this place out. Time to plant the seeds. Suddenly, he yells, watch out. At that moment, the ground shakes violently once more, startling Eric. No way. At the same time, the system issued a warning. Although death worms are usually solitary, in rare cases, they live in swarms across vast areas. In the blink of an eye, countless death worms burst from the ground. The system continued. There could be just a few. They all surged towards him, the system emphasizing, but it could also be dozens. Eric despairs. Come on, this is ridiculous. He despaired, screaming, I can't escape this. One was hard enough, but how am I supposed to deal with 10? Eric jumped back, annoyed. Why would the Tiger King want to build a house in a place like this? He realized only his master could defeat these monsters alone, but so many death worms meant the land was incredibly fertile. Eric resolved to find a way. He laughs, figuring a few more tries might reveal a solution. A while later, Eric is a mess, clothes stained and tattered, cursing. Damn it. After the 34th time, he collapsed to the ground, exhausted, gasping for breath. Having tried everything, in one battle, Eric was hit, the pain causing him to vomit blood. In another battle, his body was covered in poison, and he cried out in agony. In the next, Eric was beaten to a pulp, his body torn and broken, lying motionless in a pool of blood. In the next, his body was constricted by the death worms until he could barely breathe. Filled with despair, the cycle repeated. Eric tried relentlessly, but in the end, he was swallowed whole by the monster. In another battle, the death worm's sharp teeth clamped down on Eric, and he wept helplessly. After countless battles, Eric still could not kill those death worms. He sighs in despair, deciding to try another area far away. But even after much deliberation, the seed still won't sprout. The death worms closed in. Sweat poured down his face. Was he trapped here? Eric whimpered. Mephi was not here, nor was the god Camellia. His ancestors must be laughing at his misery, with no one coming to help. But suddenly, Eric realizes something, his eyes widening. Wait, he exclaims in excitement. Realizing his oversight, they never forbade him from seeking help. Triumphant look crosses his face. The Tiger King's clan. Eric's voice echoes. He must seek their aid. The scene shifts to a girl resting beneath an ancient tree, vibrant pink leaves falling gently with the breeze. Camellia slept soundly, lost in peaceful slumber, but footsteps approached, and a man teased. Someone's been sleeping a lot. She wondered how he got in, since he should not be able to enter without her permission. But he explained that someone else had wished for him to be there. Camellia is furious, asking when this started, but Odo calmly replies, have you forgotten what happened that day? Senza, are you getting old? She sighs, I was once an empress, living in an ice palace, but now I am being treated like this. It is exhausting. Then, Camellia asks sharply, what are you doing here? He replies again, I told you, someone else wanted me to come. Otto's eyes suddenly grew deep as he asked if she was all right, reminding her that she sacrificed 40 years of her life to fight the curse. but she coldly replied that she was fine and that he should not come here on his own again. Camellia then asks about the boy, and Oda waves his hand, summoning a screen to show her. On the screen, Eric desperately flees from a horde of savage beastmen, who roar with fury. He is our tribe's eternal enemy. Kill the human. Camellia is shocked, asking what is going on and why Eric is being chased by beastmen. But Otto just laughs, finding it amusing. Camellia, enraged, asks how he can still laugh and begs him to help Eric, telling him not to cause more trouble, as he is in danger now, but the man simply says he has his own plans. Meanwhile, Eric is being relentlessly pursued by the beastmen, who shout that he is their race's eternal enemy and must be killed. Eric simply smiles, a strange delight in his eyes. He glanced back, a thought crossing his mind. The Tiger King bloodline had not appeared yet. Eric landed, calculating his next move, to solve the problems in this mission. He needed the help of those who built the city in this land of death. The exhausted beastmen finally caught up, ready to tear him apart, but Eric lamented how difficult it was to find the Tiger King bloodline in this vast black snowfield. Instantly, magic flared around Eric, unleashing the Black Tiger Clan's body enhancement technique. He thought to himself, yet he possessed the secret technique of the Tiger King lineage, the body enhancement technique. The scene before them filled the beastmen with dread. How could this be? One of them cried out in disbelief. How can a human use body enhancement? Eric frowned. With this power boost, you think I will let you off the hook? At this moment, a range of rolling mountains, covered in pure white snow, exuded an unusual tranquility, till a cataclysmic explosion erupted, violently distorting the space. The beastmen were sent flying, tumbling through the air, unable to believe what he was seeing. One of them fought through the pain and stammered. His name echoes. We can't let him escape. Eric stands silently above, observing carefully. After destroying 6 beast cities, it seems they are finally reacting. He stroked his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes, wondering if the rumors had not spread far enough yet. Suddenly, Eric crouched down, calculating that if he trampled a few more villages, they would appear time to leave. At that moment, a massive, razor-sharp claw suddenly appeared behind him, instantly cleaving the tree Eric stood on in two. Reacting quickly, he hits the ground, narrowly avoiding the blow that felled the tree. His senses saved his life. Suddenly, from the murky darkness, a shadow slowly strode toward him. Your senses are better than I thought. Eric's sharp gaze locked onto the figure before him, gathering the scattered beastmen of the Black Ice Fields. He rose as the great overlord of the North, a being of terror to the Empire. He frowned. On guard, facing the great ancestor of the Tiger King lineage, he praised, saying that a human had mastered the secret art of body enhancement. This man was the first leader of the Beastman Alliance. He spoke coldly. Who are you? This hulking beastman is known as Tiger King Yu. He speaks with a resolute tone, certain that he is human. Du continues, but he can't understand what is happening here. Suddenly, the beastman behind Eric cried out in surprise, Tiger King Yu. Everyone was stunned and horrified. And one of them stammered, why are you here? He snapped back, why do you ask? I have come to a place I should not have. Hearing this, the beastman gaped, utterly silent with fear. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. The Tiger King is at odds with the other beastman tribes. Eric realized must be before the Tiger King Yu united the beastman tribes, meaning he had not yet reached the 5-star strategic level. He wondered why he could feel such a cold pressure. Du was furious, telling them to leave if they did not want to fight. The beastmen scattered in terror. One yelling, protecting a human makes you our enemy. Another chimed in, you will pay for this. He twitched his ears and sighed. Finally, some peace and quiet. He pondered, was he the one who protected me that day? A smirk crept across his lips, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. How clever of him to deceive the Wrath tribe, enemies of Tiger King Yu. Eric immediately bowed his head in gratitude, but in that instant, Du's hand tightened around his neck. He coldly questioned, how do you know our clan's body enhancement secret technique? Eric struggled, trying to explain. I learned it from my master. Du urged him to elaborate. But Eric, gesturing to his bruised neck, rasped that he needed to be released first, his eyes locking on Du with a chilling intensity. Du releases him, threatening that if he lies, his neck will be next. Eric rubs his neck, explaining that his parents were farmers who fled to the black snowfields to escape the Empire's oppression. Feigning sorrow, he continues, after my parents were attacked by monsters, I was saved by a beastman. He taught me how to protect myself with a body-enhancing technique, which is how I survived here. He frowned, probing. What was the name of that beastman tribe? The boy sadly lowered his head. My master said they had forgotten their name and ultimately never told me. As Eric recounted his fabricated painful memories, he was overcome with anguish, saying he could not bear to touch their painful memories of the past. So he only called that person master with all the reverence in his heart. He stares ahead, his gaze icy, carefully scrutinizing whether the words are truth or lies, while Eric remains immersed in his tragic role. Tears welling. Thinking, He is trying to judge if what I am saying is true. Eric seemed to understand the other. The Tiger King, with his keen senses, discerned lies by listening to heartbeats and muscle movements. In his heart, he gloated, but now he was controlling the flow of energy to stabilize his body, making it easy to deceive him. Sensing the truth in his words, he was taken aback, then spoke softly. It seems you are one of our brethren. Eric thought to himself. Perfect. He wiped away a tear, realizing his performance was perfect, and joy welled up inside him. Brother was a term for hares who had mastered the strengthening secret technique. In other words, he had been acknowledged. Suddenly, placing his hand on Eric's shoulder, he asks if his new brother has a place to rest in this barren land. Amidst the dark night, white snowflakes silently fall as he rides his wolf alongside him. Suddenly, a magical light flashed, followed by Camelia's reproachful voice, saying he had acted rashly. She sat on Eric's shoulder, scolding him, wondering why no one in the Meringer family was ever sensible. He whispered, "Is it all right for you to appear like this?" Camelia reassured him, "I have cast a spell. No one can sense my presence, so do not worry." She worried, but what was he planning to do next? Did he really believe he would accept him as an ally? Eric confidently replied that of course he would not believe him, but he would keep him by his side. Camelia exclaimed in surprise, "Why?" Eric explains that with tribal conflicts rising, any tribe would accept a strong ally, regardless of their origin. Soon, they arrive, and a beastman shouts with joy that the leader has returned. Calling everyone to gather, he continued, explaining that the ambitious Tiger King Yu would be especially willing. She pondered his words, wondering if the tribe would accept him as Tiger King Yu did, given the deep-seated animosity towards humans. The beastmen of the tribe stared in shock at Eric, as one snarled, "Human, the beast who killed my father." Another gritted his teeth, questioning, "Why did you bring a human here?" Yu roared, "Stop. He is one of our brothers." The enraged beastman roared, "Brothers? How can a human be a brother? How can humans be our brothers?" He coldly commanded, "Calm yourselves, and gather around." He gazed at the beastmen before him, his mind racing. This was the height of the Empire's brutal oppression of both beastmen and humans, fueling intense animosity towards humanity. He worried that if he could not persuade them, his plan would fall apart. Suddenly, the beastmen changed their attitude, kneeling and weeping at his feet, startling him. They are saying, "Oh, Master, why did you leave us so soon?" One of them grabs Eric's hand, saying he is lucky to be taught martial arts by such a person. He frowned, his eyes darting to the side in confusion as Du smiled and gave him an encouraging thumbs up. Eric was perplexed, wondering what they were talking about. Eric stared intently at Du, surprised that they were suddenly so friendly after trying to tear him apart just moments ago. It must be because of Du, the Fox King. Suddenly, he slams his fist, shattering a nearby table, as if ordering everyone to be silent. Then, Du explains that this is what his master said before passing away. He slowly reenacts the scene, saying, "Though we face the boundaries between beastmen and humans, I am glad that even as I leave this world, we will always be brothers." Du's body trembles slightly, his voice cracking, "Let us meet again, in another life," his voice still echoing. "My students." Du's performance was so convincing that even the beastmen could not hold back their tears, crying out, "Damn it, open your eyes, Master. How cruel. How can your little student go on living? They are simpletons, so they are incredibly gullible." Faint smile crept across his face, his eyes filled with gratitude. Suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the air. "We do not agree." Eric whirled around, startled, as Ralph echoed the man's words. He frowned, questioning what proof they had to believe. Eric did not answer, only stared intently at the figure before him. Camelia introduces them as the Black Wolf Tribe, the Tiger King's loyal dogs. As he thinks to himself, the Black Wolf Tribe, so they are Minister Norris' ancestors. Immediately stepping in front of Eric, he angrily asks, "Ralph, are you disobeying me?" Ralph quickly clarifies, "I am not defying you." He points at him, angrily shouting, "Even if he is real, how can our tribe accept such an inferior race?" Hearing this, he retorts, "Inferior race." But Du's face lit up with glee. "I hope so." His eyes flashed coldly. "You have not forgotten our faith, Ralph." Du's words caused Ralph to turn away in shame. "We were abandoned and cast out. Though our races and blood may differ, we are still family." He falls silent. "If you have forgotten that faith, I will slit your throat." He stares silently at Eric, his heart in turmoil. Eric continues, saying that he has heard this is the beastman's goal, to which Du replies in surprise, asking if he knows about them. Eric nodded, confirming he would overheard it while wandering the snowfields. He continued, explaining that despite being seen as an enemy by countless tribes for his faith, more and more people were reportedly being condemned by it. Eric expresses his gratitude. "As a forsaken human, I received the kindness of my master. And now, you have accepted me as a brother. I believe this is an extension of the ideals you pursue." These words moved Camelia to tears. "Hoo-hoo, just as I expected from my dreamer. You are quite the talker." Eric's voice turned serious, his eyes resolute. I will also meet your expectations. I believe I must prove my worth to accompany you on your journey. Raph's temper flares, reminding him that strength determines rank among beastmen, and asks what he wants. Without hesitation, Eric replies, let us fight. If I win, I join the tribe. If I lose, I leave. He seethed with rage and contempt. How dare a mere human challenge a great wolf warrior like himself? Eric smirked, mocking him for his endless words, his face full of challenge. Raph gritted his teeth, eyes red with anger. Scared. You bastard. He pointed forward. Sneering, you are the one who is screwed. Sting of contempt fueled him, his long, sharp claws extending in an instant. Then, Raph declared coldly, I will kill you, but Eric Fap quickly regained his composure. Taunting, can you even handle this? Suddenly, Du charged between them, his overwhelming aura blasting them away. Both landed safely, but their faces remained bewildered, as if still reeling from the impact. He spoke sternly. Let me ask you both something. Dayu asks if they both accept the outcome, even if it means death, to which Raph calmly replies that if the human wins, he will consider him family. Eric raises his hand in commitment, swearing on his master's honor to accept the outcome. No sooner were the words spoken than they clashed. Beginning the fight, Raph unsheathed razor claws, slashing at his opponent. Snarling, I will tear you to shreds. He quickly ducks to avoid the blow, thinking that his fabricated story won't last long, and he needs to prove his worth to the Tiger King. Eric stands firm, his mind cold, knowing that thanks to him, this will no longer be a problem. He lunges at him, mouth agape, revealing razor-sharp teeth, while Eric's magic surges, ready to meet his opponent head-on. In an instant, Raph is hit with a full-force strong body art, fierce tiger strike, seeing him cower and run. He sneers, overwhelmed by just one punch. Raph rode in anger. But before he could react, his opponent's fist came crashing down, followed by a relentless barrage of blows. The beastmen were stunned by the scene before them, and one cried out in horror. Raph was one of the top warriors in the royal army. He never imagined he would be so thoroughly beaten. The man beside Dune remarked, surprised a human could master body enhancement techniques so well, unable to believe their eyes. One of them gasped, Raph, but in an instant, Raph's strength gave out, and he collapsed onto the cold ground. Seeing his battered body, he said in surprise, looks like this fight ended faster than I thought. He declared, this is enough for him to join our family. Suddenly, Raph's eyes turned bloodshot, his legs crackling with power. In an instant, he stood upright, a chilling hiss echoing like a warning of immense danger. Eric recoiled, leaping backward as the thought flashed through his mind. When a beastman's rage exceeds its limits, their power grows exponentially, but they can only fight on instinct. Seeing him charge madly, Eric worried that a direct fight would be too dangerous. In a flash, he unleashed his magic, a torrent of energy erupting from his hands. Instantly, the ice planes hurtled toward his opponent, the slick surface causing Raph to lose his balance. He fell backward, landing hard on his rear, as chains lashed out, writhing above Raph's head. In an instant, it hurtled toward its opponent, and in a flash, the chains tightened, binding him completely. Seeing Raph struggle, Eric swiftly raised his hand, striking his opponent's neck. Quiet now. Soon after, he lay motionless on the ground. An enraged beastman behind him wondered, magic, was that bastard a mage? The orc beside him was stunned. Had he deceived them? Eric stood silently, calculating that if he wanted to subdue him without killing him, magic was the only way. He thought in confusion, surely they knew this already. Eric looked worriedly at you, thinking of the story he would prepared for this situation. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, the ringing sound shattering the tense atmosphere as Du patted Eric's shoulder, his voice full of excitement. You are more interesting than I thought. He did not expect Eric to know both body strengthening and magic. Eric breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had nothing to worry about now. He encourages him, saying that whether he chooses the easy path or hides his strength, the winner on the battlefield is the strongest. The cruel law of the battlefield. Then, Du asks amiably, what is your name? Human. Eric immediately introduces himself. I, Eric. At that moment, he had earned the trust of the beastmen, and the leader solemnly declared, based on the outcome of the battle, we accept Eric as a member of our tribe. Does anyone object? They happily replied, no. Me neither. Du raised his hand to the sky, declaring, at this moment, I proclaim Eric a member of our family. The beastmen cheered in unison, jumping with excitement as they welcomed the new member of their tribe. When suddenly, the system fragment burst with a dazzling light. Camellia curiously approaches to see a new message. Requirements met. Second restriction lifted. True name revealed. In his mind, Eric contemplates a plain shrouded in deep darkness. In the land of Hongvu, the wind blows sharp as a knife. The true name of this seal, which holds the sharp wind of that black snow plain, is Bang Feng Dao. He thoughtfully examines the tattoo on his arm, a rare level seal, identical to the seal of great wrath that the Mountain King bestowed upon him. But since he does not yet know how to activate it, he can't use it right away. Eric thought with annoyance that the comedy goddess was already nowhere to be found. Was not she going to teach him how to use this? He clicked his tongue, figuring he would just have to deal with it. Eric's determination grew. For now, he would focus on his own long-term plan as the beastmen lined up in the meeting room, ready to welcome the new member. At Du's prompting, he slowly walks inside. He smiles warmly and says, "Everyone, let us give each other a proper greeting." Du continues, "From today onward, Eric will officially become a member of the Andromov Kingdom's Royal Guard." He laughs, his eyes full of praise. "Good attitude. To commemorate your joining the Guard, I will give you your first mission." You nod in agreement. "Yes. Please give me your orders." He immediately gave the order, saying that after wandering the snowfields, Eric should use his experience to find a suitable area for their tribe to settle. Eric froze, staring intently at the man before him, who chuckled to himself, thinking, everything fits together perfectly. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "While wandering the snowfields, I did notice one place." Eric continued, "It is surrounded by canyons and hills, making it easy to defend against external threats. With a nearby water source and minimal erosion, it is a fertile land. However, there is a problem. Together, they say, the death worms." He explained that it was once considered a promising location, but no one has settled there because of the problem. However, it is difficult to find another place like it in the Black Snow Plains. Despite his unease, he whispered, "What should we do?" Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "That is it. Let us do this." Hearing the leader's plan, Eric was shocked, his eyes wide. Sensing the murderous intent behind him, he thought angrily, "I have to find a way to deal with these troublemakers." After a moment, Eric calmed down, thinking, well, despite their clashing personalities, the Black Fang tribesmen are the best at teamwork. Actually, choosing them is not hard to understand, but teaming me up with these unfamiliar black wolves, is someone testing my abilities? Suddenly, a beastman approached him, saying that fighting the death worms is the most difficult task. He warns that this mission won't be easy. Introducing Ju, the third squad leader of the defense team, and Raf Tramtruck. If it were not for some stranger saying unnecessary things, they would not be in this mess. He smirks, wondering what is so great about the old nest of deathworms. Someone's just trying to show off in front of the captain. Eric barely contains his anger, cursing inwardly, "Look at these dogs." "Seriously," Raf continued to provoke, saying that is why humans can't. But before he could finish, Ju slapped him across the face. Staring at the man before him, his anger flared, and he quietly said, "Captain, you are scolding me for bringing personal feelings into the team. I told you not to do anything to ruin the atmosphere." Ju threatens that if he ruins the team's mood again, he will rip his head off. "Understand?" The beastmen, terrified, sweat profusely and reply in unison, "Yes, we will work hard." His eyes fixed on the man before him, Eric finally understood the reason Ju brought him onto the team was because he trusted him to quell any conflicts that might arise. Afterward, Eric bowed his head, expressing his gratitude, but Ju indifferently turned away. Seeing his attitude, Eric was amused, thinking Ju was just doing what needed to be done, and he liked that. Then, Eric asked, "If the death worms are threatened even a little, they won't come out of the ground, right? Captain, is there a way to lure them out?" Ju calmly replies, "There is a way, but it is difficult and time-consuming." He wonders, why is it so difficult? He explained that they needed the grass of life, a demonic plant, which the worms were drawn to by its scent. If they had it, they could lure the death worms out of the ground. Seeing Eric's face red from holding back laughter, Ju asked, "Why are you making that face?" He cleared his throat, trying to keep a straight face. "It is nothing, let us move on." He continued, "To lure out the death worms, we need that grass, but it is rare and hard to find." Eric confidently points to himself, saying she need not worry, because he can find it though unspoken. She is doubtful, thinking confidence is good, but the environment where the grass grows is harsh. Finding it is one thing, but harvesting it is difficult. As he pondered, the sight before Ju shocked him. This should not be easy, right? But in that moment, the death grass was already in his hands, and he cheerfully sang, "Someone harvests, someone carries." What a rhythm. The beastmen were speechless as Eric effortlessly plucked the life grasses one by one. He tossed them into the basket and urged them on. "What are you waiting for? Put them in." A beastman hastily held out the basket to catch them. He was confused. "I do not even know." He gazed thoughtfully at the crimson field. "But I have seen a lot of life-death grass in the maze of omniscience created by my master." Eric thought to himself, because that magic is so prominent. Even if I can't find it, I will still find it. An idea sparked in his mind. What if he absorbed the magic of the life-giving grass? Immediately, Eric activated the seal, shouting, "Let us go. Dogmen, 1, 2, 3. I am going faster now, so keep up." The beastmen roared in fury. "Is this guy crazy?" They emerged. "Captain, do you know what he just called us?" "Dog people." Do, without a word of defense, even kicked the speaker in the butt. He snapped, "What the hell are you doing? "You bastards, do as Eric says." He choked back tears, calling out, "Captain." Eric's eyes widened in surprise at Du's actions. A smirk crept across his lips, flicker of anticipation in his eyes, as if he would found something worth waiting for. Soon, the life grass filled containers large and small, and they quickly carried it all back to the tribe. Du praised him, saying that gathering so much life grass in such a short time showed his brother's immeasurable ability, to which he humbly replied that it was not all him. He was only able to do it with the help of his teammates. He glanced at the exhausted beastmen, leaning against trees, drained of energy, and nodded in confirmation. It seemed they were right. Then, Du urged them on. "Enough chatter, let us begin." Torches were immediately hurled into the death grass, and in an instant, flames engulfed everything. Very quickly, the ground beneath them began to tremble, and cracks spread like spiderwebs as colossal deathworms burst from the earth. Du immediately ordered an attack. But suddenly, beastmen frantically reported, "Captain, we have a major problem." He turned around, asking what was wrong, and threatened the terrified soldier before the man stammered out the shocking news that the Rage clan was on their way. Du anxiously asks what he means by the Wrath tribe is coming, demanding clarification as the orc urgently explains that they seem to know they are hunting deathworms and are coming to attack. Yanjiang is furious, calling them filthy bastards. At the same time, the deathworms all bear their disgusting maws at Du. Outside the tribe, a hulking beastman strides slowly under the dim moonlight, his shadow stretching across the ground. His eyes burn red with cold fury as he urges the Rage tribe warriors forward. This is Nuith, second in command of the Rage tribe, leading his subordinates forward with a vengeance. "Today, we hunt Tiger King Yu and extinguish all their hopes." He strides on, unfazed by the deathworm's howls. At that moment, Yu leaps into the air, dodging the monster's sharp jaws. Then his claws tear the deathworm in two. Witnessing this, Nuith could not help but praise. Tiger King Yu is as expected. His skills are at the pinnacle of beast kind. But today, I have prepared a magical artifact used in the battle against humanity. His thoughts raced on. No matter how strong you are, you can't withstand firepower while being restrained. Triumphant smile spread across Nuith's fierce face. "Now, I will make you kneel before me and become the king of the beastmen." Suddenly, a strong wind blew, carrying a thick cloud of dust. He instinctively raised his hand to shield his face, wondering where the wind came from. A strong scent wafted over, and Nuith paused, a look of shock in his eyes. This smell. Death bloom. In an instant, he was surrounded by deathworms. Immediately, they swarmed and tore into them, their enraged screams echoing relentlessly. Meanwhile, Hyingen stood atop a death worm, grinning with delight. Who knew he could wipe them out so quickly? He continued, using magic to create a wind that pushed the scent of the grass of life and death towards the Rage clan, using the death worms to destroy them, and the Rage clan to destroy the death worms. Du praised, saying such an idea was impressive, and Eric added that he had to repay those who ambushed him in a similar way. He laughs. "Looks like we are on the same wavelength." He jumps onto the monster. "Now," Eric suggests, "shall we clean up the leftovers?" Meanwhile, Nevis tightened his grip on his axe, hacking at the death worms as the survivors gathered. Suddenly, a subordinate trembled, crying out in horror. "It is Ru the Tiger King." Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from the sky, followed by a deafening explosion. As the dust settled, Ru and Eric emerged, the former glaring with rage. Hissing, "Ru." Nevis immediately raised his weapon, his eyes full of murderous intent. "Sneaky bastard." But just then, a violent burst of magic erupted from Eric, sending a whirlwind straight at the enemy, crushing his head into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground crimson. And Ru, his eyes now cold, issued a decisive order: protect the prince, capture the survivors, and kill any who resist. The beastmen surged forward, their actions swift and decisive, charging ahead with a resounding roar. The beastmen of the Rage tribe also stood their ground, their eyes burning with the will to fight. Retreat was not an option. The two sides fought fiercely, the clash of metal and roars echoing across the battlefield as Eric stood motionless, his hands clenched into fists. He silently follows each of Eric's moves, the ultimate technique of the Beast King. Eric realizes that just by watching, he can see flaws in his own technique. Behind him, Ruff's eyes glowed with a savage intensity, like a predator about to strike, his sharp sword cleaving through enemies as he praised. Not bad at all. In the blink of an eye, Ruff mows down enemies like grass, their bodies piling up. Suddenly, something sharp hurtles toward him, piercing his neck, and he cries out in agony. Seeing this, his teammates panicked. Ruff, his face contorted in pain, sweat pouring down him, and blue veins pulsed against his pale skin, casting a deathly pallor across his face. In moments, blue veins spread across his face, but Ruff stubbornly fought the pain. Refusing to fall, Eric approached him, asking with concern, "Hey, Ruff, are you okay?" Ruff was too exhausted to speak, only managing a weak groan before collapsing, motionless on the ground. Without hesitation, he immediately cast a spell, eliminating the curse. Spiritual energy enveloped Ruff's body, instantly restoring him to normal. Seeing Ruff collapse, the beastmen panicked and cried out his name, but Eric reassured them, saying not to worry, He would only fainted, and they should get him somewhere to rest. A beastman quickly hoisted him onto his back. Understanding, they quickly took Ruff back to their tribe to rest. When Ju's voice broke the silence, Eric urgently suggested continuing with the plan before the Rage tribe learned of their situation, but Niguk stopped him, saying there was something else first. Ju expressed her gratitude, thanking him for saving Ruff, and the beastman followed suit, bowing with solemn respect towards Eric, his eyes fixed on those before him, a satisfied smile playing on his lips as he sat atop a death worm, silently watching the captured Rage tribe beastman pass by. His mind raced, contemplating the next step in his plan. When suddenly, Camellia appeared, showering him with praise for winning over the monsters in just a few days. Eric frowned. You have been watching from the start, so why show up now? She shrugged, unfazed. I thought you could handle it without my help. He smirked, immediately stood up to leave, and said, Good luck. Eric unleashed his power, watching the black energy swirl in the air. Eric was astonished there was more magic here than he thought. He looked at the tattoo on his hand, thinking to himself, the ice seal had instantly risen to 4 stars. Suddenly, he hissed triumphantly, as if boosting of his achievement. Looking around, Eric realized he had cleaned everything up without a trace. Thanks to that, I do not have to purify any further. With this much effort put into planting the seed, it should grow without any problems. Right under the pale moonlight, a figure casts a long shadow, silently melting into the cold night. Eric holds the notification stone, muttering that since there is no failure notice, it seems the task is complete. Then, a miracle unfolded before his eyes. The seed had sprouted, and vibrant green shoots burst forth from the earth. In an instant, the stone blazed with light, a clear sign that the task was complete. Eric rejoiced. And immediately, a new tattoo appeared on his hand. The stone displays a message. Required conditions met. 3rd restraint removed. Ambition achieved. Suddenly, his surroundings shift, and Eric recognizes the architecture before him. Is this the flower temple? He quickly entered, slowly walking through the corridors, cautiously looking around, on high alert. Of course, he spots a familiar figure. Who is she? The goddess Camellia. No. That aura. It is the demon queen. Eric felt dizzy as Camelia's true identity was revealed. Who would have thought the goddess Camellia was actually a demon queen? With that much demonic power, she must be incredibly strong. Camellia casually sits cross-legged on her throne, staring intently at him with her sharp eyes. In Eric's eyes, Camellia splits into 2 opposing entities, one radiant and bright, the other dark and sinister. He wonders how a god and a demon queen can coexist, and what this power is. Just as he was deep in thought, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Eric. Immediately, the voice startled him awake, pulled back to reality by Camelia's voice. Eric is asked if he is alright, as he suddenly lost consciousness. Eric then mentions the Eastern Wind Seal. Eric confronts Camellia, asking seriously if she is from the aftermath. She does not answer directly, but instead asks why he thinks so, and he replies, I saw him. Camellia is curious. What did he see? Eric carefully recounts what he witnessed. He was there, alone, in an empty palace. Forlorn, lonely, and sad. His magic similar to the East Wind Seal. She casually strokes her hair, then slowly replies, Right now, it is just long-forgotten history. Eric continues to press. The cold across the black snowfield is because of the day after. Camellia admits without hesitation. That is right. She held out her hand, creating a source of pale pink power, and Camellia sadly replied, But it no longer belongs to me. I am Camellia, the god of flowers. After looking at the power emanating from her palm, he could not help but wonder if this was what was used to erase the traces of the aftermath. Camellia suddenly clenches her fist, crushing the faint power into nothing, and says indifferently, Who knows? She then floats before Eric, saying all she can do is advise him on planting the seed. She carefully reminds him to remember what Otto Hahn told him. The image of Otto flashes in Eric's mind, recalling his words. He would learn to swallow the Eastern General. East General is Camelia's past and her mistake. Eric racks his brain, realizing he needs to dispel Camelia's chill to grow the seed. Then, Camellia warned him to always be wary of Dong Tong, for she would be his greatest obstacle. In the blink of an eye, Eric returned to the bleak district of Andromove. He happily observed under the shade of a large tree. It had been 91 days since the arrangement began. Eric was pleased to see the flower buds just beginning to open. The flowers had begun to bloom. But as he basked in the beauty, Raph rushed over with urgent news. The chief is looking for someone. Eric's face fell, and he warily thought, Damn it. Again, the scene shifts to a bleak and desolate forest, where gnarled trees claw at the sky like grotesque talons in the night as Eric is hurled backward by a tremendous force. He painfully complains to Ju. Seriously, can't you go easy on me? Ju laughs. You are the one who asked to fight me as a reward for saving Raph. I am the clan leader. I cannot break my promise. Eric sighs in frustration. He only wanted to experience body strengthening. But instead, he is getting beaten to a pulp. Ju's expression suddenly turned serious, and he deliberately reminded him, As my brother, you should not give up so easily. Then, Ju cracked his knuckles, a series of pops echoing as he smirked. Ready for the next round. They would begin again with the tiger gun strike. But just as Ju was about to strike, a strange sound reached his ears. Ju looks around, then changes his mind, saying they will have to postpone their match. Surprising Eric, who asks what is wrong, but Ju leaves without a word. Cut to Ju, returning swiftly to Unremoved City, where countless innocent civilians are flooding in, all bearing grievous wounds. Ju silently watched them from the rooftop, where Eric joined him, stunned by the scene unfolding below. Eric, angered, asked Camellia if the refugees were Dong Tong's doing, to which she nodded, confirming that Dong Tong had begun to move. Eric wonders if the Eastern General was always this strong, but Camellia explains that the current Eastern General is a true disaster, and that Ju can only maintain order, not defeat her. Ju turns and swiftly commands Raph to gather the tribal chiefs at the Liu Te. Raph bows in acknowledgement, then Ju adds, Eric, I want you to don your battle attire and come to the Liu Te. No sooner had he spoken than Ju and another lip from the fortress. And Raph, who had not left, called out to Eric shyly. Raph hands him a precious potion, telling him to take it. Prompting Eric to ask what it is, he immediately shoved it into Eric's hand, saying, It is nothing, I have plenty, you can take it or throw it away. Do whatever you want. After giving him the potion, Raph quickly left. Camellia knew at a glance it was a rare medicine, only found in small quantities among the wolf tribe. Playfully adding, He probably only has a little. Is not he sweet? Eric felt a warmth in his heart, something he had not expected. Cut to a large tent, illuminated by the soft glow of hanging golden lamps. A large table sat in the tent's center, surrounded by Du and 8 other clan leaders, all wearing sullen expressions. The Deer clan leader spoke first, saying their clan had suffered heavy losses, followed by the Hound clan leader, who added his own concerns. Our ancestors' blood to build this place, but now it is just ruins, and we have lost so many loved ones. Du calls out, Eric, come here. His face darkened. I want to ask you about the disaster that is terrorizing the refugees. Is that right? Eric immediately replied, Yes. We have to find Dong Jiang. Du asks if he can use magic to lead the way, and the Hound, Deer, Goat, and Antelope clan leaders hold their breath, awaiting his answer. The remaining 4 chieftains Rabbit, Mouse, Brown Bear, and Rhino eagerly awaited Eric's response, as did Du, who gave him time to consider. Eric did not disappoint. He decisively answered, Yes, I can. Hearing his answer, Du leaps up, delighted, and orders the clan leaders to gather their best warriors for departure tomorrow. Everyone was overjoyed, responding in unison. Understood. The 8 chieftains then hurried outside to prepare their troops for the coming day. Eric sighed, thinking that everything was falling into place. Finding King Du to plant the seed, he surmised that Odo's plan, and dealing with General Dong alongside him, was definitely part of Odo's arrangement. The next day arrived swiftly, and the clan leaders had gathered their most seasoned soldiers. Eric, Du, and the troops prepared to depart. The mission was truly underway. Cut to a new scene, where, despite the harsh weather, everyone is eager to set out together. Led by Du and Eric, guided by magical light, he suddenly spoke, saying that no matter how many times Du looked, magic was still something very alluring. Seeing this, Eric asked if he wanted to learn magic. If it were you, you would probably learn basic magic easily. Du shook his head and laughed, saying, With you around, why would I need to learn? Eric retorts, Is that a new way of trying to enslave me? Du teases him, emboldened by Eric's reaction. If you do not like it, you can be the leader. Eric sighed inwardly, thinking, I can't believe the strongest king in monster history is a madman. I wonder if his subordinates know. Du suddenly expresses his gratitude, saying their camp has changed so much since meeting Eric, and at times, he feels like a lucky star fallen from the sky. Eric smugly replies, Is that so? Thank you for saying so. He chuckled. So this is the gift for you. Eric was curious. A gift? Du reveals his gift, the final piece of the body enhancement technique. Eric is surprised, but as he turns, Du's demeanor shifts. You think I did not notice? He sneered. So you approached me with a purpose. Eric stammered. When did you realize? Du slowly approaches him, carefully analyzing the situation. A human claiming to have learned the body enhancement secret technique from a reclusive monster is suspicious, but not impossible. Du confronts Eric, pointing out every suspicion. You can't lie about magic, and your reasons for deceiving tribes hostile to me. He stares, as if to devour him whole, saying Eric's dark heart must desire to meet him, complete this body-strengthening technique. He wondered, If you knew, why did you let me be? He asked, confused, normally to seek your own benefit. He paused for a moment. Then, Du's expression suddenly shifts, and he laughs, clapping Eric on the shoulder, saying that whether human or monster, everyone wants their own benefit. Right, the reason I have not touched you is for my own gain. Watching you is quite interesting. Camellia teases that he has been in his palm the whole time, but Eric still does not understand why he would teach him the final part of the secret art. Suddenly, Yu reaches out and gently strokes Eric's head, explaining that he wants him to survive, as he has fought so hard to get here, and it would not be fair for him to sacrifice himself for someone else's family. Eric's heart fluttered at his warm words. He could not believe the reason he was being taught the monster's secret art was so he could survive. Eric's expression darkens as he bows his head. Perhaps he cares because he does not know this is the past repeating itself. After a moment, Eric smiles faintly and replies, "Thank you, sir." Camellia interrupts, apologizing for ruining the touching moment. But now's not the time for sentimentality. The scene before Eric's eyes immediately shocks him, and his pupils dilate. The energy emanating from Camellia, the one I just saw, an immense malice. Like it could swallow us whole at any moment. There is only one word to describe her. A demon. Dark energy unleashes an attack, and Eric thinks they must escape at once. He's been separated from the others by a strange black aura. What is this? Frustrated, Eric realized he could not pinpoint the location of either Camellia or the scouting team. He stood alone in the darkness, the East General's demonic energy severing all mana flow. Eric feared the worst. Falling into the Eastern General's trap would mean the Tiger King and the scouts' demise. He had to eliminate the darkness before that happened. Frustrated, he agonized over how to save everyone, then glanced at his right arm and remembered the Eastern seal, something that, like the Eastern General, came from the god Camellia. Clenching his fist with hope, he thought he might be able to use it. But another problem arose. How to activate it, he worried, wondering if there was anything he could use besides the frost seal. When the mark on his right arm suddenly glowed, the image of Odo appeared in his mind, his words echoing, "Eric must learn to defeat the Winter General." Eric had asked if he had to seal the Winter General within the Seal of Great Sin, just like before, and Odo had nodded in confirmation. He quickly regained his composure, closing his eyes to sense his surroundings. Eliminating the Eastern General, then, he muttered the name of a technique. Absorption. The dark energy surrounding him is drawn into the mark on Eric's hand. As he absorbs the Eastern General's power into the Seal of Harsh Command, the mark on his hand glows, absorbing the demonic energy into Ju's seal. As he grits his teeth and clutches his arm, demonic energy flowing out of the Seal of Harsh Command, Eric could feel the searing pain emanating from his right arm, linked to the Eastern Wind seal. After all the dark energy was absorbed by the mark on his hand, a violent spasm suddenly ran through Eric's body, causing him to gradually lose consciousness. When Eric opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by people. But strangely, they were all in black and white. Only Eric, standing amidst the monochrome crowd, retained his color. Confused, he raised his hands to examine them, wondering where he was, when a child's voice echoed, drawing his attention. "Queen, Queen." A boy holding a bouquet of crimson flowers happily says they are newly bloomed buds from outside, brought because they resemble her. Camellia coldly asks from her throne, "Resemble me how?" Eric immediately realized this was before the goddess Camellia became queen. Two farmers began to whisper to each other, saying these flower shadows were beautiful, so how could they not resemble the queen? "Don't you think so?" Others chimed in, teasing. "How could those flowers compare to our queen? Do you think the queen would like that?" he asks, confidently stating, "Of course she would. Anyone who disagrees can come see me." The atmosphere around her was lively, but in stark contrast, Camellia looked despondent. They asked, puzzled, "Your Majesty, why are you so quiet?" "Your Majesty," she simply sighed, the lively scene before her vanishing into thin air. Everything gone in an instant, leaving her alone on the throne. Eric felt sorry for Camellia, thinking he understood her feelings. She muttered to herself, "I am so bored. I know this loneliness. When loved ones are gone." Camellia suddenly rises from her throne, and Eric quickly understands the predicament she faces. She could once thrive thanks to those who followed her. But now, whether her eyes are open or closed, all she sees is emptiness. Eric watched her every step. She was the queen, forced to do everything herself in an empty land. Camellia stepped forward and threw open the doors, revealing her vassals and people. Eric silently observed her every move, sensing the queen's solitude, a vast palace in a territory where not even a tree could grow, only snow-covered wastes in this barren land. Even the nearby neighborhood was sparsely populated, with houses buried by blizzards. Camellia quietly observed from the terrace, a negative thought flashing through her mind. Perhaps she should just go to sleep. At that moment, strange light shone upon Camellia's face, piquing her curiosity, and a rare smile unexpectedly graced her features. Camellia thinks that perhaps the coming days won't be so dull after all, and Eric is shocked to see the queen's icy face break into a smile for the first time. For centuries, his world had been monochrome, but the vibrant green sprout was enough to change Cornelia's expression. As if a new color had appeared, Camellia quickly brought out a flower pot and carefully transplanted the sprout, reminding it that there was something it needed to know. Then, she gently placed it in the pot, treating the sprout like a confidant. "I am not the type to care about such trivial things. Remember how lucky you are." She cast a spell, saying, "You may have chosen to stay here yourself." Camellia carefully nurtured the sprout, sternly declaring that its fate was not its own to decide. Time passed quickly, and Camellia warily retreated to the outdoor cot on the terrace, falling asleep without realizing it. When she awoke, the sight before her stunned Camellia. The sapling had bloomed into beautiful crimson flowers, and she exclaimed in surprise, The flowers. They have bloomed. Unbelieving, Camellia reaches out to touch it, but her face suddenly darkens. It can't be. Then, Camellia hugged the flower pot and rushed inside. Bewildering Eric, clutching it tightly as she frantically ran around, seemingly searching for something. Camellia runs for a while, then suddenly stops, desperately planting the flower in a larger plot of land. Camellia was captivated by the flower's beauty, her fingers gently caressing its petals, and she could not help but whisper, "So beautiful." Eric silently watches her from behind. Though the outside world is cold and covered in snow, nameless flowers bloom in various places. Not long after, the barren land she tended blossomed into a flower garden, and the Ice Queen seemed to regain her color among the blooms. Before Camellia could savor her joy, a sharp pain shot through her body, and she collapsed to the ground, coughing violently for one who lived in winter's embrace. The warmth of spring was poison. Camellia gasped for breath, her body drenched in sweat, but the botanical garden she had cultivated continued to bloom even after her death. Before leaving this lonely world, the happiest moment of her life flashed through Camelia's mind one last time. "Your Majesty, so many flowers have bloomed. Please look at them, for this is where the Queen's deepest memories reside." And so, Camellia gently breathed her last, falling in the garden she had so lovingly tended. The life of the Winter Queen, who so loved this world, had come to an end, as the sound of dripping water echoed around her, bearing unique colors. The little fairies emerged from the flowers in Camelia's garden, as her dream brought forth new life. They eagerly approached her, wondering who she was, if she was asleep, and how beautiful she was. Eric chuckled. The flower spirits never changed, past or present. He was suddenly curious and looked around. But what happened next? This place was once so peaceful. The sky outside was still blue, but after Camellia fell, it immediately turned dark and gloomy. Eric wondered. It was a mysterious black aura constantly pouring into her garden. The flower fairies were terrified, and as a figure emerged, he gasped, "A demon god." After a moment, he realized, though the form is different, it is definitely the demon god from my dream. He raised his hand, controlling the black smoke that engulfed the entire palace, and the dark energy began to seep into Camellia. His anger was immense. Winter should just stay winter, and so, Camellia was resurrected by the demon god, but she had become someone else entirely, and he respectfully called her the Demon Queen. Then, something else slowly floated up from the dark black air. The Ice General. She declared that spring would never grace this place again. And then, the Ice General suddenly screamed, unleashing a strange power. Eric quickly recognizes her as the Ice General. But is this truly the malevolent energy he sensed? I could sense the warmth and coldness, the joy and sorrow of the Ice Queen. Yet all of it destroyed the garden and brought harsh winds to all who lived here. Suddenly remembered something. The fourth winter wind seal had been released, and in Eric's hand was written, "Love's understanding." His eyes turned cold, and he realized he knew how to use the winter seal. Eric immediately dispelled the force enveloping him. His terrifying power unleashed, he effortlessly sweeps away the dark aura, and before him appears a glittering galaxy. Camellia cries out in joy, "You did it." She sadly gazes at the galaxy before her, comforting him that he has seen something. But Eric interrupts Camellia, saying, "The botanical garden." He promises Camellia that he will do everything to restore it to its original state. Eric explained that he wanted to see the beautiful flowers bloom in the botanical garden once more. It was the late Lord's wish, a scene he wanted to protect even after being reborn as the god Camellia. She worried, but Eric is resolute, saying if he can perfect winter, he can reclaim spring from the demon gods. His words surprise her, and Camellia softly asks if she can ask him for this favor. Eric cheerfully replies that there is no need to be so formal between friends, and then quickly departs, leaving Camellia alone. Tears welling, Camellia wonders if Eric is being deliberately cruel, erasing the boundaries she would so carefully drawn. Meanwhile, Ju's group struggles against the monsters. He clenched his bloodied fist in anger. Unyielding, Ju was deeply concerned for his comrades, the warriors who were taking more and more damage. He bravely faced the giant monster, thinking to himself, Eric would know how to fight this. Just as they were wondering how to cope, a loud noise echoed continuously, and Raph exclaimed, "What is that?" The monsters swarm in groups, and the soldiers murmur amongst themselves. Are those the monsters the immigrants spoke of? There are so many. Ju laughs. Are you scared of just that? I will need to give you all special training when we get back. Raph is speechless. What did you say? He loudly replies. I said I am glad there are so many targets. Okay. Now only those who are injured will have special training with me. Ju shouts orders to everyone. It is hunting time. Kill them all. Just as they were about to attack, Eric appeared, muttering, chop and tear, and the monsters exploded into pieces. Everyone gasped in astonishment. What just happened? Only Ju knew what was happening, and he looked up and chuckled. Eric floated above them, cheerfully saying, "Brother, there you are." His white-booted feet landed softly on the ground as Eric bowed slightly, apologizing for his late arrival. Ju nodded, so he had not run away after all. He looked up and retorted, "Have you ever seen me run from anything?" Ju smiled. Turning to stand alongside Eric, he gestured for him to look at the giant stone figure, lamenting that it was too strong and he was completely useless against it. Not knowing what it was made of, Eric's green eyes lit up as he speculated that they could only hurt it if they attacked it in a specific way. With his piercing gaze, he easily analyzes the stone giant's energy structure, noticing a concentration around the lower part of its left leg. Hearing this, Ju curses, realizing his attacks on the head were useless. To reclaim his image as a fierce tiger, Ju cleared his throat, declaring he would use the strengthening technique to destroy it. He sat down, signaling Eric to watch closely, suggesting he could copy it or something. With a thud, Ju launched himself into the air, the ground beneath him exploding from the force. Eric eagerly followed suit. Squatting down, "You are going to teach me the steps, right? Don't be shy. You are an excellent student. You mimicked it perfectly after seeing it just once." And the ground beneath your feet exploded as you leaped. And so, two small figures soared, targeting the stone giant's left leg. As they move, Ju began a practical lesson, explaining that only fools believe the strengthening technique is a fighting style focused solely on instinct. The two nimbly dodged as Ju instructed. Even if the moves are the same, it depends on how you combine them. He stepped onto the stone man's body, using the momentum to move, then pulled his hand to his side, transforming it into a cleaver. The power will always be different. With that, he activated his heightened senses, powerfully striking the stone man's left leg. Fierce tiger strike. Impact. The stone man's energy-filled left leg cracked, and fragments of rock fell away. After the demonstration, Ju turned and said that the principle was simple to hear but difficult to grasp, so just watch for now. However, Eric had already begun to gather power in his hand, his posture perfect. Immediately, he activated body fortification, striking the stone man's left leg with such force that it pierced clean through tiger impact. When he released his grip, a sizable hole had been blasted through the stone golem's leg. Ju was astonished. Not only had he replicated the technique after seeing it only once, but he would incorporate his own style as well. He smiles approvingly, calling him a beast. Ju then unleashes a furious assault on the stone man. With Eric dutifully following and replicating each move, he felt the surging energy within him. As the steps of the demonic physique connected, following Ju's lead, the three seals began to merge. Just then, a powerful surge of energy erupted, blasting Ju and Eric away from the stone giant. They both landed hard, sliding before regaining their footing, and Eric realized the energy was leaving the stone giant's body, meaning they could attack any part of it now. Ju's eyes lit up with excitement. Excellent. Now I will teach you the final 3 steps. He sits down to demonstrate. These 3 steps are the core of creating your own strengthening technique. Eric wastes no time in following along. Ju stomps his foot. If the beginning of the strengthening is like a wild beast's gait, then, he channels energy into his hand, forming a claw. The end will be the beast's claws. Ju's eyes gleam like a tiger stalking its prey. That step is... He leaps, lunging toward the stone man. Fangs of the king of beasts. Ju unleashes a move, and Eric mirrors it perfectly, learning as he fights, biting deep and digging in. They both strike the stone man. Core impact. For once the fangs of a beast have bitten into something, they never let go. They both succeed in punching through the stone man's back. Immediately, they moved out of its attack range. Ju instructing Eric to ensure their opponent could never rise again. Then he continued to attack the stone man's body, tearing and devouring him. Eric learns and practices, attacking the remaining side, running up its right arm as Ju runs up the left. If it is not completely dead, they won't stand a chance. So, he must become a calamity to his opponents. They both leap into the air, targeting the stone man's head, Ju ensuring that no one can harm him. He clenches his fist, pouring most of his energy into his attacking hand, ready to show them the overwhelming difference in power. Eric flawlessly copies the motion, no wasted movements, and they both punch the stone man with full force. A massive explosion erupting as shockwaves ripple outwards. Debris flies everywhere. At this moment, they are the kings of the battlefield. Thanks to Ju's guidance, Eric's sixth sense has awakened. Mubinger's signature blue eyes light up. It is the world created by his mind and sixth sense combined. As the battle pauses, Ju asks, "How was that?" Eric looks up at the sky, smiling. "Fascinating," he chuckled, marveling that Eric could smile in a place where he might lose his life. He really was extraordinary. Eric retorted, "But you are smiling too." Ju did not take it as an insult or payback. He felt proud. "Haven't I told you? I have been abnormal since my dad begged my mom to give birth to me." But in a moment, Ju's demeanor shifted, his brows furrowing. He sees the radiant golden magic circles behind Eric, so he has grown even stronger. It is only now that Eric is surprised to notice his own power. Thanks to the Tiger King Ju, he has broken through the wall that held him back and unlocked the 7th magic circle. Eric looks at Ju with gratitude, a man who treats him with such sincerity. He was confused. Why was Ju being so kind to him? They were not blood related, so he had no reason to teach him these things. Eric, never one to mince words, asks why Ju is helping him. Ju replies honestly, saying that once he considers someone his brother, he chooses to trust them to the end. He ruffled Eric's hair, saying that even if someone was hiding something, siblings should always help each other. Ju's words gave Eric pause, Siblings. Aside from his sister, he did not trust anyone, knowing how fickle people could be. He looks up at the Tiger King and wonders, if he wants to lead a group, does he need to be as carefree as Ju? Suddenly, the snowstorm intensifies, causing them both to pause and look in the same direction. The stone man is battered, yet he still staggers forward. Ju laments that this battle is far from over, while Eric expresses excitement, claiming he is a worthy opponent. With that, he cracked his knuckles. And together, they advanced into battle. Eric grinned. Let us go another round. Meanwhile, the moonlight bathed the lavish mansion in a silvery glow, as four figures paced anxiously within the living room. Isabel stood by the window, biting her nails, a classic sign of her anxiety, as Herman glanced at his daughter and advised, worrying won't change anything. Why did not you try to calm down? She could not heed his words, her brow still furrowed with worry. Today marked the 4th day. Wringing her hands, she lamented how long her son-in-law had been gone. And Ray, though concerned, felt helpless, saying there was nothing they could do. Across from them, Heezy bowed slightly, polite but distant. We are busy resolving a family matter. Thank you for coming, but I hope you won't interfere. Ray whispers to Vest that they do not want them interfering in their family matters. Vest reassures his granddaughter, reminding her that the White Knight and the Beast King are with him, so she does not need to worry. Even so, Isabel could not fully let go. But then, the entire mansion shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck what was happening. Suddenly, the fire alarm blared outside, and Isabel startled. Looking out the window, her eyes widened as she threw open the window, the scene before her amplifying her unease. The beautiful garden outside is ablaze, and she cries out, "No!" Francie watches the scene of destruction as someone calls out from behind. Leader. Tears welling, he sees the deer approach with grave news. The Blood King's power has been fully expended. Francie raises a hand, revealing a fiery, beast-like power, the final piece. He stares at the power before him, before all his minions, and declares, "Now." Then, Francie and his comrades charge forward into the sea of fire, beginning their operation. Elsewhere, Herman roars in anger, demanding who dares attack the sanctuary. Before him, savage beasts threaten to destroy everything, and he commands his people to eliminate them. Fearlessly, the beasts slowly advance toward Herman, until one suddenly stopped in its tracks. Before them, Agility rides a massive tiger, laying waste to everything. He glares. "You bastards, how dare you come here?" Isabel worriedly observes, finding it strange that they would attack so carelessly. Knowing Feda's strength, Isabel's eyes flashed with alarm as nearby soldiers chuckled, eager to end the fight quickly and minimize casualties. She quickly intervened, warning of danger. The man laughed, saying casually, "Haha, how kind of you, worrying about us. It is okay, no matter how strong they are." But Isabel cut him off. That is not it. She revealed the truth. Eric was in danger. She added that their attacks were a mere distraction. Eric was the true target. At that moment, Francie and a few others moved swiftly to their destination. They approached a closed door, which he promptly destroyed with his bare hands. The stag-headed god coldly sneered, calling it a nuisance. As the door burst open, Francie was met with a barrage of fairy attacks, who called him an intruder and demanded he leave, declaring it a holy place of God, forbidden to the faithless. Francie apologizes profusely for disturbing the god's slumber, promising to accept punishment for his sins later. Before falling silent and staring ahead, Francie points ahead, declaring the enemy is behind that door, but Dufour flies to intercept him, warning him not to approach. He ignores her, saying if she continues to obstruct him. Francie's face turns strangely stern as he says they will have to use force, and Dufour sweats with fear, knowing they can't. Suddenly, she remembered Comedia's warning. If the dream realm is destroyed, the successors of Otto Hen Merbinger will be trapped there forever. We can't let anyone interfere. From that moment on, Dufour became utterly determined to stop them at all costs. She then reached out to use her power, and Francie drew his sword, forcing the fairies to cower with a single strike, his eyes like daggers. He scoffs, futile, as Francie darts toward Dufour in a flash, who fearfully shields her face. Dufour then opened her eyes, confused, to see Francie pushed back by the sharp blade of their opponent. His cold gaze sweeps over them. "It is you. You captured the Beast Army's leader, and none other than Herman. The Master is the one who can control Francie." He turned toward the source of the voice, Herman staring directly at Dufour, who was filled with unease. Then, he unleashed his power, declaring that no one would pass. Turning to the frozen mountain, Eric looked around, remarking that even after being destroyed, it continued to regenerate. He added, "You can feel it too, can't you?" That thing. Before them stood the ice monster, ready to destroy them, and growing stronger. He turned and asked helplessly if there was no way out, to which Du replied indifferently, "Probably not." Du watched Eric destroy the rocks behind him and said, "No matter how many times we kill this monster, it just keeps reviving. We are taking too many losses. The monster is huge and has many allies. Even though we completed the mission of locating the Winter General, this bastard won't let us go." Suddenly, Eric calls out, "Hey, No way. He does not understand what he is saying. I have not said anything yet, Eric retorts, cutting him off, understanding the plan. You want me to lead the main force to escape while you hold them off? Right, he responds with resolve, saying that Eric is the only one who can do it, and Eric obeys, saying he will stay behind so the others can escape. He simply stares back at him. Meanwhile, deep down, Eric was filled with worry. He could start over, and he was also determined he could not let the Tiger King fail in this round. Despite turning to look at Eric mockingly, he was ordering his leader to abandon him. Eric looked panicked, he retorted, "Is this the time to be doing this?" But Eric did not reply, and silence fell, despite joking and threatening Eric, saying refusal would be insubordination punishable by death. He relented, agreeing to leave, but vowed to return, telling Do not to die. Eric orders the scouting team back to Andromove, and as they move forward, he vows to bring them back in return, urging Do to hold on until then. Do watched their figures fade into the distance, a sense of resolve washing over him as he prepared to face the ice beast. As they departed, Do pulverized the ice in front of him, shouting, "Where do you think you are going?" He discarded his coat, his body transforming into a colossal golem, roaring, "Don't touch the children." Meanwhile, Eric and his team enter an abandoned building. One teammate sighs in relief, "We are safe," as another adds, "We are saved." His teammate called out, "Eric, you are going back to the leader." "Right, I am coming with you. I do not know if I can help, but let us fight alongside you." Eric does not answer, prompting his comrade to call out again. "Eric." He continues to call his name, but Eric is focused on something else. Oh no. Before Eric stood a tree ablaze with vibrant red camellia blossoms, a sight so beautiful it drew a gasp from his lips. He placed a hand on his chest, and the stone slowly materialized. Before him was the old stone with the inscription, "All restrictions have been lifted. Order is complete." Eric looked up at the night sky, as if it were shattering into pieces, and thought, "Order is ending." Suddenly, he sprints away. No, not yet. Eric runs as fast as he can, realizing he has not said his goodbyes. As Eric rushes away, Camellia appears, asking why he is in such a hurry when everything is already set. Eric, with a worried look, tells her that he has not said his goodbyes yet. Camellia looked at him quizzically, asking why he was doing this for a virtual world. Eric did not answer, only moved faster. He began to recall the past, remembering all the faces of those who had betrayed his family, images of his father abandoning him and his sister, and those who had callously turned their backs on them. In the past, that father heartlessly brushed his sister away, trading her off despite her desperate pleas. At that time, many people had ill intentions towards him, false foxes with smiling face, all aiming for the little remaining property they had. As a child, Eric tearfully begged people to stay, among them countless friends and family he trusted and relied on, but adulthood and humiliation hardened him, and he closed off his heart, knowing many sought to exploit him. But then, many loyal faces flashed through Eric's mind, those who helped him open up, gradually melting his frozen heart. Ju's image appeared, and someone else, who completely trusted and considered Eric his brother. Back in the virtual world, he speaks with Camellia. Even though this is just a virtual world, he will forget, and as he flies away, he bids her farewell. Camellia slowly comes to a halt, silent. Then, peaceful smile graces her lips. "Rain Bingers, I can't find a reason to abandon them." Back at the snowy mountain, his steps slowed, and though colossal bodies of water hung in the sky, Eric pressed on. Unheeding, he stopped, his face devoid of any smile. Ju sat with his back to Eric, beaming with joy. "You are back," he hesitated, asking. "Ice General, how did it go?" But Eric's mind was elsewhere. He wanted to ask if Ju was hurt, lost in thought amidst Ju's laughter. He felt compelled to ask what would please him and make him proud. The injured man turned back and replied, "Of course, I won." Eric hesitated, wondering just how confident he was. Ju, unaware of his thoughts, asked, "Hey, you do not think I lost, do you?" Eric harbored unspoken thoughts. Others might find him disagreeable, but deep down, he yearned to be like him. Eric confidently replied, "Of course not," while Ju remained in a meditative state. "Failure is not in my vocabulary. I may not look cool right now, but I traded her away, so I consider it a win." He glances around, lost in thought, regretting that he could not witness Eric's battle with the Ice General. But then, a question from Ju freezes him. "You knew I was going to die, did not you?" Ju simply smiles knowingly. "What is wrong?" "Surprised I know about the Black Wings." Eric is stunned. "How did you know?" Ju answers his question. "I did not at first, but then I just realized it." Ju had a question for him. He was curious why Eric wanted to learn the body enhancement technique. He pointed to the water stains on the clear wall around them, saying he thought Eric would tell him. Pointing at him, Ju confided in Eric, after passing through that shimmering wall. "I understood. I now see through so much I could not before, including who you truly are." Eric's spirits began to sink. Indeed, there must be a reason why he still shines, even after such a fierce battle. With a joyful heart, Ju meditates, bathed in the fiery red light, as Eric watches and contemplates. Tiger King Ju has surpassed his limits and become one of the 5 greats. He has reached the realm of a superhuman. Realizing this world is false, then Eric spoke. Chief, but Ju waved his hand. Enough. I just want to let go of everything now. I am no longer curious about what will happen or who you are. I am simply me, and nothing else matters. Surrounded by a wall of ice in the dark night, Ju advised Eric, we just need to focus on the present. Right? Eric agreed. You are right. Still turned away. He asked. Very well. Before I depart, let me ask you this. What is your real name? He replied. Eric. Eric Mobinger. Ju repeats. Mobinger, then bursts into laughter. I understand now. So that is how it is? Ha ha ha. Ju slowly rise. Ha ha ha. My brother Eric Mobinger, you kept your promise to survive and return to save our family once more. As a reward, I will show you something interesting. He paused. Then continued. It is also my farewell gift to you. My brother. Ju then shared a martial arts stance with Eric, saying, this is what I learned, and I used it to drive away the ice general. He performed each movement slowly for me that day. The steps, the motions, all flowing together. Ju conveyed it with all his determination, wanting me to observe and remember every detail. Eric paid close attention to each movement, determined not to miss a thing. The scene was magical. Instead of a wall of water, it was as beautiful as a galaxy, a final gift. The sky was beautiful, illuminated by a myriad of stars. After finishing, Ju stood up and exhaled a breath. Eric could not help but feel sorry for her, hoping they would meet again. Before him stood Ju, smiling brightly, hoping they would meet again. As the ice wall shattered into a million pieces, back in reality, Eric awakens from a long sleep, looking around with a wary expression. But then, a voice spoke, saying he did not seem so happy. Otto looked at him, saying he would received more than they thought, and should be proud. Eric protests, asking if he can't try again, insisting he could defeat the Ice Queen if given the chance. But Otto simply replies that he can't, doubting Eric's abilities, reminding him that even the Tiger King Ju would later sacrifice himself to drive her away. So how could he succeed in 100 days? Camellia silently listened as Otto explained that the Temple of Evil Flowers was created because no one could stop the Ice General. Instilling fear in Eric with tales of the terrifying curse of the fallen god, Otto began to lecture him, saying that the reason he skipped the arrangement and got Eden's help was for Eric's own good. Eric was shocked to hear that he was involved in the arrangement to help him, and that the plan was already laid out. All he had to do was follow it. Our goal is to teach you how to defeat the Ice General through manipulation. In return, fight against her, Otto continued, saying that Eric needed to resolve the issues he could not in reality. Eric stared intently at the man before him, then found himself transported to a dark and unfamiliar place. In a room where Eric and Camellia slumber peacefully, a strange power surges toward them from afar. Then, a voice echoes, revealing their hiding place. That strange energy belongs to the stag-headed Mobinger, who pulls a knife from his leather pouch. Furious that such a lowly human would dare stand in the Blood Wolf King's way, the stag head quickly lunges at Eric, declaring his crime as punishable by death, the knife nearing him as he sleeps soundly. Suddenly, Eric senses something and opens his eyes, just as a terrifying attack erupts, sending debris flying. Herman battles Francie head-on, knowing his recovering body makes it harder than before, and wonders if he has any other choice. The secret technique gave him reverse mana sickness, but it also granted him new visions and power. Herman's eyes grew dangerous. Though risky, he would do anything to protect Eric. Francie's smile across the way perplexed him. Why was he smiling? Then, Herman turned to the door in horror. It could not be. At that moment, the stag's head was attacking at full speed, declaring Eric must die for his sins. While Eric, still drunk, remained unaware of the danger he was in. Then, as if sensing something, he opened his eyes just as the stag's head was about to reach him. His body froze solid, rendering him helpless. What? Eric snaps his fingers. What do you mean? What? Then, with a satisfied smile, he says, you are done for. A massive beast with razor-sharp teeth appears. Rue. The devil. His head spins, his eyes roll, and just like that, he is dealt with swiftly. Eric, glancing at the tattoo on his hand, remarks, Rue's seal has grown stronger since the agreement. Just then, a voice asked, Winter winds. Mephi slowly flew towards Eric, saying, after ice, you can also use cold winds. You can create snow and clouds to bring winter. He feigned covering his face in jest. How strange. Why do I feel happy seeing your ugly face? He retorted in annoyance. What did you say? Eric playfully replied. Aha. It must be because that ugly demon king's face is hilarious. Eric chuckled as he watched the two bicker. But then something else caught his eye. A giant snowflake was forming in his hand. Why was the magic crystal changing shape? Sensing something ominous, Eric turns, along with the others, to see a door burst open, a sight that fills him with dread. Before him, Herman collapses amidst the desolation, reassuring Eric that he is all right. As Eric rushes to his side, he rushes to Herman's side, waiting for him to rise, asking if he is all right. Herman replies that he is just exhausted from using too much power. Eric noticed Herman's smile and wondered, but he seemed refreshed. Herman turned to ask, although my body is not as strong as it used to be, do you know what good has happened to me since I met you because of the inverted disease? Eric, unsure what to ask, wonders what is going on as they walk and talk, drawing ever closer. Herman then pointed to Francie, collapsed on the ground, and declared that he had reached the place he had always longed for, offering to share some mana, but warning him to stay still. But he refuses, fearing a clash with other energies could cause internal injuries. Still, Eric transfers his power to a surprised Herman. He stared in disbelief at the energy surrounding him, wondering what had happened in the last 4 days. Unbelievably, Eric possessed such a vast and stable mana source. He had surpassed another limit of power. Eric, ever concerned for Herman, asks if he is feeling better, to which Herman happily replies that he is, thanking him. But before they could get far, the ceiling cracked open. It is as noisy as ever out there. Excuse me, he dashes off to resolve the chaos. Outside, a massive fire rages before Eric's eyes, fueled by the beastly humanoids. Seeing this, Eric was furious. You bastards, he pointed to the sky and shouted, stop. All the surrounding flames were extinguished by his ice. The human-like beasts are frozen solid, and those that are not are terrified at the sight of him. It is Mabinger. Retreat. Retreat. Seeing this, Eric's face is no longer cheerful, but filled with anger. It is like he is playing cat and mouse with them. Entering this battlefield may have been his choice, but he does not get to decide when to leave. Eric unleashes thousands of sharp icicles, a devastating barrage. They panic even more, shouting, damn it. What now? Don't just stand there. Destroy it. Before they could escape, they were frozen in place as Eric was enveloped in an immense sphere of power. The Blood Wolf King. He unleashed his magic, and in an instant, they were all defeated. Viet and the others witnessed it all, as he called out, Eric. Before them lay a breathtaking vista of snowy mountains at dawn, truly magnificent. The little fairies gazed around in wonder, exclaiming, snow. It is so white. Snowflakes. Daffo gazed at the surroundings with sparkling eyes, captivated by the frozen tree shimmering before them, a sight of unexpected beauty. Eric flies high above, and they look down to see a joyful smile on his face. The scene shifts to a bright morning, sunlight streaming through the windows as Eric stands in a room, conferring with the others. I plan to use ice crystals to absorb the cold energy, awaken the winter flowers, and infuse them with the power of the flower gods just like how you awakened me. Camellia added. Eric continued, saying that if they gathered the power of the flowers and planted winter blossoms, they could even place the ice general within them and summon spring. In Eric's hand, he holds ice and snow, a striped pattern, using it as a source of his power. Here, among the camellias, are the elements awakening the queen, who slumbers in the flower forest. The earth realm is a glistening orb. If I place all that the queen scattered when she rested in the black snowfield, everyone present anticipates that the winter will end and the forgotten spring will return, as tiny fairies awaken from their slumber where winter flowers wither. Herman recovered and chatted with everyone, as a warm spring breeze blew. But Isabel noticed something ahead. Eric argued with Sin, asking what he meant, saying they had to kill the ice general. He retorted, that is not what I meant by killing her. I meant we should not act rashly without any information. Eric understands and says not to worry. He knows where she is. He asks, where? Eric grins, replying, the Wrath Tribe. Sin sighs. Defeated. There you go again. He turns to everyone, asking if they won't join. Eric speaks for the group, saying he believes the others share his sentiment. Everyone rejoices at his words, while Sin sighs warily. Damn it. That is why I backed out, knowing things would turn out like this. I know you like it, so do not act so annoyed. Everyone present followed Eric, seemingly in agreement. So let us get going and make some noise. He cursed, calling them fools for losing, and it seemed the plan to burn the star chain had failed. The vampire strikes a nerve, suggesting the Blood Wolf King can't handle Mobinger. He says innocently that he is no different, that it is an annoying name they have both known for a long time. The Blood Wolf King lays out his plan, build another army and wipe them out. But first, gather the troops. To do that, we need more generals, and we need to combine our strength on the snow plains. But suddenly, he senses something is wrong. The Blood Wolf King roared madly. How dare they? He was extremely annoyed. My tail is disappearing. That damned Mobinger. The vampire spoke up. It seems. Then he gives a sinister smile, wondering if he needs their help. As Dawn Flame rages, a tornado tears everything apart. It sweeps through everything, throwing the beastmen into chaos as the city crumbles. How could this be happening? Where did the tail transformation go? Eric watches from above with glee as the place falls apart, while Mobinger scoffs at the one causing all the chaos. He replies seriously, if they intend to turn the temple into a sea of fire, they should prepare for it. Comedia, on the other side, smiles with satisfaction, as if a century-old balance has been tipped. In Eric's hand, he clutches the blue orb tightly, showing Hein, Vex, and Gray, all speaking at once. The more we do this, the more fun it gets. So, son-in-law, What else? Just tell us. We will do anything. Mavi shook her head. Disgusted. What a bunch of perverts. Eric retorts that they are just as twisted, though he is pleased nonetheless, as everything is progressing smoothly thanks to them. Gray kicks the stone repeatedly. As we destroy the barrier stone, Heezy joins, smashing the stone to pieces. The enraged tribe is now powerless. Meanwhile, the beastmen desperately seek help, begging the Bloodfang Wolf King to save them. Utterly helpless against the Eastern General, Camellia wondered how difficult it would be to destroy so many cities, since the No Kingdom was formed by unifying most of the cities in the Black Snow Plains. Eric replied, confident that everything was going according to plan, saying they would not just sit back and watch. But he did not intend to just go around destroying the Vinas either. As he spoke, Eric thought of the Blood Wolf King. The city's loyalty to Wrath stemmed from the king's overwhelming power and his ability to protect them from the Eastern General. Nothing more. He was a true beast, willing to manipulate his minions to do his bidding. When the cities realized they could not escape the threat of the Eastern General, they would sink into fear and doubt, ultimately leading to rage. And as Wrath began to crumble, the Andromophs would absorb them. Eric is confident in his plan, assuring us that we will achieve our goals, surrounded by vast, snow-covered mountains. Meanwhile, at Netter's castle, why are the Andromophs suddenly attacking the barrier? There is so much he does not understand. Even with the devastation of their territory, they can't guarantee victory over the Blood Wolf King, so why would they take such a risk? Tribal Deputy Commander Netter stared at the map, wondering, what exactly do they want? Suddenly, it hits him. Could it be? Netter marks a crucial point on the map. Utterly panicked. How could they know? Netter was consumed by dread. The city they attacked was the border erected to protect the false district, where the true body of the Eastern General was hidden. Netter's fear grows if our secret of hiding the Eastern General and using fear to control the cities is exposed. He turns to leave, knowing the cities that swore loyalty will rise against them. Netter told his comrades that they must mobilize the army and return to the icy mountains at dusk. He observes the landscape, strategizing the enemy's potential moves. By destroying the area around the false sector, he is certain the Wrath will act to protect the Eastern General. Eric looked down and said, just like that. Menfi crossed his arms and chuckled. I wonder how they will react when they realize they are in the palm of your hand. Eric spoke to the orb, Lamsu, predicting that No had already acted. Herman asked if he was sure he would be alright on his own. Can I help you now? No, I will be more effective alone. Please wait there with your Lamsu brothers. He supports your decision, and if that is what you have decided, I will follow suit. However, I hope you do not overexert yourself. Eric thanked him, promising to repay his concern, then stowed the orb and declared it was time to depart. In the frozen snow forest, 4 small huts gather a full crowd at noon. Temp commands his troops. This is the most crucial mission Netter has issued. 4th Squad Captain Temp and notices someone at the end of the line and calls out, hey, you, at the very back. Temp speaks up, drawing everyone's attention. I do not recognize you. Eric quickly introduced himself. My name is Rickon. I was ordered to come here. Did I do something wrong? Han asked. A rookie. He replied, yes, sir. Temp is annoyed but lets it slide, saying he has not received specific orders and doubts Rickon's competence, warning him that even the smallest mistake is unacceptable here. Understood. Eric obeys. Yes, yes. Understood. Temp leads the army into battle, explaining more when they arrive. Mephi appears beside him, curious as to why they keep falling for such obvious traps, despite their intelligence. But Camellia dismisses it, saying they probably never imagined anyone would infiltrate this far. Eric smugly thinks his unique skill is amazing. This is the 7th transformation ring. How could they have noticed? He cuts off his thoughts. Amazing. My ass. Eric threatens Mephi, telling him to hide and leave, or he will face his wrath. Temp orders his teammates to defend their position from now on. Make sure not even a mosquito can get through. Fortify the defenses. Everyone agreed. Only Eric remained, watching the leader, fading in and out of the crowd. Eric deftly evades their sight, then departs with the other 2, as magical barriers converge in the distance. Eric announced as he ran that once they broke through, they should find the Eastern General, and the 3 of them sped toward their goal. Eric then landed safely on the ground, only to look up again in bewilderment. Before him lay countless chains. What was this? A woman's body, bound and restrained. The Ice General was chained and unable to move. Eric stood motionless, his expression grave, wondering why the Ice General was bound by such ominous chains. So, she may have been chained up for a very long time. Mephi laughs, never imagining she would be restrained like this, turns to Chameleon, saying this must be related to why he suddenly fell asleep 40 years ago. She tenses. Agreeing, looking at the chains, a faint fragrance emanates from them. It is no wonder they have a strangely floral scent. They were created with divine power. Chameleon's eyes turned cold as she observed the scene, recalling the events of 40 years ago. Yuan and I were chained up just like that. The seal was not too strong, but its longevity was evident. The Ice General was chained and suspended high. As motes of light ascended, all watching the scene unfold, someone had reassigned it. Eric mentioned a name. Fuik. As wisps of smoke gathered to form the face of a fox, the Blood Wolf King, he approached the Ice General, saying he never thought he would be grateful to the Blood Wolf King, as he did not know how to deal with her. He smiled, holding a snowflake crystal, saying it would be much easier to put her in this glacial crystals, and she was chained up. The Ice General cries out in pain as snowflakes float and absorb into his hand. Then, a black hole appears in the sky, unleashing black lightning, and a chilling voice echoes. A rat is sneaking in. Eric leaps back as a mysterious figure emerges from the hole. What is a weirdo like him doing here? Mephi groans, hands on her hips. Tech. I did not expect to see him here. And the person next to her adds, I thought I would sense that energy before. The vampire emerged from the black hole, followed by streams of dark energy. As Azazel rage, a Grigori demon, he approached Eric, a mere soldier, unafraid of my sealed eyes. The vampire suddenly stops, and with a sneer, says, You are a Mobinger. He reverts to his human form, the lion's head now just an illusion. Adding, to see through my disguise, not bad for a demon. He frowned, annoyed, thinking that Mobinger is hindering the tribe's plan. It is him. He recalled his mission, assigned by the organization, to help the Blood Wolf King befriend the Black Snowfield, make them allies, and then take down the Ice General. The two stood facing each other as fierce winds whipped snowflakes off the ground. If not for him, his mission would have been complete. The vampire grinned, sharp teeth bared in a terrifying smile. This is a good opportunity for me. With this, I can gain the support of those who also have a feud with the Mobingers. The vampire tightens his grip. The organization has determined his level to be at most equal to a Taoist. He raises his hand, and dark energy gathers around his tattoo. He is no match for me. A vortex forms. And Mephi, who has been watching, suddenly speaks up. Powerful vortex. I suspect he has demonic bloodline powers. He smirks, warning that he won't be an easy opponent, but Eric retorts that he might be. He approaches with excitement, his steps firm, declaring that he has caught a big fish, a top-tier item comparable to a totem. As Mephi shakes his head in dismay, the vampire, who had been listening to their conversation, muttered in disbelief. He is smiling. Has he lost his mind? He raised his hand high. Laugh while you can. It won't last. The vampire unleashes a dark energy blast towards Eric, declaring he will be torn apart by its storm winds. Eric's body is ripped apart by the vortexes, wounds continuously spraying blood. The vampire smirks, confident that no enemy can withstand him. But instead of wounds, Eric remains unscathed. Shielded. He is stunned. It can't be. Eric smirks, reaching out as streams of blue, gold, and even black light converge around him. You think I would lose that easily? He retaliates, a golden light hurtling toward the vampire, obliterating everything in its path. He tries to withstand the attack with thick walls of stone. I have to block it, but it was all in vain. The light pierced through the walls with incredible speed. Impossible. How does he possess the Ice General's skills? The vampire stares at Eric in disbelief. How could he wield the north wind in blizzards? Now, snow begins to fall, a wind engulfs everything, and a blizzard paints the world white, freezing all in its path. The vampire recalls Azazel, one of the demon lord's great powers needed to devastate the empire and revive Azazel. The Ice General is the one they must rescue. Staring at the powerful storm, he wondered how a lowly human could command the north wind and blizzard, powers even demons struggle to wield. How could a mere mortal possess such strength? Eric reminds him that they are in the middle of a fight, wondering what he is so engrossed in. Then, he closes in, channeling the power of the reinforced body art into his fist, and unleashes a piercing strike. Vampire hastily dodges, losing an arm to the enhancement spell, and clutches his wound as he retreats. The vampire raises a defensive wall. Cursing under his breath, he quickly regenerates his lost arm, thinking in disbelief that Eric should only be a mage. But this power, it is all wrong. The vampire gritted his teeth in anger. He was at least a 7th circle mage, a grand wizard. He hastily pulled out a piece of paper, realizing that if Eric could freely use body-strengthening magic, he was an opponent he could not defeat. The vampire gripped the paper tightly, thinking he would escape with teleportation magic and report to his superiors. But the paper in his hand began to dissolve, and his head filled with sweat. The vampire was stunned, wondering why it did not activate. Eric, as if reading his mind, replied that of course it would not. He appeared behind the vampire in an instant, his hand on its head, muttering, I have to be sure, in case someone tries to escape. Then, Eric slammed the vampire's head into the ground, shattering the stone around them. His hand barely rose before falling limp. Eric gently released vampire, telling Murphy, I was a little worried because he looked stronger than the demon I fought before, but this is too easy. He just stood there with his arms crossed, looking away. A follower of Azazel should not be this weak. Murphy glanced at him, thinking, what happened to this monster? How did he get so strong in such a short time? Eric knelt beside the vampire, unaware of Grigori's influence spreading even here. His tattoo blazed as dark energy poured into it, conjuring the illusion of a fox. I want to inquire and learn more, but I will just absorb his demonic energy since he is already dead. The vampire's tattoo suddenly turned red, and the streams of energy gradually dissipated. Suddenly, Dew appeared behind him, reminding him to be careful, and Eric's eyes widened in surprise. A dark shadow suddenly appeared, causing Eric to activate Azazel to dodge. Landing on the ground, he asked in astonishment, "What the hell?" The vampire's body suddenly rises, but instead of a head, there is a swirling black smoke. He is definitely dead. The smoke coalesces, forming features, and it grins at him, the one who killed his brother. Eric froze in terror. With that much demonic energy, was this the Demon King? Murphy's brow furrowed in fear. Don't tell me he is awakened. Behind the vampire, another face flickers into existence, smiling at them as Azazel. Murphy recalls the past, when humans triumphed over demons, and the reason they won 30 years ago. The demon legions had no leader. But what if the great Demon King, Azazel, also known as a tyrant, were to revive? This is a serious matter that the royal family and the 6 families managing the magic tower must intervene in. Eric suddenly interrupts. Murphy, more than anything, we have to retreat. He turns his head. No, there is no need. They both look at vampire, and he asks, confused, what he means. He raises an eyebrow and replies that it is just a copy. He continued, explaining that an inferior version could never become Azazel, or so one might think, as black and red energy swirled around the vampire, thickening the air. Eric clenched his fist as Murphy stared at him, adding that all 4 demon lords, including himself, were either sealed away or dead. But does that mean our true identities still exist, so we will never truly disappear? He then voiced his question. You think Azazel's true identity is out there somewhere? Murphy glanced sideways. If that were not the case, Grigori would never have survived until now. Those guys are doing all sorts of experiments to revive Azazel's true identity, thinking of the suffering and resentment of the people. Eric thought, so Grigori is doing all sorts of evil things in the human world, just like how they used the Torrent to steal the lives of the farmers. Right? His face hardened, eyes gleaming with determination. This is bad. He straightened up, facing the vampire. That is right, I killed cats. I will inevitably face Grigori in the future, and I won't run. The vampire raises his hand, energy gathering around the tattoo, and coldly declares, then you will die. He gestures towards Eric as 3 tornadoes rush in, tearing everything apart, despite the danger ahead. Eric retorts, sending me skyward, as a tornado appears behind him. Tornado? Can't you speak properly? The 2 tornadoes collide, unleashing sparks like fire-breathing dragons. From the ground, countless chains rise like serpents, coiling around the vampire, binding him. He sneers. Don't run so fast. And with a flick of his wrist, he shatters the chains. Eric was already behind the vampire diversion. You fool. His hand flashed with blue light, borrowing the speed of the silver tiger. His attack carried the tiger's strength, enhanced body technique, silver tiger claw. Eric lands a powerful blow, the force of which shatters the ground around them. The vampire grabs his arm, mocking his enhanced abilities. He is surprised his attack was so easily blocked. Eric pulls the vampire in close, unleashing a tearing strike. His wounds are healing at a speed the naked eye can see futile. The vampire draws back his fist, preparing for another attack. Go. Eric could not escape the vampire's grip. A dangerous situation. A massive explosion erupted, a clash of blades, and he barely managed to block the vampire's attack. Eric senses the terrifying power emanating from the vampire's severed arm, gritting his teeth as he realizes, if he is this strong after just possessing the body, how powerful is his true form? Eric throws the vampire's arm away, knowing that the longer it lingers, the more the soul will merge with the body, and the stronger it will become. As if reading Eric's thoughts, Murphy reminds him that even a copy of the Great Demon King can't be defeated so easily by a child, or it would be a disgrace. Eric grits his teeth in frustration, realizing Murphy is right. At this rate, he will only be assimilated. He turns back, realizing the more pressing issue is elsewhere. Temp orders his forces to spread out and surround the area, preventing any intruders from escaping. Eric grits his teeth, realizing the slave army is closing in, and his secret plan to absorb the ice general has completely failed. Behind the vampire, countless black holes appear. It seems victory is at hand. Demons pour forth from the abyssal portals. The demons descend, and now he is completely surrounded. How will he escape? But with the Rage Clan still there, it will be difficult. Mephi asks what he plans to do. He raises his hand. Mephi, do you know something? Eric lashes out, striking him. The vampires quickly raised their shields in defense, but it was no use. He smirked. Our family traditions are truly terrifying. Suddenly, he roars in anger. No, it can't be. Eric unleashes another attack. If he can't have it, no one can. But instead of the vampires, the attack hits the Ice Queen, and the chains binding her body snap. He says in disbelief, You. Seeing Eric's actions, Mephi grits his teeth. You are insane, as the Ice Queen cries out in pain. Camellia, visibly worried and horrified, asks if Eric is truly that insane, even for a dream bringer. Mephi, amused, laughs and says that is exactly what a dream bringer should be, and that this is the best Eric has done since making their pact. She chimes in, Weren't you going to imprison her in the glacier ice? Why release her? Eric gets into position. What else could I do? He stumps down hard, launching himself to the height of the nearest demons. Eric reaches back, clenching his fist. It is time to run. The vampire orders the demons to chase after him. The ice general moves at his command, and Mephi insists they must recapture her, as they can't predict where she will strike from next. Eric rushes forward, pursued by 2 demons, for if they lose him, he will become a threat to their future plans. The vampire crouches, ready to pounce, determined to eliminate the dream binder before he grows stronger, but suddenly clutches his chest, coughing up blood. He thinks in anger, damn it. I did not expect this body's vitality to run out at this moment. The ice general is closing in on Eric and the others. Mephi and Camellia moved aside, and he wondered why she was only chasing Eric. She sighed and replied that it was because she only strongly reacted to the Mermanger's mana, which was used to seal her. He continued, what about the mutated ones who enhanced the seal? Why is she only chasing Eric in such a rage? Camellia glanced back, wondering why the ice general was so furiously fixated on Eric. It was strange. The ice general had never discriminated against any life form, never shown anger toward anyone in particular. But now, her face darkened. She relentlessly pursued Eric, and Camellia recalled never seeing her so enraged. Suddenly remembering something, Camellia turned to Eric and asked, hey, what did you do to the ice general? He looked back at her and replied, not exactly. Then, a cracked arrow appeared in his hand when I released her seal. The arrow in Eric's hand shot forward. The ice arrow strikes the ice general's forehead. Infuriating her, I accidentally shot an ice arrow into her forehead. Camellia stammers in disbelief. Shot. She angrily screams, are you crazy? Why would you do that? He chuckles. I had to lure her where I wanted. At that moment, the ice general changed direction. And below, everyone was terrified. Someone shouted that the ice general had been freed, and a demon ordered them to capture the mage. The ice general marched forward, destroying everything in her path. As Eric continued, knowing he could use her to deal with the riffraff, the 3 continued forward, screams echoing behind them. Run. Menfi crossed her arms, turning to Eric. What are you planning now? You madman. Hearing that, he replies, at this point, we will just have to open the gates of hell. He laughs, for the first time. I actually like you. He smiles, but then a voice calls out, Eric, what is going on? A man asks worriedly from the communication orb, where 3 figures appear. The freezing waves are getting stronger. Are you hurt? He replies, I am the one who caused this mess, so do not worry. Gray holds the orb, sighs, and says, Eric, be careful. If you get hurt, my granddaughter will kill me. Then Jai asked, but what did you do to cause all this? He calmly replies that it is nothing. He is just freeing the Ice King. The 3 are taken aback by this statement, and Herman is speechless with disbelief. Jay puts his arm around Gray, excitedly saying, I knew it. You are even crazier than us. You had a plan all along, did not you? Need any help? Eric suggests, escort me. One of them asks where he is headed, and he replies with a smile, that is right. Meanwhile, the Ice General is still after Eric, and I am on my way to the Rage Tribe. In the Rage Tribe city, everyone is deeply worried. The Shadow Veil has been destroyed. The Ice General is with the Wolf Tribe. Eduardo is suffering heavy losses because of her, and she is also in Taycan. Netter slams his fist on the table, roaring, how could he have freed the Ice General? Temp reports that they are being bombarded with questions about why the Ice General appeared in the Rage Clan territory and what happened to Vifuik. He grits his teeth, furious that the Ice General, a tool to maintain dominance and a secret to be kept, is threatening to collapse the Rage Clan's hierarchy. He turned, pointed, and ordered them to mobilize troops immediately, warning that any foolish actions would be met with swift retaliation. Netter slams his hand on the table, wondering how things got so out of control. Thinking of Eric, he grits his teeth in anger, vowing to kill that meddling dreamer at all costs. Netter turns to the beastmen, ordering them to find the dreamer, convinced he is behind this, as one of them replies hastily, saying they have found someone who might be him. Hearing this, he asks, where? The deer hesitates. Well, it is right in front of the No Tribe's main gate. Netter is shocked, asking what they are talking about, when suddenly the fortress shakes violently, making him look up in confusion. He approached the window to look outside. Netter's eyes widen in disbelief. Before him, Eric wiped himself down as he headed this way, with the Ice General still in pursuit. That psycho. He saw him and smiled as people shouted, the Ice General is coming. What the hell is going on? Eric paused, wiping sweat from his brow, exhausted from the chase. Menfelix remarked, I always think, pity those who oppose you. The Ice General still charges toward him. Continuing, what does she do? He retorts, she is angry because you shot ice arrows at her. Come on, you know how I am. Eric raises his hand to the sky, and a black hole appears, unleashing countless ice arrows from behind him. Time to turn this place into hell. The arrows hurtle toward the tower, but a shield surrounds it, preventing any attack. Piercing through, Netter points and orders them to stop him, to stop that bastard. But still, No one dares to attack. Suddenly, a voice rings out, wondering when the four of them arrived in the city, apologizing but saying they can't let him do that. Netter turned and pointed at the four, demanding, "What is that human saying? Deal with them." Receiving the order, the soldiers rushed towards them. As Netter's eyes widened, watching the shield crack and shatter, he could not believe it. "No, it can't be," he happily exclaims, to the center, as the ground begins to crack and a colossal shadow appears. Roaring furiously, "Who dares disturb my slumber?" A massive fox emerges from the thick white smoke, its eyes flashing red as the beastmen kneel, chanting in unison, "Blood Wolf King." Eric's eyes widen as he wonders, is that the Blood Wolf King I have only heard about? What is that power he is emitting? Witnessing the scene behind the Blood Wolf King, he muttered, "It is repelling the Ice General's command with both magic and chi." The Blood Wolf King narrowed his eyes, blue eyes and blonde hair, and that unpleasant scent. "You must be a troublesome intruder." Foxtails sway in the air as he recalls using ki to restore his 8th tail. The Blood Wolf King eyes Eric, contemplating that he needs physical enhancement techniques to restore the final tail, just as he thought he would come. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Ice General screamed and frantically ran toward the Blood Wolf King, stopping a short distance away as both sides roared ferociously at each other. The Blood Wolf King bared his sharp teeth, the red mark on his forehead glowing. He raised his hands, opened his mouth wide, and roared, "A mere monster with no mind dares to target me." The Blood Wolf King lashes out at the Ice General, demanding she leave his territory, and their powers collide. An enormous explosion erupts, sending debris flying and smoke engulfing the area. Eric, Mephi, and Camellia watched from behind a protective barrier as Eric wondered aloud why the Ice General was attacking the Blood Wolf King. Camellia, flying behind him, surmises that she sees him regarding her shackles as an enemy. The three of them are like spectators, observing the battle between the Ice General and the Blood Wolf King from the sidelines. Eric and Mephi remained silent, arms crossed, his gaze fixed ahead as if lost in thought. Seeing Eric's expression, Camellia flew closer, asking curiously, "Is something wrong?" He did not answer her question, but turned and left. Mephi and Camellia, completely confused, hurriedly followed him, shouting, "Wait for us." As Eric flew, he reached into his robes for something, and Camellia, seeing what he held, asked what he planned to do. "Why did you bring the ice crystal?" The Ice General howls, unleashing a massive surge of power. Eric flew before her, raising the ice crystal in his hand. "The Blood Wolf King worked so hard to help me. He is starting to use the crystal's power. I can't let this chance slip away." The glowing ice crystal gradually absorbs the Ice General. Mephi smirks, stealing what one needs and mercilessly destroying opponents. He remarks with amusement that the truly talented are like him. Eric closes his eyes and chuckles at the comment. A moment later, as if remembering something, he opened his eyes and cried out, turning his gaze towards the Blood Wolf King behind him. He grits his teeth, extends an arm, and the blue dragon tattoo on his skin glows. Eric points his arm straight out and shouts, unleashing a devastating attack on the one before him. Caught off guard, the Blood Wolf King blocked the incoming power and roared, "What are you doing?" Eric retorted mockingly, "Didn't you think we were in this together?" Mephi realizes Eric's plan. He intends to take down the Blood Wolf King by teaming up with the gang members. He glances at the Blood Wolf King, thinking, "That sly fox be furious." Eric has enraged the Blood Wolf King, who silently curses his name. "If only I had 9 tails, I would not be so easily intimidated." His eyes darted back and forth as he secretly plotted how to deal with Eric, and after what seemed like an eternity, a smile crept across the Blood Wolf King's lips. A massive foxtail suddenly fell to the ground and began to stir. It launched into the air and swung a powerful blow, but Eric swiftly dodged it. He dodged to the side, eyeing the foxtail, and scoffed, "Spare change." Another earth-shattering explosion erupted, filling the air with white dust. As the white dust settled, 4 identical Blood Wolf Kings emerged. Eric smirked, repeating his earlier taunt. Bonus time. Fearlessly, he charges towards the Blood Wolf Kings, chanting a spell, "Freeze." With a powerful wave, countless slashes hurtled towards the Blood Wolf Kings. His eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint in their depths. He stood tall, declaring, "I do not know what you are planning, but I won't let you succeed." As he spoke, Eric tilted his head and reached out again. His lips parted, and he uttered the activation word, "Illusion." From within the sea, Eric unleashed a surge of white power. The Blood Wolf King, having watched his every move, muttered, "Got you." Eric collapsed, lifeless, surrounded by an aura of power. Eric's eyes have gone blank, devoid of all emotion, as the Blood Wolf King anticipates his victory. "Once I obtain the adamantine body art from his memories, I will gain my 9th tail." The Blood Wolf King saw an image, a gate opening to the entrance of a mansion, and wondered if this was really the mindscape of that bingo-obsessed kid. He eyed Eric's small figure, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Oh." A mage placed his mental world in such a wretched place. Saliva dripped from the Blood Wolf King's mouth. "So much easier. I will shatter your soul into pieces." Lunged at Eric's back, claws outstretched, and stole his enhanced body technique. Suddenly, a force slammed into the Blood Wolf King, halting him in his tracks. As a voice echoed out, "A pathetic monster dares to touch what is mine." His face dripping with sweat, he asks in disbelief, "Oh, what is that terrifying power?" The voice continues to echo in the Blood Wolf King's ears. "You are not worthy to stand before me. Devour her." He looks at the sharp teeth closing in and asks in a panic, "Auntie." The Blood Wolf King writhes in pain, clutching his chest as his vision blurs, wondering what those things were. Eric, dazed and sweating, gasped, "What is inside my soul?" He glanced at the person next to him and asked, "What just happened to me?" "I remember being attacked by the Blood Wolf King." May turns away, saying she does not know, as Eric wonders why she is acting like this. Meanwhile, the Blood Wolf King roars in fury. He has gone mad, unleashing his power. Roaring, "I will burn you to ashes." The beastmen below, witnessing the scene, flee in terror. The Blood Wolf King is enraged. "Run. We are dead if we get caught." Eric summons a shield, gritting his teeth as he wonders what the old man is up to, then stares in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The blinding power erupts into the sky, leaving devastation in its wake. As the light fades, darkness descends from above, and the Blood Wolf King gasps, wondering when he last exerted such force. He thought to himself, even if he could not destroy the Ice General. The Blood Wolf King laughed, concluding that he could still burn that damned mercenary alive. A voice cuts through his thoughts, extinguishing his smile. "Whoa, that is some power. If the fire was a little stronger, I think it would burn even better." He turns with a smile, clutching the ice crystal in his hand. "Come on, show me more of that power." The sky above is painted orange and gold by the setting sun, as the sounds of battle echo through the Andromov Kingdom's fortress. Valence placed a hand over his chest, breathing heavily, as a comforting voice echoed, "Don't worry so much, Your Highness." One of his legs buckled, and he slowly sank to the ground. Noros reminded the man before him, "You are the Tiger King, the King of the Mountains. Show the dignity of a tiger." Valence lowered his head and said, "It is not as easy as you think. There are those who betrayed Andromov and have been baring their fangs at us for a long time." Noros remained silent, listening to the boy's next words. "Will they be convinced by my words? They will think I am too young and underestimate me." Suddenly, a voice calls out from the other side, startling both Noros and Valence. Two figures appear in the blinding light, and Haiji asks the boy, "You said you wanted to rebuild the royal family and help all beast people live happily, did not you?" Smiling, she reached out her hand, affirming that only the King of Andromov could do this. Sin stood beside her, stroking her hair, adding, "We are here for you, so do not worry." Both of them smiled, their eyes full of trust as they looked at Valence. The boy looked up, thinking to himself, "Yes, this is something only I can do." Valence looks at Noros, Haiji, and Shin, standing before him, and resolves to act. He remembers Elric's face, telling himself, "For those who believe in and help me, and for Elric, who gave me this chance." As Valence approached the room, he thought, if he were here, he would run this meeting with a smile, like it was nothing, and he would deal with anyone who opposed him. The doors slowly opened, and he silently encouraged himself, "So I will try to be like him." Valence strides forward, Haiji and Shin behind him, as a golden announcement rings out. The king is entering. Inside the chamber, a line of mouse, beast, and other ministers await on the left. On the right, beastmen ministers stood tall, awaiting their king, and they stared in stunned silence as Valence passed by. They all closed their eyes and bowed their heads with extreme respect to the boy. Valence approached the throne, and when he turned around, his eyes radiated sharpness and oppression. On the other side, a hand holds the ice crystal, drawing power into itself. Eric watches the crystal absorb the icy energy and smirks. "Delicious," Camellia calls out in worry, but Eric assures her that absorbing the Ice General's power does not mean he is weakened, adding that he knows the Ice General is learning from its opponents and growing stronger. Eric's arm markings absorbed power from the crystal as he analyzed, "But we got what we came for. My ice seal is stronger now, and most importantly," he grinned confidently, "I know how to absorb the Ice General." He leaps into the air, flying over the Ice General, and directly confronts the Blood Wolf King. Eric, hands on his hips, taunts, "Looks like the wolf's all tuckered out. Why do not you just give up?" The Blood Wolf King's face was drenched in sweat as he gritted his teeth, wondering, why the Binger rain, if they do not exist? Images of the past flashed through his mind. Inside a damp stone cave, it was when I was dying in a dark and cold place after being abandoned by the tribe. I met a man who wielded a mysterious power, and after centuries of training with him, I received power unmatched by any foe. I gathered and built my strength, striving to become king. I tried to escape the black snowfield and make the empire submit, but a massive wall stood in my way, a wall named Myung. He told me then, "I'm sorry, but please go back where you came from. If you cooperate with the army, no one will be hurt." The Blood Wolf King, enraged, pointed and commanded, "Don't just stand there. Break through those walls." I tried to deal with that arrogant human, but we met a miserable end. But I never gave up, and rebuilt my army, only to be thwarted again by that bastard Tiger King Yu, who was closer to my ideal than I was myself. The Blood Wolf King, unable to accept, asks why he can't do it. Why? He can only scream helplessly. Why did he lose so miserably to such mortals? The Blood Wolf King's eyes hardened with resolve and cruelty as he muttered, I must become stronger, with a power no one can attain. He then abandoned centuries of learning and delved into forbidden power, venturing into the realm of demons, beings they had once been wary of. The Blood Wolf King saw echoes of Eric's past in the Eric before him, asking why they always stood in his way, repeating the name he had not forgotten for centuries. Mobinger. 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 The Blood Wolf King's eyes burned red as he stared wildly at Eric. Why do you keep getting in my way? He swore, I will not forgive you, Mobingers. The ground shook violently, forcing Elric to his knees. The Blood Wolf King leaned forward, straining to speak. I swear. A cruel look crossed his face as he vowed, I will tear you limb from limb and end your life. Before the Blood Wolf King could finish his sentence, a shout rang out. Chop! He glanced behind him to see the foxtails on his body severed and flying in all directions. Blood trickled from the Blood Wolf King's eyes as he gasped. No! Eric floated over, raising a hand. Hey Fox, looks like you are always unlucky with my family. Let us end this here. He raised his hand, launching an attack. Elric chanted. Ice element, and a massive explosion erupted, engulfing the space in white-blue ice flames. As the white smoke dissipates, the Blood Wolf King's entire body is frozen, lying motionless on the ground, and Eric's boots stepped toward him. The Blood Wolf King gnashed her teeth and cursed him. You damn bastard. Her dark eyes struggled to open as she choked out. This is not over. Finally, the Blood Wolf King was still. His eyes closed as he collapsed to the ground. Eric pondered his words. It is not over. But it seemed nothing more would happen. The Blood Wolf Queen desperately called out to him, and Elric turned to her, saying he would take care of it right away. No need to rush him. He licks his lips and declares, let us get started. I will take care of you right now. It is time for a game of cat and mouse. Camellia, standing with Menfi, hears Eric's words and wonders. A game, cat and mouse. Menfi crossed his arms, speculating that he must have seen something, prompting Camellia to look at him with curiosity, asking what he meant. Menfi, watching Eric's back, recalls that he once said he could see memories after absorbing a seal, helping him understand its master. He continues, suggesting Eric saw something after absorbing the Ice General's power. Camellia wondered if he understood the memories like he understood hers, recalling a past moment when Eric had asked, is this the scene you have always wanted to see since becoming the goddess Camellia? Camellia worriedly calls out his name. Eric, he is seeing the Ice General's memories too. But the Ice General is an enigma. Even I can't understand her. How could he? Meanwhile, Eric, facing the screaming Ice General, asked why she's being so cautious, as he thought she wanted to play with him. Observing her expression, he analyzes that he initially thought the Ice General was just a malicious facade of the goddess Camellia. Eric's eyes fell to the shard of ice in his hand as he pondered the memories within were nothing like he would imagined. His eyes widened, an image reflected in his pupils. The Ice General he saw was just a lonely child. The Ice General was not initially hostile to humans. Born as a demon god, she was as curious as a newborn child, but that curiosity quickly turned to animosity. The children, though, could not bear the encroaching frost and cursed her, calling her a monster. Complaining of the biting cold that threatened to freeze them solid, they threw stones at the Ice General and drove her away, shouting, Get lost. You monster, don't come near us. In truth, the Ice General simply wanted to play with them. She wanted to play with the children running across the black snowfield. To talk, laugh, and eat with them. To hunt monsters together, run through the forests, and play in the water. She approached them with such simple intentions. But the beastmen raised their weapons to protect the villagers, and the monsters fled in terror of the Ice Warlord's immense power. Even the trees were swallowed by darkness, and the river froze. Ceasing to flow, she simply wanted to make friends, but inadvertently froze everything. Having no family or friends, she did not know how to obtain them, and being so newly born, she destroyed everything in her ignorance. That is why the Ice Queen thinks the world is against her, and she wants everyone to suffer as she does. That is why the Ice Queen became a true monster, filled with hatred. Yet, deep down, she still yearned for one simple thing. The game those children played when she was first born looked like so much fun, and what the Ice Queen truly desired was to play that game as well. Eric thought to himself that, unintentionally, his actions in bringing her here resembled a game of tag. He smiled, thinking to himself, though she seemed angry on the outside, he could sense her hidden excitement as he absorbed the fragment. That is why he intends to keep playing this game with her. Eric points to himself, saying, all right, since she can't catch him, it is his turn to chase. He signals to the Ice General, telling her she can move now, placing his hand on the ground, because if she is caught, he then launched into the air, raising the shard of ice high, signifying her defeat. As the Ice Queen desperately tried to escape, she runs ahead, and Eric gives chase from behind. Mephi crosses her arms, sighing in disbelief that all she wanted was a simple game. How pathetic. Camelia watched Eric and the Ice General chase each other below, thinking to herself, it turns out the solution to protecting the fields and the temple, which I have struggled so long to find, was just a simple game. She bowed her head, unable to understand how the solution could have been so obvious. Was she born from her own mistakes? Camelia recalled her past self. She must have been as lonely as she was, feeling as isolated as Winter. She looked up at the scene before her. The Ice General was happily engrossed in the game, running as fast as she could to escape, while Eric patiently chased after her. Camelia thought to herself, Eric has almost become her friend, easing her loneliness. The ice crystal continues to absorb the icy power, and Eric exclaims, "Whoa. You are a good runner." The Ice General's massive form seems to shrink more and more, until she is finally the size of a normal person. The Ice General's escape slowed bit by bit, her form becoming increasingly faint. The hands covering her eyes dissolved, and the icy bonds around her body unraveled. The Ice General has transformed into another form, and a finger reaches out to gently touch her shoulder. Eric speaks up, "Got you." The figure before him is now a little girl with fluffy, pinkish-brown hair. The Ice Queen has now returned to her childhood form as Camelia, turning back to give him an innocent smile as her image shatters and fades into the air. The glowing sigil on Eric's arm absorbed the fragments, and before vanishing completely, young Camelia left him with one last sentence, "I had so much fun." Eric held the shard of ice in his hand, the sigil on his arm. After absorbing the fragments, dimmed back to normal, he raises the arm with the sigil to the sky once more, chanting, "Disperse." A pink light shoots into the air, the scent of flowers scattering into the snowflakes. Carried by the winter wind, spreading far and wide, the fragrance swept through cities, drifted into black snowfields, pushed back the darkness engulfing the world, and melted the frozen lands, awakening all dormant life. The air remained crisp, like a refreshing breeze. The invigorating feeling washes away the suffocation everyone has felt for so long. It is the spring frost, proving that winter has passed. Before them lay a vast, lush meadow, vibrant flowers blooming in the warm sunlight. It had arrived. Golden rays touched the ruins on the ground as a voice echoed. "So, it is really over. The Rage clan has fallen." Standing beside Noros, Valance surveyed the scene and remarked, "I heard the Ice General was defeated too. Feels so strange to witness this." Noros blankly added, "I feel the same. Our long-held wish came true overnight." He tilted his head, reminding them, however, the real question is what happens now. Even with the Rage clan gone, rebuilding the Tiger clan and unifying the Snowfield Plains won't be easy. Valance smiled, looking up in agreement. "You are right. Now is the time we need to unite more than ever." Suddenly, a few laughs echoed beside him. "Ha ha." Valance sees the Scarlet Fairy cheering, the Pink Fairy waving her arms. "Spring is here." The Orange Fairy adds, "Spring has returned." The Purple Fairy and Defor appear, and she points and shouts, making Valance turn. "Look! Over there. Eric." Camelia. Eric, Mephi, and Camelia approached, and Eric asked, "We are here. Did you manage it?" Defor asked curiously, "How did you do it?" Eric replied, extending his hand, "It is all thanks to the flower's fragrance you gave me. Nothing dispels winter better." Defor pauses, pointing at herself. "Huh. What do you mean?" The Pink Fairy beside her is equally confused. "I do not get what he is saying either." Camelia crosses her arms, explaining simply, "He is saying everything good is thanks to all of you. If you do not understand, just accept the thanks." Defor grabbed the other's hands, spinning in delight. "We chased away the winter," the Pink Fairy exclaimed. "We helped Eric banish the winter." Eric, with a hand on his hip, asked, "Was everything resolved smoothly?" Valance places a hand on his chest, replying, "Like the one who convinced them." Eric closes his eyes and nods. "When I arranged the meeting, it was you who persuaded them." Standing behind them, Noros thought to himself as he watched them converse. Seeing our king negotiate with the leaders of the Rage clan felt like seeing Eric Mobinger himself, person admired by the Forest Lord. Watching Eric's confidence, Noros knew in his heart that he was born to be a king, and the Mobinger family would surely shape the future of the continent. His eyes narrowed, a silent calculation taking hold. "We must align with him, no matter the cost." Amidst the desolate ruins, where shattered stones lay scattered and white dust filled the air, two soldiers stood guard before the Blood Wolf King's corpse. The first soldier lamenting. He could not believe the Blood Wolf King was dead. The second assessing that this human named Mobinger must be very strong. The first soldier agreed, adding that his defeat of the Ice General spoke volumes. But before he could finish, a force pierced through his body, accompanied by a voice. "I knew it was him." The vampire raises the hand he used to kill his own soldiers, muttering, "Mobinger." He grits his teeth in anger. "I could barely maintain my body by stealing the life force of my subordinates to get here. And yet, both the Blood Wolf King and the Ice General have been defeated." But with his gaze fixed on the frozen corpse, the vampire muttered that they had invested 10 years in the Blood Wolf King to reach the Winter General. If the Blood Wolf King can merge with the monster, reaching the Gale Extreme Rip and the Winter Blizzard is only a matter of time. Vampire looked up at the sky, thinking, I should have eliminated that Mobinger kid when he became an obstacle. I should have burned every trace of the Mobinger family. Our complacency has come back to bite us. His eyes flashed crimson as he muttered. If that is the case, there is only one way left. The vampire gazed at the frozen corpse on the ground, devising a plan to awaken the demon dwelling within the Blood Wolf King. He knelt beside the corpse, threw his head back, and roared, "Oh, demon gods and demon kings." As the vampire recited the oath, he plunged a hand into his own chest. "I offer this life to you." Black liquid oozes from his lips and chest as he mutters, "Please look upon your loyal subject." The vampire's body begins to melt into a black liquid, and a mysterious voice whispers, "Your wish has been granted." The black liquid flowed towards the Blood Wolf King's corpse. As the mysterious voice echoed, "You seem quite desperate." The black liquid seeped into the Blood Wolf King's body, as the voice commanded, then cast aside those emotions. The black liquid clung to his hairy feet as the mysterious voice continued, promising they would pay 100-fold. Soon, the Blood Wolf King was completely enveloped in the black liquid. Finally, the Blood Wolf King's body is consumed, and the mysterious voice echoes, reminding him that this is how he can become greater. His eyes widen, blood vessels visible within his red irises, as the voice proclaims that a new path will be opened for him. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the wooden house, someone asked, "What do you intend to do with the ice general?" Eric, holding the ice crystal, replied, "Now I have collected enough materials to create winter." He stared at the object in his hand, continuing, "I need to complete the winter." Comedia asked, "Do you know how?" Eric turned to her, retorting, "Of course not. I have never even heard of it." Comedia, "Do you know anything?" Her eyes closed. She vaguely waved her hand. "If I know, I know. If I do not, I do not." Eric was speechless. What is that even supposed to mean? Suddenly, the ground around them began to tremble violently, causing him to flinch and frown. Eric's face darkened as he wondered, what is going on? Was she hinting at the Blood Wolf King? The sky is covered in a fiery red, and before them stands a massive, ferocious shadow. The Blood Wolf King, baring its sharp teeth and extending its clawed hands. His eyes widen, emitting a blinding golden light, and the Blood Wolf King roared fiercely, spewing a stream of black energy. He extended his long tongue as he flew forward, the Blood Wolf King igniting everything below. Someone recognizes him. Eric, someone sacrificed themselves to use divine power to revive the Blood Wolf King. Cornelia urgently tells him that if they let it be, another general will be born. As Eric rummaged through his coat, he thought, I knew things were too good to be true. He pulled out a communication orb and ordered Haiji and Shin to gather the Guardians and evacuate the city immediately. Haiji asked worriedly, Eric, what about you? Just then, an attack hurtles toward them. Eric dodges it, replying, I will be fine. Just go. After saying his last words to Haiji, he shot up into the sky with incredible speed. Meanwhile, Mephi, arms crossed, asked what he was planning, reminding him that it was beyond his capabilities. Camellia chimes in, saying he is right, he only beat him before thanks to the Ice General, but he won't be so lucky this time. Eric focuses on the ice crystal in his hand, saying he wants to study it a bit more before using it, but Camellia cuts him off, asking what he is talking about, as Eric puts the ice crystal in his mouth, declaring he will perfect winter right now. Seeing this, Camellia tried to stop him, shouting, What are you doing? Stop it. Mephi was also frantic, Are you crazy? Let go. Eric's eyes had turned completely white, and a thin layer of ice was forming on the sides of his face. His breath turned into an icy fog. Eric's eyes gleamed, and with a hand outstretched, he cried, Come, Winter. Suddenly, he unleashed his ultimate skill, Winter Incarnate, summoning a blizzard that swept everything away. This infuriates Mephi, who shouts that the idiot is causing trouble again, while Camellia can't believe Eric would attack with such a mystical item. It was dangerous enough already, but now it contains frost as well. Her eyes turn to the Blood Wolf King behind Eric, an entity that has brought frost to the snowfield since its existence. She can't imagine him absorbing it, not even Eric, and he is doing it without any preparation. Such a reckless act is beyond her comprehension. It is bound to have consequences. His body could be torn apart by that wild mana. Eric, what are you trying to do? Back with Eric, he is aware he is weaker than this mana. He knows it. What a massive amount of mana. He could clearly feel the icy mana flooding his body, and as he absorbed this immense power, the seals of the ice storm and ice sealing blade were rapidly increasing. Suddenly, a strange sensation surged through Eric's veins, and he realized in shock that his mana flow could not handle this violent mana, despite the turmoil within. He endured, bearing it all. No matter what, Eric's eyes grew hazy. But then, a light appeared on his chest, and he slowly regained consciousness. He stared blankly at the white expanse before him, wondering if this was a spiritual world. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, asking if he would go with them. The one who appeared was the young Camellia, and the other was Otto, gently coaxing her, asking if she was not afraid he was a bad person who would hurt her. Camelia's silence was his only reply, yet he gently said, Why would they treat such a kind soul as an enemy? Otto then suggested they go together, saying that if they reached the other shore, she would not be sad anymore. A statement that made Camellia so happy she jumped into his arms. He chuckled and asked if she was really that happy. In that instant, they both looked in the same direction. Then Camellia ran toward a man and bowed her head in gratitude. Seeing this, Eric gently says there is no need to thank him. Just go and enjoy yourself over there. Otto then says contentedly that he did better than he and US Dawn thought, as they believed he would defeat the Ice Queen and seal her away in the ice statue. Gently stroking Camellia's head, Otto says that Eric truly saw through her, understanding and soothing her heart, his eyes filled with love as he looked at the smiling Camellia, lamenting that if he had approached her with such understanding, she might not have suffered so much. Otto then praised Eric, saying that he completed the final method he would unintentionally left behind faster than expected, prompting Eric to request that winter be granted to him. Of course, he would not give it to you so easily. I never said you were qualified to receive a season. You must become even stronger, learn more and understand them bit by bit, a series of difficult demands that he made, causing him to retort uncomfortably. Seriously, after all I have done, you are saying no. Seeing his impatience, Otto explains that he never said no, just that it was not time for him to inherit winter yet. When the time is right, he will know, but for now, he must be patient, words that only fuel Eric's sarcasm. So, that is all he wanted to say. He then taunted his grandfather, gesturing for Camellia to come to him. Ice General, this old man is bad news. Come here. Camellia, hearing him call, quickly approached. He grabbed her hand and declared sternly, are you planning to use her for some scheme? I won't let you. Eric's attitude made Otto sigh in exasperation. I see you are getting more and more out of hand. How did our family come to this? Ignoring his complaints, Eric demanded, easy for you to say, always bullying your descendants. So, are you giving me winter or not? Otto gave the same answer, feeling he was not ready. I was just kidding. However, keeping it now won't benefit you. You need a solid foundation first, after being refused twice. Eric replied, slightly flustered. Well, I have wanted it for a while, but the situation out there is not great. Back in reality, everyone saw him motionless and floating in the air, and they anxiously called out, Eric. Camellia tried to wake him. You have to wake up now. The moment she screamed, the massive primal blood wolf king appeared before Eric. Meanwhile, back in the spirit world, despite the dangers outside, Eric recounted his experience. I almost lost my head. Otto, hearing his story, threw up his hands, saying that it was like insulting their ancestors. There was no point in keeping him any longer, so he bluntly dismissed him, telling him to leave and to remember to visit his private residence once things outside had settled down. Before he departed, Otto revealed that all the necessary ingredients to complete winter were gathered there. Back in reality, Camellia desperately called out to the unconscious Eric. Despite her frantic calls, he remained motionless. Wake up, her cries echoed through the area. Just as Camellia despaired, thinking the Blood Wolf King would end Eric, a voice echoed from him, Winter will find you, in a terrifying and cruel form. I hope you won't be swallowed by the demons. The tattoo on his hand began to glow, the light seeping through the monster's grip on Eric. A deafening explosion erupted, and Eric seemed to awaken his power. Mephi noticed this and was impressed. Even with Otto Hand's help, absorbing a general level mark was truly the talent of a demon. The Blood Wolf King was now attacking Eric fiercely, and he fearlessly retaliated. Launching an attack, the two sides exchanged blows, neither willing to yield. Cornelia, witnessing this, exclaimed in astonishment, Winter, he has truly obtained winter and can freely control it. The Blood Wolf King, now enraged, lashes out with a claw, but to his dismay, he is the one who ends up injured. Eric attacks with fervor, his magic now on a different level. So this is what happens when the elements of winter combine. Snowflake and Wolf Mark appear, the marks of winter. Now, the Blood Wolf King struggles to break free from Eric's ice, but just as he is about to retaliate, Eric strikes again, silencing him with a scolding. You are too loud. Without hesitation, he uses the skill Silence, and a pile of ice chains locks the Blood Wolf King's muzzle shut. With the Blood Wolf King muzzled, Eric remarks that the silence must be a relief, as the king struggles against his icy restraints. But no matter what it tried, it could not succeed, as Eric strengthened his binding skill, and the Blood Wolf King was further shackled by ice chains. Now trapped with no escape, Eric seizes the moment, striking the Blood Wolf King with a final blow, declaring it is over. But fate had other plans, as the Blood Wolf King, unable to use his limbs, used his mouth, breaking free before Eric could finish him. This displeases Eric, as the Blood Wolf King is only growing stronger. He is shocked to see the king's power consuming his ice, the barrier unable to contain it. To waste no time, he quickly uses his mystic eyes to scan the area, and realizes the Blood Wolf King is absorbing demonic energy from the air to grow stronger. Now the Blood Wolf King is enraged, muttering bloody words of murder. I will kill the Rain Soldiers. I will kill the Rain Soldiers. With things as they are, Eric grimly predicts that another Demon King will be born if they do not act. But he can't think of a way to stop it. If something happens, he will just have to do something. But there was nothing. Just then, you chuckled and asked, Need my help? Seeing the beast, he raised offer to help. Eric smiled wryly and asked, "Huh. Help, of course, the original species wants to devour him." To this, Du replied with a pained expression, "Still not asking for help, your pride is truly high." Of course, he did not have time to play with him. Chasing him away like that. "If you do not like it, do not do it." His coldness forced Du to get serious again. "Of course not." Du casually suggests letting his mana creep toward the Blood Wolf King, seizing the chance to devour the Elder. As soon as he finishes speaking, he appears in a form 3 times the size of the Blood Wolf King, completely overwhelming him. Not wanting to be at a disadvantage, he kicks the Elder, drawing blood, and Eric quickly realizes this is his chance while Du is suppressing him. He quickly calculated his next move, knowing a half-hearted attack would be useless. Once he made his final decision, he rushed toward the Blood Wolf King, determined to end him with one final blow, even if it meant burning all his mana. Eric knew what he had to do. He would use the final lesson the Fox King Du had taught him, his eyes now brimming with mana and killing intent. And then, his finishing move, Body Enhancement Technique, 10,000 Tiger Claws, 10,000 Tiger Claws. Immediately, every deep scratch stuck to the Blood Wolf King. Blood spurted from its limbs after a pained roar, and its eyes were struck as well, yet they still burned with hatred. Seeing the Blood Wolf King like that, Eric was elated, thinking it had worked. When suddenly, his heart leaped within him. This caused him to clutch his chest in pain, cursing, "Damn it. The Dragonheart's mana." Finally, he fell into freefall, returning to you and the Blood Wolf King, who retaliated with a swipe and broke free. The current situation overwhelms Eric, but he knows missing this chance means the end, and the mark on his hand suddenly glows. He does not care, still preoccupied with why Murphy's demonic energy is reacting like this, when it did not even react when he absorbed a lower-level barrier. Just then, Murphy appeared, stating that it seemed his remnants, suppressed by that damned Synade's energy, were reacting to the absorbed demonic energy of the lower barrier. He grinned, providing information, adding that it was only a small fraction of his power, leaving Eric suspicious. "Murphy's demonic energy is surging because my Dragonheart mana is depleted." Suddenly, the beast within him gloats, declaring that this much energy is enough. Hearing this, Eric wastes no time preparing to send the Blood Wolf King to its grave, vowing to never meet the damned fox again. He clenched his fist and roared, crushing the Blood Wolf King's core, shattering it completely, unleashing an earth-shattering explosion. The explosion shook Valence and Norris to their core, its force tearing through everything and drawing Valence's attention from afar. The sight leaves the boy bewildered, crying out no. Valence is astonished. Spring has finally returned. The boy witnesses a scene he thought was lost to the past. If the hot wind rises, the snow plains will face drought, and the environment will become harsh due to the heat. In that instant, Aunt Maya appeared, standing before Valence and shouting orders, "Royal knights and warriors, protect his majesty." For in the distance, the Blood Wolf King's remaining mana was hurtling toward them. Terrified, the other werewolves bravely faced this immense mana. Dia knew her and her guard's limits. They could not stop the heat wave alone. Clutching his fist to his chest, he felt regret mixed with anger, wishing he could use magic in times like these. We are in this situation because the monster race refused to evolve due to their arrogance. Knowing they could not survive stopping this mana flow, he still believed that as long as his majesty lived, they could always rise again. Then, Aunt Maya called out to the guards, "Great warriors, protect his majesty at all costs, even if it means sacrificing yourselves." Just as they were about to meet their end, a strange mana appeared and dispelled the Blood Wolf King's remaining mana, causing Mia to exclaim in surprise, "What?" From the dust, a figure emerges, and Maya asks, "Who is there?" Augustine steps forward, clicking his tongue. "I should have just done it from the start," radiating an undeniable pressure. Back then, Augustine asked his devoted disciple if he did not need his help. Eric firmly replied that he could not keep relying on him, but Augustine did not seem to care, asking, "So what?" So, Eric confided in him, "Before becoming your disciple, I was a clan leader. No one would listen to a leader who can't do anything himself." He declared seriously, "I will walk every path before me as you have, even if it means facing danger to bring the family back into the light. I must overcome this myself, as this is the destiny of a Mobinger." Augustine responded with a question. Does he, as his master, have to watch his student die? Eric smiles, denying it, saying he won't die, and asks a favor, to protect King Valence and Aramov, as they are important to him. That is why Augustine is here. Rescuing Valence. After a moment of silence, he speaks with emotion, saying that this is also his role as a teacher to protect. Suddenly, he turns and calls out, "Hey, monster, he is calling me." She thinks, and responds, "What?" Augustine asks bluntly, "Have you met us?" His question perplexes Auntie Maya, but she answers, "Yes." Suddenly, his voice drops, then watch closely. Suddenly, his aura explodes with a challenging question. "Between him and me, who is the more dangerous mage?" Augustine's pressure overwhelms Aunt Maya, forcing her to retreat. He trembled, wondering, "I can feel it, his overwhelming power. Just how strong is he?" In that moment, Augustine took a step forward. Each stride radiating formidable power as a technique was activated. The night was rising. The skill's mere appearance horrified Aunt Maya, who recognized its power if the ice general controlled darkness by using ice to obscure the sun. This thing sucked away all the light in the world. A blinding night, a horror that absorbed not only death, but one's very presence. The other erasers, affected by this power, clutched their arms in pain and collapsed. Maya was stunned. The power felt like facing a catastrophe, and no one expected such strength from a human. After enduring Augustine's attack, something suddenly shattered in the air. The ice and snow vanished, and a beautiful sunset appeared. The erasers looked at each other, bewildered, wondering what had just happened. The flames were completely extinguished. Aunt Maya, still in shock, thought to herself about his overwhelming, catastrophic power when someone called out to her. Seeing Valence running towards him, Maya anxiously asked Han if the king was all right, but Augustine responded with a confident smile, saying, "You think my disciple would fall to something like that?" No sooner had he spoken than Eric's group came into view, and seeing him safe and sound, Valence burst into tears of joy. Beside Eric were his comrades, with Camellia held high, and Miffy lurking like a ghost. As Eric chatted with his friends, someone suddenly called out his name. Eric, seeing Valence standing next to his master and waving so enthusiastically, Eric felt a mix of embarrassment and joy as he raised his hand to wave back. Just as someone called out, "Eric," just then, he collapsed, startling Isabella so much that she cried out, "Eric," leaving her and Sin in a state of bewildered panic. But suddenly, they both heard Elric snoring louder than thunder. Startling them, Sin sighed helplessly amidst everyone's laughter. He is good at scaring people. And so, the matters of the black snow plains came to an end. One fine day, as Eric lay dozing beneath a tree, someone appeared before him, prompting him to open his eyes. He was met with the innocent smile of a young Camellia, and as soon as he saw her, Eric grinned and asked if she was here to say goodbye. Camellia did not answer, but just smiled brightly, a smile that spread to Eric as well. He gently stroked her head and told her to have fun when she got there, and not to cause trouble. Okay. Deep down, he hoped that wherever she went, Camellia would always smile as happily as she did now. "I hope she will never be sad again," and only laughter remains. Suddenly, Camellia stands up, her voice like a chime. "Will you play with me again?" Her proposition stunned Eric, his eyes widening in surprise, but he readily agreed. Of course. In that moment, Camellia responded with an impossibly happy smile. The beautiful sky was filled with petals dancing in the wind, drifting toward a balcony, and then, petal gently landed on Eric's face as he slept, slowly waking him up. He immediately sat up, wondering how long he would been out, when a voice spoke. "Awake. Are we?" Eric glanced toward the voice, spotting Valence sitting obediently beside his bed, and asked how long he would been there. Valence honestly explains that Camellia said he would wake up soon, so he just arrived, to which Elric replies, "Oh, I see. What is this? I received research materials long ago. But this is different." Valence reveals the book's origin, the Tiger King's diary. Eric, curious about the boy handing him the Tiger King's journal, asks why he is giving him something so important to the Tiger King clan. Valence calmly replies that he stumbled upon it while rummaging through the library yesterday, and found something interesting inside. Furthermore, he persuaded Eric to read the marked page, saying it would be good for whoever read it, so he marked it with a leaf. Read it over. Without a second thought, Eric quickly turned to the marked page. The entry stunned him. This is, detailed the first day Zhu met Eric. February 14th. I found an interesting person and brought him to the tribe. This human says he was raised by a beastman since childhood and knows how to use enhanced body technique. It also recorded Elric's contributions to the beastman tribe. February 16th. The human I was not sure would adapt to our culture has adapted quickly and dispelled all my worries. The diary continues to the day Eric suggested moving the beastman tribe elsewhere. February 17th. I wonder if it is time for us to settle down, as that kid suggested a perfect place for us, and we settled there. Then comes the day they fought. February 29th. That human is interested in my enhancement technique. Now that I think about it, his enhancement technique is similar to mine. The diary continues to the time when the Ice General appeared. April 16th. Recently, due to a strange phenomenon called the Ice General, many members of the tribe have been affected. The journey to destroy the Ice General began with Eric leading the way. We relied on that human to guide us and began our quest. Eric himself was so shocked by what he read that he stuttered. This was all preordained. Is this real? Junjin's hand paused as he read the word human repeated throughout the diary. Realizing the human being mentioned was him, Eric was shocked to find the diary's timeline matched reality, including the events surrounding the Ice General, perfectly aligning with what had been foretold. His hand gently traced the page, carefully reading each line of the diary. My sister has left. She vanished as suddenly as I found her. Her name is Elric Mobinger, and she claims to be the heir of the Mobinger family. Upon reading this, Eric was so shocked that he touched his family crest. 1,000 questions raced through his mind. What was this arrangement? And how could it be so real if it was just in his mind? But if this is reality, Then magic exists that can send people back in time. Surely such godly power could not exist. Then he remembered Otto's words. I know nothing about it. Otto told me to find him at his private residence, to find answers. Ulrich decides he must return to the Empire as quickly as possible. Just as Sin bursts into his room, shouting his name. Seeing Eric awake, Sin breathed a sigh of relief. Saying he was worried he would not wake up, his hurried actions made Elric sigh helplessly, asking if that was the reason he came. And what was wrong? Sin's voice trembled as he delivered earth-shattering news that left Ulrich speechless. War had broken out in the Empire. Sin brings earth-shattering news. War has erupted in the Empire. Ulrich is incredulous, asking what nonsense he is spouting. Sin reveals the instigator. Duchess wins. Ulrich is stunned, asking if the Red Lion family has rebelled. Family he knows well. Everyone knows who Duke Wins is. The Crimson Lion family is one of the 8 families backing the Empire. They are also said to govern the military colonies established to defend the border, and his troops are known as an elite force. This information made Ulrich wary of the family. A rebellion from such a pillar of the Empire could not be taken lightly. Sin added that Duke Wins would be declared an enemy of the Empire by the end of the day. This makes Ulrich feel like something's off. Something's fishy. He wonders, is not it strange for such a famously loyal family to rebel? Tell me quickly. He urges, I heard he is colluding with demons. This news makes Ulrich whirl around, exclaiming, demons. But the shocking news does not end there. Another bombshell is dropped. The Crown Prince is the ringleader. He then quickly departed, urging, hurry, we must return to the Empire at once. Later, Valence and his entourage personally escorted Ulrich and his team back to the Empire, asking, you are leaving already? Valence was saddened by their early departure, feeling he had not repaid them for all they would done. Hearing this, Ulrich slowly sat down and asked, do you really think you owe me? He left them with a sincere wish, to become a great king. Furthermore, Ulrich said, I will wait patiently, so repay me handsomely. Valence was so moved by this promise that he burst into tears, a sight that brought smiles to Ulrich's companions, while the tiger gambler wept crocodile tears. Valence then responded, I understand, I will do it, and I will always be by your side. Is that enough? Ulrich chuckled and complimented, a wise decision. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes, are they gone? Camelia's fairy companions appear, all unwilling to let Ulrich leave. Are you leaving already? Stay and play with us a little longer. They swarm Ulrich, begging him not to leave so soon, and seeing them, Ulrich chuckles, saying he wishes he could stay, but he gently asks the fairies clinging to him like pandas. Everyone, please step back, have some dignity. The reason for his request is that he sees the person he needs to see has arrived. Camellia. Ulrich chuckles, mentioning he planned to visit the temple before leaving, to which Camellia retorts with a hint of pride, saying he must be in a hurry, and she would not dare intrude. With that, she looked at Ulrich with soulful eyes, then warned him that the road ahead would not be easy. But Ulrich bluntly replies that an easy path would be too boring, his confidence only bringing a smile to Camellia's face. Soon after, Ulrich's group departed, and he gained something even more precious than expected on his journey north. He poked his head out of the carriage and waved goodbye to everyone. This journey brought Ulrich more than he expected, restoring his family's honor and gaining the ruler of the Black Snowfields as an ally. What force could ever stand against such power? Ulrich touched his family crest with reverence. On that carriage ride, his faith and determination to pursue his goals grew stronger, all thanks to the legacy left by his grandfather and ancestors, a legacy to be cherished and expanded. Ulrich recalled Camelia's farewell smile, solidifying his resolve as the family's leader. Meanwhile, in the demon tower, the terrified demon soldiers begged for mercy, ignoring their pleas. The leader reads a letter. Return immediately. Destroy this sealed message. Upon finishing, a massive mouth suddenly appears. The mouth devoured all the demon soldiers present, their desperate pleas echoing. Please. Have mercy. Screams mingled with voices, and he was told to leave no trace. After reading the letter, the recipient muttered to himself, erase all evidence and regroup at the main base. And so, the grand mission is about to begin, as Lucifer seethes with rage at Ulrich's interference. If it were not for that damned Mobinger interfering, we could have offered the north wind and snowstorm to Azazal's spirit sea. To save time, he quickly departed, even if it meant a temporary retreat, but his hatred still burned. The next time they met, he swore he would deliver Elric's head to Azazel himself. Back with Elric's group, they have now reached the city walls. Sin stretches warily and asks, so, we have to leave this place too? Suddenly, a scream pierces the air, bringing the carriage to a jarring halt, startling its occupants. Why did the driver stop so abruptly? From inside, a voice calls out, what is going on? The driver stammers, I think. You should see for yourself. Ulrich and Sin step out of the carriage, only to be warned by the soldiers that failure to comply will result in them being treated as invaders and fired upon. Seeing the weapons in the soldiers' hands, Ulrich realizes they have deployed siege crossbows on the wall, weapons only used in times of war. Because of the Sixua family's rebellion, The soldiers on the wall demand they identify themselves and the size of their party. With a snap of his fingers, Sin loudly declared his family. We are the caravan that passed through here 2 months ago, from the Narister family. Instantly, his family's crest appeared on the roof of the carriage. Growing impatient, he urged the soldiers to open the gate. The soldiers were shocked to see the Narister family crest they had truly returned. They thought everyone had died, having not heard from them in 2 months. Seeing their hesitation to open the gate, Sin impatiently shouts, "Open the gate already!" A soldier quickly yells for the gate to be opened, and the carriage, along with Sin and Eric, smoothly enters the city. In the city lord's office, he humbly introduced himself as Vanine, apologizing for stopping the Narister carriage, to which Sin casually replied, "It is alright." He even complimented them, saying that as a citizen, he was proud to see them defending the Empire's borders. Then, out of the blue, he utters something strange. Why are so many esteemed guests visiting this remote place today? Sin, curious, asks. Besides us, who else has come? Vanine quickly confirmed, yes. He then revealed the identity of the other distinguished guest. The fourth prince is here. Would you like to meet him? This information startled Eric, and they exchanged glances. Sin whispered something, and Eric nodded in confirmation. He is definitely waiting for us, is not he? Eric wondered why a figure like the fourth prince would personally visit the border post at such a crucial time. Meanwhile, in another room, the fourth prince was growing impatient, tapping his fingers on the armrest. Eric wondered what Drumhen was plotting, what he was calculating. Meanwhile, in another room, the impatient fourth prince listened to someone ramble on. Your Highness, Eric and I have had a very special relationship since childhood. A young man tries to prove his worth to Drumhen, saying, if I personally persuade him, I am sure he will side with us. He is Rodeo Frank. Drumhen listens, then hums thoughtfully. His cold, expressionless face makes Rodeo nervous, but he encourages himself to seize this opportunity. He sucks up to Drumhen because the fourth prince is a royal genius, whose swordsmanship was once recognized by the Gold Lion. Though young, he has been knighted and granted the title of Grand Master, his talent making him a favorite among nobles vying for succession. He is one of the 3 leading the empire, and if he can win over the one rumored to be the next emperor. After a moment of silence, Drumhen speaks, saying, all right, I will test you. Receiving his approval, Rodeo bowed with delight, thanking him, secretly gloating about becoming the next head of the Frank family. Meanwhile, in the private guest meeting room, Sin was surprised by Eric's decision and asked loudly, are you really going to see him? Eric replied frankly, I have decided I do not care anymore, a response that left Sin reeling. What? Then he questioned, his voice low. You bastard. What are you plotting? Of course, Eric would not reveal his true intentions, so he offered a plausible excuse. Plotting what? Oh, I realized I can't just sit still any longer. I will restore my family. This reason made Shin disbelieve and ask again, relying on the fourth prince to rise again. However, those were just Eric's current words. As he had not truly made a decision yet, he would decide after meeting him. Seeing his determination, Sin sighed helplessly, asking if he planned to spread his wings on the battlefield. Eric did not reply, but secretly pondered, just as Shin said, if he wanted to restore his family, the quickest way was to achieve great merit in the war, or become the king's assistant. Having separated from the crown prince, the fourth prince might be a valuable chess piece. Suddenly, the door opened. A man enters, asking if Eric was looking for him, and Eric confirms he was waiting. Herman sighed. I hoped you would come to continue your swordsmanship training, but I see that is not the case. Eric chuckled and politely replied, we can discuss that another time. Please, have a seat. Sitting down, Herman cuts to the chase. Why did you want to see me? Eric answers without hesitation. I have a question for you. Eric wants to know, what kind of man is the Black Lion? His question makes Herman pause. The Black Lion. Then he revealed that, outwardly, everyone thought he was ambitious, but he saw him differently. He assesses the Black Lion as someone who lives for his passions, just a lion obsessed with swordsmanship and martial arts. Eric was grateful, saying thanks to Herman for the advice on how to approach him, but then Herman hesitated, making Eric stare at him curiously. Then, he said something unrelated to the Black Lion that Eric had changed quite a bit. In that moment, Murphy appeared, revealing Herman's true intention behind those words. I sense his eagerness to test his strength against you. Eric chuckled softly. Well, I have been wanting to test my skills too. Without hesitation, he quickly proposed a spar. And Herman, of course, accepted, saying it was exactly what he wanted. He then led Eric somewhere, where they were met by a group of soldiers. Eric asked, did you call these men here? Herman feigns ignorance, but Murphy laughs, seizing the chance to mock Eric, saying his acting is on par with the other guy. Eric ignores him, lamenting that this was their decision, and he does not know how the news spread so fast. His eyes fall on Isabella hiding behind Herman, and he realizes she is the culprit. Murphy praises Isabella, acknowledging her extraordinary political instincts and sharp strategic mind. Even Eric admits she is different, having proven her abilities before the border defense forces. Even he had to admit Isabella's talent and her ability to increase her value before meeting the fourth prince. Now, Eric is ready to play a serious game with Herman. It seems both he and his daughter intend to give me wings, so I will fly high in return. Being the tough guy he is, Herman does not hold back, and neither do they. The two trade blows, each strike as powerful as it is swift. The soldiers watch in awe, marveling at their hand-to-hand combat without mana or aura. They can't believe Eric is going toe-to-toe with Herman, a master of a prestigious mage family, using only his bare hands. It is absurd. If mages are this strong, what hope do we have? Lost in their battle, dust and sand swirl around them as Eric is forced back, the ground beneath him crumbling. Herman compliments Eric, noting his movements are cleaner, but still sees flaws in wasted actions. Hearing this, Eric sighs, realizing he must continue to train under Herman's guidance. Just then, they unexpectedly see someone appear among the soldiers. The figure was none other than Drummond. Applauding Herman and Eric's match, Eric immediately recognized him as the fourth prince. Immediately, he and Herman bowed respectfully to Drummond. As Eric made his way to someone's room late that night, he unexpectedly saw Rodeo. He spots Eric and greets him warmly, as if they were old friends. "Oh, Eric, long time no see. My friend." Murphy immediately took a disliking to Rodeo, questioning his smug and hateful face, and Eric quietly confirmed that they were acquainted. He is the rightful heir to the Frank family. Murphy recognizes the name, the infamous Frank family of Red Wall. Eric confirms it. Suddenly, Murphy chuckled, calling him a traitor. Now, this Rodeo, who won't cry until he sees his coffin, dares to approach Eric and ask, "Why so silent, my friend?" He brazenly assumes that Eric must be embarrassed after all these years, and somehow convinces himself that even though Eric hates his family, he can't afford to consider them enemies because they control the Mobinger fortune. Rodeo, lost in his delusions, smugly thinks Eric won't dare touch him, especially now that his family is not only Mobinger's vassal but also a major force in the court. Eric would not dare cross him. Not only that, he arrogantly declared that if his family offered to return the Mobinger fortune, Eric would be forced to shake hands with him. So Rodeo brazenly put his arm around Eric and foolishly brought up a topic he should not have. "Before meeting the prince, I want to discuss the Mobinger estate, which is now in our family's possession." But before he could finish, Eric coldly commanded, "Hey," he ordered, "get your hands off me," a scene that shocked Rodeo into blurting out, annoyed. Eric reiterated, ordering him to take his hand off, his imposing aura frightening Rodeo into retreat. The scene before him amused Murphy, as he realized that those who called themselves Mobinger's right-hand men knew nothing about him. At that moment, Eric coldly stated that the Frank family should show him the utmost respect. Yet, the young master's rage was something Murphy understood all too well, the hatred the Mobinger family carried. Eric's aura exploded as he questioned in a low voice, "Dare you speak impudently to an imperial duke?" Standing beside him, Murphy knew one thing for sure: Eric's hatred would never fade. The Frank bloodline, spanning over a millennium, had become a steadfast fortress, protecting the Mobinger family as vassals who had turned away countless enemies driven by insatiable greed. This betrayal led Eric and his sister to trust the Frank family patriarch as an uncle, only to be betrayed and now see them siding with the royals who stole their inheritance and brought the Mobingers to the brink of destruction. Not only that, they coveted things that should have been beyond their reach, and even worse, they plotted to seize our proud magical bloodline, forcing my sister to marry Rodeo Frank. And yet, after exploiting Eric and his sister, after rejecting the marriage, we were abandoned in a desolate villa, struggling to survive. Eric never imagined that after everything they would done, they could still shamelessly play the righteous ones. Knowing he could not win and aware of his low status, Rodeo quickly bowed his head in apology. "Forgive me, I was too insolent." Annoyed by the sight of him, Eric immediately dismissed him, knowing that, "Get out of here, I do not want to see your face again." With that, he left, leaving Rodeo seething with resentment, as Eric went to meet Drumhand. Eric Mobinger, star formula, and head of the Mobinger family, greets Prince Drummond with a welcoming smile. Drummond warmly greets Eric, expressing his delight in meeting a stellar formula. This attitude makes Eric question his motives, realizing he must have overheard everything outside the door, yet he shows no reaction. Even Murphy commented that he did not care about his subordinate's humiliation, but instead observed the other person with interest. Eric boldly speculated that he probably understood Rodeo Frank's true nature and had no expectations, and most likely just wanted to see how I would respond. Suddenly, Drummond asked a question that startled Eric. "Weren't you the one who used the body enhancement art in the battle against the Blue Lion?" Eric was incredibly shocked. Body enhancement art. He recognized it. The two men stared at each other in silence, each with their own agenda. Seeing Eric tense up, Drumhan smiled, patted his shoulder, and promised, I know this magic is forbidden by the magic tower, so rest assured, no one else will know about this. His voice suddenly faltered. And now, without any beating around the bush, he asked, tell me your feelings about Mopinger's old territory. This surprised Eric once again. Why? Amidst the tension, Murphy chuckled, finding the situation far more intriguing than he would imagined, and gaining a new perspective on Drumhunt. It seemed the man had let his guard down, and was skilled at seizing the initiative in negotiations. Eric, on the other hand, immediately went on the defensive against the fourth prince's cunning, thinking the conversation would unfold slowly. But now it was diving straight into the heart of the matter, and if he slipped up, he would lose all control of the negotiation. His hand clenched, and he asked, forgive me, but what do you mean? Drumand. Disliking games. Propose directly, prefer honesty and dislike roundabout negotiations. If Merpinger supports me, I will simply repay you with what I can offer. Eric countered with a pointed question. His family's land was a wasteland, cursed and barren. What could he possibly offer? Drumhand received an urgent, hushed report from his butler, which visibly annoyed him, but he quickly recovers, saying, oh, Senza. My apologies. Drumhand's voice drips with calculation as he continues. A land comparable to Merpinger's former territory. For example, I will grant you a border region belonging to the Red Lion family. Surprised Eric, the Red Lion's territory, a land as precious as gold. Was he really willing to give it away? He was curious. He would even said he would face the backlash from allied nobles himself, something few would dare do without true resolve. But it was not easy for him to agree, and he quickly bowed and refused, saying, forgive me, but I am merely a subject of the Empire, and I only follow orders from His Majesty. Eric thought to himself that he never intended to negotiate in the first place. He only wanted to test his own worth and see what kind of person Drumhand was. Despite the rejection, Drumhand patiently persisted, assuring him that his offer still stood and that he was willing to offer even more incentives. Eric was impressed by his resolve, so he proposed, since you won't give up easily, may I make a request? Outside in the hallway, someone's rage boiled over, their fist slamming against the wall. Rodeo was furious. Eric Merbinger, you have got a lot of nerve. He could only curse inwardly, vowing to avenge this humiliation 1,000-fold, when he was interrupted by a voice calling, Rodeo Frank. The butler approached, informing him that His Highness was looking for him. Hearing Drumhand's summons, Rodeo turned back and respectfully asked, Your Highness, you summoned me. Seeing him arrive, Drumhand looked at Eric and asked, I have summoned Frank Rodeo, as you requested. Tell me, what is it you want? Rodeo thought to himself, Eric, you bastard, it seems the negotiations failed, so you are using me as a mediator. He smugly thinks, how foolish. Does he think this will ease the tension between us? He licks his lips, chuckling to himself, fine. Just state your demands, and I will repay that humiliation twofold. After a moment of silence, Eric pointed at Rodeo and demanded his right arm. Even Rodeo could not believe what that bastard had just said. Drumhand finally spoke, the Frank family is on my side. You know that. Eric dismisses this, a pity indeed, his audacity forcing Drumhand to consider the situation seriously. This makes Rodeo misunderstand. Thinking, you think His Highness would abandon our family for the likes of you? The Frank family has served the fourth prince for years. Now Drumhand speaks, asking if Rodeo Frank is his vassal, to which Rodeo replies that the Frank family has long pledged allegiance to him. Hearing this, Drumhand replied, then, please forgive my upcoming actions. His words confused Rodeo. What do you mean? Before he could finish, Drumhand drew his sword and severed Rodeo's right arm, which fell to the table with a thud. Rodeo screamed in agony, and even Eric was shocked by the madness. Realizing he only intended to disrupt the negotiations, Drumhand picked up Rodeo's severed arm and asked, what do you think? Does this qualify me to be your friend? Eric could not help but sigh, realizing Drumhand was truly insane, and asked to be sure, you have sacrificed so much just to befriend me. Are you certain the Franks and other noble families won't turn on you? Drumhand confidently replies that the Frank family would not dare betray him, confirming to Eric that he controls the Frank family and perhaps other nobles as well, instead of fearing Drumhand. Eric found him intriguing. Befriending him would certainly be interesting. Seeing Eric's silence, Drumhand asked again, at the very least, I have shown my sincerity. What do you say? Just as Eric was about to answer, he suddenly sensed something and turned to the window. Drumhand followed his gaze as the window shattered, sending shards of glass flying. Hearing the commotion, the guards rushed in, shouting, Your Highness. But in that instant, assassins lunged toward Drumhand and Eric, urging the prince to flee. One of them attacks Eric, but he swiftly dodges. A quick glance confirms suspicions assassins. He can't believe they would dare attempt an assassination with the garrison and royal guards present. Not wanting to be overwhelmed, Eric immediately retaliates, freezing the assassins, his hand clenching. The assassins trying to ambush him are frozen solid, and he rushes to find Drumhand, knowing he must protect the prince. His eyes catch Drumhand fiercely retaliating against the assassins. He is alright, Drummond stomps his foot, sending the assassins flying. Not stopping there, he quickly advances, using his skilled swordsmanship to cut down the assassins. Drummond's technique is both decisive and brutal. Anyone who dares stand in his way is sent to their doom. The death aura within Drummond explodes, spreading everywhere, and Elric can now rest assured about the fourth prince. Right, he is Haxuma. He was worried for nothing. Then, more assassins stormed into the room, spotting the prince. Eric, seeing their foolish charge, could not help but wonder if they had a death wish. Before the assassins could attack, a shout rang out, "Who dares attack the prince?" The cry drew their attention, and as they turned, they gasped. They went this far. Ulrich's group arrived, charging into the fray to protect the prince. And after a fierce battle, the royal guard finally arrived. The scene is bloody, with assassins strewn everywhere. Reinforcements have arrived, including the royal army and mages. The remaining assassins blindly charge forward, much to Elric's dismay, attacking without a clue as to what they face. Herman and Drummond exchange nods, then charge forward in unison, Drummond striking first, followed by Herman. Seeing them fight so fiercely, Ulrich mused, almost feeling sorry for their opponents facing two lions at once. Suddenly, his gaze shifted. So, that is where they are. Turns out, he noticed the mages playing hide and seek in the room, and will deal with those still lurking. Ulrich had his eye on these cowards all along. One of the mages warned the others to target the prince, not the blue lions. Seeing their chance, he raised his hand, then signaled the attack. Immediately, the remaining assassins charged forward, only to be met by a barrage of ice arrows. The leader, witnessing his men fall, panicked and scrambled away, questioning what was happening. But Eric, with a sly grin, had already marked him for death, ending his life with a swift strike. With the deed done, Ulrich smugly blew on his finger. My fee was puzzled by his actions. What is with that pose? He simply shrugged and replied, I do not know. I just felt like I had to do it. His gaze then turned to the assassins, filled with emotion. These guys are pitiful. They seem skilled, but unfortunately, their natural enemy is right here. Ulrich's expression darkened as he wondered, who are these guys? Anyway, coming this far just to assassinate a fourth prince. After a moment's thought, he decides to capture a few and interrogate them. But before he can act, someone stops him, saying they can't be captured. Recognizing the familiar voice, Ulrich immediately stops and exclaims in surprise, Huh, Heezy. He turned to Heezy, puzzled, and asked why they could not be captured. Heezy simply replied that they were trained to this extent. She surveys the assassins and reveals that if they do not log out themselves, a brainwashing protocol will activate and kill them. Seeing her knowledge, Ulrich quickly asks if she knows who they are. She simply utters two words, Sigma. This name shocks Elric, who wonders if this organization truly exists. Heezy explains that they have been very mysterious lately. And Elric, curious about her knowledge, asks how she knows so much. Her eyes flashed with intensity as she glared at the Sigma group, muttering under her breath, because her mercenary leader was their enemy. It was a long story, and her attitude left Elric speechless. As he pondered this unknown organization, a Sigma member suddenly shouted for everyone to retreat. Seeing them try to flee, a calculating smile crept across Ulrich's face. He decided to have his men tail the Sigmas, just as he smugly thought they would not expect it. A strange, eerie aura in a low voice made him jump. No, if I abandon the mission like this, the organization's core will be exposed. Ulrich was shocked, muttering, no way. Unable to believe someone was there, he noticed a masked figure, presence completely undetectable, who had appeared without him noticing. As he drew his sword, the Phantom asked if this was his doing. The blade radiating power, and the bugs Elric had secretly planted on the Sigma members were cut down by the Phantom. This infuriates Elric. How dare he concern himself with his subordinates? Dromehand, now aware of Elric's presence, demands to know who he is and who sent him. Huon calmly replies, I do not think I will be telling you my name, Prince. Without another word, Dromehand decides to strike, saying it would be boring if he just spilled everything. Herman follows close behind, and together, they prepare to double-team the illusion. After taking 2 blows, the illusion calmly remarks that being surrounded by lions is not ideal. Herman and Drumhand are surprised to see that their attacks did nothing, and now it is his turn to strike. Seeing them recoil from the blow, he casually says, I would love to play, but today is not the day. Without wasting any time, he quickly leaves, saying, I must take my leave. Before the illusion could escape, it was suddenly stopped, scattered, and disintegrated, causing it to exclaim in confusion. What? A voice spoke, surprising the illusion. One who can come here at will. Eric lunges, aiming a punch, but it seems escape is not so simple. He unleashes a flurry of attacks. Physical enhancement, Heavenly Fox Slash, yet the illusion dodges them all. Remarking, I thought you were just a mage. Eric's attack was so powerful, it shattered the mansion walls. The illusion lamented how dangerous it was, even from a mere graze. Taking advantage of his carelessness, Eric uses his skill. Shackles and chains of ice immediately appear and surge forward. Without hesitation, the illusion easily cuts the ice chains. Scoffing, "Can a guy get some peace and quiet?" Having wasted too much time, he tries to escape via the balcony, but Eric attacks, piercing him. Each arrow fired was easily deflected. But then, something made him laugh. It turns out the illusion saw Heezy charging in to strike with a hammer the only woman in the manor. He dodged her blow and asked if she was allied with the Rain Master. Just as the illusion was lamenting, the Eric sisters suddenly lunged at him. A truly unexpected turn. No one could see his face, hidden behind the wooden mask, as he, Myung and Jerome Han charged toward him from the other side. Now things have become even more complicated, as he is surrounded on all sides by powerful fighters. In this predicament, the illusion had no choice. Suddenly, an explosion sent the four masters flying. Eric is astonished, wondering how Hyun just withstood the combined attack of four people. At that moment, the illusionary figure confidently emerged after the explosion, his image suddenly becoming blurry and indistinct. This surprises Eric. What is going on? The atmosphere shifts, and he notices the Phantom's strange transformation. A moment ago, it was a gentle breeze. Now, utter silence. The air freezes, as if facing an invisible vengeful spirit. Sensing danger, Herman urgently warns them to retreat, but the illusion vanishes without a trace. This left Jerome Han in shock, and Heezy in utter astonishment. Eric was equally stunned, frantically scanning the area. Where's Han? Eric uses his divine senses to find it, but to no avail. Even his divine senses could not detect her. Just then, Ju appeared and mocked him. How could someone be so foolish? It seems Eric was warned, narrowly dodging a fatal blow. Seeing this, the illusion sighs. Impressive dodge. Not bad. With that, his image began to blur. This only makes Eric more fearful, dodging attacks purely on instinct. He dodges another attack, thinking to himself in frustration, "Damn it. Without knowing his position, how can I attack?" Eric struggles to evade the blows. The assassin, unaware of Ju's help, suspects, "Someone seems to be reading my every move." He questions, "Are you the reason this assassination failed?" Suddenly, a soldier's painful scream pierces the air, shocking Eric into turning around. The other soldiers cried out in terror. "Karen, what just happened?" Now, others are being ambushed as well. Even the royal knights are taking hits. This situation forces the knights to rush to protect Drummond and the prince. Shouts echo everywhere. "Guards, form a perimeter. Tighten the perimeter." But before they could react, they were cut down. Eric, worried and excited, thought to himself, "We need to find a way to deal with him. We need to gather information about him." He then turned to Heezy and asked if she knew anything more about him, his eyes shifting to the soldiers under attack as he wondered how to find a ghost invisible to the naked eye. Mephi appears, warning that this foe is not to be trifled with, as even she cannot see him. Suddenly, Eric has an idea. A ghost? Perhaps. He stares at her, then falls silent. Miffy wondered what was happening, but Eric did not answer. Instead, confirming something it was there, Eric closed his eyes, believing that no matter how much he resembled a ghost, ice began to form around him. At the same time, he smugly thinks he is not a real ghost like Mephi said, and uses his special move. Whirlwind, ice and snow begin to cover everything. If he still has a physical body, then surely the Phantom's tracks appear in the snow, footprints that won't lie. The sudden appearance of these tracks causes a stir. They have found him. He is right there. Realizing he can't play the haunting game anymore, the Wraith appears, saying, "So, you are using this method to track my movements." He unexpectedly charges towards Drumhand, but the outcome remains the same. But just as he was about to strike, Auric intervened, blocking him with a surge of inner power. Without hesitation, the Phantom shattered the ice wall. Blocked by Eric, he is enraged, glaring at him, realizing it is all his fault. He decides to deal with Eric first, thinking, "First, I will take out that Mobinger bastard." Suddenly, Herman appeared, roaring, "How dare you underestimate me?" He attacked the illusion, declaring, "I'm absolutely furious." As he fights, the illusion senses something is wrong. Facing the lion head-on won't be easy, even in a one-on-one with Herman. He is aware of Eric behind him, and because of that guy, he can't use his stealth. Suddenly, a powerful aura appears, one that the doppelganger recognizes, and Herman seizes the opportunity to strike. Ignoring Herman, he focuses on the new, overwhelming, and brutal pressure. It is Augustine, the one he calls White Knight. No sooner had Augustine arrived than he scolded them, saying they were struggling against a mere nobody, and everyone sighed in relief, thinking they were saved. Augustine's arrival paralyzes the illusion. At this rate, he can do nothing. Eric smugly thinks that no matter how strong he is, he would not dare act presumptuously before his master. The doppelganger now speaks respectfully. It has been a long time. He calls Augustine master. This revelation leaves Eric in stunned disbelief, as Augustine coldly demands to know who he is calling master, to which the illusion calmly replies, "I have always considered you my master. Have not you felt the same?" Augustine retorted, "That is none of my concern. Leave me be and be gone." But before he truly left, he looked at Eric and said, "The desperate search for a disciple to impart martial arts to is finally over. Congratulations." Knowing he could not win, The illusion quickly departed, saying he would take his leave, and the old master coldly replied never to let him see his face again. As the illusion faded, he casually said he would respectfully inquire when the opportunity arose, and then he vanished. Seeing this, Eric muttered to himself that even a prince would have difficulty stopping his master's decision. He was curious about Augustine and the Phantom, the masked man also called Master. What was their relationship? As dawn broke, Jerome Hand regretfully said, "What a pity. I wish we could have spoken more." Eric casually replied that he was sure they would talk for a long time next time, adding, to Jerome Hand's surprise, that they would strengthen their newfound friendship then. Realizing this was his agreement to cooperate, Jerome Hand happily replied, "I hope your body strengthening technique is impressive. Next time we meet, I want to test my strength against you." Eric casually replied that he looked forward to that day as well, thus forging a bond of understanding. Seeing nothing more to be done, Jerome Hand quickly departs, saying, "I will be off then." He turns and leaves, and Eric watches him go with a smile. Just then, a messenger came running, calling out to Eric. Seeing his haste, Eric asked what was wrong. The messenger, catching his breath, said his father urgently wanted to see them. Soon after, they all gathered. Eric's mind was preoccupied with Jerome Hand's safety on their journey back. After seeing him off, Herman bid farewell, suggesting it was time for them to part ways, a sentiment Eric agreed with. "It is unfortunate, but the Blue Lion will be in great danger in Hyasogram, so it is best to part ways here." Isabella smiled and said, "Eric, take care of yourself." Eric smiled back, "You too." Isabella, their gazes meet, drawing knowing smiles from the crowd. Even Murphy smirks knowingly. Eric, realizing his own wandering thoughts, quickly dismisses them, sighing in exasperation. Back in reality, Eric boldly asks his master about his relationship with the masked assassin, a question that surprises Augustine, who remains silent before saying that Eric does not need to know. Augustine's refusal to answer Eric's question surprised him and Higgy, but Augustine only promised that the answer would come in time. Later, they left in a carriage, and at the Tower of Nada, a figure leisurely walked down the corridor. Just as this person was about to open a door, they heard someone inside say, "You left full of confidence." The man inside the room sneered, "Now you are a wreck." It was Andrew Wynn, the Red Lion. Ignoring him, the Phantom warily collapses into a chair, prompting Andrew to rise and ask, "More importantly, where is the fourth prince's head? Don't tell me you came back empty-handed." Seeing Huan and silence, Andrew pressed on, "Come on, you are joking, right? You left with such bravado." His voice dripped with sarcasm. "No way Huan, the one who claimed to be able to pocket anything, returned empty-handed." He then sat next to him, asking where he would hidden it, if he was trying to surprise him. Annoyed, Huan slapped Andrew's hand away and shouted for him to shut up. Andrew realizes the truth. He actually failed. He laughs triumphantly. The one who said assassinating the fourth prince outside the palace would be a piece of cake. Tired of Andrew's incessant chatter, the illusionist retorts, "Damn it. Your mouth is the problem." Andrew then asks why he failed, to which the illusionist replies with a name. Eric Mobinger. Hearing this, Andrew curiously asks if the Mobinger clan leader is really that powerful, even though he is called the Heir of the White Knight. Isn't he just a mage? The illusion retorts that their information is outdated. He seems to think highly of Eric's abilities. The Mobinger I met was a 7th circle mage, and his martial arts were also impressive. Andrew sighed and asked, "Mobinger is still Mobinger, is not he? When did everything start to go wrong?" His mind races with questions. Did it all start when I refused the Crown Prince's request for my support? Now, he is caught between a rock and a hard place. No matter what, I have been branded a rebel leader, and there is no way to explain myself. Andrew wanted to capture the fourth prince to negotiate a new deal with the Crown Prince, or use him as a hostage to force the royal family to aid his army. But life rarely goes as planned, and all his plans crumbled. Suddenly, the illusion's voice echoed, drawing Andrew's attention. Finally, as his voice slowly resonated, a figure appeared at the doorway. Only one choice left was not there. A pair of sisters appeared, asking if he had failed, and if he would answer them now. Upon seeing them, Andrew quickly stood up, thinking that his decision might cost the lives of tens of thousands of loyal subordinates. He approached the sisters, knowing this was not the time for calculations. He knew all too well that the reason they were accused of treason was the claim that he colluded with demons. Andrew's eyes filled with resolve as he thought, "I must give them what they want." Night fell, and at a mansion, Hai said gravely, "I know you must be tired after your long journey, but the reason I summoned you is this." He hands him a carefully sealed scroll, and upon opening it, Eric exclaims in surprise, "This is..." Hai somberly reveals that the Emperor himself issued the decree, the contents of which darken Elric's face. The Mobinger family is being forced into battle. The Emperor's decree disobey, and face death. At that moment, the contents of the Golden Sealed Edict are revealed to the Mobinger family, loyal subjects of the Empire and longtime friends of the royal family. I issue this direct order, an order that high-ranking noble families are only permitted to use sparingly, lest it be abused. For the Mobingers, Only 2 of these imperial decrees could ever be issued, and the royal family has not used the golden seal in centuries to maintain control over them. Yet now they have. Having finished reading, Eric gritted his teeth, sensing a conspiracy too obvious to ignore. Mephi quickly folded his arms and spoke. It is like they have dug a pit and want us to jump in. Are not they openly declaring their intent to harm us? He gently explains that he is not happy the royal family is looking down on them, and they must know about the pact between them and the Mobingers. It is unclear if they intend to break the relationship between the 2 houses, or if they have other plans. But one thing is certain, this careless decree makes me wonder if the royal family. A moment later, he asks if Lord Mobinger also noticed. But before he can answer, Eric speaks up. If I resist, they can easily kill me for insulting the royal family, or send me to the front lines and fake an accident. He smirks, as if he already knows the royal family's intentions. No matter the outcome, the royal family stands to lose nothing. This edict is so careless, it makes me wonder if the royal family is behind it all. He smirks, already anticipating the royal family's intentions, knowing they have nothing to lose, no matter the outcome. Hearing Eric's laughter, he snapped, how can you laugh at a time like this, when you are walking into a trap? Without hesitation, Eric replied eagerly, we were going to enlist anyway. And besides, why should not I laugh? Then, Eric continued in a dark voice, planning how to bury that damn crown prince alive. This immediately darkened Sin's face, that madman again. Moments later, he began to tell Murphy his plan. Since the prince was also after Gregory, they could take them both out at once, and calmly replied, that is more like him. In the blink of an eye, Sin curiously asked, Eric, there is still a month before the summons. What do you plan to do? Hearing this, Eric chuckled, saying he had 2 things to accomplish, and would need Han's help. As the scene shifts to the Central Magic Bureau. Inside the room, Brian's voice dripped with disgust. How annoying. How deceitful. He clenched the paper in his hand, never imagining there were still fools who relied on proxies. Meanwhile, the letter reveals its contents. A recommendation to take the priority mage exam in the Narister region. Brian furiously flips to the next page. The moment he saw Eric's name, he read aloud with a sneer. Eric Murphy, back in the carriage. Sin wondered, Eric, do you really need a mage's license right now? Seeing this, Eric explains that with a mage certification, he can take on an important role in the war. Still, Sin is confused. Under Duke Schneider, they would give him command anyway, so why bother? Eric continues to address Sin's concerns, explaining that such an appointment would restrict his freedom, adding that he has another reason as well. Before he could finish, Sin knew she was not going to tell him the reason. Eric apologized, explaining it was a family matter. Suddenly, Sin asks worriedly if he is sure he can cram enough. The exam won't be easy. With unwavering confidence, Eric declared that even though he always failed at the academy due to his embolism, he always excelled in theory. His candor only heightened his anxiety. Hey, you think the academy exam is like the mage level test? You have got about 2 seconds. Shin begins to explain that each examiner will give different questions. Especially Brian, whose pass rate is only 0.1%. Despite Shin's worries, Eric fearlessly replies that it only proves the examinees are all trash. Hey, is not the exam supposed to last 8 hours? Answer quickly. Yeah, that is what they say. Hearing that, he slowly says, take a break. Next, Eric confidently tells Xin that he will finish in 30 minutes with a perfect score. Cut to the Bureau of Magic, where Brian introduces himself. I am Brian, a level 5 examiner from the Central Bureau of Magic. And you are Eric Mobinger. Correct. Eric immediately responded. Yes. May I begin the exam now? Brian turned away, stating, we will begin after the standard identity verification. Meanwhile, Murphy, floating in the air, speaks up. So that is the person your brother mentioned. It seems Eric is not quite aware yet. After such brief contact, a while later, the sunlight began to stream into his exam room as Brian arrived with the test, explaining the first section. Elemental magic, physical magic, necromancy, alchemy, ancient history, magic chants, literature, and a written exam totaling 600 questions. Note that using magic will be considered cheating. Eric casually stretched, as if the exam was nothing to him. Why would he need magic? His attitude inwardly annoyed Brian, who knew Eric was healed and a hero in La Seine. But such arrogance. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth, knowing Eric only applied to restore his family's honor through connections. The next second, he slowly announced, begin. Without hesitation, Eric opens the exam and begins, confirming Brian's suspicions that it is all a facade. It seems he could not hide his disdain for Eric. Even Tarzan Arrester, the only one to ever achieve a perfect score, had to carefully consider his answers. No sooner had Brian thought it than Eric finished the exam done. He grew even more suspicious. 15 minutes. Was Eric even bothering to pretend anymore? He once respected the Morningstar family, but now Eric is just tarnishing their name. Immediately, Brian cried out in astonishment, a perfect score. Ignoring Brian's surprise, Eric calmly asked if they could move on to the next section. Hearing this, he hesitated. Okay, in that instant, Brian recalled. Right, he was always at the top of his class in theory. Clearly, Eric has been studying theory for 1,000 years. Brian smirks. But then, the second part, the magic control test, can't rely on theory alone. Brian then instructed, place your hand on the magic orb. Watching Eric take the test, he thought to himself that the amount of magic power and purity had to be just right. Even many experienced mages struggled with this part, but before Brian could celebrate, the orb emitted a blinding light. What? Already, the light was so intense that cracks began to appear on the orb, and as expected, it shattered into pieces under Eric's overwhelming power. Brian's face quickly paled at the sight, while Eric scratched his head sheepishly, asking if breaking it counted as a failure. Despair fills his eyes, reeling from the shocks he has endured. While outside, the bureau awaits. Unable to believe his eyes, he asked in surprise, "What? You actually came out after half an hour?" Sin hurriedly inquired about the situation. What was the result? This question brings a joyful smile to Eric's face, as he confidently pulls out a piece of paper, asking why he even bothered. At that moment, words appeared on the paper. Temporary mage certificate. Eric, head of the Mobinger family. The headline on the newspaper read, the entire exam Eric Mobinger's dazzling brilliance takes all the points. Just then, a monotone voice echoed, I will be back before this tea gets cold. Before leaving the carriage, he made his confidence clear to his friend. Unable to contain himself, he throws the newspaper onto the table and shouts, Hey, are you planning to write a whole novel here? Mepha's annoyance grows as Sin continues to lament his luck, wondering how he finished in just 30 minutes. Later, Eric asks about his third trial, and Sin calmly replies that he will be going to the Red Soul Forest. This answer surprises Sin. Sounds simpler than I thought. Not wanting to attract too much attention, why not choose a more challenging place? Eric slowly explains, time is running out. I just want to get it over with quickly. Then, Eric asked, Faye, is the legend of the car in that place true? Mephi quickly replied, believing it is your choice. Hearing this, he thought of the gloomy scene in the forest, a legend hidden among the souls. If it was the work of Ottohan, it is not hard to believe that the rumored ghosts haunting the Crimson Soul Forest are the guardians of the tale. While Eric and Sin were deep in conversation, a sudden knock made them turn. The door slowly opened to reveal Hizzy, who asked, Eric, can I speak with you in private for a moment? Under the soft moonlight of the late evening, Eric and Hizzy strolled along the path. She calmly asks him, You said you were going to Hein Border Province, right? Without hesitation, Eric replies, Yes. The Golden Imperial Edict has been issued, leaving me no choice. Not only me, but the Magic Tower and the Lion Dukedom are being summoned as well. But why do you mention that? Hizzy immediately replied, Because it seems I have to go there too. My organization received a mobilization order. This information stuns Eric for a moment. Then he wonders, But you do not have to follow the code. You are not even a full member yet. Hizzy stated plainly that even associate members had to go, or face permanent expulsion. Eric clearly disagreed with her decision. But, still, before he could finish, Hizzy slammed her suitcase down, declaring that just because he has started living decently does not give him the right to tell her to quit. Thanks to you, I do not have to worry about money, but I love my work, and I am proud of what I have created with my own hands. And yet, you tell me to lay down my arms and take it easy. If you foolishly mention marriage, I will crack your skull open first. After hearing her heartfelt words, Eric quickly replied, I won't say a word. It is your life. Why should I interfere? Behind them, Mephi remarked on her sister's extraordinary courage, to which Eric added, Without that strength of will, our family would not have survived until now. If she had a talent for magic, she would be the head of the family, not me. A moment later, Eric bid a gentle farewell. All right. Stay safe. See you on the front lines. Haiji turned and wished, Yes, may your plan succeed. To reassure her, he affirmed with determination, Until now, you have shielded our family. Right, from now on, I will take on that burden, so rest assured. As soon as Eric finished speaking, Haiji slowly reached out and gently patted his head. She gently praised him. Have you grown up so much already? Under the warm pat, Eric smiled brighter than ever, as the scene shifts to the Crimson Soul Forest. Just then, Bessie caught up to Sophia's group, throwing her into a panic of all things. It was the Grim Reaper Bessie. In this desperate situation, Elton suddenly tripped over a branch. As he fell, Verone cried out in alarm. Elton, in a flash, Bessie was upon him, its scythe reaping his life. Amid Sophia's terrified gaze, Elton desperately called out to her. But before he could say more, he was gone, and Bessie's horde surrounded Sophia's group. Seeing this, Verone anxiously asks, What do we do? Sophia bites her lip, unwilling to accept their fate. As she spoke, ice shards hurtled towards them, leaving them in stunned silence. What was happening? Then, Sophia saw Eric's powerful figure before her. So, you are launching a piercing attack. Seeing this, Aegis shouts, Ice attacks are useless, and physical blows do not affect it either. Even as Safia spoke, Eric's ice shard struck down the Bessie's. But wait, what exactly are these things? His chilling power surges into Bessie's core, piercing straight through. With this blow, Bessie suffered a fatal wound, and dark wisps began to rise from its corpse. This scene leaves Sophia, Veron, and John utterly astonished, as Eric swiftly retracts his power into his arm, ignoring their shock. He sighed in relief, finally catching one. Then, Eric complained to Zhu, saying that because of him, the ghosts were causing chaos, and he could not complete his mission. I need to collect new souls, but I only have 2 so far. He quickly replies, I want to help, but you know I can't. Beside him, Murphy advises, did not this king already say, it is better for your mental health not to interact with him? Despite his reluctant retort, it was just a dragon shell, and even as bait, the ghosts would not spare him a glance. As if provoked, he scolded loudly, not bothering to look up. How could you commoners understand my greatness? Despite their heated argument, Eric was lost in thought, suddenly wondering why a death spirit like Bensi was here, when it should be deep in the forest. And that magical energy, as Eric studied the patterns on his arm, he thought, frozen seal, the key to everything might be close by. While he was lost in thought, Sophia suddenly spoke, sorry, as the villagers bowed in gratitude, saying he saved them. Eric replied that he only did what was right, then curiously asked why they were being chased by the death spirit Bensi. No sooner had he spoken than Eric spotted familiar items on the ground, his eyes quickly flashing with anger as he examined the treasures. At that moment, Veron exclaimed in admiration that only a master mage could use magic against Death Knight Bensi. John could not help but marvel, and Safia quickly followed up, asking if he was from the magic tower. Faced with this insincere praise, he clenched his fist, trying to restrain himself, but Eric was still furious, thinking, look at these people, as if to add fuel to the fire. Murphy chimed in, of all people, it is those damn grave robbers. But in the blink of an eye, Eric regained his composure, thinking this might actually work out. Hearing this, he curiously asks Hen what he means, to which Hen firmly replies that these bastards will surely bring about their own destruction. Unaware of Eric's plan, Sophia tearfully pleads for help, asking if he could assist them one more time, as their comrades are still trapped in the dungeon, promising a generous reward. Knowing each other's intentions, Sophia, Viren, and John quickly pleaded, we beg you. Eric slowly agreed. All right, I will help. Where are they? Hearing this, Sophie exclaimed with excitement, and Varen quickly thanked him, expressing his sincere gratitude. Unable to wait any longer, she eagerly pointed the way, saying, this way, we must hurry before more Benses appear. But as soon as he turned away, they revealed their scheming expressions, and as expected, Eric began to put his plan into motion. Behind him, Mephi sighed. How pathetic. Rushing in like that, bringing disaster upon themselves. A moment later, they stood before a strange cave entrance. Safia was immediately overjoyed, exclaiming that it was the place. Following her guidance, they slowly moved forward. As they reached the cave entrance, they paused, bracing themselves. Then Sophia turned and intently observed Eric. She gently asks Han for his name, but without hesitation. He replies, Rick. Mephi, tired of Eric's blandness, thinks, that name again. How Yun-inspired. Sophia then latched onto his arm, gushing that his name was as wonderful as his magic, but Eric coldly cut her off, saying it was just a common skill. Sophia persisted, asking which school of magic he belonged to, wanting to repay him, but he flatly refused, telling her not to bother. Unable to bear her closeness, Eric pulled away, saying, let us go. You said your comrades were in danger, right? Sophia replied in surprise, yes. Immediately after, she glared at his resolute figure. It seems Sophia has never faced rejection before. She grits her teeth, thinking, what? Unbelievable. How can Eric remain so aloof when she is practically throwing herself at him? Still, she schemes. Eric's magic is decent, but he is ultimately just a secluded hermit. Fortunately for Sophia, after he deals with the Guardians, she will stab Eric in the back and claim the treasure for herself. Then, she turns and nods to John, as if confirming their plan. As they followed Eric, Sophia plotted to deceive the knave nobleman. Soon, they ventured deeper into the cave. Eric quickly moves back, asking where her teammates are. Sophia replies that they were inside when they left. If they are safe, after a 2-second pause, she guesses that they might be hiding at the 4th turn in the corridor. He asks if they are really that far in. With a calculating look from Sophia, Eric calmly warned, be careful, you never know what you will find. She hesitated, then replied, yes, we will be careful, do not worry. Just as Sophia finished speaking, the Benzi appeared, blocking their path. Their sudden appearance sends her reeling backward, and as the Benzi rush forward, Sophia cries out in terror, death. Her face paled as she begged for salvation, and in a flash, Eric raised his hand, ready to strike. Immediately, the chilling aura from his attack surged towards the Benzi. engulfing them. Sophia, shivering from the cold, wondered what Eric was doing, freezing them when he should know the Death Bensi are immune to such attacks. Unable to believe her eyes, she is shocked they are frozen solid. How is that possible? Elemental magic should not work on these monsters. Immediately after, Eric asks if she is alright, and Sophie quickly replies yes. Though shaken, she expresses her gratitude. Thanking him, Sophia can hardly believe it. What is this? He is stronger than she thought. Could Eric possess holy power? Thinking this, Sophia regained her confidence, but even so, he can't defeat the guardians ahead. When Eric is done with them, that is when she will strike. Just as she finished speaking, Sophia was slapped in the face. No. Impossible. So, while she was plotting, Eric had already taken care of all the Bensi. Time seems to be running out. Let us speed things up. This sight made Sophia's eyes widen. After using so much magic, Eric should be exhausted, yet he is as calm as can be. Up ahead, Eric is whispering with Mephi, grateful that they were able to navigate the forest and return the stolen artifact to its resting place. He is also pleased to have obtained a good amount of demonic energy, leaving him with nothing to complain about. Suddenly, though curious, Du spoke up. What an unexpected development. Mobinger is said to be humanity's sworn enemy, yet he knows how to wield demonic power. Inevitably, Eric quickly became lost in thought with Du's question. In truth, that part remains a mystery. Next, he intently observes the patterns on his arm. To restore the Hen automobile's winter, Eric created a seal using a demon's relic and shaped it. Each guardian of this place holds a fragment of that seal. He sees strange images flash through Eric's mind, those who, in their thirst for power, were consumed by demons, bringing disaster to the world. Eric has a hunch, but it is only a theory. He will learn the truth here. A moment later, Sophia pointed the way, saying the key must be here, leading to the deepest level, and Eric slowly followed her lead. Just as Sophia said, he found a sturdy, locked door. Eric then carefully examined it. He quickly realized that all the magic in the prison was flowing towards that door. This was definitely the deepest part. As soon as he realized this, Eric turned back and confirmed with Sophia once more that his teammates were trapped behind this door. With a worried tone, he replied, "Yes, and there is something terrifying inside. Please be careful." Without hesitation, he declared, "I will open the door now." The mysterious door slowly opens, emitting blinding rays of light. Both Eric and Mephi appear surprised by what lies beyond the door. Strange experimental equipment. The guardians within the autotum begin to stir, revealing the images of Sophia's two fallen comrades. Suddenly, the guardians all turned their gaze upon Eric, and Sophia recoiled in horror as they all reacted at once. I see. So last time they came here, only one of them reacted, and that one wiped out the whole team. Immediately after, Sophie glides towards Varen and Zone, as if signaling them. Even Eric can't stand against 10 at once. A pity, for if he dies here, neither will they. Without hesitation, they turned and briskly walked away, knowing they had to run. Then, a resounding sound echoed, freezing them in their tracks. Sophia turns back, screaming, "What is happening?" As they planned their escape, the guardians knelt before Eric. He wondered in astonishment why the guardians were kneeling, as if in allegiance to a master, while Eric seemed completely unfazed. He slowly walks the path his guardian legion has prepared for him. Veron's eyes widen in disbelief, wondering what to do. Zone, terrified, questioned what would happen if they were betrayed after following Eric. In contrast to their cowardice, Sophia retorted that they could turn back if they wanted, as the mage had just uncovered the dungeon secrets. With a triumphant grin, Eric would not dream of turning back now. Zone and Veron quickly followed. Okay, we are coming too." As they stepped inside, the mysterious door slammed shut, and Eric's necklace suddenly glowed, as if guiding him. Guided by the necklace, Eric calmly moves forward, glancing at the guardians behind him, wondering if they belong to Autohan. Even in death, these servants protect their master's legacy. When Eric rebuilds his family, will he find allies as loyal and trustworthy? Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, spotting a mysterious magic circle, similar to the one at the entrance to the Snow Mountain King's tomb. Realizing this, he placed his necklace upon the magic circle, and in an instant, a secret door appeared. The scene inside left Eric and Murphy speechless. This was it, the progenitor who laid the foundation for Morbinger. For hundreds of years, he has been waiting for his descendants. Eric steps forward and announces, "I am here." After a pause, he continued, "Otto, looking at you, you are just like an old man. Wait, how many years have you been like this?" While Eric was still marveling, Murphy suddenly burst out laughing. He could not help but laugh like a madman. And in the next moment, Murphy roared, Auto heal. I wondered, but after all, even gods are just human. Even you, who I thought would imprison us forever. Even you, as monstrous as you are still human. I swore that if I were reborn, I would personally avenge myself against you and your followers. But in the end, those vows were fleeting. Murphy's words gave Eric pause. Of course, Murphy would react this way. Then, unwilling to accept it, he lunged forward, shouting that it could not end like this. Seeing this, his thoughts continued. The demons and the 4 demon kings tried to devour the continent, but could not overcome the barrier created by the creator and the automaton. Meanwhile, Murphy grew even more despondent at the lack of response. If you are the only one who gets to give up and smile contentedly, what am I supposed to do with all this hatred? How can I endure these anguished screams? Eric wondered, his only reason for resurrection being to overcome that wall. Unable to bear it any longer, he cries out in anguish, begging for a response. Eric's eyes betray his curiosity. What secrets does Otto hold? Suddenly, the mark on his arm blazes. What is the Eastern Seal, and what is the true secret of the Eric family? Then, the car's body disintegrated in mid-air. Astonished, Eric felt a strange magic envelop him, the car's mana. As if transporting him, the power intensified, merging into his body, causing Eric to cry out in pain. After a short time, he returned to normal, looking around and wondering where he was. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. You must have many questions. It was Otto, who had brought him into his own dimension, adding, with your current knowledge, there is much you can't comprehend. In the blink of an eye, Eric regained his composure and questioned, what exactly is a dream bringer? As if expecting this question, the old man calmly replied, I cannot answer all of your questions, but since you have come this far, I will tell you a few things. Consider it a reward. Then, he clapped his hands, and a breathtaking image of the creator in the past appeared before Eric. His eyes widened in surprise as Eric realized who it was, the creator. He had not recognized him before, but now, Eric could feel it, the overwhelming power of the one who created the dream being. From behind him, Christina's annoyed voice rang out, chattering like a sparrow. I am dying here. Can't you ever be quiet? You are making my head spin, a young Otto retorted. Annoyed, I told you I was monologuing. What is your problem? Hearing that, she angrily pounced on him, landing a few blows. Say another word. Go on, Otto, holding his head. Surrendered. Okay, I'm quiet, okay. This sight made Eric ponder. Even in her youth, she treated Otto this way, that red hair. It must be her, the only female among the 4 dukes, known as the strongest in mana and destructive power. He muttered her name to himself. Christina Morningstar, with her fiery temper and the heat she radiated. She must be summer of the 4 seasons. As they bickered, On suddenly spoke, It is here. Following his words, Eric looked up to see something descending from the sky. From within the dark circle in the sky, a powerful foot stepped out. Eric was immediately shocked to see a familiar face. Mephi. So the other 3 must be demon kings like Mephi. And that is what he saw when we fought the Eastern generals. Thinking this, Eric intently observes the demons above the founder and the 4 seasons versus the demons and demon kings. And so, their battle begins, the creator and the 4 seasons against the demon gods and demon kings. A war between 2 sides has erupted. As an outsider, Eric was visibly astonished by the unbelievable sight, thinking to himself that General Eric was already incredibly powerful, but he never imagined even facing them. As the 2 sides clashed, a massive explosion echoed everywhere. The demon Gajialuo has made his move, and with a single strike, darkness descends. Suddenly, powerful light descended from the sky, tearing through the dark night. As expected, the creator retaliated, shattering the demon god's attack. The explosive scene unfolding before Eric's eyes shocks him. What is going on? The magic of both sides is clearly completely different. He wondered silently, why did they feel so similar? In an instant, Eric realized with shock, could it be, as if waiting for this moment? Otto reveals, yes, we are correcting a mistake by absorbing all the magic in the world to eliminate every inhuman from this land. He asked in disbelief, so, the Mobinger were originally inhuman? Otto calmly replied, no, that is not it at all. We, Mobinger and inhuman beings, collectively known as demons, are like 2 sides of the same coin, born from the same source. Eric continues to inquire about the founder and the demon god. Without hesitation, Otto explained that they came from the same root, but clashed due to differing goals. And unbelievably, the founder reached a godlike level, just like the demon gods. At this point, Otto's voice turned somber. Mobingers and inhuman beings, born of the same origin, slaughtered each other, a war that dragged on endlessly, growing more terrible with each passing battle. Christina also effortlessly decapitated a demon king, and realizing the situation was dire, the past Murphy immediately fled the battle. After a moment, Otto slowly recounted, but in the end, we were victorious. He paused, adding, we won the battle, but lost the war. At that moment, the figures of the creator and the demon god clashed high above, appearing before their eyes. As the demon god gloated, humans are still just humans. You chose that path, did not you? Despite his arrogance, the creator did not respond. So the demon continued, but your pride led to your demise. Even if I disappear, I will leave traces somewhere. But you never will. After hearing the demon god's last words, the creator, far from worried, wore a mysterious smile. Eric looked up to the sky and asked if the founder had been defeated by a demon god, to which Otto immediately affirmed, yes, in the end. The curse he bore killed him, While the demon god could be resurrected anywhere, before closing his eyes, the founder left countless prophecies that when the inhuman rises again, so too will the demon gods. In the next moment, he recalled the sorrowful sight of the Four Seasons bidding farewell to the departed founder. In the past, Otto could not hold back his tears, promising that their clan would be restored. As head of the family, he carried out the founder's will, leading them on the path to prosperity. Were also ready to welcome winter, having waited and continuing to wait, forsaking love, youth, and everything else for the descendant foretold by the founder, the one who would save the world. As Otto's story goes, time passed until his death. Back in reality, Otto smiled contentedly. And finally, the moment to fulfill his will had arrived. Because I have met you, he patted Elric on the shoulder, affirming, "That is right." To Elric's astonishment, Otto declared, "You are the prophesied child." This revelation echoed in Elric's mind. He was the descendant chosen by the founder millennia ago. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and cursed in anger. "Damn it." Otto stroked his beard and said, "As I thought, you are not too happy." Without hesitation, Elric retorted, "Should I be? I want to carve my own destiny, not be forced into some predetermined fate." Otto, understanding his frustration, gently reassured him. "Don't misunderstand. A prophecy is just a prophecy. The world is ever-changing, branching into countless possibilities." Otto's next words surprised Elric. "Surely, you have felt it before." In a flash, Rue's image appears in his mind. After a 2-second pause, Otto continued, "Prophecy or not, the final decision rests with you. Even if you did not seek out this arrangement, we won't force you." After a moment of thought, Ulrich agreed with him. It was true. Otto then reached out his hand and said seriously, "I asked you the first time we met, but I will ask you again. Will you stop the wheel, or let it spread?" It seems Ulrich has seen the light, and of course, my answer remains the same. That is the fastest path to power. Why would not I choose it? So, hand it over. This statement confuses Otto. "Hand what over?" Ulrich calmly replies. "Didn't you say I was here to complete the winter? Don't tell me you are going back on your word." Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "Unbelievable, you truly are." Cut to Otto's tome. Varone anxiously asks him what they should do now. Whether they should stay here. John urgently agrees, saying that the Guardians might attack them if they go in. Just as Han finished speaking, the secret door suddenly lit up. Without hesitation, Varone greedily decapitates Han, declaring the treasure is his, and rushes towards Ulrich and brandished his sword, threatening, "Don't regret dying like a dog here, mage." While Varone roared and spat blood, "I will put everything you have to better use." It turns out Sophia secretly eliminated him, blinded by treasure. "Your judgment has failed. You did not even notice the terrifying magical power emanating from that mage." With that, Sophia quickly pulled the dagger from Varone and thought to herself, without Ulrich, they would never escape this tomb. She just needed to pick up the items from the two corpses and stick with him to get out. As Sophia was lost in her calculations, Ulrich suddenly spoke. "Not bad. He is quite capable. Luckily, he is awake. For a grave robber, he is not half bad." Sophie is flustered. "How did you know?" Hearing this, Ulrich did not bother to hide his response. How surprising. She would made it so obvious from the start. How could he not notice? In an instant, she was terrified, realizing that they were not the ones who set the trap, but rather, Ulrich had deliberately lured them here. Indeed, a wise man knows when to yield. Sophia quickly begged for mercy, apologizing profusely. "Please, Master Fiyu, forgive us." Without hesitation, he calmly retorted, "Why should I?" Then, Ulrich's voice suddenly deepened. "You plotted to kill me, but I am not allowed to kill you." They desperately cried, "We will do anything you want. Just name your request. Please, spare us." After a moment, he said with annoyance, "It is too much trouble to have more corpses here. Leave before I change my mind." As if pardoned, they scrambled away, still thanking him. As Sophia's frantic figure disappeared from view, Menfi exclaimed with excitement. They ran like stray dogs. "Are you really going to let them escape like that? Wouldn't that make the dungeon's location more vulnerable?" Elric retorted, "They will never leave this dungeon." Hearing this, he curiously asks, "What do you mean?" Immediately after, instead of answering directly, he evades, saying, "Perhaps it will be so, then you will know." More importantly, what do you think will happen next? Menfi asked in surprise. "You have already finished." While he pressed for answers, Elric unleashed his power winter. Back in their conversation, Otto explained that the Winter Seal, magically speaking, had reached the level of a war king. "Moreover, it is my true identity, meant to destroy even the Demon King." Then, he clapped his hands loudly, as if summoning something, as the surroundings transformed into a frigid winter. Otto continued, revealing that the Winter Seal was born from the awakening of two divine authorities, a revelation that stunned Elric. Sensing his confusion, Otto began to explain, "If magic embodies the laws and truths of the world, Then authority is the ability to bend those laws and truths with absolute will. Thus, they call power the strength of gods. And these powers are known as the north wind and the blizzard. Just as Otto finished speaking, a terrifying wind enveloped north wind, a frigid gale from the north. Utterly barren, leaving only devastation in its wake, a harbinger of drought, failed harvests, and the terror of starvation. Blizzard, the endless snowfall that steals all blooming life, bringing death and silence, a quiet death that brings rest to all things, but also sows fear, for no one knows when it will come. Amidst Eric's surprise, Otto calmly states that if he can fully master the frost and piercing winds, he will complete winter itself. Hearing this, Eric clenches his fist with determination, realizing that with these powers, he will possess the terrifying strength Otto once had. Seeing his resolve, Otto praised him. Yes, that is the look I wanted to see. The time has come, as a special exception. With that, Otto gleefully offers to personally train him, back in the present. Eric pales, shuddering at the thought of such a torturous ancestor. Despite his complaints, Murphy thought to himself that Eric had almost reached the level of a war king. Soon after, he suddenly recalled his power and realized that Murphy's own spiritual power had also increased accordingly. As Eric's figure faded into the light, Otto sighed softly. Finally, that kid's gone. I transferred all my remaining mana to him. I wonder if that arrogant brat even noticed. After a moment, Otto turned and left, finally finding the rest he longed for. As he walked away, the Snow Mountain Queen appeared, and Otto gently apologized for making her wait. Hearing that familiar voice, she turned in surprise. If you will allow it, he said sincerely, will you give me another chance, even in the cold, snowy expanse? Otto was sweating with worry, as the Snow Mountain King seemed too stunned to reply for a long moment. After a moment's thought, the Snow Mountain Queen offered a beautiful, human-like smile as her answer. Overcome with emotion, Otto teared up, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much. Before Otto could leave, Camellia rushed to embrace him, filling Otto with even more joy. Without hesitation, he turned and said, Silly girl, did you think I would leave you alone? Let us go to the next world together and live a full life. Otto held her in his arms and walked away with the Snow Mountain King, like a happy family. Though content, he glanced back slowly, lamenting the hardships to come for the next generation. A moment later, he smiled softly, as if he knew what that sound was. Erich bowed politely, full of gratitude. Though Otto had caused him no small amount of suffering, Erich was grateful for all he had done, and hoped Otto would rest in peace. Meanwhile, Murphy solemnly turned in a certain direction, intently observing the chair where Otto, his longtime nemesis, once sat. One day, they would reunite and finish their battle. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Sophia's frustrated voice echoed, cursing her losses and forced escape. Reaching the dungeon entrance, she paused to catch her breath. Sophia, still unwilling to give up, hatched a new scheme. Hide nearby, wait for Erich to leave, and then retrieve something. In an instant, she dismissed the idea, knowing capture meant certain death, but before Sophia could finish her thought, she froze. The next moment, a strange sound echoed. Sophia looked up, her face paling as she recognized the Blue Lion clan's executioner. It was Tainen. Is Erich here? She wondered, in a flash. Sophia panicked. Wait, Erich? You mean Erich Mobinger? That mage is Lazinta's hero. Not wanting any trouble, she quickly said, I have nothing to do with him. Before Sophia could say another word, Talon swung his sword and swiftly took her out. He calmly entered the dungeon. I was just asking. After all, I do not let anyone leave here alive. The Bao Tan sword. From his throne, Bao Gan declared that Erich Mobinger's head must be taken this time, to which Hien respectfully agreed, assuring him that he would not fail. He confidently affirms that his subordinates have deployed the elite warriors of Tam Lang to assist. Victory is assured, as Hien commands the Lam Lang squad. Intrigued, he inquired about Huen's connection to Erich Mobinger, wondering if it would affect the mission, then ominously warned that a duel for the family head position would occur in a week, and Huen knew what to do. Huen responds with increased respect. Yes. Erich Mobinger, the one who set foot in uncharted territory, beneath his confident facade. He adds, he will die because of an unexpected variable. Outside the camp, a full moon hung in the dark sky as Herman's panicked voice cried out, What? Lam Lang has left the capital with the Eastern Army. Isabel well calmly announced that Baovale had sent Tainen, and judging by their direction, Erich was clearly the target. He sadly looked up at the sky, lamenting that the brother he once knew was gone, wishing he could share one more drink with Hien. Hearing that, she thought to herself that Herman was still too soft on his family, and Isabel well would have to toughen him up. As soon as she finished thinking, she suggested, for now, let the uncles lead the Blue Horse and Blue Ram troops to support him. Herman snaps back to attention, saying Tainen, Bao's sharpest sword, is a grave threat, and this move suggests meticulous planning. He declares with newfound resolve that Ulrich must be kept away from him at all costs. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon where the Benzi had appeared to stop Tainen, His comrades shouted for him to get out of the way. The next moment, Tannen's eyes widened as if he was receiving a surge of power. He only had to strike a few times to obliterate them. After being defeated, Bensie's crew dissolved into streams of dark magic, and Tannen remarked with boredom that slashing these specters was no fun at all. With a tone both arrogant and reckless, Tannen darkly muses that the man's appearance seems to be bait for him, but he is immediately stunned by a strange pressure. Tannen wondered, where did this chilling wind come from? Then, it dawned on him. So, you have finally arrived, as expected. Ulrich and Miffy appeared before Tannen, Ulrich looking nonchalant. Miffy immediately realized, you let that girl go because of these guys, did not you? Hearing this, Ulrich did not deny it, saying, ever since entering the forest, I have been followed, so I figured I did not need to kill her myself. His coldness was expected, truly a calculating, cold-blooded one. So, what will you do now? Ulrich's tone became excited, as he thought, having just grasped a new trick, should not I test it out to see how it is? He immediately cast a spell, attempting to freeze Tannen and his group, prompting Tannen to shout, everyone, prepare the ice spell. The next moment, he tore a strange paper filled with incantations. Tannen confidently thought to himself, they knew that Blue Wolf Squads 2 and 3 had been defeated by ice magic. It turns out the paper contained fire magic. And instantly, blazing red flames surrounded them. With their 7th circle fire magic, Ulrich's spells would never work. Then, he lunged forward, severing Ulrich's ice chains, and with a few basic strikes, Tannen sneered, is that all you have got, you pathetic mercenary? That blindfold is useless. Obscuring your vision won't help you. Just as he said that, Tannen's eyes widened in terror amidst the chilling blizzard. He could not believe it. What? As Tannen pondered, Ulrich's calm figure emerged, and this power was, just as he said. Ulrich unleashed his newly learned technique. Blizzard. The attack was so swift, they could not react in an instant. A cold more bitter than winter enveloped Tannen and his men. The entire cave is frozen by this magic, and Tannen can hardly believe his eyes. He thought in terror, his lungs freezing in an instant. Was this the power of a human? Then, he turned his head and was even more astonished. Tannen thought in disbelief, no, it can't be. His elite troops, protected by a 7th circle spell, defeated in one blow. Ulrich has not been a mage for long. How could he? Don't tell me he has gotten even stronger. Realizing the truth, Tannen immediately screamed, everyone, retreat now. Since ancient times, the wind from the north has carried the breath of gods, known as the cursed wind, carrying the resentment of countless souls, and stealing the lives of the living. The second power of winter. Not if Ulrich has anything to say about it. He unleashes the north wind, summoning the Banshee as his familiars. Now with even greater power, they swung their scythes to claim the lives of the remaining few. The Banshee were determined to leave no one alive. This sight makes Tannen grit his teeth, powerless to intervene. Even if he is the only one to escape, he must report back to his master. Tannen, determined, struggles to draw his sword, but finds himself bound by icy chains. Cursing his predicament, enraged, Tannen slashes through the chains, screaming at them to get out of his way. Consumed by fury, he turns back, delivering a final warning. Remember this, as he rambled on about next time. Ulrich's ruthless attack flashed before his eyes, so he never intended to spare Tannen. Under his bewildered gaze, Ulrich separated Tannen's head from his body. In his horrified eyes, Ulrich's figure was 1,000 times more terrifying than Benzie. The Benzie, having completed their mission, quickly departed. Moments later, Ulrich collapses to the ground, exhausted and gasping for breath. This power, I normally would not dare use it. Just once drained all my magic. Seeing this, Miffy crossed his arms and scoffed, blizzards and northern winds. It seems you have been fully recognized as the Hare of Winter. Immediately after, he curiously asks, winter, so next is spring. Ulrich does not answer, remembering instead that winter is just the beginning. He needs to gather the power of all 4 seasons. At that moment, Otto's words echoed in his mind. The 4 seasons are fragments of his ancestors' great power, divided into 4 parts. If he could unite all this power, his ancestors' school of magic would be awakened. These words filled Ulrich with dread. If winter alone was so terrifying, what if he possessed the power of the other 3 seasons? He would possess power beyond imagination, perhaps even surpassing his ancestors. After resting, Ulrich slowly rose to his feet. He strides forward, ready for the next journey, ready to shatter the shackles left by his ancestors. As Ulrich walks slowly through the dungeon, he thinks, now that they have winter, it is time to find spring. The next moment, he wondered, where could spring be? Where is it hidden? Suddenly, Ulrich recalled the words of the old man, who must have revealed the location when entrusting him with the task of completing the 4 seasons. But now Ulrich could not remember, and as he thought, the image of the old man faded, along with the memory of spring. Unable to contain himself, Ulrich wondered if someone had tampered with his memories, and he immediately turned to observe Murphy. His strange gaze made him mutter uncomfortably, what are you looking at? In the blink of an eye, Ulrich dismissed the thought. No, it can't be. He was also the most sincere, always wanting Ulrich to become stronger. Who could it be? If someone can place limitations on Eric without him realizing it, they could also take his life before he can even resist. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Harry's rescue team arrives. Barking orders. Hurry, capture the werewolves at all costs. Without hesitation, they rushed into the dungeon, and upon seeing the bloody scene, he anxiously said, "Damn it. Some have already died." Gray immediately asked, "What should we do now?" Harry replied sternly, "For now, we move forward." Then, he drew his sword, thinking, if even a hair on my grandson's head is harmed. But before Harry could finish, he stopped short at something strange. Before Harry's eyes, Tannen's men were frozen solid. He slowly approached a familiar head. In that instant, Harry realized that even Tannen would be a difficult opponent. As Harry pondered this, he suddenly and unexpectedly turned around. It turns out Harry's army has encountered the Benji, ready for battle, and he taunts them, daring them to approach. Instantly, a Benji ferociously charged, raising his scythe, ready to take Harry's life at any moment, while Harry summoned his magic, preparing to retaliate. Just as things were about to get out of hand, Eric's calm voice echoed, "Enough." With those two words, the Benji promptly retreated at his command. Thankfully, Eric arrived just in time to control them. Who knows what would have happened if things had escalated? The sight of the Benji kneeling respectfully before him stunned Harry and Gray for a moment. Moments later, everyone moved outside the dungeon, and Eric quickly clenched his fist, summoning his power. Immediately, he unleashed Break, and massive boulders tumbled down the mountainside, concealing the dungeon entrance. Harry asked curiously, having glimpsed the dungeon's extraordinary nature, "Are you sure about this?" To reassure him, Eric explains, "It is not destroyed, just hidden so no one can find it." As he spoke, he thought to himself, from now on, this place would be both the family's sanctuary and a defensive base, a feat only he could accomplish. With that thought, Eric gently touched the necklace, the key to a secret teleportation spell. This necklace is the key, capable of unlocking or sealing away all the family's secrets. Harry wondered if leaving the guards behind was a waste, considering their strength. Hearing that, he replied decisively, "Of course, I will take them with me." In that instant, Eric made another move. Greg, at his command, the Benji rushed out, quickly transforming into streams of dark magic that Eric absorbed into his arm. Greg can't believe his eyes. He is even stronger than he was at the White Snow Plains incident. Harry, equally astonished, proudly exclaims that he is a worthy son-in-law. After absorbing the Bensi's power, Eric clenched his fist, confidently mastering the magic of winter. Beside him, Murphy calmly states that Otto Hahn gave him something truly terrifying. Yet, Eric is not arrogant. No matter how strong the Guardians are, they are not invincible. Enraged, Hahn retorts that Murphy could not possibly understand, at which point Murphy recalls Otto's past glory, wondering just how powerful he was when he commanded winter and controlled spirits. Otto possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate souls at will, even those he controls now, but unwilling to dwell on the past. Hans turns away in anger, dismissing the subject. Hearing this, Eric wondered. Those who served Otto in his lifetime must have been exceptional figures. Right, if they were chosen by Otto himself, the one who led the Mobinger family to its peak, then they truly deserve to be called heroes. You can restore the glory of the Mobinger family once more, now that you have inherited Otto's legacy, and winter has returned to this land after 2,000 years. Moments later, Eric resolutely continues on his chosen path, ready to declare the Mobinger family's return to the world. Meanwhile, at the Central Magic Bureau, reporters wonder why they have been suddenly summoned. What is going on? Is this to announce Eric Mobinger's title as court wizard, but completing the mission in just 3 days? Is that even possible? Even Tarzan Arrestor could not do it that fast, so he must have another reason. Just then, a reporter suddenly turned and saw something strange. He immediately announced that it was the Blue Lion's carriage, which slowly came to a halt in front of the Central Administration Bureau, sparking curiosity and discussion. The next moment, Eric elegantly stepped down from the carriage as reporters swarmed him with questions. The public had been closely following his achievements. Eric Mobinger, is it true you completed the mission? If so, you have broken the records of your grandfather, Iden Mobinger, and Tarzan Arrestor. What is your secret? Some say it is not 3, but 4 rising stars. Do you have any comments on this? Brian's proud voice echoed as Eric stepped forward. I have waited long for this moment, he solemnly announced. The Central Magic Bureau officially recognizes Eric Mobinger as a mage. This statement only heightened the reporter's anticipation, as it had been over 30 years since the esteemed Mobinger family had a certified wizard. How do you feel, Eric Mobinger? Please share your thoughts. Unable to wait any longer, Eric begins to speak. I will speak, but before I do, allow me to say one thing. During the mission, I was ambushed by a group of strangers. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, he continued to drop shocking news and nearly lost his life. Thanks to the Well family's support, I survived, but after careful consideration, I have concluded that this humiliation cannot be ignored. Therefore, I hereby declare a territory war. Eric's announcement immediately sent shockwaves through the reporters. A territory war. Isn't this kind of war only over when one side is completely destroyed? But the Mobinger family has less than 2 people left. How can they declare war? A reporter loudly inquired. Who would dare assassinate the head of a great magic family like that?